Chapter 187. There are multiple ways to prosper a nation. Zhu Houzhong was brimming with enthusiasm. In addition to processing the petitions delivered from the capital, he began to involve himself in the various affairs of Southern Zhili. Amidst his busy schedule, he frequently engaged in clandestine visits to research and development bases with Li Hao, seeking to understand innovations in iron smelting, fertilizers, and more. For instance, he explored which fertilizers were most beneficial for particular crops and the effects of various metal combinations. This broadened Zhu Houzhong's horizons significantly, having been captivated by the art of governance. Zhu Houzhong found his previously steadfast theories on ruling and ministerial conduct beginning to waver in light of the novel and intriguing discoveries he encountered. He realized that there were indeed multiple avenues to establish a prosperous nation. At the Jianglong shipyard, the Weaving Bureau, and the Li family research base, Zhu Houzhong moved about with great fervor, genuinely enjoying his work. Deep down, he had never envisioned himself as a tyrant. Rather, he aspired to be a wise and benevolent ruler, albeit with a degree of personal ambition. As his fulfilling life unfolded rapidly, the months slipped away in the blink of an eye. However, Zhu Houzhong was reluctant to return so soon. He had been so preoccupied with his duties that he had yet to fully appreciate the beauty of Jiangnan. Feeling a sense of regret, as he gradually grew fond of the unique charm of the southern waterways, so different from the capital. While he wished to stay, officials from Zhili and the capital were eager for his return. There was no need for him to delay. People were already sent from the capital. It was none other than Liu Bing. Your Majesty, Chancellor Zhang Gui, and other grand scholars, along with the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, are all hoping for your prompt return to the capital to oversee the central administration, Liu Bing whispered. Your absence has affected the continued enforcement of the whip law, and the seeds of conflict among the ministries have already begun to sprout. It is truly unwise to prolong this. I understand. I shall not delay in matters of state. Zhu Houzhong sighed, suddenly feeling a pang of envy towards Zhu Shou of the Weiwu Tower. Although merely a merchant without any standing, he enjoyed sumptuous meals and fine wines, never lacking in wealth, living a life of leisure far more carefree than that of an emperor. With a sigh, Zhu Houzhong wryly declared, "Convey my imperial edict. I have been preoccupied with state affairs and am fatigued. I shall rest for 2 more days before departing for the capital." Liu Bing bowed in acknowledgement and departed. "Huang Jin," he called. "I am going to the Yongqing Marquisate." Zhu Houzhong stated, "I am about to leave and have yet to pay a formal visit. Also, please retrieve the 300-year-old ginseng I brought from the capital. Lady Li could certainly make use of it." With the Li family's vast wealth, gold, silver, and precious stones held little allure for her. Only such rare and sought-after items would capture her favor. Zhu Houzhong knew he had greatly benefited from this venture. Being too frugal would leave him feeling guilty, especially as he was still young and not in need of such things. The elixir was truly his favorite. At the Yongqing Marquisate, in the front hall, Zhu Houzhong sat at the head of the table, accompanied by Zhu Wanqing and Li Hao. This was Zhu Wanqing's first encounter with her second grandnephew. She had only heard of his words and deeds before. Now, upon meeting him, she found him to be far better than she had anticipated. Both his appearance and behavior since arriving in Jinling greatly pleased her. However, she noted that his looks did not strongly resemble his father or elder brother, being more delicate and lacking some ruggedness. Zhu Houzhong was unaware of Zhu Wanqing's true identity and treated her merely as the elderly mother of a subordinate, offering her some platitudes about taking care of her health, enjoying life, and praising the accomplishments of her husband, Li Hao, her son, Li Hao, and her grandson, Li Xian. He then presented her with a prized old ginseng. Zhu Wanqing accepted it with grace. Their conversation, devoid of familial affection and free from ulterior motives, was marked by a simplicity that rendered it both relaxed and pleasant. After their exchange, Zhu Houzhong smiled lightly and remarked, "In a few days, I shall return to the capital. If time permits in the future, I hope to visit Jinling again and share a few words with you, dear lady." Zhu Wanqing nodded with a smile, responding, "If the emperor says so, I must take care to live well." "Haha, let it be so." As Zhu Houzhong rose, she too stood, indicating that there was no need for further farewells, as he wished to converse with Li Qing about other matters. Zhu Wanqing paused, watching them until they vanished from sight. If such a ruler could be sustained, he would not be a poor emperor. With a gentle sigh, she thought that this way, Uncle Li could also worry less. Upon exiting the Vofu, Li Hao clasped his hands and inquired, "Might I ask if the emperor has any further commands?" "No official business." Zhu Houzhong laughed, waving his hand dismissively. There are not so many commands to give. Li Hao chuckled. Zhu Houzhong continued. The Li family has contributed greatly, yet the court's rewards have been insufficient. You bear no grievances, do you? Not at all, Li Hao replied earnestly. To serve the sovereign is to alleviate his burdens. The Li family's current standing is entirely due to the Ming dynasty, the court, and your majesty. What does that matter? Oh, there is no need to flatter me so. It is true that the Ming dynasty and the court are to be credited, but my connection to it is minimal, Zhu Houzhong replied with a chuckle. Li Hao scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, unable to discern the young emperor's intentions. Zhu Houzhong remarked, the Li family lacks nothing. I am uncertain how else I might compensate you, so why not invite you to a meal? Li Hao suppressed a bemused expression and responded, it would be my honor. Then let us proceed to Weiwu building. Zhu Houzhong, with heavy eyelids, studied the account books, feeling overwhelmed, torn between procrastination and worry, while silently wishing for the young emperor to depart swiftly. Unexpectedly, his thoughts were interrupted as Zhu and Li arrived on the second floor, revitalizing him. He turned to Zhu Houzhong and asked, will we be dining or attending a lecture? Dining, Zhu Houzhong affirmed. Very well then. Zhu Houzhong slumped back at the counter, seemingly disheartened by the inability to earn quick profits. Li Hao's lips twitched, commenting, your performance is truly impressive. Nevertheless, he genuinely admired his nephew for his adeptness in handling unexpected situations and his remarkable composure, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. Reflecting on himself, he realized that he could not have managed as well in his nephew's position. Not only did Zhu Houzhong navigate challenges seamlessly, but he also managed to secure a profit of several thousand taels of silver. Who would dare believe such a tale? As someone who prided himself on his business acumen, Li Hao held Zhu Houzhong in high regard. Zhu Houzhong, oblivious to the underlying sentiments, remained lost in thoughts of reluctance at his impending departure. After spending time together, he had developed some affection for Zhu Houzhong and said, I will be leaving in a few days. Zhu Houzhong, taken aback, asked, the emperor is returning to the capital? Indeed, Zhu Houzhong replied. Zhu Houzhong sighed softly, murmuring, the emperor is burdened with countless affairs. Your carefree existence is far more enviable. Li Hao's expression turned peculiar. Even Zhu Houzhong felt somewhat uneasy, responding with a hint of resentment. I am but a humble merchant. How could I possibly compare to his majesty? Zhu Houzhong mused to himself. Who can fathom the depths of such sentiments? Li Hao gently tugged at Zhu Houzhong's sleeve. Zhu Houzhong pretended not to hear. Oh, today I shall host a banquet for the Duke Yongqing, Zhu Houzhong remarked, collecting his thoughts. It should be quite lavish. Zhu Houzhong glanced at Huang Jin with suspicion, inquiring, have we brought enough money? Huang Jin, with a defiant glare and a proud posture, boasted, we are not lacking in funds. Very well, Zhu Houzhong resumed his merchant demeanor, inviting several guests to the private room. Zhu Houzhong paused, turning back to say, if there is no rush, let us all join in. It would be a lively gathering. Without waiting for Zhu Houzhong's response, he strolled ahead to the private room, lazily adding, this time, there will be no extra rewards. Whether you come or not is entirely up to you. Haha, of course I will come. Consider it a gift from me. The banquet unfolded, devoid of political discourse or utilitarian aims, resembling a farewell gathering among friends. The atmosphere was relaxed, filled with trivial conversations, and Zhu Houzhong surprisingly found it quite enjoyable. He suddenly realized that foregoing the imperial airs could be a refreshing experience. After the feast, Zhu Houzhong and Li Hao accompanied Zhu Houzhong downstairs, pausing at the entrance of the tavern until he was out of sight, before they ascended once more to the private room, which was not open to the public. At last, he has departed. Zhu Houzhong slumped into a chair, appearing utterly exhausted. Li Hao teased, what do you think of this brother? Look at him. Zhu Houzhong replied. Be serious. Li Hao said, his expression darkening. He is quite good. Zhu Houzhong straightened, at least for now. As for the future, that is beyond our control. We can only leave it to Li Qing to worry about. Li Hao glared. Do you dare to speak his name so casually? Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes. He is not present, after all. I find it more endearing to call him Li Qing rather than Mr. Li, don't you think? You may also refer to him as Qing Taizai. Zhu Houzhong pouted, I refuse. When he returns, I shall certainly lodge a complaint against you. And then we shall see how bold you remain. I can plead for mercy. Shameless. As Zhu Houzhong prepared to leave, the tension between the uncle and nephew eased, allowing them to indulge in light-hearted banter. What had just transpired was mere pretense. The present moment was truly delightful. Cousin, What do you suppose Li Qing is doing at this moment? Li Hao, too lethargic to care about the disrespect in his address, replied drowsily. Certainly not as relaxed as I am. This voyage is intended for the further annexation of the surrounding small nations of Malacca. The climate there is warm, and the harvests abundant. We cannot afford to miss out. He paused. However, in recent years, I have annexed all that could be. The remainder will require unconventional methods. Are we to go to war? Zhu Houzhong perked up, then lamented, if there is indeed a war, how could I not be included as a mighty general? You? Li Hao scoffed. You have fought one commendable battle, but how can you possibly compare to the large-scale wars in which Qing has participated? But he is merely a military supervisor. Zhu Houzhong mumbled. That still makes him superior to you. Zhu Houzhong's eyes darted mischievously. Surely I am better than your grandfather? Li Hao paused, then smirked. He is my grandfather, and also your great-grandfather. In considering the nuances of familial bonds, it is evident that Zhu Houzhong holds a closer connection, and his great-grandson shows little regard. Thus, his grandson's sentiments matter even less. With his mother absent, Li Hao is not inclined to indulge. Let us engage in mutual harm. Fortunately, Zhu Wanqing is not present. Otherwise, neither of the two uncles would escape a well-deserved thrashing. Chapter 188. The Alliance of the Three Kingdoms. A fleet of over a dozen warships departed from Jiaoji, majestically making their way towards Malacca. On the deck, Li Qing faced the sea, relishing the invigorating sea breeze, feeling rejuvenated. In stark contrast, Tang Bohu appeared despondent, resembling a leaf curled by the scorching sun in the small courtyard of Jiaoji. The oppressive heat left him feeling trapped. The deck was stifling, and the cabin felt akin to a steamer. Comparatively, the sea breeze provided some relief. Li Qing's vital energy could alleviate his discomfort and enhance his endurance. However, it could not entirely shield him from the sweltering heat. Oh, when will this end? Li Shuer teased. You insisted on coming despite my objections. Who can you blame? Tang Bohu sighed. What joy is there in remaining alone in Jiaoji? If it were in the past, I could have enjoyed a bath. Alas, age has caught up with me. The days without ice to cool off were truly unbearable. It was not that ice was expensive, but rather that the limited space on the warship necessitated the transport of ample supplies, leaving no room for the luxury of an ice house. After a moment of grumbling, Tang Bohu glanced at the azure sea and sheepishly inquired, Sir, do you think I am managing well? What do you think? Li Qing replied. Perhaps we should give it a try? Trying might lead to my demise, Tang Bohu retorted. Let us endure for now. We shall be fine upon reaching Malacca. Li Qing reassured him. With a sigh, Tang Bohu raised a pertinent question. Sir, our purpose here is not merely to accumulate wealth peacefully. Although the Han King is powerful, we are on foreign soil. What if they become hostile? We cannot rely solely on force. In truth, our grand display is not merely to intimidate Malacca. Rather, we are here to assist, specifically, to aid the King of Malacca. Li Qing smiled. We can create a common adversary. Who might that be? The Florentine people, Li Qing declared. Li Shuer interjected. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tang Bohu paused in contemplation, nodding slightly. That is indeed a clever strategy, but how feasible is it? Shall we not discover its viability through trial? I fear that trial may lead to my end. Tang Bohu mused inwardly before recalling Li Qing's extraordinary prowess within the palace during their previous journey to the west, easing his worries. With such a formidable ally at hand, what was there to fear? Tang Bohu relaxed and shifted his complaints to the irksome weather, yearning for the arrival of winter. Travel is invariably tedious, whether by land or sea. Not only Tang Bohu, but even Li Qing found the journey monotonous, leading him to reminisce about the people of Jinling, wondering if his niece had remembered to take her medicine, if Zhu Houzhong had managed to keep his secret, and whether Xiao Hao could turn a profit amidst the challenging circumstances of submitting patents. Li Qing suddenly realized that his longing for home was growing stronger. Perhaps it was due to their advancing age. After all, he too was growing older. In early July, at the Palace of Malacca, the current king of Malacca is a young man who has yet to reach the age of 30. Having ascended to the throne just a few years ago, he is brimming with vigor. However, he finds himself both vexed and wary of the increasing presence of the Franks, while simultaneously feeling compelled to rely on them. The profits from trade with the distant West are simply too substantial to disregard, to the extent that even the thought of violently expelling them is unbearable. Consequently, he is rather indifferent to the intentions of the king of Jiaoji, adopting a stance of cordiality to avoid offense. thus ensuring lavish hospitality. Despite several attempts at probing, the king of Malacca shows no inclination towards collaboration, which leaves Zhu Yukai feeling somewhat anxious. Previously, it was acceptable to remain at sea. But now that they have reached their destination, keeping the soldiers aboard the ships would inevitably breed discontent. Zhu Yotsai's expression turned grave. Power derives from formidable force, and the military is the most significant component of that force. Therefore, regardless of their moral character or breadth of mind, any ruler with a modicum of sense would not dare to neglect the military. As the saying goes, an emperor cannot afford to starve his soldiers. In truth, it is not that the emperor possesses noble character, but rather that he is often unable to afford the luxury of neglecting his troops. One cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it. Such expectations are futile within the military. Should one recklessly wield military might without regard, it would lead to backlash, at best, a loss of control over the army, and at worst, self-harm. Zhu Yukai is not lacking in wealth, and the soldiers accompanying him are certainly not starving, yet he must also attend to the sentiments of his subordinates. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing suggested, "Let us rest early today. We shall head to the port in the latter half of the night and allow the soldiers to disembark." Zhu Yukai hesitated, questioning whether this might provoke the king of Malacca. "Precisely. It is meant to provoke him," Li Qing replied with a cold smile. Zhu Yukai scratched his head, recalling that the gentleman had previously stated he did not wish to engage in battle. In truth, Zhu Yukai had no desire for conflict either. Firstly, warfare is a costly endeavor, particularly once one is mired in its quagmire. Secondly, if relations with Malacca were to sour irreparably, it would undoubtedly affect trade between the parties involved. Jiaoji, being closer to the Ming dynasty, has always enjoyed a trade surplus due to its geographical advantage, and he did not wish to jeopardize this financial lifeline. Li Qing, understanding his thoughts, smiled and remarked, "This young king of Malacca appears ambitious. Yet he is ultimately a man of great aspirations but limited talent. While the Franks have already shown signs of colonial expansion, he remains fixated on immediate gains and neglects the fundamentals. He is not to be feared." Zhu Yukai, however, expressed concern. What if he were to ally with the Franks? Our manpower would be insufficient. Jiaoji is a vassal state of the Ming dynasty, and so too is Malacca. If conflict were to arise, how could the court overtly favor one side? Zhu Yukai analyzed. The Franks fear the Ming, yet they do not fear Jiaoji. Although you are a prominent figure within the Ming, you cannot openly display bias, nor can you instill trust in others. Would this not be inappropriate? Regretting his words, Zhu Yukai pondered whether he had been too brash, questioning Li Qing's wisdom. Yet, Li Qing was not angered. Instead, he felt a sense of pride, saying, "Your ability to articulate such thoughts confirms that your grandfather's choice of you as his successor was indeed wise." Zhu Yukai felt somewhat embarrassed and sheepishly remarked, "Please forgive my candidness, sir." "No offense taken," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Your concerns are entirely justified. However, consider the king of Malacca. He hesitates even to engage the nascent Franks in battle. Would he rashly sever ties with Jiaoji? Indeed, his tolerance for the Franks stems from mutual interests. Yet Jiaoji equally represents a lucrative avenue for them." Li Qing continued, "The trade between you is a surplus for Jiaoji, and is it not the same for Malacca? You sell to him, he sells to the Franks, and even directly to the West, often reaping far greater profits than you." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Do you not feel a sense of loss, an uncomfortable feeling?" Zhu Yukai shook his head. "If profiting immensely requires the Franks to station troops here, I would rather forego such gains." "Why is that?" Li Qing asked. Zhu Yukai pondered for a moment before responding, "I fear that while I covet their interests, they may well covet my capital." Li Qing suddenly erupted in hearty laughter. "After so many generations, it is truly remarkable that we have finally experienced a rebound." Zhu Yukai was taken aback. It took him a moment to grasp the profound implication of Li Qing's words, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. "In truth, neither my grandfather nor my great-grandfather were foolish individuals. However," he added with a more bitter smile, "both you and the royal members from the Ming dynasty are exceedingly astute. Are you not?" Li Qing articulated the thought for him and nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Otherwise, Jiaoji would not have achieved its current standing. While my contributions are a factor, their efforts are even more significant." Zhu Yukai merely smiled ruefully, showing no resentment towards Li Qing's jest about his ancestors. Even if they were alive, he believed Li Qing would still tease them. Strictly speaking, even his great-grandfather would be a junior to Li Qing. And what reason would an elder have to be offended by playful banter? Regaining his composure, Zhu Yukai nodded. Let us proceed as you suggest. Li Qing assured him. Rest assured, compared to the current Franks, Jiaozhi is undoubtedly far more formidable. The king of Malacca is not blind. Indeed, Zhu Yukai agreed. The following day, before noon, news reached the king of Malacca that the king of Jiaozhi had landed with his troops, provoking both anger and alarm. What does the king of Jiaozhi intend to do? The young monarch summoned his ministers, exclaiming in frustration, does he think Malacca dares not confront him in battle? The ministers, all wearing troubled expressions, were hesitant to advocate for war. After a prolonged stalemate, the young king reluctantly returned to his throne, gradually regaining his composure. After considerable deliberation, they ultimately agreed that fostering amicable relations was the wisest course. Both the Franks and Jiaozhi were seen as potential benefactors for Malacca, one they did not wish to offend, and the other they could not afford to alienate. Consequently, the young king sent invitations to the respective leaders of both parties, seeking to transform conflict into harmony. On the next day, Li Qing, Zhu Yukai, Li Shuer, Tang Bohu, along with a small contingent of Han Wang guards, proceeded to the royal palace. Simultaneously, prominent figures from the Franks also arrived, their numbers nearly matching Li Qing's group, consisting of just over a dozen individuals. Clearly, both sides understood that the young king would not dare to host a banquet of treachery. Indeed, as the feast commenced, the young king promptly stated the agenda. This trilateral alliance is for the purpose of fostering amicable relations and prosperity. Violence serves no meaningful purpose. What if we were to join forces and seize the Western trade share, excluding the Ming court? Such a grand ambition made Zhu Yukai gasp in surprise. Li Qing and Li Shuer struggled to suppress their laughter. Setting aside the intricate relationships between the wealthy merchants of the Ming and the court, to think that merely relying on Jiaozhi and Malacca could allow them to consume the surplus outside of the court was utterly fantastical. Such a vast market could hardly be devoured by two small nations. Furthermore, to liken the Franks as a single entity, while perhaps a rhetorical flourish, was exceedingly foolish. Are you a king who speaks without thought? The Franks were quite pleased, almost euphoric, and readily agreed, even offering to relinquish a portion of their profits as a gesture of sincerity. Chapter 189. What bliss! There is an ancient saying among the Han: unity brings mutual benefit. Division leads to mutual harm. A man of the Franks, around 50 years of age, articulated in Malacca's language that the Ming court was too formidable to offend, and thus, they could not afford to do so. However, the merchants of the common folk could be dealt with differently. The young king quickly interjected, emphasizing that harmony breeds prosperity. The essence lies in amicability. The Han people are particularly sensitive to face. Should we brazenly bully the Ming merchants? It would surely invoke the wrath of His Majesty the Emperor. The middle-aged man from the Frankish side nodded in agreement, stating, we can allow them to earn a little, but not excessively. With the financial power of the king and Jiaozhi, they could absorb a substantial amount of goods. We will handle transportation and sales, while you provide the funding and we supply the manpower. The profit distribution will be 70% for your two nations and 30% for us. Should any mishap occur during transport, we shall bear the responsibility. This was indeed a fairly sincere proposal for profit sharing. However, Li Qing was not swayed. Zhu Yukai furrowed his brow, and Li Shuer wore an amused expression. Seeing the Jiaozhi side remain non-committal, the middle-aged man chuckled, saying, there is an old saying among the Han: the wise are those who recognize the times. The king of Jiaozhi need not worry. As long as we allow them to earn something and apply a gentle intimidation, success will naturally follow, without concern for provoking His Majesty the Emperor. Zhu Yukai scratched his nose, remaining silent. Li Shuer, though not fluent in Malacca's language, opted to speak in Han. It is truly surprising that among the Franks, there are cultured individuals. The middle-aged man was not particularly taken aback by her use of Han, for they had long established roots in Malacca, which had trade relations with Jiaozhi, and they understood that the elite of Jiaozhi took pride in speaking Han. Upon hearing the translation, he smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, princess. In terms of age, Li Shuer was older than Zhu Yukai, yet she appeared much younger. The middle-aged man assumed her to be Zhu Yotsai's princess. In light of the gravity of the matter, Li Shuer was disinclined to dwell on this. Retorting with a laugh, the wise recognize the times? Indeed, but it seems the one who ought to recognize the times is not the Han, but rather your esteemed representation of the Franks. Pausing momentarily, she added, The statement about unity being beneficial and division detrimental is accurate. However, it seems you may not be adept at arithmetic, seeing as your esteemed representation of the Franks constitutes a three-party scenario. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the translation, became somewhat irate and addressed Zhu Yukai sternly. Is it true that your nation is governed by women? Before Zhu Yukai could respond, he further taunted. There is an old saying among the Han, when women govern, the house collapses. With a hearty laugh, Tang Bohu, who had long played the role of a peripheral figure, could no longer contain himself. Tears of laughter threatened to spill from his eyes as he exclaimed, "This is simply too amusing." The previously solemn assembly was instantly rendered absurd by his mirth. Li Qing, unable to suppress his amusement, mused to himself, "Whose ancient sayings have you been listening to, my dear Han compatriot?" The young king, noticing that events were not unfolding as he had anticipated, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Han Wang, we neither stand against the Ming court, nor do we intend to oppress Ming merchants. Why do you hesitate so?" After a moment's pause, he resolutely added, "How about this? I will forego my share from Malacca, and we shall allocate 4 portions to Jiaoji instead. What say you?" Zhu Yukai remained silent, directing his gaze towards Li Qing. Li Qing set down his cup, a smile gracing his lips as he suggested, "Perhaps the king should adopt a broader perspective." The young king turned his attention to Li Qing, tentatively inquiring, "What do you mean? Fewer individuals to share the spoils, does that not seem advantageous?" Li Qing's warm smile, however, evoked a sense of unease. Speaking in the Malacca tongue, there was no need for translation, yet the middle-aged man grew incensed, demanding, "What do you mean by that? It is quite evident. You are out." Li Qing replied calmly. He then turned to the young king, questioning whether, in pursuit of minor gains, the king harbored no concern about the potential backlash from such dealings with dangerous allies. The young king's expression darkened instantly. To claim he was unconcerned would be disingenuous. He yearned to circumvent the Franks and engage in trade with the West himself. However, the journey was perilously long, fraught with uncertainties, and these individuals would undoubtedly cause disruptions. Cooperation was the only viable option. Who truly is the king of Jiaoji? The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, glancing at Zhu Yukai before turning his derisive gaze towards the young king, stating, "It is uncertain who will be out. Your Majesty, what say you?" Finally breaking his silence, Zhu Yukai did not even glance at the middle-aged man but fixed his gaze on the young king, challenging, "Do you dare?" The young king felt a sudden weight upon his shoulders. Of course, he did not dare. Would the demise of a Jiaoji king lead to the kingdom's collapse? Such a notion was implausible. Setting aside the fact that the heir apparent would seek vengeance, the prospect of the Ming court's reaction sent shivers down his spine. In the past, during the reign of the Ming Taizong, turmoil had erupted within the Jiaoji royal family, prompting the emperor to dispatch hundreds of thousands of troops. The might of the current Ming dynasty surpassed that of a century ago, a force so formidable that it was truly alarming. If they were to mobilize for an attack, the young king doubted he could withstand even 10 days of siege. It was likely that upon the arrival of Ming troops, his civil and military officials would capitulate en masse, even before the enemy reached their doorstep. Members of the royal family might conspire to eliminate him to quell the Ming's wrath. Let us temper our tempers. Such monumental matters cannot be resolved over a single banquet. Let us drink. Zhu Yukai finally withdrew his gaze, directing it towards the middle-aged man representing the Franks, disdainfully remarking, "You are nothing more than a band of slightly formidable brigands. Do you truly consider yourselves a nation? What a farce." The middle-aged man's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, his anger palpable, yet he had no choice but to concede that, in terms of strength, his side was far from being a match for Jiaoji. Zhu Yukai once again gazed upon the young king and remarked with calmness, "In the past, the Franks wielded power in your nation, and it was the Ming navy that came to your rescue. To be ungrateful is a sign of wickedness, while to forget past pains after healing is sheer foolishness." Having said this, he downed a cup of wine with a forceful clink as the glass struck the table. Rising abruptly, Zhu Yukai turned and departed. Li Qing, Li Shui and Tang Bohu followed suit, strolling out behind him. This was the true essence of manhood. Zhu Yukai's face flushed, his excitement palpable. This act of bravado was exhilarating, indeed. Even Mr. Li was merely a backdrop in this performance, which was truly a joy to behold. However, while he reveled, the other two parties felt as if they had swallowed something bitter. The king of Malacca found himself in a precarious position, torn between choices, while the middle-aged man representing the Franks, in his impotent rage, could not help but feel the weight of their dire situation. This young king was a short-sighted weakling. With a mere promise of great profit and a flash of his teeth, he could easily manipulate the situation. In truth, if this young king were to unleash his fury, he could dismantle them without the aid of Jiaoji, albeit at a tremendous cost. The previous encounter with the Ming Navy had dealt them a devastating blow, from which they had yet to recover. However, this was also tied to their own greed, fearing that should they invite Western powers, they might be usurped in return. Otherwise, after so many years, they would only grow stronger. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "We come here solely for wealth. Your Majesty must understand that if relations sour, you will have no chance of trading with the West. Please ponder your decisions carefully." The young king's face contorted in distress. Once outside the royal palace, Li Qing and her companions made their way directly to the military encampment. In the commanding tent, the four gathered around a table, with Tang Bohu being merely a bystander, casually perusing a book from the Ming era to pass the time, refraining from offering any opinions. The others paid him no mind. Zhu Yukai remarked, "Malacca dares not strike against me, but the Franks, those desperate rogues, are a different matter altogether, having shattered their plans. They will not rest easy. I believe the likelihood is slim," Li Shui replied thoughtfully. "Our numbers may be few, but we represent the entirety of Jiaoji." Zhu Yukai paused in contemplation to show respect, then turned to Li Qing, asking, "What do you think?" "She speaks wisely," Li Qing replied. "Even the king of Malacca would not allow them to attack us unchallenged. This is Malacca's territory, and you are the king of Jiaoji. If something were to happen, the Franks could simply walk away, but Malacca would bear the brunt of the consequences. Whether it be Jiaoji or the Ming court, they would undoubtedly hold Malacca accountable." Li Qing stated calmly, "As the suzerain state, the Ming cannot turn a blind eye to the conflict among its vassal states. Otherwise, where lies its credibility? This is something that the king of Malacca understands, as do all of Ming's vassal states. The history of Annam being renamed Jiaoji is documented in every vassal state and passed down through generations." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yukai felt a wave of relief and declared, "To be on the safe side, we should still prepare for an impending confrontation." Li Qing chuckled softly, "Caution is never a fault. I shall not overshadow your efforts. You carry on with your tasks while I take a stroll nearby." Li Shui rose to follow suit. Tang Bohu also stepped out of the handsome camp to accompany the two, intentionally maintaining a distance to avoid Li Shui's disdainful glances. As evening approached, the heat persisted, yet both Li Qing and Li Shui relished this warmth, for it favored the crops and the fields. "This king of Malacca is truly a weakling." Li Shui scoffed, "Not only feeble, but also remarkably foolish." Li Qing laughed heartily, his mischievous grin revealing, "A weakling is splendid, and foolishness is even better. It makes it all the more convenient for us to exploit and harvest." This time, Li Qing was determined to wield his sickle with great vigor. Indeed, there were more territories to annex than just Malacca, yet none were as opportune for vigorous expansion as Malacca itself. Firstly, Malacca boasted a climate that was exceptionally favorable and a considerable expanse of land. Secondly, its proximity to the Ming dynasty allowed for strategic leverage against Jiaoji. There was no need to fear a violent annexation leading to repercussions, as the distance would render any retaliation unmanageable. This was a distinctive advantage that other small nations lacked. Chapter 190. A startling revelation. As Li Qing had anticipated, the encampment soon witnessed the presence of Malaccan soldiers, while the Franks refrained from retaliating. It was not from a lack of desire, but rather a fear that overt aggression would irrevocably drive the king of Malacca towards Jiaoji. Thus, a stalemate ensued for several days. However, such a deadlock was untenable. Li Qing's journey was not merely for leisure, but for the purpose of annexation. Fortunately, someone else was more anxious. 5 days later, the young king extended another invitation for renewed discussions. At the royal palace, a banquet of exquisite delicacies and fine wines was laid out, with the young king seated at the center, flanked by representatives from Jiaoji and the Franks, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Only Li Qing retained the leisure to indulge in the feast. The court cuisine of Malacca increasingly mirrored that of the Ming dynasty, with many dishes appealing to Li Qing's palate. The young king glanced around, pondering for a moment before chuckling, since there were disagreements regarding the profit distribution last time. Why not renegotiate? Why must you all be so contentious? Li Qing and Zhu Yukai maintained their composure, while the middle-aged man's expression grew grim. Yet, compelled by the circumstances, he had no choice but to concede, stating, "There is an ancient saying among the Han people, in business, if the deal fails, let us preserve our integrity. The Han also say, a cornered rabbit will bite. We may concede a portion of the profits, but I implore you to refrain from being overly aggressive." Li Shui retorted with a sneer, "Without quoting the Han people, you would have nothing to say, would you?" This remark struck a chord with Zhu Yukai and Tang Bohu. The continual invocation of Han proverbs by this impoverished scholar was akin to a pedant who incessantly cites ancient texts, reveling in their own verbosity while irritating the listeners. Moreover, the interlocutor was not even Han. Surprisingly, Li Qing displayed a rare magnanimity, harboring no discontent in this matter. Frankly, this was merely a manifestation of admiration for Han culture. The incessant quoting of Han proverbs was intended to bolster one's own arguments, and this middle-aged Frank's repetitive references to Han wisdom served the same purpose. Both were merely the weak leveraging the strength of the strong to elevate their own standing. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by Li Shui's sharp remark and decided to speak candidly. 20%. There remains 80%. The young king promptly declared. This king requires only 30%. The distance from Jiaoji to the Ming dynasty was considerably shorter, and the Jiaoji king, a Han ruler, had his own standing. This was not deemed an absolute secret. Although the Ming court might not acknowledge it, one could not dismiss the possibility of favoritism, especially given that, in practice, Jiaoji was in a better position to intercept Ming goods. Of course, this interception was a legitimate and fair trade. 50% is quite substantial, the young king reminded. With Jiaoji monopolizing half the profits, why quibble over 2 or 3 parties? Zhu Yukai sipped his tea and seized the moment to cast a questioning glance at Li Qing. Li Qing responded, "Firstly, the Ming goods are far too abundant for Malacca to consume, and even with Jiaoji, it still falls short. Secondly, in the not-too-distant future, Ming merchants will possess the capability to traverse the oceans. Therefore, this is not merely a matter of profit distribution, as the plan itself is fundamentally flawed." Pausing, he added, "The Ming has engaged in maritime trade for over a century, with frequent exchanges with Malacca. It will not be long before the king discerns the veracity of my words." The young king was astounded, while the middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. If this were indeed the case, then they, the Franks, would lose their competitive edge and find it impossible to maintain their current ecological niche. "Who exactly are you?" The middle-aged man squinted, inquiring. The young king, too, began to realize that Li Qing was of remarkable lineage, likely connected to the Ming. Li Qing smiled slightly and replied, "I am a Ming person." "A member of the Ming court?" The young king and the middle-aged man echoed in disbelief, unable to conceal their astonishment. Especially the young king, who felt a chill in the scorching heat, his heart filled with trepidation. Discussing the appropriation of Ming Han interests in the presence of a Ming court member, was that not courting disaster? Amidst the trembling, a surge of anger arose. "You Jiaoji king have truly deceived me." The young king fumed. The middle-aged man also felt a prickling anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing stated, "I am not a Ming envoy, nor am I here to convey imperial decrees. To be frank, we seek collaboration." Casting a glance at the middle-aged man, he added, "Do not harbor any illusions. You lack the qualifications." "You." The middle-aged man slammed the table, and the 10 or so attendants accompanying him wore grave expressions, suggesting an imminent altercation. Li Qing, unfazed, turned his attention back to the young king and remarked, "When venturing out, we seek wealth. What we desire, the king possesses. And what the king desires, we also have. By collaborating with us, I can assure you, the profits will far exceed what you currently earn, by a considerable margin." The young king hesitated. The middle-aged man, however, grew anxious, abandoning the ancient Han adage and resorting to slander, claiming, "The Han are most cunning, while we uphold our integrity. I implore the king not to be swayed." His final words bore a clear threat. The young king dared not overlook the Frank stance. Without them, even with an abundance of exquisite Ming goods, he could not sell to Western nations. "Calm down a bit." The young king soothed the middle-aged man and turned to Li Qing, asking, "What do you wish this king to concede?" 1/3 of Malacca's arable land, or perhaps a quarter of its territory, Li Qing stated. "What?" The young king rose abruptly, his chest heaving with fervor, momentarily disregarding the identity of his interlocutor. and exclaimed in a fit of rage, "You expect me to cede my territory?" Zhu Yukai replied with measured calmness. "There is no need for the king to be so agitated. Let us allow the conversation to unfold. Could it be that the king of Jiaoji also harbors such youthful impetuosity?" The young king's countenance shifted, recalling the Ming court. The king is overly suspicious. Zhu Yukai chuckled. "It is not that I speak unkindly. Rather, the Ming dynasty holds your lands in little regard. Whether it be the former Xiankong commandery or the territories conquered by Emperor Taizong, they have always maintained their autonomy, have they not? What you deem precious is but mere grass in the eyes of the Ming court." Li Qing interjected. "Firstly, we shall purchase at a fair price, and secondly, we will also contribute a substantial portion of goods, sold at that same price, to your royal house." The young king pondered this for a moment, realizing perhaps he had been overly wary. With numerous vassal states under the Ming banner, Malacca did not stand out. Even if there were designs to seize territory, he would not be the first to suffer. With this realization, he relaxed, sneering, "A fair price? Substantial, you say?" Li Qing nodded. "In any transaction, one must exchange money for goods. If we cannot produce the funds, your highness need not sell." The young king scoffed. "But how much can you truly offer in terms of goods?" Li Shuer cast a glance at his attire and chuckled lightly. "If I am not mistaken, your garments are a bespoke creation from Yongqing Qingpan, correct? And if it is?" The young king retorted, only to suddenly grasp the implication, his expression transforming in shock. "Could it be that you are the Jinling family?" Li Shuer replied with an air of indifference. "Hiss." The young king inhaled sharply, and not only he, but the Malacca ministers in attendance also exhibited astonishment. Even the middle-aged man's visage underwent a notable change. This revelation was indeed startling to all present. Jinling, once the capital of the Ming, now serves as its secondary capital, carrying immense significance and well known to many. The Li family of Jinling, renowned among those who make their fortune at sea, is a name that resonates widely. For anyone unfamiliar, it speaks more to their own limited dealings than to the Li family's prominence. The young king took several deep breaths, confirming the Yongqing Marquis of the Ming. The Li family? Li Shuer took a sip of tea, gesturing for him to observe Zhu Yukai. Indeed, if it were otherwise, how could the Han king of Jiaoji condescend to engage with him? The young king no longer doubted the other's wealth and capability. However, for a king, ceding territory cannot merely be termed as such. The notion of selling land is indeed beneath dignity, inviting scorn, and could lead to infamy for generations. The king might consider this carefully. "The Jinling Li family is quite sincere," spoke the middle-aged man representing the Florentine interests. "Malacca seeks to export vast quantities of goods to the West, and they cannot bypass these individuals. As for the Li family's assertion that future Ming merchants will have the capacity to traverse the oceans, it would be more prudent to seize the present rather than dwell on uncertain futures. These Westerners, with their deep-seated colonial mindset, chase after immediate gains without any foresight. Furthermore, while there are merchants in the Ming capable of such voyages, they are but a scant few, and the future will not yield many more. I implore your majesty to deliberate thoroughly." At that moment, the middle-aged man exhibited even more eagerness than Li Qing, nearly wishing to speak for the young king in agreement. The young king, displaying rare resolve, remarked calmly, "The matter is of great significance. I would not dare to make a hasty decision." Li Qing, unfazed, smiled and replied, "I understand. Once a decision has been reached, please inform us at your earliest convenience. Farewell." After walking a considerable distance from the palace, Zhu Yukai inquired, "What about those Franks?" "Let them be," Li Qing exhaled, smiling. "Life is akin to a stage play. Some portray the virtuous, while others take on the role of the villain. Indeed, there must be villains. Without them, the goodness of the virtuous would not shine as brightly." Zhu Yukai scratched his head, then nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Li Shuer furrowed her brow. "Though the king may be timid and foolish, he is far from a simpleton. Convincing him to cede territory would not be an easy task." Li Qing said, performing a chest-expanding gesture with ease. "This substantial piece of land is too tempting to ignore. Even if he can resist the allure, other vested interests will undoubtedly push him towards collaboration with us. The dynamics of power remain consistent, differing merely in scale. The emperor of the Ming dynasty often lacks the freedom to act at will. How much less so for a mere king of Malacca? Moreover, this young king himself is intrigued, and with the Franks stirring the pot, I am not concerned. Just wait. In no more than 10 days, or perhaps as soon as 5, we shall receive a satisfactory response from the king of Malacca. Chapter 191. 500 years before the half-month had elapsed, or even 10 days, merely 5 days later, the group received an invitation from the king of Malacca. In the palace, the absence of the Frankish delegation was notable, yet numerous Malaccan ministers were present. The flow of eunuchs and palace maids was incessant, and the banquet's grandeur had evidently escalated, leading to an unmistakable outcome. After a lively feast filled with toasts, laughter, and merriment, the conversation turned to more serious matters. The young king expressed his confidence in the integrity and foundation of the Duke of Yongqing of the Ming dynasty, stating, "There is no doubt in my mind." He then sighed. Malacca is but a small nation, and its people live in poverty. Li Qing and the others immediately raised their glasses, offering him a way out. "Your Majesty cares for your people as a father would for his children. Your intentions are noble. We believe the future will bring forth gratitude from the populace." The young king felt a flush rise to his cheeks and hastily drank to mask his embarrassment. After a toast, the young king, now with a rosy complexion, sighed again and declared, "As the king of Malacca, I must be responsible to my people and my ancestors. The land inherited from my forebears cannot be relinquished to others. This is non-negotiable." Li Qing smiled in silence, patiently awaiting the young king's subsequent butt. The opportunity for a concession had been offered once. It could not be given repeatedly, lest they risk overstepping bounds. Seeing the young king not take the bait, he awkwardly attempted to provide himself an out, chuckling, "However, there is an ancient saying among the Han, one must adapt to circumstances and leverage opportunities. In these times, mutual benefit is paramount. Indeed, your Majesty speaks wisely. Every word is a pearl of wisdom." Li Qing and his companions raised their glasses in salute. Following another toast, the palace ministers returned the gesture with warm smiles. After yet another round of pleasantries, the young king stated, "I cannot act against the interests of my ancestors, yet I do not wish for my people to endure hardship. Therefore, this territory cannot be sold." This was well within Li Qing's expectations, and Li Shuer did not express any dissatisfaction. Her counterpart was not lacking in intelligence, and a direct buyout was unrealistic. The young king inquired, "How long does the Li family intend to lease?" Li Shuer glanced at Li Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing extended 5 fingers. 50 years? The young king paused briefly before breaking into a hearty laugh. "That's quite agreeable." 500 years. Li Qing stated. "Pardon?" The young king doubted his hearing. "How much?" 500 years. Li Qing patiently reiterated. The expressions of the king, ministers, and the prominent figures of Malacca turned to one of sheer astonishment. They were utterly flabbergasted. They had contemplated a century, perhaps even 2, but 500 years? Was this not a jest? The young king's demeanor darkened. Li Qing asserted, "Is commerce a matter for jest? This is unacceptable, utterly unacceptable. It is far too long." The young king shook his head vigorously. 500 years? By then, even my great-grandchildren's great-grandchildren would not see it through. Besides, can the Li family truly thrive for 5 centuries? Would a century suffice? 500 years. After a moment of silence, he conceded, 200 years. That is the absolute maximum. It is 500 years. Li Qing insisted. If this is your stance, then there is no need for further negotiations. The young king shook his head, stating, "There is no reason for one party to compromise. I cannot possibly agree to such a term." The assembled lords and ministers exhibited visible ire. This demand far exceeded their limits. Although neither 200 years nor 500 would be witnessed by them, the magnitude of the latter was simply too considerable for them to accept. Li Qing smiled. Every situation possesses dual facets. While 500 years may seem excessive for the Li family, is it truly detrimental for the royal family? He gestured towards the outside. Take, for instance, the Franks. They may not pose a significant threat to Malacca at present, but what of several decades hence? What of centuries later? He paused, of course. If the king feels at a disadvantage, we can certainly discuss the matter of benefits. It was evident that this statement eased the discomfort of the young king and the many lords present, visibly alleviating their resistance. After some internal conflict, the young king forced a chuckle. "Your timeline far exceeds our expectations." Li Qing nodded with a smile, indicating understanding. "The king may confer further with his ministers." "We shall wait here." The young king nodded and addressed the palace attendants. "These are esteemed guests of Malacca. Treat them well." With that, he took his leave, followed by the lords and ministers. Tang Bohu glanced around, his eyebrows dancing in amusement. Li Qing chuckled. Feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for reservations. Do these people understand? Tang Bohu whispered. What if they do? Li Qing replied nonchalantly. As long as the price is fair, there is no deal that cannot be struck. Only then did Tang Bohu voice his inner doubts. What would 500 years cost? I do not doubt the Li family's capacity. I merely feel the variables are too great. Of course, it is not a one-time payment. Li Qing laughed. Li Shuai rolled her eyes. Tang Bohu, feeling somewhat disgruntled, continued to indulge in food and drink, casting aside unnecessary concerns. After a brief interval, the young king, accompanied by his ministers, entered and took his seat, stating, 500 years is feasible, but the prerequisite is that the Li family must establish workshops in Malacca, and they must be of considerable scale. After a pause, he added, of course, I shall not interfere. With the influence of the Li family, Malacca would not dare to bully them, as you are surely aware. Li Qing replied, I do not doubt the integrity of the king or his descendants. However, this matter is indeed unfeasible. The young king interjected, I can offer support and provide tax exemption. Without a time limit, Tang Bohu suddenly exclaimed, what do you stand to gain from this? The king, taken aback, was met with expressions of disbelief from Li and Zhu, as if the intelligence of the group had been diminished by a single remark. Only when the populace thrives can wealth be more effectively garnered. If the people are destitute, how can one expect to seize riches? This statement lacked substance. Noticing the trio gazing at him in bewilderment, Tang Bohu lowered his head and resumed his indulgence. Li Qing continued, in the short term, we will still hire local citizens as tenants. In the future, even if the Li family manages the operations personally, we will still employ local people. The king need not worry about the populace suffering due to loss of land, thus adding to the royal burden. Are you jesting, Your Excellency? Is it possible for the Li family to migrate a significant number of Ming citizens to cultivate the land? The young king scoffed. I am sincere in my intentions, yet you. Li Qing interjected, we can increase the share of goods. The young king replied earnestly, my condition is the establishment of workshops. This is my bottom line. Li Qing merely smiled. What bottom line can a greedy person possess? It ultimately boils down to insufficient profit. 20,000 bolts of silk, 5,000 pounds of spices, 20,000 sets of furniture, and 30,000 pieces of porcelain. This is the annual quota, offered at 20% below market price. Li declared nonchalantly. In that moment, expressions of astonishment blossomed on the faces of all present in Malacca. Not only was the offer below market price, but even at market rates, they would gladly accept, for the so-called market price had long been breached. Indeed, while a market price exists, it does not guarantee availability. Genuine procurement must exceed market rates, and even then, one must consider the whims of those in power. Even a crew member from a Ming merchant ship, upon reaching foreign lands, would receive warm treatment. These minor figures wielded certain influence, even affecting who ultimately received the goods. In truth, whenever a merchant ship docked in a country, competition arose between the royal families and local gentry. This phenomenon was catalyzed by the emergence of Western landowners and the brokering activities of the Franks residing in neighboring nations. Of course, Ming merchants were not naive. Observing the demand for goods, they would naturally raise prices. Yet, despite this, the crew tasked with escorting merchant ships to sea still vied for the opportunity. For buyers, availability equated to profit. If you did not purchase, someone else surely would. Whoever bought would earn, compelling acceptance of the situation. The profitability of maritime trade had already begun to wane, thanks to the benevolent support of Western landowners. Not only did the Ming court indulge in meat, but the Ming merchants and even the common people reaped the benefits. Even the smaller nations found themselves savoring the spoils, with some even gnawing on the bones. Moreover, these bones still bore a fair amount of unconsumed meat. This, I declare, is the bottom line of the Li family. Li Qing stated calmly. In truth, we are not solely reliant on Malacca. Should you be unwilling, we can seek negotiations with other nations. And I am confident that similar conditions, perhaps even more favorable, would attract interest. As it turned out, Li Qing's bottom line proved to be the true boundary. While the young king's stance was nothing more than a jest, with barely a hint of reluctance, he acquiesced. Following this, merriment ensued. A propitious date was chosen, regions delineated, an agreement signed. Everything unfolded according to plan, even more smoothly than anticipated. Li Qing and Zhu Yukai busied themselves, and Li Shuai was equally occupied. However, Tang Bohu. With his commendable talents and the backing of Li Qing and his entourage, enjoyed a life of leisure, inviting one to dine today and another to revel in companionship tomorrow. How delightful it was! The end of July swiftly passed, and August followed suit. Li Qing and his party were engrossed in their endeavors, while the Europeans caused no disruptions. While discussions of cooperation were straightforward, actual implementation proved to be a challenge. It was not until the end of September that matters finally reached a conclusion. The acquisitions from this merger amounted to a sum exceeding all previous totals by 70%, and this was merely from the existing arable land, with many areas requiring only minimal cultivation to yield crops. A quarter of Malacca's territory, if fully cultivated, could potentially yield double the previous acquisitions, if not more. The bountiful harvest was such that even Li Qing, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not help but grin from ear to ear. Chapter 192. A new storm rises. Considering the recent takeover, it was prudent not to make sweeping moves. Thus Li Qing opted to focus on stabilizing the foundation. The tenants were essentially the same as before. Li Qing and Zhu Yukai traversed the lands with their troops, aiming to project an air of authority. The farmland had long been consolidated by Li Hao, and this time the majority of the acquisitions were from landlords, making it necessary to display a bit of strength. The young king cooperated, often assisting in intimidating any dissenters, while the Europeans also sought to ingratiate themselves, hoping that the Li family might provide them a taste of the bounty. Li Qing held these profit-driven, ambitious individuals in disdain. Yet, despite his contempt, he recognized their current utility and potential value. Therefore, he allowed a few crumbs to slip through his fingers, ensuring they did not feast to their fill, but still tasted a hint of sweetness. Ultimately, violent annexation carries its own repercussions. To minimize backlash, one must consider all facets. After a month of bustling activity following September, by early November, discontent had finally been quelled. As for the future, Li Qing harbored little concern. Firstly, the land rent was settled for a mere 10 years. The young king would hardly jeopardize relations with the Li family over such a trivial matter. Secondly, the Li family's share of goods was reconciled annually, not as a one-time transaction, which would dissuade any underhanded tactics from the other party. The principle of prioritizing the greater benefit was well understood by the young king, especially with the formidable presence of Zhu Yukai supporting the Li family. The local dynamics involved the royal court, foreign merchants, and the king of Jiaoji. Yet what could these local powers truly achieve? This time, the time consumed in Malacca exceeded Li Qing's initial expectations, yet the rewards far surpassed what was anticipated. Considering the constraints of time and the sumptuous nature of the bounty, Li Qing chose to forego trivial pursuits, reserving ample time for Zhu Youcai's recovery, and directly returned to the Jiaoji court of the Ming dynasty. Recently, Zhu Houzhong had been plagued by distress. In truth, since his return from the south, he had encountered persistent challenges, primarily revolving around the perennial struggles within the cabinet. Initially, Zhu Houzhong believed that selecting the grand secretaries from the 6 ministries would not escalate into a significant conflict. However, the reality revealed that while the hostility of the ministers and vice-ministers towards the cabinet was relatively minor, the animosity among the lower ranks was fierce and unrelenting. This formidable faction could not be underestimated. Zhu Houzhong, having already lost the initiative, made misjudgments that exacerbated the unresolved tensions, leading to an increasingly volatile situation that was becoming difficult to contain. The ministers and vice-ministers, influenced by those beneath them, were compelled to alter their stances. And with the censors fanning the flames, Zhu Houzhong, who had once envisioned grand ambitions after witnessing the steam engine, found himself in a state of frustration and helplessness. Often, it is not merely the emperor's aspirations for reform that unify the realm and steer everything towards progress. The individuals beneath him are, after all, human beings with their own values and self-interests, inevitably leading to internal strife. Moreover, the issue of Zhang Tsung's concentration of power was indeed present, even trending towards arrogance. This further compounded Zhu Houzhong's frustrations. However, it must be acknowledged that the blame could not rest solely on Zhang Tsung, nor was he acting out of mere arrogance. Should he refrain from exercising power and arrogance, the opposing faction would feel emboldened and intensify their attacks. The struggle for discourse is inherently one of life and death, and the opposition to the single whip policy has always been present, never fading away. This national policy was Zhang Tsung's political capital and ecological niche, an essential stronghold that could not be compromised. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued. Zhang Tsung's consolidation of power led to the 6 ministries' attacks, and the more they assailed him, the more resolute he became in his dominance. Zhu Houzhong could discern the essence of the problem, but lacked the means to resolve it, leading to a growing aversion towards Zhang Kong. While he could empathize with Zhang Tsung's predicaments, he found it intolerable to condone his usurpation of power, a sentiment that any emperor would share. Were it anyone else, Zhu Houzhong would not hesitate to dismiss them outright. Yet the issue at hand pertained to the single whip policy, which Li Qing had repeatedly emphasized as a crucial national strategy to be implemented gradually. Failures within the power dynamics often herald political purges. When a top minister is ousted from the sphere of influence, their propositions tend to vanish alongside them. This has always been the case, unaltered by the emperor's will. Therefore, Zhu Houzhong found himself in a state of profound discomfort, immensely troubled, indeed. In the palace of heavenly purity, Zhu Houzhong no longer enjoyed the ease and comfort he once had in Jinling. His face was set in a frown, filled with ire, causing the young eunuchs to keep their distance, fearing they might become collateral damage. Only Huang Jin dared to approach during this tense moment. "Your Majesty, it is unwise to keep your troubles bottled up. It is detrimental to your health," Huang Jin softly suggested. Zhu Houzhong, enveloped in frustration, replied, "You see the problem. What more must I say?" After a moment of contemplation, Huang Jin hesitantly proposed, "Why not publicly express your support for the cabinet?" Zhu Houzhong, with a sardonic laugh, retorted, "If it were that simple, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." Huang Jin scratched his head awkwardly and said, "The well-being of the emperor is paramount. Since worrying does not resolve anything, let us not dwell on it." Resisting the urge to unleash his pent-up anger on Huang Jin, Zhu Houzhong instructed, "Go summon concubine Gong." Huang Jin, mindful of the emperor's mood, swiftly complied. After completing his task, Huang Jin stood beneath the eaves of the palace, gazing at the overcast sky, and sighed. The new year approaches rapidly. Time flies. I wonder when he will return. He lamented the absence of Li Qing, believing that if he were present, the emperor would not be so troubled, and the cold, austere palace might feel more lively. A biting wind swept through, intensifying his sense of chill. "It's snowing," shouted a young attendant. Huang Jin looked up to see delicate snowflakes drifting down from the heavens, carried by the frigid breeze to the eaves, sending a chill through him. With a resigned sigh, he instructed, "If the snow wishes to fall, let it do so. There is no need to clear it for now, as the emperor enjoys walking in the snow." "Yes, Your Excellency," the young attendant eagerly nodded. Huang Jin lingered under the eaves for a while longer, feeling increasingly disheartened, and decided to seek out Liu Bing. However, he found Liu Bing preoccupied with preparations for the martial examination. Reluctantly, Huang Jin returned to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, where he observed the staff working diligently and began roasting sweet potatoes. "Oh, let the new year come quickly. Once it arrives, the turmoil will cease." His small eyes were filled with sorrow, a stark contrast to his previous carefree demeanor. In Jiaoji, at a small courtyard, upon returning from the Han Wang's residence, Li Qing found Li Shuer had prepared a lavish spread of fruits and vegetables, filling the table, along with a basket of dumplings, and had even set water to boil. Tang Bohu, resembling a carefree elder, greeted him with a smile, saying, "We await your expertise in seasoning for today's New Year hot pot feast." Li Qing chuckled and nodded, engaging in the task of flavoring the ingredients. "When do we return?" Tang Bohu inquired while perusing a comic book. "Do you wish to leave?" Li Qing asked. "Not just yet," Tang Bohu replied sheepishly. "I have not had enough fun. This voyage consumed much time, and I did not fully indulge in the experience during my time in Malacca. It feels unsatisfactory." Li Shuer teased, "How can you say you didn't indulge when you spent all day feasting and enjoying yourself?" "It's different," Tang Bohu explained awkwardly. "You are all focused on your careers. I feel a pang of guilt." He added, "Now that my official duties are completed, I can enjoy myself without such burdens." The two concluded, "Thanks to the Han Wang's financial and personnel support, we should stay a while longer." After some thought, Li Qing suggested, "Let us depart in early summer." Tang Bohu snapped his book shut, sitting up straight with a grin. "That suits me perfectly. It allows us to avoid both the cold and the heat." "Isn't it hot on the journey?" Li Shuer interjected skeptically. As the proximity to the Ming dynasty increased, the air grew cooler. Tang Bohu approached the table and took a seat, pouring himself a cup of wine. After savoring a sip and smacking his lips, he realized that it was already the 8th year of the Jiajing era. Li Qing paused in his busy tasks and sighed gently. Indeed, time flies. Li Shuer interjected. The water has boiled. Shall we start with the dumplings? Yes, indeed. Li Qing nodded, prioritizing the preparation of the dipping sauce. The winter in Jiaoji is not cold, not in comparison to the Ming dynasty, but genuinely mild. The water tanks do not freeze. Young people need only 2 layers of clothing to stay warm, and even the elderly require just a single coat to fend off the chill. It is a pity, however, that such a favorable climate does not exist in the Ming. The dumplings soon floated to the surface, and the 3 began to eat. The filling prepared by Li Qing and the wrappers crafted by Li Shuer were quite delicious, igniting Tang Bo's appetite. Sir, once you return, will you be staying in Jinling without venturing elsewhere? Tang Bohu inquired, sipping his wine. Li Qing replied, I will certainly rest for a while. I want to set sail again for 5 years. However, I do plan to visit Wudong Mountain afterward. That sounds splendid. Take me along, Tang Bohu urged. Li Qing retorted with mild annoyance. You should conserve your strength. Don't overexert yourself. Idleness is also a burden, Tang Bohu remarked. Previously, circumstances did not allow. Now that I have you, indulging a little seems harmless. Li Shuer questioned. Your journey to Wudong Mountain is not merely to honor Grandmaster Zhang's teachings, is it? Indeed. Li Qing responded frankly. As my resources grow stronger, certain matters must be prioritized. I have long been planning this, and now is the opportune moment. Tang Bohu scratched his head, perplexed. Li Qing did not elaborate, merely smiling. This is a matter for next year. If your health permits, you may accompany us. Li Shuer, understanding the deeper implications, pondered. Might it be a bit premature? Perhaps, but I must also allow my disciples some time to adapt, mustn't I? Adapt to what? Tang Bohu queried. Li Qing set down his chopsticks and gently stated, to accommodate my existence as one who is ageless. Chapter 193. You have lived previously? Li Qing had never contemplated revealing the secret of his immortality. Yet, as time progressed and circumstances evolved, the disclosure of this secret seemed less detrimental. Otherwise, Li Qing struggled to conceive alternative means to restrain his disciples. Cultivators are human, and as humans, they must possess a sense of reverence. This is especially true for those in positions of significance. A group of individuals, each formidable in their own right, can only self-regulate for so long through moral integrity and willpower. It would be wiser to create a spiritual ideal to impose constraints. Li Qing did not wish to test human nature, nor did he want to indulge in naive assumptions. He had grown accustomed to a pessimistic outlook on circumstances, rarely adopting a gambler's mindset, and he dared not gamble on humanity. After the meal, Tang Bohu, having not rested well during the New Year's vigil and having indulged in wine, yawned repeatedly and soon retired for an afternoon nap. Li Shuer, with her excellent constitution, suffered no after-effects from the vigil. After tidying up the dishes, she moved a chair to sit beside Li Qing under the eaves. When you previously visited Wudong Mountain, you assumed the guise of a middle-aged man. How will you convince them to believe and accept your true appearance now? Li Qing smiled effortlessly, asserting, this is not at all difficult. Let us not forget, I am the direct disciple of the elder. Li Shuer, taken aback, soon came to an understanding, sighing. Is it truly wise to voluntarily reveal the secrets of the immortals? I do not know, Li Qing murmured, somewhat perplexed. All I am aware of is that if I wish to harness the strength of Wudong Mountain, this secret can no longer be concealed. Are you not worried that your junior brothers might behave like Emperor Jiajing? Li Shuer hesitated but expressed her concerns. Li Qing sighed. Naturally, I have contemplated this. I shall not burden them with my own delusions. I see. Li Shuer scratched her head, still feeling uneasy but refraining from further contention, leaving Li Qing in a predicament. Understanding her thoughts, Li Qing forced a smile and remarked, as the Ming dynasty flourishes, the accompanying problems multiply and become increasingly challenging to manage. Sometimes, I reflect on the fallacies of the young Emperor Jiajing and concede that they possess some merit. At times, I lack the absolute confidence to navigate the situation I have fostered. Li Shuer smiled gently, saying, the outcome cannot be worse than what already exists, can it? Indeed. Li Qing chuckled, yet he acknowledged the overwhelming nature of the situation. Both the Emperor of the Ming and I, as a long-lived being, appear insignificant before it. Not to mention opposing it, merely steering it, and altering its course proves to be arduous. The greater the potential energy, the more difficult it becomes. Li Shuer laughed lightly, asserting, it is not as fragile as you perceive, it is too distant, bordering on the mythical. Even merely documented history stretches back thousands of years. Its endurance and tenacity far exceed your imagination. She pointed towards the sky, explaining, "Do not think it can collapse simply because you are here to support it. In truth, it is not so easily toppled. Prosperity leads to decline, and decline inevitably gives rise to prosperity. This cyclical pattern is the history of dynasties throughout the ages." The Zhu Houzhong states, "Its rise is vigorous, its decline is abrupt. Prosperity is unstoppable, while demise comes unexpectedly. This is the principle governing the rise and fall of dynasties, as well as their destiny." However, Li Hao added with a smile, "The Ming is distinct from them, for you are here." Li Qing chuckled in disbelief. "You have me utterly confused. One moment I am not needed to brace against the heavens, and the next, I am essential. These notions are not contradictory," Li Hao elaborated. "It is akin to an ordinary citizen with a granary full of grain and pockets filled with money. This provides a foundation and the capacity to withstand risks. When calamities or human misfortunes arise, they will not collapse instantly. The Ming has enjoyed bountiful years for a century and a half, and has also prepared for a century and a half of famine. That is quite robust, indeed." Li Qing nodded, hoping that such profound resilience could smoothly transition from the peak of prosperity to a subsequent resurgence, avoiding the catastrophic pains endured by previous dynasties before their renewal. "It is possible. It must be," Li Hao affirmed. After a pause, she murmured, "In truth, for you, we are but a page in the annals of history, nothing more." "No, that is not accurate," Li Qing replied, emotions unexpectedly surging within him. "In 100 years, in hundreds of years for me, we will never merely be a page in history." Li Hao, slightly startled, stammered, "Why is that?" "Because you have lived, having lived through much." Li Qing's voice grew increasingly subdued, mirroring his declining spirits. Li Hao, uncertain of how to offer solace, could only accompany him in his melancholy. The winter in Jiaoji was hardly winter at all. Even before the arrival of the Lunar New Year, the atmosphere had transformed, presenting itself with the warmth and bloom of spring. Gentle breezes caressed the face, and the air was fragrant, while the small courtyard brimmed with the vitality of the season. At this moment, Zhu Yukai remarked that while the years of vigor may be exaggerated, they were not far from the truth. Still not at the age of reckoning. He possessed a robust physique. However, having exerted such effort, he would subsequently rely on others for assistance in governance, to intimidate the local thugs of Malacca, making it unwise for Li Qing to appear indifferent. Even if further recuperation was unnecessary, Li Qing hesitated to depart immediately, offering guidance on statecraft while also tending to his health. This was not only for Zhu Youcai's benefit, but also for the greater good of the Ming dynasty. Jiaoji held considerable significance for the Ming, serving as a vital partner in maritime trade and as a granary. Moreover, Li Qing was not devoid of compassion. He had witnessed Zhu Gaoxiu and later Zhu Qijin, and now Zhu Yukai proved to be a sincere individual. Li Qing's character was beyond reproach, as there was little to criticize. Yet, he maintained principles and boundaries in life. Such sincerity, devoid of deceit, deserved not to be betrayed. In the midst of his busyness, Li Qing often found Li Hao visiting the Han Wangfu and the farms. Meanwhile, the idle Tang Bohu reveled in leisure, seemingly influenced by the springtime, living each day in carefree abandon, often returning late at night. It was only when Li Qing could no longer bear to witness this, cutting off his supplies, that Tang Bohu appeared subdued, adopting a more earnest demeanor. Time sped on like a galloping steed, and spring swiftly gave way to the sweltering season, marking the time for farewells. At the port, Zhu Yukai sighed. "This parting means we shall not meet again for 5 years. Should you find the time, it would be splendid to gather before then, to celebrate with wine." Li Qing smiled and nodded. "If time permits, why not?" He chuckled. "Your words lack sincerity. Even a rough fellow like myself can discern the formality." Li Qing cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "Do take care regarding matters in Malacca. Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant eye, and if necessary, I will personally make the journey," Zhu Yukai assured him. "Very well," Li Qing nodded. "We shall take our leave. Safe travels." In mid-June, Nanjing was at the height of summer's heat, yet after their time in Jiaoji, the group felt little discomfort. Upon disembarking, Li Hao hurried back to the Ofu to ease her mother and brother's worries. After a leisurely stroll around Nanjing, Li Qing and Tang Bohu dined at Weiwu Tower before returning to the courtyard for a much-needed rest. When Li Qing awoke, it was already the following day. roused by the clamorous Zhu Houzhong. Stepping into the courtyard, he found everyone gathered. After nearly a year apart, Zhu Wanqing had not changed significantly. She still relied on a cane but appeared spirited, easing Li Qing's concerns. Li Hao had shown little transformation, and Zhu Houzhong seemed to have aged only a year, remaining unchanged in every other respect. You have exceeded our agreed year, Li Qing remarked. Zhu Houzhong raised an eyebrow and remarked, even if you are indifferent to us, does the capital not matter? What about the capital? Oh, it's nothing significant. It's merely the realm of power, where disputes and debates are commonplace. Zhu Houzhong responded casually. Li Qing, aware of his frivolous nature, turned to Zhu Wanqing. She recounted the situation in full, stating, currently, the young emperor has diverted the cabinet's attention with the discussion of rituals, yet this matter requires resolution. Zhang Tsung's circumstances are quite precarious. Rituals? This isn't a dispute over paternal lineage, Zhu Houzhong clarified. It pertains to the ceremonial rites for worshipping heaven and earth. Furthermore, he has constructed a temple for past emperors in the capital. Li Qing was taken aback. Such swift actions. No, it's not that quick. It has only just begun. Even the earliest completion will take at least 2 years, perhaps even 3, Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Shouldn't you be concerned about Zhang Tsung? I shall wash my face first. Still groggy from his slumber, Li Qing splashed cold water on his face, clearing both the dust and his foggy thoughts. Upon returning to the table, he inquired with clarity, has the implementation and dissemination of the whip law been affected? It has been somewhat impacted, yet it has not come to a standstill, Zhu Wanqing replied. What can you tell me about Zhang Tsung? Zhu Wanqing glanced at Li Hao. He said, I visited the capital this spring. To put it bluntly, Zhang Tsung has indeed usurped power, and the emperor has grown weary of him. Li Qing frowned slightly, pondering, I fear he cannot avoid usurpation, even if there are grievances. Such usurpation is ultimately inappropriate. Li Hao scratched his head, saying, one cannot simply label the emperor as petty. His ability to endure and still allow Zhang to preside over the whip law demonstrates considerable magnanimity. Moreover, the emperor is actively seeking solutions. Wait, whose side are you on? Li Qing glared. Am I blaming him? Li Hao chuckled nervously. I merely fear that your relationship may deteriorate further. Is that so? Well, the situation is as it stands. You do as you see fit, Li Hao said, diverting the topic, somewhat sheepishly. Li Qing suspected that the young emperor had bribed Li Hao. But now was not the time for grievances. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, I should make another trip. Zhang Tsung is no longer young. If he becomes disheartened and falls ill, it would be dire. Zhu Wanqing added, this time, the young emperor cannot bear the full blame. Li Shu, do not be overly critical. The young emperor is quite capable, at least for now. Li Qing nodded, smiling, I am not so harsh. Chapter 194. He shows no understanding of my position. Is the issue serious? Tang Bohu inquired, still contemplating a visit to Wudong with Li Qing. Fearing that if Li Qing left, it might be years before he returned. Not particularly serious, Li Qing replied, stretching, the realm of power has never been truly tranquil. It has been so for over a century. Having witnessed so much, one becomes accustomed. Zhu Houzhong stated, the sooner you depart, the sooner you return. Celebrating the new year in Jinling is far more enjoyable. Li Qing jestingly retorted, I had intended to rest for a day or two before leaving. But since you mention it, I shall go early and return promptly. It is my fault, Zhu Houzhong said, scratching his head, uncharacteristically embarrassed. What I meant was, I didn't intend for you to leave right away. Li Qing shot him a glance and turned to Zhu Wanqing. I will return swiftly. Li Shu, there is no need to worry about your niece's health. Zhu Wanqing, leaning on her cane, was assisted by her daughter as she rose to bid farewell to Uncle Li. It was not as if he were departing for foreign lands, merely a couple of steps away. You may continue your conversation, Li Qing said with a smile. Striding away with long strides. Why not select a fine steed? Called out Li Shuer. Immediately following was the sound of Zhu Houzhong's laughter. He runs faster than a horse. Li Qing, disinterested, did not bother to turn around to engage him further. In the capital, under the sweltering summer sun, Zhu Houzhong savored chilled watermelon. Reclining comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, while his eyes casually scanned the memorials. With a deft flick of his wrist, he accepted the silk handkerchief offered by Huang Jin to wipe his fingers, admonishing against wastefulness. Thanks to your majesty. Huang Jin cheerfully held a fruit platter off to the side, indulging in the feast. Eating melon while observing the emperor at work was indeed more pleasurable than the emperor himself. Within the palace, aside from the concubines dutifully attending to Emperor Jiajing, Huang Jin alone enjoyed such privileges. Zhu Houzhong approached state affairs with commendable seriousness. His annotations were far from superficial. Even when the cabinet's proposals were reasonable and aligned with his thoughts, he would still make slight modifications. Though the general conclusions were often consistent, they conveyed a political message. Your drafts, I shall not overlook. Do not become complacent, nor attempt to deceive. This subtly imposed a sense of pressure on cabinet members, urging them to remain vigilant. Years of persistent reinforcement had deeply ingrained this mindset in Zhu Houzhong, for it was this very diligence that afforded him a sense of security. After a busy session lasting nearly half an hour, he finally set down his brush, massaging his wrist and twisting his neck, signaling a temporary respite. Huang Jin, having finished his watermelon, approached from behind the emperor to gently massage his shoulders. Leaning back in his chair, Zhu Houzhong relished the relaxation that followed his labor. Squinting as he inquired, Huang Jin, have the servants been punctual in maintaining the household's cleanliness? Every 15 days without fail, Huang Jin replied. Zhu Houzhong sighed. Surely I am superior to Zhengde, yet why does he harbor such grievances against me? Your Majesty, you are overthinking it, Huang Jin chuckled. To have the Taizu wield a sword against him speaks volumes of his temperament. He is simply that way. It is not personal. Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly. The Taizu would never truly strike. It has always been for show. This speaks to his wisdom. Huang Jin smiled. Indeed, he possesses an irksome talent for annoyance. Even Taizu and Taizong found themselves vexed by him. Why should you lower yourself to his level? Lower myself to his level? Zhu Houzhong shook his head with a wry smile. How could I dare? You, Your Majesty, are simply magnanimous, Huang Jin flattered, eliciting laughter from Zhu Houzhong. As he continued to knead the emperor's shoulders, Huang Jin remarked, in truth, he has not had it easy. Over a century has passed since the Hongwu era. Even immortals tire. His temporary retreat from the court is merely a desire for respite, not a sign of disdain for Your Majesty. Zhu Houzhong sighed deeply, nodding slowly as he mused. I empathize with his difficulties, yet he appears to show me no such consideration, whether in the annals of history or in anecdotes. His attitude towards the previous emperors seems more favorable than his regard for me, even showing ample patience towards Zhengde. Huang Jin scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. It is often said that every family has its own difficult scripture to recite. Indeed, the records may be somewhat embellished. And the Daming Yuan Lu is also penned by him. Surely one must adorn oneself with a touch of gold, no? Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously, acknowledging the possibility. Casting a glance at the dwindling memorials, Zhu Houzhong twisted his neck and raised his arm to gesture behind him. Huang Jin retreated to the side. As Zhu Houzhong perused the memorials and prepared to annotate them, he was interrupted by the entrance of a young attendant who reported, Your Majesty, Minister of Personnel Xia Yan requests an audience. Admit him, Zhu Houzhong said, setting down his brush and lightly tapping his finger against his brow, assuming a contemplative pose. The discussions regarding the ceremonies had yielded some results, yet they had not unfolded entirely as he had envisioned. The conflicts among the departments persisted, albeit with a slight reduction in intensity. Minister Xia Yan, though not of high rank, had recently garnered considerable popularity and wielded significant influence in the ongoing disputes among the departments. However, his demeanor suggested an alignment with Zhu Houzhong's faction, leaving the emperor momentarily uncertain, contemplating further probing to avoid misjudgment. A quarter of an hour later, Xia Yan entered the grand hall alongside the young attendant, lifting his robe and bowing. I humbly greet Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise, Zhu Houzhong replied. With such a minister, he saw no need for pretense and directly inquired, Do you believe it reasonable for heaven and earth to be worshipped together? As Xia Yan rose, he swiftly bowed again, responding, Your Majesty, I believe it is unreasonable for heaven and earth to be worshipped together. A smile spread across Zhu Houzhong's face at this affirmation. Xia Yan continued respectfully, I have come to request an audience for this very purpose. I propose establishing separate altars for heaven, earth, the sun, and the moon, thus ensuring that each is honored individually, which would reflect the formality and solemnity of the rituals. These notions fundamentally aligned with Zhu Houzhong's own beliefs, and Xia Yan's words naturally pleased him. Since the failure of the last grand ceremony discussions, Zhu Houzhong had been eager to reclaim some authority, not necessarily because he found the joint worship inappropriate, but rather as an opportunity to assert his power and quell the fervor of the departmental disputes. Xia Yan produced a memorial, holding it with both hands. All my counsel is inscribed within this document, Your Majesty, and I kindly ask you to review it. Huang Jin stepped forward, accepting it and presenting it to the emperor. Zhu Houzhong unfolded it, browsed through it, and his smile deepened. Just as he contemplated rewarding Xia Yan, the young attendant re-entered. Your Majesty, Grand Scholar Zhang requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan stiffened slightly. However, Zhu Houzhong merely smiled, saying, Admit him. Xia Yan clasped his hands. I have offered my counsel. May I inquire if Your Majesty has any further instructions? Not in haste, Zhu Houzhong replied with a slight smile. Minister Zhang holds an overall opposing stance regarding the changes to the ritual system. You may engage in a debate with him shortly. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan felt a wave of trepidation. After all, Zhang Zong was the chief of the cabinet, and he was no match for such a formidable opponent. Although he held reservations about Zhang Zong, he was intimidated by his stature, feeling they were not of the same rank. Yet, with the emperor's words spoken, what could he do? I shall comply with your wishes. Before long, Zhang Zong entered the grand hall, visibly surprised to see Xia Yan, but quickly understanding the situation. A trace of disdain appeared on his face. I humbly greet Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Dispense with the formalities. The same bow, the same reception. Standing at ease or exempt from formalities seems to bear little distinction, yet the differences are profound, reflecting the emperor's demeanor. Xia Yan could not help but feel increasingly anxious. Zhu Houzhong raised the memorial in his hand, smilingly remarking, Zhang Qing, take a look at this memorial. Huang Jin presented it to Zhang Kong. Zhang Tsong unfolded it, glancing briefly before closing it again, and clasped his hands, inquiring, May I ask who submitted this memorial to His Majesty? As all memorials from officials bear signatures, Zhang Tsong naturally knew its origin. Zhu Houzhong, however, did not expose it and inquired with feigned innocence, What is it, Zhang Qing? Do you find it inappropriate? Indeed, it was inappropriate. Zhang Tsong responded respectfully. The rituals for worshipping heaven and earth follow a unified protocol. I have never heard of separate rites for heaven and earth. Moreover, the sun and moon are distinct. How can clarity be divided? Your Majesty, the author of this memorial may harbor ulterior motives. Is that so? Zhu Houzhong raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze towards Xia Yan. Xia Yan suppressed his rising anger and replied stiffly, Zhang Shoufu, this memorial is submitted by me. Oh, Zhang Tsong was taken aback. Then what is your reasoning? Xia Yan, choosing not to elaborate and evading the trap of logic set by his counterpart, retorted, Since you find it inappropriate, Zhang Shoufu, perhaps you could elucidate the reasons for such a belief? Zhang Tsong scoffed. It seems I need not provide you with an explanation, do I? Xia Yan, in a fit of rage, retorted vehemently, Your Majesty, Zhang Shoufu has insulted me. Zhang Tsong clasped his hands, stating, Your Majesty, I merely spoke the truth. Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly, remarking, In truth, I find Xia Qing's words quite reasonable. Zhang Tsong's heart sank, realizing the uncanny resemblance between himself yesterday and Xia Yan today. Enough. Zhang Tsong sighed, Your Majesty is wise. I am of advanced age, my faculties waning. I can no longer fulfill the role of the Grand Secretary. I beseech Your Majesty to grant me permission to resign. Bang! Zhang Tsong halted his resignation, and Xia Yan shivered. Zhu Houzhong exclaimed angrily, You would resign at the first sign of disagreement? I would not dare, Your Majesty. I merely, dare or not, you cannot leave, Zhu Houzhong stated coolly. The whip law is the cornerstone of our Ming dynasty's enduring legacy. I have always valued Zhang Qing. Yet you must not take your favor for granted and resign at the slightest discontent. What do you think the court is? What do you think I am? Zhang Tsong bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground. I am guilty. Xia Yan, equally perturbed, bowed in silence. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and noticed the little eunuch cautiously re-entering the room, retreating to the side upon witnessing his anger. He coldly remarked, Is there another who seeks an audience with me? Your Majesty is wise. The young eunuch nodded timidly. Who is it? Master Li. Master Li? Li Guisher? Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. Is it so? Quickly announce him. Chapter 195. An agreement. Zhang Tsong maintained his composure, filled with envy. Xia Yan was aware of Master Li as well, yet he did not share Zhang Tsong's profound sentiments, as he had never had direct dealings with him. Listening to the somewhat impatient footsteps, he felt it was beyond belief. He had heard tales of this Master Li being extraordinary, Yet this was exceedingly remarkable. In truth, Zhu Houzhong was contemplating whether to personally greet him. "Your Majesty," Huang Jin softly reminded him. Only then did Zhu Houzhong regain his focus, clearing his throat and stating, "You two ministers may withdraw for now." After a brief pause, he added, "Regarding the alterations to the sacrificial rites, I hope that Zhang Qing will not be swayed, thus hindering the implementation of the whip law." Zhang Tsong sighed inwardly and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "I shall obey your command." Upon exiting the grand hall and en route from the palace, Zhang Tsong encountered Li Qing, pausing to greet him. Li Qing also halted his steps, exchanging a few words with Zhang Tsong, but, urged by the young eunuch and recognizing the inappropriateness of their surroundings for conversation, he remarked, "Let us converse this afternoon." Zhang Tsong nodded with a smile, feeling somewhat reassured. He was acutely aware of the esteemed position Li Guoshi held in the emperor's heart. If he steadfastly aligned himself with Zhang Tsong, the path ahead would become considerably easier. In the Qianqing Palace, Li Qing entered to find Zhu Houzhong eagerly awaiting his arrival. Having been apart for merely a year and a half, Zhu Houzhong showed no significant change, retaining his rather unappealing demeanor. "Long live your Majesty," Li Qing said, bowing in a gesture of utmost respect. "No need for formalities." Zhu Houzhong laughed heartily, stepping forward with warmth. "I have been counting the stars and the moon, and at last, I have the honor of welcoming you back. Go, instruct the imperial kitchen to hastily prepare a banquet. I wish to enjoy a hearty drink with Li Guoshi." "As you command," the young eunuch replied, hurriedly departing to fulfill the order. Zhu Houzhong took Li Qing's hand as they walked towards the inner palace, expressing concern. "Was your long journey satisfactory?" "Overall, it was quite satisfactory," Li Qing said, gently withdrawing his hand. "But I was eager to return to the capital upon hearing that all was not well there." Zhu Houzhong appeared somewhat hurt, forcing a smile and nodding. "Indeed, ever since returning from Jiangnan, troubles have been incessant. It has been arduous. You have also endured much, esteemed sir." At the table, the monarch and his ministers sat opposite each other, yet the warmth of their reunion was lacking. This was not Zhu Houzhong's fault. He was indeed quite affable. After hearing the full account, Li Qing slowly remarked, "So, it appears that the issues are not insurmountable. You alone can manage them quite well." It would be better if you were here," Zhu Houzhong modestly replied. I have not been idle. It is not necessary to be in court to be effective." Li Qing chuckled. "You are the emperor of the Ming dynasty. It is only fitting that you bear some burdens, is it not?" Delighted by Li Qing's smile directed at him, Zhu Houzhong felt as if he had consumed a fine vintage, and much of his accumulated gloom dissipated. "Regardless of anything, I am very pleased that you have returned." "How pleased?" I am merely jesting," Li Qing laughed, then added, "I returned primarily out of concern. But now I see that you are managing the court rather well." "Indeed, quite well," Zhu Houzhong responded anxiously. "Is it true that you have merely come to observe, and will soon depart?" Li Qing nodded. "I have other matters to attend to." "Alas, your Majesty, you have rejoiced too soon," Huang Jin sighed inwardly. Zhu Houzhong found this difficult to accept, lamenting, "I did indeed make mistakes in the past, but since my visit to Jiangnan, having witnessed steamships, orderly excavators, steam vehicles, iron smelting techniques, and fertilizers for agriculture, my mindset has shifted significantly. Take Zhang Tsong as an example. Had it been in the past, I would have dismissed him long ago, yet I have chosen not to." Zhu Houzhong spoke earnestly, like a bamboo tube spilling forth its contents, reaffirming his transformation. "The gentleman soon discerned the truth, so why maintain such distance from me?" Li Qing chuckled wryly. "You are overthinking this, truly. My absence from court is due to other matters requiring my attention. Furthermore, I too need respite, for I can grow weary. Yet you, in the past, was I not the same? During the Yongle to Xuande eras, claiming to fish for 3 days and dry the nets for 2 would indeed be an exaggeration. Only during the reign of the founding emperor did diligence prevail. As for my second return to court, the historical records attest. Feel free to examine them. Which emperor? During their reign, did I serve with unwavering commitment? I resolved issues and departed the court. That was the pattern. Thus, I assure you, my stance is not directed at you. Rather, it is your sensitivity that is excessive." Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he recognized the truth in Li Qing's words. Yet, he struggled to accept the outcome. Despite his significant changes, he received no positive acknowledgement. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Houzhong inquired, 1 year? Li Qing shook his head. 2 years? Li Qing remained silent. Surely, there must be a deadline? Zhu Houzhong expressed annoyance. You previously mentioned evaluating my performance. Is this not sufficient? Li Qing gazed intently at him. Zhu Houzhong felt frustrated, confused, and guilty. You are the emperor of the Ming dynasty, Li Qing remarked softly. Zhu Houzhong scratched his head and fell silent. After a long pause, he said, set a deadline, please. I do not wish to wait indefinitely. It is quite taxing. Li Qing pondered briefly before responding. Let us agree on a 10-year term. What? Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. Why are you shouting? Li Qing retorted, equally vexed. Zhu Houzhong, feeling somewhat defeated, muttered, in 10 years, I shall be well past 30, older than you. How about a 3-year term? No later than 10 years, with the possibility of an earlier resolution, though I cannot guarantee how much earlier, Li Qing stated. This is my utmost concession, no further bargaining. Huang Jin hurried to mediate. Even 10 years, your majesty will be in your prime. Zhu Houzhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Larger than Huang Jin's. Huang Jin quickly added, with your talents, a brief rest, 3 years would suffice. Li Qing's eyes also widened. Huang Jin, feeling sheepish, lowered his gaze, intertwining his fingers over his belly, nervously twirling his thumbs. Ultimately, they adhered to Li Qing's baseline. Zhu Houzhong felt displeased, but had no choice but to concede. He hoped that Li Qing would show him more understanding. If you do not fail the Ming dynasty, I shall not fail you. Agreed. Zhu Houzhong raised his hand, sealing their pact. A pact indeed. Li Qing reciprocated with a clap. Zhu Houzhong possessed political insight and wisdom. As long as he was willing to strive and adopt the right attitude, he could become a commendable emperor. This, Li Qing understood and had no doubts about. For Zhu Houzhong lacked not in capability. With their agreement established, Zhu Houzhong no longer felt disheartened and engaged in light-hearted banter with Li Qing. One does not strike a smiling face, and moreover, the young emperor was genuinely transforming, so Li Qing did not wish to remain sullen. They enjoyed a convivial exchange. As the food and wine arrived, they dined and conversed, while Huang Jin's small eyes nearly vanished with delight. In the afternoon, at the Wenhua Hall, the cabinet no longer bore resentment towards Li Qing's return. Rather, they felt a sense of joy. The outcome of the court faction struggle lies within Li Qing's capacity to tilt the balance. Li Qing, candid as ever, expressed his unwavering support for the cabinet. The evolution of power over the years cannot be hastily overturned. To do so would plunge us into yet another round of power struggles and internal strife. Presently, the Ming dynasty is at a pivotal stage of development, having traversed the nascent phase of capitalism, and it is imperative to ascertain the rightful rulers within the power arena. After a brief discussion, Li Qing summoned Zhang Tsong to the National Master Hall. The two sat across from one another, tranquil and composed. Li Qing inquired, "May I speak frankly?" Zhang Tsong replied, "I cannot." "Very well, let us begin." Zhang Tsong organized his thoughts and said, "At my level, there are certain actions that, though unpalatable and prone to criticism, must be undertaken, inescapable actions. The officials of the 6 ministries have impeached me for my authority and for forming factions, which is not entirely unfounded. However, the dilemma lies in that without such measures, my words would lose credibility, and my proposals would devolve into mere rhetoric. Take, for instance, the emperor's recent modifications to the ceremonial system. In truth, the emperor does not seek reform, and the ministers are aware of his motives, as am I. It is rather ironic that a man who has ascended through flattery now finds himself opposing the emperor's views. Is it merely due to his displeasure towards me?" Li Qing's eyes flickered as he responded. "It is because the forces of opposition are formidable. You require this faction to fulfill your political ambitions while compelling the emperor to compromise and retain your position. Engaging in a heartfelt dialogue with the national master is indeed a gratifying experience." Zhang Tsong felt a surge of emotion and sighed. "To be candid, I have another motive. While the emperor still merely finds you irksome and not loathsome, I wish to take a gamble, either to remain or to depart." Zhang Tsong fell silent for a moment, then smiled wryly. "You are truly a sage." Li Qing chuckled softly. "I comprehend your struggles, understand your actions, and wholeheartedly endorse your political views. Your willingness to be forthright compels me to reciprocate. Take courage and act without hesitation. Do not be swayed, nor relinquish your political ideals. I shall support you in dealings with the emperor." Zhang Tsong hesitated. "Are you concerned that the more I advocate for you, the more the emperor may regard you with apprehension?" Indeed, Zhang Tsong felt exposed and vulnerable. Li Qing reassured him, Such a scenario is improbable. Can you trust me? Zhang Tsong gazed intently at Li Qing, then slowly nodded. I believe you. Therefore, cast aside your worries. You are well aware of the emperor's abilities and strategies. As long as he backs you, the ministers will pose no challenge. A singular, effective policy benefits both the nation and the populace, as long as you, Zhang Tsong, serve the Ming shall not forsake you. Zhang Tsong was nearly overcome with emotion, wiping away tears and murmuring, let bygones be bygones. Li Qing raised a hand to interrupt, asking, how is your health faring? Zhang Tsong took a deep breath and replied, I can still manage. With your spirit intact. I am reassured, Li Qing remarked with a light smile. However, mere vitality is insufficient. Fortunately, I possess some medical knowledge. Allow me to take your pulse. Zhang Tsong was taken aback. Masterly, you are skilled in this as well? Ah, it is an old profession. Chapter 196, A Loss of Conscience? Power serves as the finest elixir against aging, especially for individuals like Zhang Tsong, who achieve greatness later in life. As long as one can remain within the sphere of power, even the toil endured is of little consequence. Conversely, should one be compelled to retreat to a rural existence, appearing tranquil and leisurely, the very essence of ambition dissipates, leading to a swift decline in vitality, ultimately resulting in a dismal fate. There are countless examples of this, especially for someone like Zhang Tsong, who has long been unrecognized. Zhang Tsong's health aligns with his age, not particularly robust, yet not entirely poor. Maintaining his current state for another decade poses no issue. After taking his pulse, Li Qing inquired about his daily life and subsequently prescribed a nourishing herbal remedy. Cautioning him on the usage, he added, do not dwell on the anxieties of gain and loss. Maintain a balanced mindset. Work diligently during the day and rest well at night. Your constitution is quite good. Zhang Tsong, somewhat skeptical, accepted the prescription and asked, does Master Li truly understand medicine? Whether I do or not will be evident after you take a couple of doses, Li Qing replied with a roll of his eyes. This is a tonic. There is no risk of adverse effects. If you feel no improvement, simply discontinue its use. Ah, that is not what I meant, Zhang Tsong stammered, tucking the prescription away. What of the emperor? I shall convey your message, Li Qing chuckled. I have no need to deceive you. Am I so idle? Zhang Tsong relaxed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Then I am most thankful for your generous assistance. After a pause, he curiously asked, does your statement imply that you have merely returned for a visit? Indeed, Li Qing candidly replied, I shall not linger long. But this does not conflict with persuading the emperor to support you. Indeed, those favored by fortune often act with impunity. They come and go at will, unaffected by the passage of time. Zhang Tsong, both envious and pained, sighed, such nonchalance as yours, Master Li, is rare in this world. Li Qing, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, I am hardly nonchalant, far from it. Zhang Tsong was reluctant to believe this. Li Qing, offering no further explanation, rose and said, I have heard that the court is constructing a temple for the emperors of past dynasties. I wish to take a look. You may resume your duties, Minister Zhang. Safe travels, Master, Zhang Tsong said, accompanying him to the palace entrance. As Li Qing stepped out of the palace, his entourage hurried to catch up. Huang Jin, panting, asked, are you heading to Lianjiaden? Not to concoct elixirs, I hope? Li Qing promptly cut off the conversation with a single word. Huang Jin scratched his head, awkwardly stating, that's not my intention, of course, nor the emperor's. Li Qing replied, you have arrived just in time. I need not inquire further. Take me to the site of the emperor's temple. It's already afternoon. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow, Huang Jin suggested. If you wish to learn more, I can first explain the plans for the temple. Li Qing, intrigued, asked, from your tone, is the temple quite grand? Indeed. Huang Jin chuckled. It will far surpass the temple in Nanjing. Huh. When Taizong moved the capital to Shuntian, he did not construct a temple for the emperors. That indeed reflects courage. Li Qing remarked with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Huang Jin laughed nervously. Currently, the treasury is abundant, and the expenses are not excessive. Moreover, this is a significant affair. It cannot be shabby, can it? Li Qing remained non-committal and inquired, what matters are involved in this discussion? Huang Jin pondered for a moment and remarked that the changes were not substantial. It merely entailed separating the celestial and terrestrial sacrifices, establishing distinct altars for heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Additionally, it involved reorganizing the emperor's agricultural duties and the empress's silkworm rearing. Huang Jin, though not particularly astute, possessed an excellent memory and recounted the details of the reforms to Li Qing. Li Qing, however, was not overly concerned about such matters. He felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the expenses involved. The ancestral temple for past emperors occupied an impressive 30 acres, and its architectural grandeur was second only to the imperial palace. Indeed, the expenditure seemed to flow effortlessly from the coffers of the ruling family. Nonetheless, the significance of the ancestral temple was profound, serving not only as a sanctuary for the emperors from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the previous dynasty, but also as a spiritual emblem of the continuity of Huaxia civilization. Thus, it certainly ought not to be meager. As the two conversed while walking, they eventually returned to Lianjiaten. The courtyard remained as orderly as ever, a clear indication of frequent care. Seizing the opportunity to speak on behalf of his master, Huang Jin expressed how the emperor missed and valued him. Li Qing, feeling overwhelmed, retorted, "I did not request such gestures." Huang Jin replied, "Isn't that rather ungrateful?" To which Li Qing responded, "Ah, so you are aware." With a surprised look in his eyes, Li Qing continued, "He is merely indifferent to such formalities, especially those driven by utilitarianism." Sighing, he inquired about the anticipated expenditures for the construction of the ancestral temple and the altars for heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Huang Jin, accustomed to counting on his stubby fingers, responded bewilderedly, "How could I possibly calculate that? Then do you at least know the budget?" Li Qing pressed. Huang Jin replied, "I only know that the emperor allocated 150 taels to the Ministry of Works for preliminary expenses. Of course, that amount will be insufficient. However, given the significance of this endeavor, it is reasonable to incur additional expenses. Just the planned golden silk Nanmu pillars will require a considerable sum, not to mention the gold bricks and glazed tiles." Huang Jin added that this project had employed numerous local farmers, injecting some funds into the pockets of common folk. With the populace having more money, not only would their lives improve, but it would also stimulate the commerce and industry of the capital, resulting in a small increase in commercial taxes flowing to the court, creating a virtuous cycle. Huang Jin chuckled lightly. Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment, "Well done, Huang Jin. You appear rather simple-minded, yet you grasp this economic principle?" Huang Jin, feeling bashful, replied, "I am not knowledgeable about these matters. I merely listen to the emperor." "Indeed. It seems you have read the records of the Ming dynasty extensively." Li Qing smiled, adding, "Yet, this is somewhat of a rigid application. Spending 10 taels may not necessarily yield even a single tael in tax returns. Nonetheless, a portion flowing into the hands of the populace is not without merit. While substantial expenditures are required, these funds are justifiably spent and should not be deemed wasted. The Ming cannot revert to the southern provinces. Hence, establishing the ancestral temple in Shuntian is indeed essential. Furthermore, this can be regarded as a political legacy to be passed down through generations. To take a step back, even hundreds of years hence, if one were to return to that splendid era, they could potentially recoup costs through ticket sales." Li Qing ceased to dwell on the financial matters and instead sought to glean information from Huang Jin regarding the various political events that had transpired over the past year. Indeed, Huang Jin, the chief of the imperial sacrificial office, is an absolute confidant of the emperor, possessing knowledge of both significant matters and trivial details. With a remarkable memory, he diligently provided lessons to Li Qing. Li Qing endeavored to immerse himself in the perspective of Zhu Houzhong, ultimately deducing his strategies to achieve a satisfactory outcome. Zhu Houzhong certainly had flaws, and they were glaringly apparent. However, his merits were equally pronounced, as long as he was willing to adopt a proper attitude and exert himself. While he may not surpass the accomplishments of the Taizu or Taizong, it is not entirely impossible for him to aspire to be the second coming of the Xinzong. Noticing the satisfaction on Li Qing's face, Huang Jin chuckled. "What do you think? The emperor is indeed wise, isn't he?" Li Qing merely tugged at the corners of his mouth and replied, "It is getting late. You should head back. Why is it so fatal to offer a compliment?" Huang Jin lamented, "With such a sagacious emperor, does he not deserve a reward in the form of an elixir?" Li Qing retorted, "I see you have also been tainted by those around you." "Clearly, it is a case of being close to the red," Huang Jin insisted. Li Qing, uninterested in semantic disputes, scoffed. "Firstly, he is the emperor, and the realm belongs to the Zhu family. Secondly, I am not his father, and there is no reason for me to indulge him. Just because he is wise, does that necessitate a reward?" What sort of logic is that? If you choose not to concoct the elixir, then so be it. There is no need for such discourse, Huang Jin grumbled, yet he understood Li Qing's temperament. With a sigh, he remarked, truthfully, I can see that although this realm does not belong to you and you are indifferent to power, deep within, you regard yourself as a master of it. Surely, you must concede to this? Li Qing did not deny it, stating, everyone is a master of the Ming dynasty. The world has always belonged to its people. If it were solely the domain of the emperor, how could there be changes in dynasties? Huang Jin scratched his head and asked, then, reflect upon yourself. Do you treat the emperor with bias? No. Li Qing insisted, look me in the eyes. Your eyes are too small. I cannot see. He turned his head away, coolly adding, if you do not return soon, the palace gates will be locked. No worries. The emperor has commanded me to keep you company. I am merely fulfilling my duty, Huang Jin responded. Li Qing was speechless. You are, after all, the chief of the imperial sacrificial office. Is it truly so idle? And what of it? Huang Jin replied earnestly, I have never been busy. My subordinates are all sharp and competent, managing affairs with great precision. Why should I meddle? Is that so? Forget it. Li Qing chuckled helplessly. Maintain your innocence. I believe your master appreciates this quality in you. Huang Jin had nearly become a mascot in his role. However, with a superior like him, it is likely that those diligent eunuchs were quite pleased. With Zhu Houzhong's favor, Huang Jin would not fall from grace or be bullied. Though he was nearly a mere ornament, Huang Jin was free from worries, as no one troubled him, which was rather pleasant. He was not the sort to achieve great things, lacking both the capability and cunning, and Li Qing did not impose any expectations upon him. The chief of the imperial sacrificial office was indeed significant, yet the Ming dynasty was not solely reliant on a single eunuch. Huang Jin did not feel ashamed, chuckling. Shall I stay here tonight? Tomorrow, I will take you to see the temples of past emperors. Li Qing laughed and nodded. I shall step out for a moment. What for? Are you not hungry? Huang Jin inquired. Now that you mention it, I am quite hungry, he admitted, patting his belly. Be sure to bring back plenty of food and drink. It is rare for us to meet, and in a few days, you will depart once more. Let us enjoy a fine drink tonight. Very well, wait for me. Li Qing raised his hand and walked outside, while Huang Jin sat on a small stool under the eaves, counting his fingers with a broad smile. This time, he had calculated it well. 10 years from now, he would still be youthful. Huang Jin's round belly seemed like an insatiable abyss, never to be filled. Despite Li Qing purchasing an abundance of food, not a morsel went to waste, with nearly 70% consumed by Huang Jin. However, his tolerance for alcohol was rather poor. While Li Qing managed to drink 70% of a jar, it only took Huang Jin 30% to succumb to drunkenness, snoring thunderously. Li Qing felt a twinge of envy. He indulged in food and drink without a care in the world, embodying a carefree spirit that appeared simple-minded yet was, in truth, blissful. After carrying him back to the guest room, Li Qing settled into a reclining chair in the courtyard, savoring the moonlight, enjoying the night breeze, and listening to the cicadas until he drifted into a deep slumber in the early hours of the morning. Not long after, awakened by the crowing of a nearby rooster, Li Qing stirred gently. After freshening up, he noticed Huang Jin still showing no signs of rising. Feeling a sense of imbalance, Li Qing knocked firmly on the door, calling out, "Get up, quickly." Huang Jin reluctantly got out of bed, visited the restroom, washed up, and after dawdling for a quarter of an hour, asked, "Is there anything to eat?" Li Qing, uninterested in responding, stepped outside first, forcing Huang Jin to follow suit. The site for the imperial ancestral temple was located in a spacious area near the Baoshan temple of the previous dynasty, encroaching slightly on the residences of the common folk. However, the government had provided a generous relocation compensation, and the area was currently undergoing demolition for a unified plan. Noticing the lack of large-scale foundation digging and tamping, Li Qing felt a bit disappointed. After wandering around for nearly half an hour with Huang Jin, they encountered the head of the Astronomical Bureau and paused for a conversation. In this era, from royal palace constructions to the houses of commoners, great emphasis was placed on the principles of feng shui. Consequently, the planning of the imperial ancestral temple held significant weight, with the Astronomical Bureau's authority rivaling that of the Ministry of Works. Li Qing inquired about the specific structural planning of the temple. The head of the Astronomical Bureau had heard of Li Qing but had not met him. While he was quite familiar with Huang Jin, who held a prominent position, thus their interaction was warm. However, although Li Qing was a Taoist, He possessed little knowledge of feng shui and geomancy, and after listening to a lengthy explanation, he interrupted with a question. Has the altar for the offerings to heaven and earth begun construction? Indeed, Master Guosher, the head replied, nodding as he elaborated. The altar of the sun is located in the east of the city, while the altar of the moon is in the west. Recalling information he had heard from Zhang Tsong the previous day, Li Qing curiously asked, "It seems the changes to the ritual system for the offerings have not yet been finalized?" The head chuckled awkwardly. "You are no outsider, Master Guosher. And with eunuch Huang present, I will speak candidly. Whether it is the sun and moon altars, or the sun or moon altar, until the constructions are completed and named, who can say for certain?" Li Qing chuckled softly, acknowledging the reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, as an expert in feng shui, "Is it better to conduct unified offerings or separate ones?" The head of the Astronomical Bureau replied earnestly, "Naturally, it is better to conduct separate offerings." "Why is that?" Zheng began to articulate his specialized terminology, stating, "Clouds, rain, wind, and thunder are the deities of heaven. Mountains, rivers, seas, and lakes are the deities of earth. Can we generalize the celestial and terrestrial gods?" Li Qing touched his nose, falling silent. "What does it mean to have great scholars defend my arguments? It is nothing more than this. With a single word from the emperor, experts are quick to present their theories to validate his wisdom. In most matters, it can be said that there is always a semblance of truth. Without the awe-inspiring spectacle of countless people pounding the earth, Li Qing's interest waned significantly. After grasping the basic structure, he and Huang Jin strolled for less than half an hour before making their way back. On the road, Huang Jin inquired, "Do you think the emperor is extravagant with his spending?" Li Qing chuckled, "I am not so petty. Some expenditures are warranted, while the costs are considerable. This is not merely a matter of superficiality. The emperor does not seek personal pleasure, and I have no objections." Huang Jin then sighed in relief, saying, "In truth, the emperor is quite concerned about your feelings. Since he continuously aligns with your preferences, perhaps you should adopt a kinder demeanor towards him. Am I not already kind?" Li Qing retorted, "Not really." Huang Jin responded. Li Qing shrugged, "I don't perceive it that way." "Very well, I shall be a bit kinder later." "That is how it should be. He owes you nothing," Huang Jin muttered. Li Qing laughed, teasingly asking, "The emperor cares for me so deeply. And you are so invested in him. Do you harbor any dislike for me?" Huang Jin shook his head. "Dislike is too strong a word, but at times, I feel you may be somewhat overbearing. The emperor is quite amiable, yet you often wear a sour expression, leaving him rather disheartened. Would it not be better for everyone to share in joy?" "Perhaps I am occasionally excessive," Li Qing admitted. "Your master is different from other emperors of the Ming dynasty." "In what way?" Huang Jin huffed. "Is it not because the emperor transitioned from a minor sect to a major one? Was not the Taizong the same? Yet Taizong's remarkable achievements demonstrate that one can indeed be a great ruler after such a transition. The emperor has always regarded Taizong as a model." Li Qing smiled in silence, shifting the conversation to other topics. In Huang Jin's eyes, his master was nothing short of a paragon, and no matter what was said, he would steadfastly hold his views. As they chatted and laughed, not rushing their journey, they returned to the capital at midday. Huang Jin treated Li Qing to a meal at a tavern before they proceeded to the palace together. In the National Master's Hall, upon entering, they found Zhu Houzhong, Zhang Gui, and others engaged in discussions about the implementation of a unified taxation system. Upon Li Qing's entrance, they paused their discourse. Li Qing clasped his fists in greeting and took a seat to the emperor's left. The cabinet, seeking favor, had preemptively seated themselves on the right, hoping to solidify their political standing above the 6 ministries. "Your arrival is timely," Zhu Houzhong remarked. "The unified taxation system has already been implemented in the affluent provinces of Jinling, Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Yangzhou. I have just conferred with several ministers, and we are prepared to extend its implementation to a province this year. Do you have any suggestions?" Li Qing pondered briefly and nodded. Given that the unified taxation system has been in effect for some time, it ought not to be treated lightly. However, Li Qing suddenly paused, glancing at Zhang Tsong. He added with a smile, "The esteemed scholars Zhang Gui and Zhang Tsong are advocates of this system, and they hold greater authority on the matter. In any case, it ultimately boils down to those 2 provinces. Choosing either is nearly equivalent, and there is no need for one to overshadow the other." Zhang Gui quickly adopted a modest demeanor, insisting that Li Qing take the spotlight. After a series of polite refusals, Li Qing boldly declared his intention to claim both, stating, "Jin, Su, Han, and Yang are all encompassed within the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Why not seize the moment and let His Majesty consider it? Emperor Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment, glancing towards the cabinet members at either side. Several ministers weighed in on the matter. Zhang Tsong, having received Li Qing's assurance the day before, found renewed confidence upon witnessing the emperor's enthusiasm for the unified whip law. And with spirited resolve, he declared, "Your Majesty, I believe Master Li's words hold merit. Our Ming dynasty's 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with Jiangsu and Zhejiang's wealth far surpassing that of others, make these provinces the most advantageous to initiate the unified whip law. Additionally, if we can implement it here, the future expansion to other provinces will encounter significantly less resistance." Guo considered this somewhat aggressive, just as he was about to voice his reservations. Zhang Tsong interjected, "A dull knife inflicts greater pain. It is wiser to cut through the chaos swiftly. When fundamental interests are at stake, calmness is unattainable. Instead of squabbling and squandering time, a forceful implementation is the optimal strategy." It was a rare opportunity for Li Qing to assist, and the emperor was evidently earnest. Thus, they must seize the moment to incite the emperor's passion, uniting their fates with the cabinet. This way, the competition within the cabinet would be unmistakably resolved. Guo grasped the essence of the situation and promptly shifted his tone, respectfully adding, "I concur." The remaining scholars of the cabinet, discerning the pros and cons, immediately echoed his sentiment. "We concur." Naturally, Emperor Zhu Houzhong was also astute enough to perceive this. He preferred not to be passive. Yet the unified whip law was distinctly unconventional. Publicly, it concerned the enduring legacy of the Ming dynasty. Privately, it pertained to Li Qing's disposition. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Emperor Zhu Houzhong exhaled in relief, a jovial smile gracing his face, not forgetting to maximize political gains. "I shall advance with the cabinet." Since he had to jump into this endeavor, it was essential to cultivate the loyalty of his ministers. Being adept at maintaining appearances, the cabinet would not allow the emperor's performance to falter, immediately adopting a demeanor of heartfelt gratitude, fostering an atmosphere of virtuous governance. Subsequently, the focus shifted to the specifics. In this regard, Li Qing found himself largely sidelined, with Zhang Tsong and Guo dominating the conversation, while he contributed only occasional remarks. Emperor Zhu Houzhong, ever agreeable, showed almost no resistance. As the hour drew near to the end of the afternoon, the general approach to propagating the unified whip law was provisionally established. While some finer details remained to be refined and supplemented, the tone was set, and discussions could proceed freely. Once the cabinet scholars departed, the sovereign and his minister engaged in further deliberation to ensure no significant oversights would occur before transitioning to unrelated topics. Master, in the pursuit of self-cultivation, apart from the arts of elixirs and the practice of seated meditation, what other methods exist? Light exercise can also yield results, Li Qing replied. A stroll after meals, practicing health-promoting Tai Chi in the morning, or jogging for a quarter of an hour, provided one does not overexert, can greatly benefit one's health. Is it merely health? Li Qing chuckled, saying, "One cannot dig a well with just a single shovel. The essence of cultivation lies in strengthening the body. How robust one becomes ultimately depends on individual talent and fortune." Emperor Zhu Houzhong nodded slowly, a hint of tension in his voice as he inquired, "What of my own talent?" "Of moderate to good caliber," came the response. Li Qing smiled gently and said, "You have yet to reach the age of 30, so there is ample time ahead. Why rush? Remember, haste makes waste, and cultivation is about natural progression, like water flowing to its course. As you serve your country and its people, you are also accumulating your own fortune. Trust that the heavens do not forsake those who are earnest." Huang Jin. Li Qing pretended not to notice and continued, "I shall depart in a couple of days. But first, I will teach you some things. You have made considerable progress in recent years and are ready to learn some cultivation methods." "Really?" Zhu Houzhong exclaimed with joy. Li Qing nodded slightly. "Indeed." Chapter 198. Conscience will not hurt, sir. Do you think I am doing this correctly? Zhu Houzhong maintained a peculiar posture, his face flushed, feeling utterly awkward. "Well, you are barely achieving the semblance of it," Li Qing replied with a slight nod. Zhu Houzhong grinned. "Don't lose focus. Maintain your stance." Sighing, Zhu Houzhong tried to keep a serious expression. Meanwhile, Huang Jin's round face displayed a mixture of indecision as he contemplated speaking, but ultimately chose silence. His gaze towards Li Qing filled with longing. This is truly no way to treat someone. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Houzhong could no longer endure, staggering a few steps before collapsing into a chair, panting heavily. Huang Jin hurried forward, producing a silk handkerchief to wipe his sweat. This is indeed exhausting, Zhu Houzhong gasped. If it's tiring, let us cease the practice. Zhu Houzhong widened his eyes and snatched the handkerchief to wipe his own sweat. Huang Jin, Li Qing remarked, shortly. I will write you a set of breathing techniques. Practice them accordingly. Will it be effective? I cannot guarantee that. Li Qing shook his head, firmly retaining the ultimate authority on the matter. However, Li Qing had no intention of leading Zhu Houzhong astray. The techniques could indeed yield some benefits, albeit limited to the realm of physical enhancement. Zhu Houzhong did not feel disheartened by the lack of a definite answer and remained quite cheerful. For cultivation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. If it could be easily mastered, everyone would be abundant in such abilities. I am the destined emperor. I am different from others. Zhu Houzhong reassured himself with a light chuckle. Then I shall trouble you, sir. It's but a small effort, Li Qing mused. The expansion of a whip technique will inevitably encounter opposition. This resistance will not only manifest within the court, but the court's opposition may not even be the main force. I understand. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply, growing serious. They might exploit grain prices. Li Qing was pleased with Zhu Houzhong's political acumen and said, in addition to official forces, we can also allow the merchant guilds to demonstrate their rightful value. When we established the merchant guilds, this factor was already taken into account. We must use resources effectively. Zhu Houzhong nodded. You see clearly, sir, I share the same thoughts. Li Qing smiled and nodded lightly. One must admit, the ambitious and earnest Jiajing was indeed likable. In truth, he truly possessed the potential to become a figure like Zhu Jianxin. However, the deception of cultivation would eventually be uncovered by him. As for what would happen then, Li Qing felt uncertain, assuming it would likely mirror history's course. Nevertheless, even in such a scenario, sufficient time and space would have been secured. If all else fails, it would merely mean another retired emperor in the Ming dynasty. It would not bear significant consequences. Li Qing did not intend to deceive Zhu Houzhong deliberately. Rather, he believed that without such measures, it would be impossible to ignite Zhu Houzhong's fighting spirit. Unfortunately, this individual, having been molded by the lessons of being a crown prince from a young age, had already formed a steadfast character by the time he ascended the throne, making any transformation exceedingly challenging. An emperor lacking sufficient responsibility and accountability is hardly a blessing for the nation and its people. Li Qing's association with the path of cultivation was born out of his own helplessness. In essence, he resorted to enticing rewards. Must the emperor, in his service to the realm and the populace, still require incentives? Li Qing found this notion utterly exasperating. No wonder this fellow is not particularly endearing. Does your conscience not ache? As soon as he entered the small courtyard of the family compound, Huang Jin could not help but voice his grievances. How has the emperor treated you poorly, yet you repeatedly deceive him? That is quite excessive. Li Qing responded. The truth is often more difficult to accept. Should his beautiful dreams be shattered, not only would he not find joy, but he would be plunged into greater anguish. However, Huang Jin scratched his head and replied, if deceiving him is meant to bring him joy, why not let him revel in that happiness a bit more? For instance, why not concoct another batch of elixirs? You cunning rascal, when did you become so shrewd? Li Qing chuckled, somewhat exasperated. Huang Jin, with utmost seriousness, declared, this is the price you pay for managing to deceive the emperor. What nonsense is this? Li Qing feigned a strike to his head. Huang Jin dodged and retorted, I will kindle the fire, manage the furnace, and provide the herbs, so it won't require much effort from you. But I am quite lazy. Then teach me. Huang Jin raised his bushy eyebrows. Li Qing could never instruct Huang Jin. If the rotund fellow truly learned, would not Emperor Jiajing indulge in elixirs by the handful? The availability of elixirs would diminish, and inflation would ensue. Huang Jin remarked, if you refine an elixir even once, the emperor will be elated for quite some time. You have indeed deceived him, and this could alleviate your sense of guilt, could it not? Regrettably, I feel no guilt for deceiving him. Huang Jin, feeling frustrated, retorted, how can you be so devoid of taste? Perhaps I should simply call you tasteless. Hey, Li Qing raised his hand and gave his head a light tap. What kind of talk is that? Regardless of Huang Jin's clumsy embrace, with his nostrils flared, the effort was comical due to his considerable girth. You are about to depart again. and this time it may be several years or even a decade. Surely, refining an elixir is reasonable? All right then. Li Qing nodded, amused. Huang Jin maintained his comical pose and grunted, I'm thinking of a number, 1,000. Li Qing laughed in disbelief. Are you making a bold demand? Or do you expect me to negotiate? 500 will suffice, but it cannot be too little. Huang Jin reluctantly lowered his offer, muttering, given your extended absence. This truly isn't an exorbitant request. At most, 100. Li Qing rolled his eyes. If you continue to haggle, you'll end up with none. Huang Jin scratched his head and nodded in agreement. When shall this occur? Tomorrow, Li Qing yawned and commanded, go, fetch ink, paper, and an inkstone. I shall write your master a set of breathing techniques. Is it really necessary to teach someone how to breathe? Huang Jin grumbled, clearly perplexed. Li Qing, exasperated, gave him a playful kick on the backside. Huang Jin, with a hand on his posterior, ambled along, puffing softly. Through the insights of Zhang Tsong, Huang Jin, Zhu Houzhong, and Li Qing, a basic understanding of the current political climate emerged. The strife within the cabinet proved to be a convoluted issue. However, Zhu Houzhong had already identified a pivotal point, the alteration of ceremonial rites. The construction of imperial ancestral halls would once again become a significant political topic, effectively diluting the intensity of the cabinet disputes. Furthermore, the imminent widespread implementation of the single whip law signaled a succession of monumental political events, leaving the ministers overwhelmed and less inclined to scrutinize the actions of Zhang Tsong and his associates. In similar circumstances, had it been Hongji, Li Qing would not have felt as at ease. After all, Jiajing had nearly devoted all his skill points to political maneuvering, which alleviated Li Qing's concerns. This quandary was one Zhu Houzhong could resolve, albeit with a bit of extra effort. Huang Jin returned to the palace, practicing the breath control technique. Li Qing sat at a stone table beneath a persimmon tree, gently tapping the surface with his fingers. After contemplating court affairs, he began to ponder the establishment of a personal force at Wudong Mountain. Forming a team loyal to himself was not particularly daunting, as Wudong Mountain boasted individuals with combat prowess that surpassed even the Imperial Guards. The numbers could easily reach hundreds, but an essential condition was paramount. They must remain under control. This could not be hastily achieved. A rigorous selection process was imperative. Li Qing was not so arrogant as to believe that merely revealing his identity would compel his disciples to follow blindly. The assessment of character and the authoritative presence of the elder brother required time to cultivate, a task not to be accomplished in a day. An armed force operating independently of the court, yet executing its affairs, was no trivial matter. It demanded prolonged and careful orchestration. However, time was not on Li Qing's side. Although this extended holiday could last a decade, his beloved niece was already in the twilight of her youth. Despite her outwardly resilient demeanor, Li Qing understood that her time was limited. Additionally, there was Tang Bohu, whose health had never been robust. More critically, he lacked self-restraint and often indulged recklessly. Li Qing had offered counsel, but to no avail. Perhaps Tang Yin had perished long ago, buried beneath the weight of personal tragedies and academic scandals, leaving only the facade of the flamboyant scholar Tang Bohu. Beneath the suave exterior lay a heart on the brink of extinguishment, though he did not seek death. His spirit had long succumbed to numbness and coldness. For him, each day was inconsequential, devoid of any sense of gain or loss. With a long sigh, Li Qing muttered to himself, perhaps a cross-sectional approach would be best, accommodating all aspects as much as possible. Wudong Mountain must be pursued, yet they cannot neglect their duties. If time proves insufficient, I can always borrow from Zhu Houzhong's side. After all, it has been stated that the maximum duration is 10 years. 10 years would suffice. Regardless of how meticulously one selects and cultivates authority, within a decade, Li Qing would undoubtedly forge a private force that he could command with precision. One that would remain ungoverned, yet stable. As capital continues to expand and grow, the pursuit of profit inevitably leads it away from the original intent behind its cultivation. A fate that seems inevitable. Once the capital reaches a certain threshold, it is likely that the court will also impose constraints, leaving only the option of brutal suppression, disregarding all rules, or even annihilation. At the very least, Li Qing could no longer conceive of a better solution. Whether it be a conspiracy or an open strategy, they merely serve as aids to strength, not strength itself. In this world, the ultimate contest has always been one of power, or rather, of violence, the capacity to obliterate one's adversary. With his plans firmly set, Li Qing ceased any internal strife, reveling in the gentle evening breeze while listening to the cicadas' song. Although it was not yet July, summer was nearing its end. Even as the sunlight softened, a lingering warmth persisted. However, based on Li Qing's experience, the temperature would significantly drop within a month, gradually ushering in the chill of winter. He gazed up through the lush canopy of leaves into the azure sky and murmured, "I truly have no means to contend with you." The following morning, Huang Jin arrived with a plethora of medicinal herbs. Skillfully sorting through them, he prepared the alchemical furnace and kindled the fire in one seamless motion before clapping his hands, signaling it was Li Qing's turn to perform. Amused yet exasperated, Li Qing felt as though he had become the Grand Master himself. Chapter 199. A Plan for the Ages. Does this elixir truly possess no side effects whatsoever? Huang Jin inquired, sniffing as he spoke. How many times must you pose such a question? Li Qing rolled his eyes. No, not a single one. Huang Jin scratched his head. But isn't it said that all medicine carries some poison? Not in this case, Li Qing responded with a smile. The reason is that I have expended most of its efficacy in the refining process, so you may consume it without concern. With that, he pinched one of the pills and flicked it into his mouth. Huang Jin savored it, his lips and teeth invigorated by the flavor. Swallowing hard, Huang Jin craned his neck. So, this means the effect of the elixir is quite limited, correct? Li Qing nodded. Every matter has its duality. While the elixir's potency is diminished, it also lacks the adverse effects associated with excessive consumption. Besides, do you think your master can resist the allure of such a pill? All right then, Huang Jin conceded. Is it true that out of all these pills, you're only giving the emperor 100? Over time, the efficacy would wane, and 100 would suffice. One a day would perfectly align with the gradual diminishment of potency. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Eat heartily. Li Qing encouraged with a beaming smile. Rubbing his bulbous nose, Huang Jin muttered, "The taste leaves much to be desired." Are you being picky now? Li Qing teased, popping another pill into his mouth. Your master is still quite young. You ought to take good care of him, lest you surpass him. Upon hearing this, Huang Jin eagerly grabbed a handful, treating them like candy, and inquired, "If the emperor consumes your celestial elixir, will he live for a century?" Absolutely not, Li Qing retorted, exasperated. Do you think living for a century is as common as cabbage? Truly long-lived individuals are rarer than the top scholars of our Ming dynasty. Moreover, to manage court affairs and state matters, an emperor too preoccupied with his pleasures would consider it a blessing to reach 60. Huang Jin quipped. So your celestial elixir is merely akin to candy, appealing yet ineffective? Huh. Do not provoke me. Eat it if you wish. Li Qing continued selecting the finest elixirs, teasing. You wish to see my true capabilities? Spare me. Your intellect is insufficient for such matters. In truth, even the finest elixirs are not as miraculous as you might envision. They merely possess superior efficacy, which inevitably entails some side effects, rendering them unsuitable for constant use. Is that so? Huang Jin, far from disheartened by Li Qing's jest, acknowledged his own lack of cleverness with a knowing smile. Half an hour later, Li Qing clapped his hands and said, "The fire has gone out. Let us enter the palace." Burp, ah, splendid. Huang Jin patted his belly, rose to fetch water, and chuckled. This elixir, if nothing else, truly satisfies one's hunger. I need not eat all day. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle, calling out to his retreating figure, "Rinse your mouth first. The lingering medicinal taste would surely vex our lord." With a whimsical sound, the two entered the palace. Huang Jin proceeded to the Qianqing Palace, while Li Qing made his way to the Wenhua Hall. Under Li Qing's vigilant supervision, the members of the cabinet exhibited an unusually amiable demeanor, cooperating remarkably well. The proposed memorials were promptly presented before him, inviting his scrutiny. Look, gaze freely, indulge in observation. Such generosity was truly commendable. Li Qing did not hesitate to immerse himself in the task at hand. During this process, a memorial from a commander of the Datong frontier forces captured his attention. While it contained no extraordinary revelations, it mentioned a relatively powerful Tatar tribe willing to pay a premium for the clandestine, iron pots, cotton, and linen. Ever since their expulsion from the Central Plains, they had endured hardships. After the reigns of the Taizu and Taizong, had it not been for a figure named Muzhua, they would have crumbled entirely. After decades of painstaking efforts, they had finally regained some vitality, only to have their hard-earned gains shattered in a single battle during the Zhengtong era. With Muzhua's passing, the Tatars found it increasingly difficult to unite. until the emergence of a young Tatar prince, only to encounter the erratic Zhengde. Zhu Houzhong's unconventional methods yielded unexpected outcomes. The already impoverished Tatars, following the battle in Yingzhou, found their morale shattered, their very backbone broken. Now, they were compelled to rely on the trade of tea and horses with the Ming, struggling to survive. After perusing the memorial, Li Qing turned to Zhang Tsong and inquired, "Chief Minister Zhang, has the scale of our Ming Tatar tea and horse trade expanded? What do you refer to, Master Guisher?" In comparison to the Xuande era, Li Qing elaborated. Observing the peculiar expressions on Zhang Tsong and others, Li Qing chuckled. "Since His Majesty has conferred upon me the title of National Master, how could I not familiarize myself with the annals of our ancestors? From the Taizu to the Wuzong. While I cannot claim to know every detail, I possess a general understanding." The others nodded in realization. Zhang Tsong replied, "Compared to the Xuande era, the scale has indeed expanded considerably. The grasslands yield fine commodities, such as horses, which exhibit remarkable endurance, far surpassing our Ming steeds, and are more resilient to the cold. Additionally, there are medicinal herbs and furs, like ginseng and sable, which can be profitably utilized for personal use or processed for overseas sale." Pausing, he continued, "Though the emperor is indeed wise and martial, and while the tea-horse trade has expanded further since the Zhengde era, he has consistently maintained restraint, denying them opportunities for undue advantage." Gui chimed in with a smile. "Even though the grasslands can no longer threaten the Ming, we still set fire to the grasslands each winter, ensuring they have a warm season." Upon hearing this, the cabinet members shared hearty laughter, their expressions benevolent, imbued with a sense of compassion. Li Qing, inspired by their mirth, could not help but join in the laughter. At present, they were adversaries, and against adversaries, one must be ruthless. However, could there be a possibility of reclaiming the grasslands? Perhaps the time was not yet ripe, but the conditions for planning were already in place. The calamities of the Central Plains dynasty have historically stemmed predominantly from the north, particularly during the reign of the Ming dynasty, which was founded on the expulsion of the barbarian invaders, fostering a profound disdain for northern powers. The intellectuals displayed an aversion that surpassed that of the military leaders. Li Qing, refraining from being overly candid, subtly conveyed his thoughts, seeking to gauge the sentiments of Ming officials regarding this matter. Zhang Tsong pondered and remarked, "Currently, the Tatars hold no significant power, and the Walla are even less formidable. Their main forces have retreated, leaving only scattered remnants. For the Ming, they no longer pose a threat. However, the aspiration to dominate or even unify the vast steppes is indeed a daunting challenge." Gui nodded in agreement, stating, "The nomadic tribes are fundamentally different from us Han people. They lack fixed cities, while they are not entirely without a permanent settlement. The vastness of the grasslands allows them the choice to avoid confrontation with us. Throughout history, dynasties have sought to eradicate the threats posed by the Huns, Turks, Khitans, and Rurans, yet none have truly succeeded. Our Ming dynasty, at the zenith of its power, with a formidable military, finds it far from simple to achieve lasting peace." Zhang Tsong lightly nodded and sighed, expressing concern that excessive expenditure might yield minimal returns, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, potentially inciting further arrogance among the nomads. Li Qing raised the memorial in his hand and chuckled. "They can scarcely maintain their pride in their current state." Zhang Tsong furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Master Li, in these times of the one-whip law and burgeoning trade with the West, it is unwise to engage in a contest with the Tatars. Indeed, the strategy should be to endure gradually, if there is to be conflict or unification. Now is not the time." Gui remarked that the longer we delay, the more advantageous it will be for us. There is no need for haste. In their view, engaging in war was unnecessary, as the costs outweighed the almost non-existent benefits. Li Qing chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet he had resolved that during the reign of Jiajing, reclaiming the steppes was imperative. Zhang Gui spoke truthfully, yet not entirely. The nomadic tribes were no longer purely nomadic. With the introduction of potatoes and sweet potatoes, coupled with Li Qing's early initiatives, these tribes had begun to experiment with agriculture. After decades, while the specifics remained uncertain, they had undoubtedly transformed from their early Ming appearance. The reclamation of the steppes by the Ming was an inevitable course of action. Delays were permissible, but not indefinitely. While military action could wait, inaction was not an option. During the midday recess, Li Qing visited the Qianxing Palace. Zhu Houzhong had just taken an elixir and was in a tranquil state, practicing meditation. Upon hearing of Li Qing's request to meet, he quickly focused his attention. As Li Qing entered the inner hall, Zhu Houzhong approached him, grasping his hand while sharing insights from his recent spiritual practice and seeking validation. Li Qing offered vague affirmations before broaching the subject of reclaiming the steppes. This endeavor had been contemplated since the Xuande era, with both the Emperor Xuanzong's personal campaigns and the subsequent expeditions of his son Yong and loyal subjects laying the groundwork. Over the years, the timing had grown increasingly favorable. Li Qing enticed. If such a monumental task could be accomplished under your reign, it would become a legendary tale for the ages. Zhu Houzhong's heart swelled with joy at the thought. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat reluctant. Firstly, he was still young. Secondly, as one who sought immortality, he had all the time in the world and saw no need for haste. The reclamation of the grasslands is undoubtedly significant. Yet the more pressing matter at hand is reform, preparing for lean years in anticipation of unfavorable circumstances, ensuring ample readiness. Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly, remarking that the northern regions have become stagnant. Let them be for now, and we shall address them when time permits. Li Qing, rubbing his nose, replied, "We may refrain from immediate conflict, yet we should certainly prepare. By reclaiming the grasslands sooner, your authority and wisdom shall be amplified, and you may very well claim the title of the foremost ruler beneath the great Taizu and Taizong." This notion delighted Zhu Houzhong, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. "Your words hold merit. Indeed, we can strategize in advance," he concurred. Li Qing nodded in agreement, poised to offer further commendations, when Zhu Houzhong inquired, "Sir, what is the essence of the path to immortality? Is it in elixirs, in silent cultivation, in breath control, or is it rooted in fate?" Li Qing nearly uttered a curse. "I discuss the enduring legacy of the Ming dynasty, and you speak of immortality? You truly are something." Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he continued, "We can initiate our efforts through the tea-horse trade, compelling the Tatars and all nomadic tribes to gradually submit, both mentally and politically, to the Ming dynasty." Upon hearing Li Qing's analysis, Zhu Houzhong expressed his confusion. "Sir, the reclamation of the grasslands is no trivial endeavor. Given the absolute advantage of our Ming dynasty, should we not refrain from taking the initiative? The more proactive one is, the more reactive one becomes." This Zhu Houzhong had come to understand deeply through his interactions with Li Qing. Li Qing replied, "Many matters require us to take the initiative. Only through active pursuit do we find opportunity. Do you expect them to willingly offer up the grasslands? Is that even conceivable?" Zhu Houzhong awkwardly clarified, "That is not my intent. Perhaps a further delay would yield an easier and less costly reclamation of the grasslands." Li Qing gently shook his head. On the surface, it may appear so, but in reality, prolonging this situation bears little significance. Why is that? Because the other party is unable to sustain themselves. Li Qing elaborated. The tea-horse trade is inherently unequal. The Ming provides tea, porcelain, and iron pots, items that can be mass-produced, while the other side offers horses, sable furs, and ginseng, the acquisition of which is far more challenging. One might label them as barbaric and unrefined, yet they are not devoid of intelligence. Do they not comprehend that the value of horses, furs, and ginseng far exceeds that of the goods we provide? Their reluctant acceptance is born from necessity. At this moment, the emperor was served tea. Huang Jin entered with a tea tray, first presenting a cup to Zhu Houzhong, then to Li Qing. Li Qing accepted his cup, lifted the lid, blew gently on the tea, and took a sip, saying, "Today, at the cabinet, I observed a memorial presented by the border generals. A Tatar tribe has expressed willingness to raise their prices in exchange for our tea, cotton, and linen, highlighting the dire straits they find themselves in." Zhu Houzhong's eyes flickered with contemplation as he mused. "Are you suggesting that without any alleviation, they may resort to desperate measures?" "Indeed," replied Li Qing. Li Qing spoke with gravity, stating that the nomads of the grasslands have always regarded plunder as a matter of course. The might of the Ming dynasty, fortified by towering walls and powerful artillery, may not guarantee that an oversight will not occur. Although our frontier troops are numerous, the border stretches far and wide. They can strike at a single point. Reflecting on last year in Manchuria, Li Qing recalled a saying from the Han people quoted by a middle-aged Frank. The old adage states that even a cornered rabbit will bite. When faced with the dire straits of begging for survival, one cannot escape the inevitable decline. Would they not resort to desperate measures? Zhu Houzhong paused in his tea drinking, his expression turning serious. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, in the short term, it is highly unlikely that matters will escalate to that extent. Nevertheless, your concerns are valid. Indeed, action is required. Li Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging the emperor's wisdom. Zhu Houzhong took a sip of tea and sighed. The nomads have long been accustomed to their savage ways. My fear is that, having tasted some benefits, they may become arrogant, for human greed knows no bounds. Who can guarantee that, once they weather the storm, they will not once again covet the Ming? Li Qing chuckled. Zhu Houzhong, surprised, soon realized he had underestimated the nomads, and he too laughed. If they truly harbored ill intentions, would they behave so subserviently? The current situation was evident. Clinging to the Ming was the only path to survival. Unless one was in a life-or-death predicament, even tribal leaders would find their followers unwilling to support any aggressive actions. Having tasted sweetness, they would only become more docile. There was no need to speak of the times of the great ancestor and the great ancestor's brother. During the Zhengtong era, the Ming military suffered considerable losses, yet the Tatars incurred even greater casualties. After decades, despite relying on local advantages to expel the main forces of the invading Walla, they could never regain their former glory. Subsequently, they encountered a cousin, the Tatar prince versus the formidable general. In that battle, the casualties on both sides clearly favored the Ming. Zhu Houzhong may not publicly acknowledge his cousin's martial prowess, but he was acutely aware of the damage inflicted upon the Tatars in that confrontation, for it had only been a few years. Zhu Houzhong let out a sigh and remarked, surely, your counsel has not yet been fully articulated? Li Qing continued, to expand trade, we must adopt a gradual approach, bestowing benefits incrementally while imposing conditions one by one, ensuring that they remain within the realm of acceptability, avoiding a desperate struggle. This balance must be carefully navigated, and discussions with the cabinet and the 6 ministries should be thorough. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. Is there more? After a moment's reflection, Li Qing replied, we should devise a suitable rationale to bring the families of the tribal leaders to experience the splendor of the Ming and Han culture. An invitation would be preferable, with the court covering their expenses for food, entertainment, and leisure, tailoring the standards of treatment to the power of the tribal leader. Huang Jin scratched his head and asked, what if they become enamored and refuse to leave? The court cannot support them indefinitely, can it? Certainly, we cannot sustain them forever, Li Qing responded. Once they have grown accustomed to and fallen in love with the Ming, at the height of their enthusiasm, we shall promptly return them. Huang Jin looked perplexed. Zhu Houzhong's eyes brightened as he said, so, we aim to undermine the tribal elite from within? That is one way to put it, Li Qing affirmed. Li Qing smiled and said, having witnessed the splendid prosperity, returning to a humble abode would swiftly evoke the innate desire for strength within human nature. They would spontaneously extol the virtues of the Ming dynasty among their circles, thereby highlighting their own superiority for having once resided within its grandeur. Huang Jin hesitated, saying, did you not just mention that even the most meticulous plans are susceptible to flaws? What if the authorities decided to launch a fervent assault on the Ming border towns? Would that not be counterproductive? Zhu Houzhong laughed heartily, exclaiming, foolish. Even if, by a stroke of luck, they were to breach the defenses, what then? Would they be able to remain in the Ming and live? Huang Jin, blushing with embarrassment, admitted, I had not considered that. But I fear that the leaders of the Tatar tribes might be as dim-witted as servants. Li Zhu interjected, a leader cannot lack intelligence. Zhu Houzhong reflected deeply on Li Qing's counsel, finding no flaws, and then remarked, it is beneficial that the court is gradually easing restrictions. This may prevent the border generals from resorting to desperate measures due to excessive profit. In truth, there have always been those who take risks. It is merely a matter of scale. Over the years, the court has apprehended several notable offenders, executing some and confiscating the properties of others, which has instilled fear in many, yet has not truly eradicated the issue. Zhu Houzhong sighed heavily, lamenting, there is so much to be done, and much of it is quite challenging. Just thinking about it is exhausting. Li Qing, understanding the underlying sentiment, chose not to engage further, simply smiling and stating, though the path is arduous, perseverance will lead us to our destination. Such is the nature of all endeavors. Maintaining a calm demeanor, we shall tackle matters one by one, consuming our meals bite by bite. Who can expect to become plump from a single mouthful? Huang Jin, rubbing his belly, found this reasoning sound. I only hope that you will return to court soon, to assist me in elevating the glory of the Ming once more, Zhu Houzhong expressed. Li Qing nodded with a smile, gently sighing. Every person experiences fatigue, and I am no exception. Once I have completed my tasks and rested sufficiently, I shall return to court, no later than 10 years, though it is likely to be sooner. Zhu Houzhong secretly sighed and nodded lightly. Taking another sip of tea before inquiring, Sir, I find it difficult to adapt to this method of breathing and meditation. During my earlier practice, I nearly lost my breath, experiencing pain in my abdomen. Is it a matter of lack of talent? He felt somewhat anxious, torn between hope and fear. Li Qing took a deep breath and reassured him, there is no need for concern. This has nothing to do with talent, merely your excessive eagerness. Combining breathing techniques with meditation from the outset is bound to lead to such issues. Do not feel alone. I too struggled with this in the beginning. Zhu Houzhong breathed a sigh of relief, then felt joy at the revelation. Does this imply that I am no different from you, sir? Zhu Houzhong asked, with a slight smile. Is there a secret to practicing the art of breathing? None. Li Qing replied with a double meaning. Indeed, there are many shortcuts in this world, but most are only suitable for short-term gains. Those who pursue immediate benefits often fail to achieve greatness. It is through grounded perseverance, taking one step at a time, that one can travel further. What may seem laborious and thankless in the present will yield rewards far exceeding the effort invested in the future. Zhu Houzhong nodded sheepishly, murmuring, it appears the only path forward is through diligent practice. Li Qing mused that were it not for the young emperor's attitude towards the steps, he would have certainly reproached him a couple of times. Sir, aside from the high standards for medicinal materials, are there any other conditions or restrictions for this elixir? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Over the past few years, Zhu Houzhong has gradually come to realize that the elixir is not as rare as he once imagined. In fact, if Li Qing so desires, the freedom to consume elixirs may very well be attainable. Given its relative abundance, could one not circumvent Li Qing to replicate it? Certainly. Li Qing chuckled, but the most crucial condition is that I must be involved. Zhu Houzhong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, do not misunderstand me, my esteemed sir. I merely wish to avoid troubling you excessively, while also not neglecting my own cultivation. Li Qing smiled calmly, stating, I harbor no misunderstanding, nor am I jesting. This elixir indeed requires my involvement. In truth, I believe it is worth attempting, Huang Jin hesitantly suggested in a whisper. Huang Jin regarded Li Qing as a friend. Not merely in words, yet in terms of priority, Li Qing naturally ranked slightly below Zhu Houzhong. Furthermore, even if he were to master alchemy, it would not diminish Li Qing's status as a celestial being, for consuming elixirs alone cannot grant eternal life. Huang Jin sheepishly scratched his head and said, perhaps you could teach me? Zhu Houzhong's spirits lifted, gazing at Li Qing with hope. If Huang Jin were to succeed, the dream of indulgence would be within reach. Li Qing's lips twitched in amusement as he scoffed. Do you truly believe you could master this? He then lifted the lid of the teapot, his palm hovering above, gently swaying. Initially, the half cup of tea merely rippled, but soon it began to swirl in a singular direction, ultimately detaching from the cup and resembling a water vortex, drawing ever closer to Li Qing's palm. Zhu Houzhong's pupils constricted in shock, his heart racing. Fortunately, he had previously witnessed Li Qing's celestial prowess firsthand. However, Huang Jin was utterly astonished, his small eyes widening to an unprecedented degree, evoking an impulse to reach out, for it seemed poised to fall at any moment. At that moment, a dispassionate voice broke the silence. Each elixir requires a thread of my essence. Otherwise, how could it possess effects beyond the mundane? As the tea returned to its place, Li Qing took a sip and smiled at Huang Jin, asking, can you learn this? Huang Jin's chubby face flushed crimson, awkwardly unsure of where to place his hands. Zhu Houzhong felt a twinge of regret, yet he was not overly disappointed. This is as it should be. Only in this manner can the extraordinary nature of the elixir be justified, honoring Li Qing's identity as an immortal. Anything less would be illogical. I merely jest. Since that is the case, let us leave it at that. Zhu Houzhong observed the teacup in Li Qing's hand, pondering how much essence was infused in that half cup of tea. Could it possibly equate to a single elixir? Or perhaps several? Seeing Zhu Houzhong covet even the remnants of his tea, Li Qing felt a chill run down his spine, promptly downing it in one go. He then rose, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and declared, I take my leave. Zhu Houzhong smacked his lips, smiling wryly in acknowledgement. May you travel safely, sir. What of the matter concerning the grasslands? I shall remain attentive. Your efforts in alchemy for my sake are greatly appreciated, Zhu Houzhong remarked. The implication was clear. Should you manage to concoct more, my interest would intensify. Li Qing pretended not to grasp the underlying meaning, turning to exit the Grand Hall and making his way to the Wenhuo Hall. For several consecutive days, Li Qing remained in the Wenhuo Hall, acquiring knowledge of the current political climate through memorials and gaining insights into the cabinet via official documents, while subtly conveying the emperor's perspective on the grasslands. Unspoken yet hinted. In order to prevent any surprises should Zhu Houzhong bring it up later, several members of the cabinet were caught off guard. As for the young emperor, Li Qing felt a sense of reassurance. His presence in the capital was primarily to fortify the emperor's resolve, encouraging him to adopt a proper attitude and diligently govern. These political quandaries were well within the capabilities of the diligent young emperor. Once Li Qing felt assured, he expressed his intention to take his leave. Zhu Houzhong, reluctant to part ways, sorrowfully remarked that he hoped this separation would not truly last a decade. It need not be a decade, Your Majesty, you worry too much. Huang Jin offered consolation while slyly winking at Li Qing, playful mischief dancing in his eyes. Li Qing suppressed a smile and replied solemnly, "Let me reiterate. It will not exceed 10 years at the very latest. It is highly probable it will be sooner, but I cannot guarantee how much sooner." Zhu Houzhong lamented. "During that time, will I truly be unable to see you, esteemed sir? What shall I do if I miss you?" Li Qing proposed. "How about this? Whenever you yearn for me, you simply send a letter to Jinling. If I too miss you, I shall make a trip to the capital. If not, I shall respond with a letter. How does that sound?" Li Qing's lips twitched. "That works." Before Zhu Houzhong could say more, Li Qing hurriedly bowed and took his leave. Zhu Houzhong, unable to fully articulate his farewell, gazed regretfully in the direction Li Qing had departed, murmuring, "At most 10 years. 10 years hence, I will be well into my 30s, yet he shall remain as he is." Huang Jin felt a pang of sorrow as well, troubled by both Li Qing's departure and the depth of his master's infatuation. Ultimately, he remarked, "In any case, he will surely return. Your Majesty has ample time. Does it truly matter day to day?" Zhu Houzhong nodded with a bitter smile. In Jinling, within a small courtyard, Li Hao and Tang Bohu leisurely enjoyed tea while engaging in a game of chess, discussing when Li Qing might return. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Li Hao noticed someone jumping over the courtyard wall in broad daylight. In unison, they turned to look, and there was Li Qing, having landed gracefully, approaching with measured steps. Li Hao chuckled, "Young Master Qing, is there no door at home? You could at least knock." "Ah, I feared to disturb Bohu's slumber," Li Qing replied, casting him a sidelong glance. "You seem quite free?" Li Hao grinned. "Of course. With the vast Li family estate, my little sister's succession cannot be accomplished in a day. It's best to train her gradually. I can guide her while easing into semi-retirement. A gradual approach is wise, is it not?" Li Qing retorted. "I see you simply wish to be lazy. Isn't it rather early for that?" "I do not deny it, but I am not merely seeking leisure," Li Hao replied earnestly. "With so many workshops, managers, staff, suppliers, and partners, I am gradually relieving my burdens while she steps up to take them on. I shall have it easier, and she shall manage more comfortably." Li Qing recognized the truth in his words, exhaling softly, and inquired, "How does Xiaoshu fare at the helm? What is the reaction of the younger generation of the Li family?" Li Hao responded, "As for the inheritance of the family business, I have long made my stance clear. What reaction could they possibly have? In any case, they will continue to enjoy their affluent lifestyles. I have not given them the opportunity to entertain other aspirations." "And Li Xian?" Li Qing asked. "What opinion could Li Xian possibly hold?" Li Hao chuckled. "He has a single aunt who is neither married nor has children, and he is well aware of his aunt's character, capabilities, and wisdom, having been shaped by her since childhood. The younger uncle possesses considerable capabilities, and there is no risk of the family fortune being transferred. Moreover, it does not hinder his political ambitions. What reason does he have to oppose?" Li Qing nodded slightly and retorted, "You, as the elder brother, are taking too much advantage. You monopolize the family assets while sharing the burdens. How delightful. Oh, what can I do? I am the eldest son. Even if my younger sister were a male, the inheritance would still not fall to her." Li Hao replied with a dry chuckle. "In truth, it's not much of a burden. It seems that the helmsman of the Li family is quite occupied, which is indeed a matter of concern, but certainly not to the extent of being overwhelmed and exhausted daily." "What does it mean to be a helmsman?" "It simply means steering the ship well. The specifics are managed by professional stewards and managers. Li Qing's expression softened somewhat. As the elder brother, while you may indulge and take more, you must also bear more responsibility. That is a necessity, Li Hao nodded with a smile. Am I really expected to let my younger sister shoulder everything? As long as I am alive and able, I will not truly relinquish my duties. Such words seemed fitting for an elder brother. Li Qing patted him on the shoulder and said, I know, it is not easy for you either. Li Hao grinned and remarked, your words are making me feel rather embarrassed, Uncle Qing. You're being quite unceremonious. Li Qing playfully kicked him and moved to sit opposite Tang Bohu, picking up a chess piece to take over the game with him. Having had no opportunity to speak during their business discussion, Tang Bohu finally asked, upon your return, if all goes well, I presume you want to be visiting the court for several years, perhaps even a decade? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Tang Bohu smiled with ease and inquired further, when will you go to Wudong? Li Qing chuckled in exasperation. You've just returned a few days ago, and you are already restless? I was just asking, Tang Bohu laughed awkwardly. As he was acutely aware that his time was limited and his body could no longer support long journeys alone. Perhaps after the new year, Li Qing suggested. Autumn is nearly upon us, and a visit to Wudong will not be a brief stay. Your health is better suited to remain at home during the cold. That is acceptable, Tang Bohu acquiesced. Even if not for myself, I should consider Madame Li's well-being, should I not? As the chess game concluded, Li Hao proposed. Let us go to Weiwu Tower. Simply playing chess is not particularly entertaining. Uncle Qing, you have ample time this visit. It would not hurt to indulge a little. His words held a sound rationale, prompting a smile from Li Qing as he nodded in agreement. This departure from the center of power was partly to spend time with family. His elder niece was aging, entering her twilight years, and his eldest grandson was no longer young, having already grayed significantly. Only Li Shuer, having made some progress in her cultivation, seemed much better off. Yet she too was now shouldering heavier responsibilities. I suppose I should adopt a kinder demeanor towards Xiao Hao and Xiao Shuer. I can no longer be as strict as before. They are no longer children, Li Qing pondered. At Weiwu Tower, in a private room, Zhang Yong, with his hair now grizzled and his age increasingly evident, nevertheless retained good spirits. He stood to offer a couple of rounds of wine, ensuring everyone was well-fed and well-watered before he busied himself elsewhere. Li Hao, unable to overlook the situation, reminded, you are no longer in the position of authority, and he is no longer a servant. Be a bit kinder. Your ease is due to Zhang Yong's tireless efforts. Why is he still not allowed at the table? Zhu Houzhong sighed with a wry smile. Do you think I desire this? The truth is, it cannot be changed. At our age, one must simply acquiesce. After a moment's pause, Zhu Houzhong sighed, remarking that the attribute of being a servant is indeed forcefully stripped away, which may not necessarily bode well for him. As a eunuch, how could he be expected to act as a normal man? In the end, it might yield the opposite effect. This statement, seemingly devoid of sentiment, was, in truth, quite heartfelt. Tang Bohu wholeheartedly agreed, jesting with Li Hao that the master and servant were enjoying their camaraderie, so why should he fret? Oh, it seems I have become overly concerned about matters that do not require my attention, Li Hao replied with a wry smile, suggesting a toast. Let us not discuss politics or ponder the arena of power. It is truly liberating to indulge in feasting, merriment, and laughter. Once satiated, Zhu Houzhong proposed. Shall we schedule a health check for Zhang Yong soon? He is no longer young. If he is unwell, we must treat him, and if he is well, we must take preventive measures. Li Qing nodded, laughing at himself. No problem. I have become the community doctor now, so what is one more patient? Zhu Houzhong couldn't help but chuckle, taking advantage of the moment. Then it's settled. You shall be our family's exclusive physician. Li Qing's expression darkened. Do you dare to test my patience? I could easily silence you with a single slap. Zhu Houzhong replied, having feasted to our heart's content, let's take our leave. Li Qing stood up, picking at his teeth. Thank you. Thank you? For what? Do you intend to dine and dash? My humble establishment cannot afford such extravagance. This lavish spread is a feast fit for kings, not to mention 2 jars of exquisite osmanthus wine. Li Hao, with a drunken haze in his eyes, slurred. Let us put it on my tab. Serve me well, and you shall not be shortchanged. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. Yuli family members are quite audacious. This is merely a modest business of mine. Chapter 202. The taste of life is pure joy, blissful, Li Qing remarked, lazily reclining in the afternoon sun, basking in the dappled light filtering through the leaves, feeling relaxed and content. Tang Bohu said, "You could remain like this forever." Alas, without the toil and hardship to contrast it, such ease would not be nearly as delightful, Li Qing gently replied. To enjoy only the fruits of life, without the labor, would render joy meaningless. That is a fallacy, Tang Bohu countered, chuckling. It is merely the leisure that makes one fear becoming too comfortable. The notion that one must endure hardship to savor happiness is merely your imposed philosophy on life. Do not attempt to sway my convictions. It is futile, Li Qing huffed, choosing not to engage further, closing his eyes to relish the tranquil moments. Tang Bohu sighed and ceased his persuasion. Shall we go to the theater? Not today. I need some time to unwind, Li Qing replied, keeping his eyes closed. Remember to bring back some food when you return this evening. I shan't be cooking for the next couple of days. Understood, Tang Bohu agreed. Li Qing crossed his legs, interlocking his hands behind his head, and gradually drifted into slumber. For several consecutive days, Li Qing indulged in eating and sleeping, or simply daydreaming, reveling in the beauty of idleness. Zhu Houzhong and Zhu Wanqing visited in succession, noticing his deep immersion in leisure, and decided not to intrude, allowing him to enjoy his respite. Days passed, and eventually, Li Qing felt a stir of restlessness. He ventured to the pear garden for a play, the brothel for melodies, and the tea house for stories, savoring the pleasures of retirement. As the heat of summer waned, the refreshing coolness of autumn approached, with persimmon, pomegranate, and jujube trees heavy with fruit, a bountiful harvest awaiting its ripening. The cool autumn breeze and the fresh fragrance of fruit render the small courtyard a picturesque haven. Sipping tea, engaging in strategic games, and savoring wine while listening to the rain. How elegant, how truly elegant. The scenery is delightful, the affairs are pleasant, the people are amiable, and the essence of life lies in serene joy. While relishing this tranquility, Li Qing diligently fulfills her duties as a physician, tending to her patients, Zhu Wanqing, Tang Bohu, and Zhang Yong. Among them, Zhang Yong exhibits the most remarkable improvement. Within just over a month, he no longer requires treatment. Zhu Wanqing, though obedient, shows the least progress, while Tang Bohu's mischievous nature continues to trouble Li Qing. As the persimmons gradually blush with ripeness, the mid-autumn festival approaches. Picking persimmons, gathering pomegranates, indulging in mooncakes, and admiring the round moon. During the day, they congregate in lively celebration, while at night, Li and Tang share jovial toasts. Tang Bohu's condition noticeably declines. After just a few cups, he becomes slightly inebriated, and as he drinks further, his words reveal a tinge of drunken nostalgia as he speaks of his parents and reminisces about his wife and children, filled with longing. Li Qing, preoccupied with her own thoughts, finds little time to console others, ultimately ensuring that Tang Bohu can rest soundly. Yet, he tosses and turns, unable to find sleep. The three raise their cups together, accompanying the moon until dawn. As autumn deepens and winter approaches, time flows gently. The green leaves turn yellow and the branches become bare. With the onset of winter, the small courtyard ignites with a charcoal brazier, radiating warmth and casting a glow that softens the starkness of the season. On another snowy night, Li Qing finds herself restless, unable to sleep, and decides to embrace the night's snowfall. At last, dawn breaks, and she rises to the eaves, intending to engage in some activity, perhaps building a snowman, only to find the snowflakes falling steadily and the biting wind relentless, compelling her to abandon her plans and simply admire the vastness of the world outside. A series of knocks interrupts her solitude, followed by the unmistakable booming voice of Zhu Houzhong. "Open up, it's me, Zhu Shou." The serene ambience of fishing alone in the snowy river is shattered, and irritation flickers across Li Qing's tranquil features as she steps out from beneath the eaves, traversing the stone path to the gate. Dressed in a black cloak and a tiger skin hat, Zhu Houzhong arrives, laden with wine and meat, snow piling high upon his shoulders and head, steam rising from his mouth and nose. "Brr, it's quite cold today," he exclaims, stamping his feet as he steps inside, one hand carrying a wine jar and the other a leg of dog meat. "Care for a drink? Come on in." Li Qing steps aside to let him enter, closing the door behind them as they make their way to the parlor. Upon reaching the eaves, Zhu Houzhong shakes off the snow from his coat, stomps the snow off his boots, and turns to Li Qing, inquiring, "Has old Tang risen?" "He's up," comes the reply from the adjacent room as Tang Bohu's voice carries through. Li Qing chuckles and urges, "Don't just stand out there. Come in quickly. I'll fetch some charcoal from the east kitchen. Don't catch a chill. Oh, it's nothing. After a hot pot, we'll be sweating. So hurry and prepare. Let's not waste this snowy weather. Zhu Houzhong insists, thrusting a hefty dog leg into her hands. Go chop it up, wash it well, and prepare the broth. I can hardly wait. All right, I see you're getting demanding. Li Qing laughs in mock reproach. Fine, just wait a moment. Just as she reaches the east kitchen, she hears Li Hao's loud voice outside, followed by Zhu Houzhong's response. Go open the door. Shortly after, Tang Bohu rises from his slumber, and as Li Qing busies herself in the east kitchen, the others share laughter in the parlor, the warmth of camaraderie filling the air. As the charcoal brazier ignited, the hot pot simmered above, half spicy and half fragrant. Dog meat was added, and fine wine warmed, all preparations complete. Li Qing rose to shut the door. The glaring white snow filtered through the paper window, illuminating the room brightly. The four sat across from each other, arranging the wine and dishes. Outside, snowflakes fluttered down, occasionally accompanied by a gust of northern wind. Inside, the stove blazed warmly, rippling with warmth, the broth bubbling enticingly, and the aroma of meat and wine wafted freely. The contrast of the red furnace against the white snow was undeniably captivating. Zhu Houzhong, the youngest and most exuberant, took a swig of wine and a bite of meat, his cheeks flushed with liveliness. With a hearty spirit, he declared, in this moment and setting, I must compose a poem. At his words, the others set down their cups, smiling at him, eagerly awaiting his verse. However, in the midst of the heavy snowfall and howling winds, with the hot pot and dog meat paired with a warm cup of wine, they could only exclaim in delight. What you call poetry is quite the stretch. Li Hao teased. Well, it may be rough around the edges, Zhu Houzhong replied with a scratch of his head. But does it not capture the essence of the moment? Yet it is indeed rather crude, the three chimed in unison, both amused and exasperated. Oh, let us not dwell on such trifles, Zhu Houzhong chuckled, raising his cup. Let us drink to our joy. As the snow continued to fall, friends gathered, laughter filling the air, a gentle warmth enveloping their hearts. At this moment, Li Qing had no time for nostalgia. He cherished the present, the laughter ringing bright. While time flowed on like a gentle stream, soothing the soul, the deep winter brought the new year quietly upon them. Having indulged in leisure for too long, Li Qing no longer lingered in comfort, rushing to the market with a burlap sack. Vegetables, meats, firecrackers, fireworks, and couplets were gathered, transforming the small courtyard into a vibrant celebration, rich with the essence of the new year. Nothing was overlooked. After a busy half-year, Li Shui'er finally found time amidst the transition from the old year to the new, visiting the courtyard to admire the snowman and listen to stories. Li Qing did not shy away from reminiscing. Recollections were delightful, especially with an eager listener. As she listened, Li Shui'er took notes, focusing on the personalities of the three women, though she did not conceal anything from Li Qing. He did not deter her from her scribbling, merely curious. Yet, Li Shui'er remained tight-lipped, saying he would learn in due time. Revealing it now would spoil the surprise. After several unsuccessful inquiries, Li Qing decided to let her be. Amidst storytelling, they busied themselves with preparations for the new year, steaming buns, frying meatballs, and making dumplings. On New Year's Eve, Li Hao made a special trip for dumplings, even taking away the steamer, which caused Li Qing some irritation as he had to hurriedly prepare more. As customary, before the New Year's Eve festivities began, Li Qing locked the door early, allowing his family to celebrate the holiday at the Ho residence, spending time with their children and grandchildren. He remained with Tang Bohu to keep the vigil, setting off fireworks and firecrackers. Tang Bohu urged him to join the grand reunion at the Yongqing Ho residence, suggesting he should not sacrifice the family's chance for togetherness for the sake of a guest. Li Qing, however, replied, I am the guest. The Yongqing Ho residence is theirs now, prompting Tang Bohu to sigh repeatedly, feeling helpless. In the early hours of New Year's Day, after keeping Tang Bohu awake, Li Qing slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, filled with paper money, offerings, and the stories he had long prepared, and ventured to Qixiao Mountain. He returned just around noon, perfectly in time to distribute the New Year's red envelopes, even managing to receive a generous one from Zhu Houzhong. Another year has passed. It is now the 9th year of the Jiajing era. In the past, Li Qing lamented the slow passage of time. Yet now he finds it slipping away with alarming swiftness, like a fleeting horse galloping past, leaving no opportunity to cherish the moments. On the first day of the new year, during midday, Zhu Wanqing and Li Shui'er insisted on his presence, and Li Qing, no longer resistant, sent Li Hao back to the Hou residence, entrusting him with the responsibilities of the family patriarch. It was not that Li Qing lacked compassion. Rather, he was destined to drift further from the Yongqing marquisate. Even if secrets were to be passed down among the younger generation, he could never regain the intimacy he once shared with his godson, Li Hao. The imprint of legacy had already been established. The Yongqing marquisate no longer required him. And Li Qing wished not to draw attention to himself, preferring not to have others revolve around him. Zhu Wanqing's health continued to deteriorate, yet fortunately, winter had passed, and spring was on the horizon. With the end of this winter, she could at least endure for another year, could she not? Tang Bohu, too, showed signs of fatigue. He could have delayed his activities for much longer, but seemed indifferent to his own well-being, often quoting the famous line from his idol, Li Taibai, in life. We should seize joy to the fullest, and not let our golden goblets face the moon empty. Li Qing could not dissuade him, and understood Tang Bohu's desire to embrace life and escape the pains of existence, accepting that death is inevitable. Seeking to live joyfully in the remaining days is not inherently wrong. Li Qing comprehended and respected this sentiment. As spring blossomed and the sun's warmth intensified, the Li family's business began to flourish once more, bustling with the loading of goods and preparations for sea voyages. Li Shuetu set sail with the merchant ships to manage overseas enterprises, while Li Hao no longer indulged in idleness, even becoming less frequent in his visits to Zhu Houzhong. Everyone had their own affairs to attend to, which was rather pleasant. Li Qing diligently focused on nurturing Zhu Wanqing's health. However, the results were minimal. Whether through internal energy cultivation or acupuncture, youth had faded, and the years could not be reclaimed. Even if Hua Tuo were alive or BNK reborn, what difference would it make? The once willful and pampered little princess had inevitably aged. The pain he inflicted then was now returned with equal, if not greater, intensity. Yet, what could pain accomplish? The river of time has never shown mercy. Chapter 203. Return to Wudong. In a small courtyard, the uncle and niece basked in the gentle sunlight. Zhu Wanqing softly remarked, "Uncle Li, it is time for you to go to Wudong Mountain, is it not?" Li Qing lowered his eyelids, remaining silent. Zhu Wanqing chuckled lightly. "You must understand, uncle, your presence or absence holds little sway over my health. Do you truly believe that merely watching me without blinking will grant me a long life?" This was hardly amusing, Li Qing replied. Immediately, Zhu Wanqing ceased her laughter, falling into silence. "Winter has passed. I am temporarily unharmed. Uncle, you should attend to your own matters. Lingering here weighs heavily on my heart. I do not wish to be a burden, nor is it necessary to be one." "Is it?" Seeing that Li Qing remained unresponsive, Zhu Wanqing sighed. "After all these years, even the coldest bed should have warmed by now. I am not one to endure suffering. Since you cannot hold on to the world, why not face it with equanimity?" Li Qing remained silent for a long while. "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer." It was futile. The internal energy cultivation and acupuncture had become nearly ineffective, so why cling to it? "What kind of talk is this? It is utterly outrageous," Li Qing said coldly. "Do you think I have lived these 100 years in vain?" Zhu Wanqing was not frightened. Instead, she gazed at him calmly and gently, her aged, murky eyes glistening with tears as she murmured, "Does Uncle Li wish for his niece to consume that crimson pill as well? I implore you, please do not do this." Zhu Wanqing continued softly, "I cannot accept it." "How can I?" Li Qing inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions as he nodded gently, and replied, "Uncle Li has many methods at his disposal. There is no need for you to fear anything. You have always been the one burdened by worry." Zhu Wanqing silently lamented, though she smiled lightly and nodded, saying, "I am not yet at that stage. Uncle Li's trump card is not needed at this moment. Why not take advantage of this interlude to engage in something meaningful?" Without waiting for Li Qing to respond, she continued, "It's not like we are embarking on a sea voyage. It's not far, and I can endure it. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return, correct? This time, I have requested a long leave from the young emperor, as long as 10 years. So there is no need to rush." Li Qing muttered in reply, "I will be back soon." Zhu Wanqing merely smiled, her hopeful gaze fixed upon him, as if to convey, "You should not be this way. Li Qing, how can I compare to it?" The usually assertive Li Qing, at this moment, appeared somewhat hesitant. Grumbling softly, "Take care of yourself. I will return swiftly. If you do not cherish yourself, beware." He made a gesture as if to strike the palm of his hand with a willow branch, though it lacked any semblance of intimidation. Zhu Wanqing feigned a look of trepidation, utterly daunted. Li Qing exhaled deeply, turning his head to bask in the sun, resembling a petulant old man, irritable and obstinate. Days passed, and Li Qing found no means to improve Zhu Houzhong's condition, not even a fraction, prompting him to prepare for a journey to Wudong Mountain. Tang Bohu, are you truly going? He inquired. Since I have nothing else to do, why not join me? Tang Bohu replied. Li Hao is busy, Zhu Shou is occupied. It is dreadfully dull to remain at home alone. The scenery at Wudong Mountain is splendid. I wish to see it again. Li Qing responded, I will return shortly. Considering the travel time, it will take at most 3 months, perhaps even less. Then I shall go too, Tang Bohu grumbled. Where can I go without you? Li Qing opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. After all these years of friendship, you know my character well, don't you? Tang Bohu chuckled. It's only a couple of years. Why be so stingy? Li Qing sighed in resignation. Very well then, pack your belongings, and I shall fetch the carriage. No need. We will ride horses, he replied, noting the increasingly perilous glint in Li Qing's eyes. I'll follow your lead. Li Qing acknowledged with a nod and set off. The carriage naturally belonged to the Li family. Li Hao had initially considered hiring a coachman, but Li Qing found it troublesome and declined, taking the carriage alone with Tang Bohu as they left the city. The carriage was luxurious and spacious, enhanced by Li Qing's transmission of true energy, which ensured that even with day and night travel, Tang Bohu endured little discomfort. However, they ultimately wasted considerable time. A journey that usually took only a few days stretched to over 20 days before they finally reached Wudong Mountain. Upon their last visit, Zhu Houzhong had merely been a young lad. After more than a decade, as they returned to Wudong Mountain, Li Qing felt a pang of homesickness. As Tang Bohu stepped down from the carriage, he looked at the youthful and handsome Li Qing and asked, Are we truly going up the mountain just like this? Li Qing hesitated for a moment and said, For the sake of prudence, it is best to ascend the mountain in my previous guise. This will facilitate trust among the people, allowing them to confirm my identity before I reveal myself, thus avoiding numerous complications. Yes, this is indeed the most prudent approach. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing emerged from the carriage, having transformed back into the visage of a middle-aged man, indistinguishable from his last appearance. He imparted a surge of true energy to Tang Bohu, and together they ascended the mountain. Halfway up, they encountered a group of junior disciples descending for supplies. Among them, an elder disciple scrutinized Li Qing for a moment, recognizing his identity. Senior brother? It is I. Li Qing inquired. How is the sect leader? All is well, senior brother. Please follow me, the elder Taoist replied, performing a respectful gesture as he introduced Li Qing to the other disciples, many of whom had met him before. At the largest Taoist temple on the mountain, dedicated to the Emperor Jinwu and Master Zhang, Li Qing's true form was not difficult to discern, despite his disguise. The younger disciples, akin to fans encountering their idol, were visibly excited to see him. There is no need for such formality. Li Qing returned the gesture with a smile and inquired, Are you all heading down for supplies? Indeed, senior brother, the middle-aged Taoist explained. With a growing population on the mountain and a constant influx of lay practitioners, our cultivated lands are insufficient, necessitating regular trips down for procurement. Very well. Then you may carry on. I am in no hurry, Li Qing assured them. Not at all. We are well versed in the procurement process, the middle-aged Taoist said, turning back to issue a few reminders to the younger disciples before inviting Li Qing to proceed. Li Qing smiled and advised the group, Take your time on your descent. Yes, they responded, and after watching them depart for a while, Li Qing resumed his ascent, inquiring about the recent conditions of Wudong Mountain. The middle-aged disciple responded in detail. Currently, Wudong Mountain has eclipsed Chuanjin, truly standing shoulder to shoulder with Longhu Mountain. Lay practitioners come in droves, and the fervor of incense offerings rivals even the most renowned temples in bustling areas, if not surpassing them. We often have practitioners journeying from hundreds of miles away, drawn by our reputation. The financial state of the mountain has consistently yielded positive returns. Even after allocating a portion for community benefits, we still profit significantly. However, this influx has led to an increased desire to become Taoists here, necessitating stricter criteria for entry. Nonetheless, the number of Taoists on the mountain has surpassed 1,000. Li Qing refrained from voicing any opinions, simply listening intently as they ascended Wudong Mountain, pausing occasionally to engage in light conversation with fellow disciples they encountered along the way. By the time they reached the quiet chamber at the back of the mountain, it was nearly noon. The sect leader remained the same as before, though now he bore the unmistakable signs of age. Fortunately, his spirit was still vibrant, radiating a sense of vitality. Dressed in his Taoist robe, with well-groomed hair and features, he exuded an air of celestial grace. Tang Bohu did not accompany Li Qing into the sect leader's quiet chamber, instead choosing to admire the scenery of Wudong Mountain at his leisure, feeling unrestrained in Li Qing's presence. Through his interaction with the sect leader, Li Qing gained a more direct understanding of the current state of Wudong. There were positive developments, as well as challenges. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. However, Li Qing expressed concern about the number of disciples, emphasizing, "We must be vigilant. We cannot allow the numbers to grow any further. Should we provoke the court's displeasure, the consequences could be dire. Do not assume that an official background guarantees our safety." The junior disciple made a note, contemplating. Perhaps it would be wise to recruit disciples of Wudong every 5 or even 10 years. This indeed seems a commendable approach. Li Qing nodded slightly, suddenly recalling something. He inquired, "What of my fellow disciple Dao Jiao, who descended the mountain with me in the early years? Is he well?" "Dao Jiao is well, though he has grown older," the sect leader sighed. "Master brother, are you merely on a brief visit this time?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed. "Your spirit appears quite vigorous. Is it that you wish to withdraw?" The sect leader chuckled bitterly. "It is but a facade. Should Master brother take the reins, I would gladly relish a life of leisure." He hesitated and continued, "Forgive my boldness, but why has Master brother yet to accept the transmission of the ancestral teachings? With your cultivation, leading Wudong for several more decades should pose no challenge." Over a decade ago, and even earlier, when he was still a junior disciple, Li Qing had been similarly inclined. Now, despite his advancing years, he remained unchanged. Clearly, the worth of Wudong's master brother, the sole direct disciple of Master Zhang, had only increased, leading the sect leader to suspect that Master Brother had reached the same realm as Master Zhang himself, a transcendence beyond the limits of human longevity, entering another echelon. Thus, he found it increasingly difficult to comprehend Master Brother's reluctance to engage fully. It was not resentment, yet it felt like a missed opportunity. Had Master Brother presided over Wudong, the sect leader believed Wudong would not only rival, but surpass the illustrious Longhu Tianshi. Li Qing awkwardly stated, "I apologize, but I have other matters that preclude me from taking over Wudong." What could possibly be more significant than the ancestral teachings? The implications of identities like Yongqing Ho and the national master of the Ming dynasty weighed heavily on Li Qing, compelling him to respond with reluctance, "My studies remain unfinished. One day, when I have fulfilled my duties, I shall return to become a Taoist, never to wander elsewhere." The sect leader forced a bitter smile, feeling a sense of melancholy, but could not reproach Li Qing. Li Qing, embarrassed, touched his nose, sheepishly scratching his head, and awkwardly confessed, "Actually, I have something important to discuss with you." The sect leader composed himself and replied, "Master brother, please feel free to speak. As Taoists, we cultivate in times of peace and assist the populace in times of turmoil. Though we currently reside in an era of prosperity, injustices still prevail." Li Qing licked his lips and continued, "I wish for you to help me keep an eye out for some junior disciples of upright character with a sense of justice." The sect leader hesitated, expressing concern. Might this not provoke the court's suspicion? Li Qing smiled gently. "I have my methods." The sect leader could only offer a wry smile, lacking faith in such assurances. Observing this, Li Qing felt compelled to shed his pretense. Chapter 204, Surpassing Master Zhang with Li Qing's Movements. The ethereal and otherworldly expression of the sect leader gradually transformed, displaying confusion, astonishment, and shock as he abruptly rose, shedding all remnants of his previous calm demeanor. Li Qing let down his Taoist scarf, allowing his long, dark hair to cascade freely, and smiled. "Junior disciple, do you think Master Brother appears youthful?" The sect leader could hardly conceal his astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief as he murmured, How is this possible?" The evidence lay before him, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, it was too unfathomable for him to accept. The sole direct disciple of Master Zhang enjoying longevity was a given. Even in 10 or 20 years, should Master Brother retain his previous appearance, he would not be surprised, merely deeming it natural. But this was wholly unexpected. How could this be? It is worth noting that even the illustrious Zhang Zushi, a paragon of extraordinary talent, who truly transcended the limits of human lifespan and ascended to another realm, lived for over 2 centuries, yet could not escape the passage of time, ultimately succumbing to the effects of aging. albeit at a remarkably slow pace. However, the master brother's resolve trembled nearly to the point of fracturing. His pupils widened in astonishment. Lips pressed together, and his beard quivered for a moment before he stammered, "Master brother, have you surpassed Zhang Zushi?" This was the sole explanation for why Li Qing remained ageless. The pupil had indeed surpassed the master. With a melancholic gaze, Li Qing replied, "My esteemed master is a singular genius. I can hardly compare. Yet, he thought, I am merely somewhat exceptional." Li Qing inwardly mocked himself, pondering what there was to boast about. The sect leader, however, was unwilling to believe that one could accomplish what even Zhang Zushi could not. He regarded it merely as the master brother's modesty. He murmured, "Has the master brother truly become an immortal?" The shock of this revelation was overwhelming, not something that could be easily tempered. His somewhat uncomposed demeanor only served to highlight the steadfastness of the sect leader's resolve. After all, he was not like the emperor of the Ming dynasty, who had his suspicions and even certainties before Li Qing revealed his true self. To suddenly witness such a scene, his reaction was commendably restrained. Li Qing sighed. "If I had truly become an immortal, I would not be here. I am, like you, merely a common mortal in the mundane world." The sect leader chuckled bitterly. "If the master brother is but a common mortal, how shall the junior disciples find their place?" Li Qing, feeling helpless, could only suggest, "You should calm yourself first." "Very well," the sect leader replied, retracting his gaze, concentrating to quell the turmoil within him. After a considerable time, the junior disciple finally understood why the master brother had smiled wryly and why he did not remain on Wudong Mountain. It was indeed too unfathomable. Li Qing softly remarked, "In truth, I have always wished to live a simple life as a Taoist priest, but alas, my will is not my own, and I have not enjoyed a moment's peace for over a century." The sect leader had no doubts. How could someone of the master brother's caliber fathom such thoughts? From the moment Li Qing revealed his true self, the filters and halos had been fully engaged. Was the master brother intending to take a portion of the junior disciples with him? At this moment, he no longer harbored worries about any negative repercussions. Indeed, there was such an intention, though the time was not yet ripe. Li Qing stated, "What I am about to undertake is rather special, requiring exceedingly high standards in character, ability, and age. Rigorous and solemn selection is necessary. Better to have a lack than an excess." The sect leader did not inquire further, nodding slowly. "Is the master brother intending for the junior disciples to be selected on your behalf?" "Indeed." Li Qing exhaled, feeling a twinge of guilt as he lamented. "I owe much to you, Yu Xian and Yu Zhan. Thanks to you, Wudong has reached its current standing. I, as the master brother, truly feel unworthy." The sect leader chuckled lightly, saying, "Master brother, do not speak so. Were it not for your initial establishment of a developmental path and your invitation to Long Hu and Quan Zhun to engage in discourse here, how could Wudong have achieved its present fame?" Pausing for a moment, he earnestly added, "Since the master brother's path does not lie within Wudong, please refrain from revealing this ageless secret before the junior disciples, lest it disturb their state of mind." Li Qing nodded, "Naturally. Any revelation will only be among the selected junior disciples." Even the esteemed leader of the Wudong sect was rendered somewhat disconcerted upon witnessing his true visage. What could be expected of others? Li Qing felt immensely relieved that he had not acted rashly by revealing his true self outright. The leader gradually relaxed and inquired, "How many individuals does the elder brother require, and when will they be needed?" "100 should suffice," Li Qing replied, "though a few more or less would not pose a problem. Remember, it is better to have fewer but more capable individuals. As for the timeline, there is no rush. Take your time in selecting them. Perhaps a deadline would be prudent, so that I can prepare accordingly," the leader suggested. After pondering, Li Qing responded, "Let us set a limit of 5 years. You will know what to do. Do not let those chosen realize their selection. Allow them to maintain their composure. When the time comes, I shall conduct another round of selection." "Understood, junior brother," the leader noted. Having concluded their serious discussion, Li Qing proceeded to offer guidance regarding the cultivation of the current Wudong leader. After all, the title of Wudong leader should not be taken lightly. The leader, being perceptive and possessing a remarkably open mindset, quickly overcame his initial astonishment and maintained a decorous demeanor throughout their interaction. He harbored no thoughts of seeking the secret to Li Qing's longevity, nor did he even subtly inquire about the art of health preservation. In truth, there was no necessity for such inquiries. The texts and insights left behind by the old man had already been meticulously compiled by Li Qing and preserved on Wudong Mountain. However, health preservation merely pertains to well-being and does not have an absolute correlation with longevity. Zhang Lada achieved longevity due to his extraordinary talents, while Li Qing was forgotten by the relentless passage of time. Ultimately, it all boils down to the individual. Take Lu Jian, for instance. He diligently studied, painstakingly navigated his career, immersed himself in political strategy, and exerted himself in governance. His intense life experiences did not shorten his lifespan. Rather, he enjoyed an exceptionally long life. At 90 years of age, he could promptly return to the capital upon the emperor's decree. When it comes to enduring longevity, who among the practitioners on Wudong Mountain could rival that? Neither Yu Zhen nor Yu Xian could compare. Some individuals may attain wealth and status, yet their lives are cut short, while others, though precarious, manage to live into their old age. It is often said that fate governs all. Though this may sound absolute, it is not without reason. As Li Qing emerged from the quiet chamber, he resumed the appearance of a middle-aged man and sought out Dao Jiao. Once the youngest among the 9 of Dao, he had now surpassed his 60s. His health was not particularly robust, but he was nonetheless supported by genuine energy, free from illness and calamity, and maintained a positive mindset. Li Qing conversed with him for quite some time, reminiscing about the past and lamenting the relentless passage of time. In the afternoon, Li Qing visited the main Dao temple to offer 3 sticks of incense for the old man. Naturally, the 4th brother was not neglected and also benefited from Li Qing's offerings. During the Zhangwen era, Zhu Di instigated the Jingnan campaign, and under the duplicitous machinations of Dao Yan, and with Zhu Di's shameless self-promotion, the Prince of Yan transformed into the embodiment of the true martial emperor. Subsequently, the Jingnan campaign achieved resounding success, and the true martial emperor became entirely synonymous with Zhu Di. Li Qing held a deep disdain for such shameless behavior. This 4th brother certainly knows how to ride the coattails of others. It is often said that those with thin skin cannot partake, while those with thick skin indulge abundantly. This adage holds a kernel of truth. At Wudong Mountain, the incense offerings are monopolized by Zhu Di, who occupies the central position. Anyone who comes to pay their respects cannot bypass him. It is likely that over the years, he has indulged immensely. The incense he enjoys surpasses that shared by both master and disciple. After a scathing critique of Zhu Di, Li Qing returned to his tranquil chamber, only to discover Tang Bohu awaiting him, appearing rather fatigued. "Where have you been?" "Just took a leisurely stroll." "Really? Well, I watched your fellow disciples at their studies and thought I might engage in some exercise." Tang Bohu replied with a hint of frustration. "They indeed regard me highly. I nearly exhausted myself." Li Qing chuckled in disbelief. "Why must you always strive to prove yourself? It looked quite effortless, so I thought I would give it a try." But Tang Bohu rubbed his nose. "Well, could you lend me some of your vital energy?" In the evening, after their meal, the two wandered through Wudong Mountain, embraced by the gentle breeze, engaging in light conversation. Tang Bohu inhaled deeply, remarking, "While the scenery of Wudong may not be the most breathtaking, its ambience is unparalleled. Infused with vitality, yet exuding a serene detachment that brings tranquility to the heart. Once you find complete leisure, consider residing on the mountain, dedicating yourself to your path as a Taoist priest." "Indeed, it is quite alluring," Li Qing replied, tilting his face slightly to savor the night breeze. "I often ponder, had I not been captured by the Jinyui and descended the mountain to attend to Empress Xiaozi, perhaps life would have been splendid?" Tang Bohu chuckled, lamenting, "But there are no what-ifs, and perhaps it is fortunate there are none. Even if there were, it would not result in anything better." "Why so?" "Without regrets, there would be no brilliance." With a smile, Tang Bohu continued, "If time were to rewind, you might still find yourself worrying about not being caught." Li Qing retorted, "Am I really that petty?" "Because you fear missing out on it, on them, on us," Tang Bohu stated. Descending the mountain was indeed the best choice, the most correct one. Even if you could choose again 1,000 times, the outcome would remain unchanged. "Let us refrain from hasty rebuttals," Tang Bohu suggested with a grin. "Consider this." Li Qing attempted to visualize it, scratching his head, not denying the notion. "A life devoid of regrets is not truly complete. Speaking of which, you seem to harbor quite a few regrets." Li Qing sighed in exasperation. "Are you comforting me or mocking me?" "Ah, the truth is indeed the truth." Tang Bohu laughed awkwardly, yet soon his laughter rang out brightly. "Regrettably, we are both restless souls. Otherwise, Wudong Mountain truly is a delightful place. Indeed, though the inability to indulge in wine is a slight drawback, Tang Bohu expressed with a tinge of regret. Chapter 205. The heavens are lighter than man. Life on the mountain was serene, yet far from tedious. Giving lectures to the younger disciples, receiving incense offerings from visitors, or annotating scriptures in the library filled the days with simplicity and fulfillment. This atmosphere of tranquility and peace captivated both Li Qing and Tang Bohu. Even without the pleasures of brothels, operas, or tea houses, and certainly without wine, they found joy in the stillness. It seemed as though they were idly passing the time. Yet perhaps the essence of life lies precisely in that, embracing the passage of time. Sipping tea and perusing books, the esteemed monk observes the myriad facets of humanity, with a gentle joy enveloping his heart, subtle yet pure. In a whimsical reverie, Tang Bohu often mused that perhaps in his next life, he might become a Taoist. However, Li Qing promptly returned his words, suggesting that in his next incarnation, he would undoubtedly still aspire to the imperial examinations and seek a prominent position. Tang Bohu chuckled heartily, not denying the truth of her statement. With a large niece at home, the selection of personnel was facilitated by his fellow disciple. And after a brief period of just over a month spent on the mountain, Li Qing descended with Tang Bohu, returning to Jinling. On their departure, the Wudong sect's leader had arranged a farewell ceremony, which left Li Qing feeling rather bashful. As time flowed inexorably, upon his return to Jinling, it was already late summer. The moment he arrived, Li Qing devoted himself to closely examining the condition of his niece. The prognosis was grim, though perhaps it was to be expected. As Zhu Houzhong had remarked, even if Li Qing had not undertaken this journey, the situation would remain unchanged. He had exhausted all available remedies, and even with his return, he found himself powerless. In truth, Zhu Houzhong might have enjoyed a longer life had Li Hao still been present. Li Qing had no choice but to accept this reality, employing every means to delay the inevitable. By the end of July, Li Shuai hurriedly concluded her overseas affairs and returned home to be with her mother, while Li Hao also endeavored to carve out time to remain by their side. They all understood that the day of parting was drawing near, and thus cherished their time together all the more. Alas, the river of time is indifferent, heedless of anyone's desires to hasten or delay its flow, moving ever onward. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhu Houzhong chose not to spend it at the Ho residence as in previous years, but instead remained in the small courtyard. She remarked, "There will be several full moons, yet there is only one mid-autumn full moon." Li Qing concurred. Li Shuai also chose to stay in the courtyard, asserting, "Elder brother is the head of the Li family. In this era, daughters are but outsiders, and the younger generation are your descendants. I cannot overshadow him." Li Qing agreed with her sentiment. This mid-autumn night was considerably more vibrant than in years past. The mooncakes seemed exceptionally delightful, and Li Qing personally played the qin to enliven the festivities. However, as the mid-autumn celebrations faded, the chill of late autumn arrived in quick succession, and Zhu Houzhong's health deteriorated further. Despite being fortified, she succumbed to a persistent cough. Li Qing, unwilling to let her venture outside, invoked the authority of an elder to compel her to rest at the Ho residence, while he disguised himself as a doctor and took up residence there, bringing along Tang Bohu, who was not in much better shape. The Ho residence remained unchanged, yet Li Qing felt a sense of estrangement, influenced by both psychological and objective factors. Over the years, renovations and expansions due to the addition of family members had significantly altered its appearance, unbeknownst to him, all under Li Hao's prudent restraint. With the Li family's wealth and the emperor's leniency, they were entitled to the privileges of a duke, save for the inability to display a plaque bearing the title. As Li Qing integrated himself as an outsider, he not only tended to Zhu Houzhong, but also familiarized himself with the household's male and female offspring, from flourishing adults to spirited youths, and even to playful toddlers, an impressive number, a testament to Li Hao's diligence. Not long ago, Li Hao experienced another elevation in his life, as his youngest son and daughter-in-law blessed the Li family with a baby girl. Thus, Li Hao transitioned into the esteemed role of a great-grandfather. Consequently, excluding Li Qing, the household now boasted 5 generations under one roof, with the addition of Zhu Houzhong, marking a significant familial milestone. Although the venerable Tang Bohu had aged, his hands remained steady as he crafted a splendid painting depicting this 5-generational harmony, capturing every family member, sons, daughters, and even the late Li Hao. ensuring no one was omitted. The lengthy scroll, measuring a yard, was filled to the brim with detail. Yet, Zhu Houzhong harbored a tinge of regret, lamenting the absence of Uncle Li. Both Li Hao and Li Hao shared this sentiment, believing that the true essence of completeness lay in including the authentic Li Qing. Unfortunately, the old man's stubborn disposition rendered him unyielding to their pleas. Once the artwork was completed, Li Hao had it mounted and displayed in the library, alongside the original Yongla de Dian, both in reverence and for the convenience of Qing Ye's appreciation, who resided just a stone's throw away from Zhu Houzhong's quarters, separated only by a moon gate. As autumn deepened and winter approached, Li Qing found himself complaining about the premature arrival of the cold season, while striving to extend Zhu Houzhong's vitality. However, his efforts bore little fruit. Much like the late Li Hao, Zhu Houzhong had managed to retain her health through early prevention, thus rendering his medicinal skills less miraculous. Zhu Houzhong, with her pragmatic outlook, accepted this reality, and although Li Qing was mentally prepared, a sense of sorrow still lingered. Little Li Hao had grown under his watchful eye, and little Houzhong was no different. He reminisced about the child who had blossomed into a young adult, establishing a family and embracing the joys of parenthood and grandparenthood. Standing beneath the eaves, Li Qing gazed skyward, lost in silence. "Uncle Li," Zhu Houzhong gently called out. Li Qing collected his thoughts and replied softly, "Why are you out here again?" "I felt stifled and wanted to take a walk," she explained, gesturing to her heavy cloak. "It's only early winter. It's not that cold." "Very well, let us stroll," Li Qing acquiesced. "Where shall we go?" he inquired. "I wish to visit Hangzhou," Zhu Houzhong expressed. "If we delay any longer, I fear there may be no second chance." "Is that acceptable?" How could Li Qing possibly object? "All right." Without enlisting the servants, Li Hao drove the carriage, taking the three of them to the ancestral grave of the Li family. Although referred to as an ancestral grave, it contained only the remains of Li Hao, as he had established his own family lineage. After a brief distance, Li Hao halted the carriage, disembarking to assist Zhu Houzhong down, with Li Qing following suit. Once Li Hao had also descended, Li Qing retrieved the basket he had carried, and the four of them walked together toward Li Hong's final resting place. At the grave, Li Hao and Li Hao bowed in reverence, offering sacrifices, while Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong stood silently behind the siblings, gazing at the cold, unyielding gravestone for an extended moment. After the rites, the siblings shifted aside to create space for the uncle and nephew. Li Qing supported Zhu Houzhong as they squatted down, still enveloped in silence. Zhu Houzhong raised her frail hand, gently brushing away the dust from the gravestone, softly calling out, "Hangzhou." Li Hao turned her head, concealing her face, while Li Hao's eyes were obscured by the swirling sands. "I remember when you departed. It was the first year of the Jiajing era. Now, it is already the 9th year. Remarkably, neither of us has aged backward, but rather, we have grown another year older." Zhu Houzhong gently traced the characters of Li Hao, sighing, "It must be quite painful." Even though Li Qing had endured much, he couldn't help but lose his composure, his vision blurring. In that moment of confusion, it felt as though he had returned to the past, to the residence of the Duke of Chao, where his elderly friend Li Jinglong fondly patted the round head of young Li Hao, insisting that Li Qing acknowledge his great-grandson as his godson. Boldly taking advantage of Li Qing, the mischievous smile of Li Jinglong was vividly present, yet, as a gust of wind swept by, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Not only had he disappeared, but the lively little boy was also gone, leaving behind only a cold gravestone, so glaring that Li Qing lacked the courage to gaze upon it directly. He looked up at the heavens, tremblingly murmuring, "How could you be so cruel to me?" After a brief power outage lasting half an hour, he was unable to write the full amount and decided to submit what he had, still needing 800 words to complete the piece. He promised to refresh it the following day to reveal the entire content, apologizing for the unusual circumstances and seeking understanding from his readers. Zhong Qinghong took a moment to gather her emotions. Chapter 206. This time, it truly cannot be done. At the Yongqing Marquis's residence, in the library, Li Qing perused the catalog, occasionally withdrawing a volume of the Yongla Encyclopedia, hoping to discover a remedy for Zhu Houzhong. As a genuine encyclopedia, the Yongla Encyclopedia naturally encompassed medical knowledge, and not in small measure. Previously, Li Qing had occasionally skimmed its contents, but never had he delved into it with such systematic fervor as he did now, seeking the healing arts. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of alternatives. He had exhausted nearly all his knowledge, yet the results were increasingly disappointing. It was not that Li Qing's medical skills were lacking. Rather, every advanced treatment has its limits and inevitably encounters fatigue. A singular skill cannot suffice in the realm of medicine. Even the most exquisite prescriptions will lead to drug resistance if administered over long periods. The same applies to qi manipulation and acupuncture. One volume after another, Li Qing immersed himself in the Yongle Encyclopedia, surpassing the diligence of scholars striving for success in the imperial examinations. Yet, effort does not always yield reward. Among the vast array of medical knowledge, few insights dazzled Li Qing, the divine physician, and even those that did were often inapplicable to Zhu Houzhong. Despite his perseverance, after more than 10 days of relentless study, he found not hope but deepening despair. In truth, Li Qing had not harbored high hopes from the beginning. Yet the absence of even a glimmer of hope evoked a distinct emotional burden. Before the study desk, the Yongle Encyclopedia had been piled into a wall of books several feet high. All that could be heard was the rustle of pages turning, and the occasional sound of heavy breathing, a clear indication of Li Qing's dire state of mind. Zhu Houzhong, supported by her daughter, entered the library and called out, "Uncle Li." The sound of pages turning halted, and in the next moment, Li Qing emerged from behind the towering wall of books. The chill in the air was becoming more pronounced, and without the means to kindle a fire here, he remarked, "If there is something, just send someone to call for me." As he spoke, he walked around the desk and approached her, saying, "Let us go downstairs. It is quite cold here." In truth, it wasn't too bad. After a brief nap post-lunch, he had read for a while longer, but now found himself exceedingly bored. Zhu Houzhong cleared her throat lightly to dispel her cough and smiled as she said, "Winter solstice isn't even here yet. Jinling isn't Shuntian. It isn't that cold." She said playfully, "It's just that Uncle Li thinks I'm cold." Li Shuer tightened her mother's fox fur cloak and remarked, "Mother's chamber is currently ventilating. It's not much warmer than here." Li Qing took a deep breath and said helplessly, "All right then, let us talk next door." In the adjacent bedroom, the three sat close to the table. Zhu Houzhong said, "The Yongle Dadian encompasses a vast range of topics. For an ordinary person, those medical texts might be useful. But you, Uncle Li, are different. You are the sole direct disciple of Master Zhang, and in truth, your knowledge surpasses that of the Yongle Dadian. There are always greater talents beyond, and heavens beyond the heavens." Li Qing interrupted her, saying, "Less flattery." "It's the truth," Zhu Houzhong replied. "There is no need to peruse those medical texts. I am aware of my condition, and you are too. If you wish to read them, there will be ample time in the future. For now, relax a little, for your niece's sake." Li Qing remained silent. Li Shuer, who had been quiet, felt a wave of sorrow. "All right," Li Qing said. Zhu Houzhong's smile brightened significantly. She cleared her throat and said, "Life and death are natural occurrences. I am not afraid. I believe there will come a day when misfortune befalls us, and you are not afraid either. Are you, Uncle Li?" Li Qing nodded silently, forcing a slight smile as he replied, "Having experienced so many farewells, it is inevitable to feel a twinge of sadness, a hint of melancholy. After all, you and Honger have grown up before my eyes. How could I not feel heartache?" Zhu Houzhong acknowledged with a sound, "Today there is no wind. The last time I saw Honggu return, I was quite somber. How about we take a stroll with your niece, just around the Ho residence?" "Good." Zhu Houzhong leaned on her cane, her arm supported by her daughter. Though her steps were heavy, her mood was light as she chatted with Li Qing, introducing the pavilions and corridors of the Yongqing Marquis residence. Occasionally encountering younger members of the Li family, after exchanging greetings, Zhu Houzhong would elaborate to Li Qing about them, their ages, names, and which branch they hailed from. Li Qing listened quietly, taking mental notes while occasionally inquiring. Even though their paths were destined never to intersect, his secrets were meant to be passed only among the heads of the Li family. It was impossible to let all the younger generations know, unless the day came when the secret of this immortal being in Ming dynasty would be known to the entire world. Until then, Li Qing would not voluntarily reveal himself, no longer disguising himself. Allowing others to gradually discover his extraordinary nature did not imply that the secrets of the two Yongqing marquises would also be exposed. One immortal was sufficient. After wandering for a while, Zhu Houzhong, in high spirits, ultimately found herself exhausted and was helped back to her chamber by the two. Li Qing transmitted his vital energy to her, and soon, she fell into a deep slumber. Li Shuer accompanied Li Qing out of the chamber, dismissing the maidservant waiting at the door. Standing under the eaves with Li Qing, she softly said, "Mother sees things clearly. You should be a bit clearer too." Li Qing smiled warmly. "I am not as fragile and sentimental as you think. I have endured all these years. Do you really think I need comfort from you younger ones?" Li Shuer hesitated, lowering her head. Li Qing slightly tilted his face upwards, gazing at the horizon, murmuring, "Alas, your father has left, and your mother will soon follow. It's not so much heart-wrenching as it is an overwhelming sense of emptiness, a feeling of being unmoored. They will all depart." As soon as Li Shuer uttered her words, she instantly regretted them and timidly glanced at him. Li Qing maintained an expression of calm, nodding gently. "Indeed, everyone must depart. The people of this era can only be buried within it. Such is the nature of life." Li Shuer let out a subtle sigh of relief and quietly mused. "It is enough to be devoid of affection." "Yes." Li Qing continued to gaze into the horizon, as if there were a captivating landscape awaiting him there. Li Shuer rose onto her toes to follow his gaze. Discovering the early evening glow that illuminated the sky, a fiery red, truly magnificent. Li Qing remained steadfast in his diligent study of the Yongle Encyclopedia. By day, he treated Zhu Houzhong, engaging her in light-hearted conversation to alleviate her spirits. By night, he pored over medical texts by lamplight. What if, after all, he neither ate nor drank nor slept? He was not in any peril of dying. Zhu Houzhong's condition resembled a snowball rolling down a mountainside, growing larger and faster, accumulating momentum that left Li Qing helpless. From initially curing her to merely prolonging her time, and then to alleviating her suffering, Li Qing continuously lowered his standards. During this time, he explored various alternative treatments, yet their efficacy paled in comparison to his established methods. They could not even delay her deterioration, only offer relief from her pain. By the winter solstice, Zhu Houzhong could no longer walk, unable to move even with assistance, growing increasingly frail. Li Hao prepared the wooden wheelchair once used by his father, cushioning it with a warm pad for his mother to sit upon, then draping a thick blanket over her, one that exuded warmth at first glance. The silver-haired Li Hao pushed his snow-white mother, engaging in conversation as they strolled beside the Hou residence, while Li Qing lingered at a distance, not wishing to intrude upon the mother-son bond. Zhu Houzhong exhibited remarkable strength, optimism, and calmness, displaying a nonchalance far surpassing that of Li Hong in the past. Once reluctant to part with her, he now found her preparing to meet him. Their circumstances had shifted, and naturally, so had their mindsets. After enjoying dumplings on the winter solstice, the ice in the water tank thickened, and the servants grew increasingly plump, while Zhu Houzhong found her opportunities to breathe fresh air dwindling, only able to bask in the sun on sunny days during its peak. She remained serene and remarkably composed. Even as time slipped away, when interacting with her descendants, she exhibited immense patience. She had become obedient, shedding the capriciousness of her youth, adhering to medical advice, taking her medication, and actively engaging in her treatment with a commendable attitude, despite her poor condition. As the new year approached, the Li family did not prepare as they had in previous years. Instead, they were enveloped in a growing shroud of sorrow. It was well known that the matriarch of the Li family was nearing her end, her time swiftly approaching. Li Qing persevered each night, nearly exhausting the conventional medical books encompassed within the Yongle Encyclopedia, acquiring considerable medical knowledge, yet finding no remedy to alleviate Zhu Houzhong's plight. On the eve of the little new year, Zhu Houzhong ultimately reached her limit, mustering her strength to transfer to the guest hall, summoning Li Hao, her eldest son, to impart her final wishes. Following this, she gathered all her descendants, sons and daughters, including a multitude of daughters-in-law and granddaughters, even the newborn of the youngest generation, cradled in her arms. The sons and daughters were all steeped in sorrow, as were the daughters-in-law, yet amidst their grief, they harbored a hope that the matriarch might indulge in some final extravagance, raising her expenditures before her departure. Zhu Houzhong had meticulously prepared for the occasion, ensuring that every male descendant, female child, daughter-in-law, granddaughter-in-law, and great-granddaughter-in-law were accounted for. The Li family was vast and prosperous, yet 99% of its members were disconnected from this wealth. While Li Hao, the patriarch, was alive, his direct descendants could enjoy the comforts of affluence without a second thought. Once Li Hao was no longer present, only the direct descendants of Li Xin would be able to claim this privilege, though they would receive a substantial settlement. Who would ever consider too much money a burden? Having a little extra now would provide them with greater assurance in the future. Such a blend of familial affection and mercenary tendencies reflects the reality of most households. Li Qing observed this with a mix of sentiment, understanding, and acceptance. After imparting her thoughts, Zhu Houzhong fell into a deep slumber. Aware that his mother had little time left, Li Hao dismissed the numerous wives, daughters-in-law, and younger generations, leaving only himself, his younger sister, and the eerily composed Qing Yi. The eldest niece was obedient, and Li Qing, unwilling to break her promise, refrained from using the red pill, instead recklessly employing his vital energy and acupuncture to awaken the faintest flicker of life that remained. After a full quarter of an hour, Zhu Houzhong stirred, slowly regaining consciousness after a period of confusion. "Uncle Li, this time, my niece truly cannot hold on any longer," she lamented. "You have done remarkably well," Li Qing responded, giving a thumbs up before turning to his siblings. "You too, come closer." Chapter 207. Serenity. The siblings, too overcome with emotion to wipe their tears, rushed forward, sitting on either side of the bed, gazing at their mother. "Do not cry just yet. We shall weep later," Zhu Houzhong urged, forcing a smile. "You are no longer children. I have no worries about you. Remember to balance work and rest. An incessant focus on labor is unwise, yet idleness is equally unadvisable." The siblings nodded vigorously, shaking off the tears that threatened to fall, only to have new ones welling up shortly thereafter. "Do not weep, my dear. Mother is going to find your father. It has been many years. It is no longer cold," Zhu Houzhong murmured softly. The siblings were unable to articulate their sorrow, only able to nod in agreement as tears flowed. Zhu Houzhong lacked the strength to wipe their tears or offer them comfort, and seeing that her children were not receptive, she turned her gaze to Li Qing. "Uncle Li, I am here." Li Qing leaned slightly forward to conserve her energy. "Speak." "I cough. Hope Uncle Li can maintain a calm demeanor, not to dwell in sorrow." "You promised at Honggu's grave to remain untroubled," Zhu Houzhong stammered. "You are the foremost man of the Ming dynasty, a steadfast bastion of strength. How can you be untrue to your word?" "Uncle Li never goes back on his word," Li Qing affirmed. "Uncle Li, speak." Li Qing inched closer. "I think I see Honggu. He is preparing the bedding." Zhu Houzhong's murky eyes dimmed further, gradually losing focus. "Is that so?" Li Qing replied gently. "Is it soft and thick?" "Yes, it is a deep red, the very same bedding from our wedding." Zhu Houzhong's whisper was barely audible. Li Qing heard her clearly and reassured her. "Hong Er knows you are coming to find him. He is busy making preparations." "However, why has it turned gray again?" Zhu Houzhong spoke with a voice tinged with anger. Li Qing understood that she was on the brink of losing her five senses, so he leaned in close and whispered, "It's because you're heading in that direction. Once you arrive there, everything will be normal again." "Is that so?" Zhu Houzhong's expression softened. Her lips moved again, yet she could not articulate her thoughts. Nevertheless, the look on her face suggested she had glimpsed something worth sharing. Li Qing slowly straightened up, observing her frozen expression for a long moment. He then tucked her arm under the covers and gently arranged the disheveled white strands of hair on her forehead, gazing at her with a tender affection. The two siblings, much like Li Qing, stared at her in silence. After a considerable time, Li Hao, with his mouth agape and an expression that was a blend of tears and laughter, looked at Li Qing and asked, "Qing Yi, why isn't our mother speaking?" "Your mother has departed," Li Qing replied. "Departed? Departed?" Li Hao repeated, bewildered, then turned to his mother. "Mother, you really left? Aren't you going to say anything to your son?" Li Shui'er held back her cries, fearing that her mother had not gone far and might be disturbed by her distress. Pouting her lips, she covered her mouth with her hands as tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Qing remained composed, seemingly fulfilling a promise, showing no signs of sorrow. After observing her for a full quarter of an hour, he finally spoke. "Li Hao." Li Hao gazed blankly at Li Qing. "From this day forth, you are the true head of the family, the longest-serving patriarch of the Yongqing Marquisate," Li Qing announced. Li Hao's tears flowed freely, his mouth agape. Yet he could only utter four words. "Qing Yi, I am afraid." "Do not fear," Li Qing reassured him, gently ruffling his hair, reminiscent of how Li Jinglong had once comforted young Li Hong. "There is still Qing Yi. I will not leave." "All right," Li Hao replied, akin to a lost child who suddenly spots a guardian, his fears dissipating. Li Qing cast one last deep glance at his niece, rising slowly once more, and reiterated, "Li Hao, your mother has departed." Li Hao, bewildered, took a moment to regain his composure before standing up and walking outside. Do not be sorrowful. Li Qing patted Li Shuetra's trembling shoulders before turning to leave. As he exited the Yongqing Marquise, the sound of firecrackers filled the air, marking the approach of dusk. It suddenly struck Li Qing that today was the Little New Year. At the Weiwu Pavilion, upon seeing him enter, Zhu Houzhong hurried over, pulling him aside and inquiring. A few days ago, I heard from old Tang that my grandaunt's condition had worsened. I was planning to visit again. What brings you here? Has she recovered? No need to go. Well done. Zhu Houzhong relaxed, praising, truly worthy of being Li Shini. She has already departed, Li Qing stated. Zhu Houzhong momentarily failed to comprehend. Where has she gone? Li Qing walked inward, heading toward the usual dining room. Join me for a drink. Zhu Houzhong's expression darkened. He glanced outside, then back inside. Torn for a moment before he sighed heavily and moved inward. Zhang Yong, have the staff prepare the strongest liquor. Understanding that Li Qing was not there for a meal, Zhu Houzhong only requested 4 small dishes to accompany the drinks, but the wine was exquisite. With 2 large jars prepared, how do you wish to drink? Zhu Houzhong asked, his eyes reddened and his voice hoarse. I simply wish to have a couple of drinks. Not to indulge excessively, 1 pot will suffice. Li Qing picked up a piece of vegetable with his chopsticks, savoring it slowly, then switched to a wine jug and cup. Zhu Houzhong observed him for a moment, nodding thoughtfully. Good. After consuming only 3 cups of wine, Li Qing ceased drinking. He engaged in conversation with Zhu Houzhong for a while, and as twilight descended, he took his leave. Zhu Houzhong had the inclination to follow him, yet was at a loss for words. In truth, he felt a deep sorrow within, grappling with a sense of acceptance that eluded him. Just days prior, he had visited his grandaunt at the Marquis's residence, assessing her condition, and had anticipated she would last until late spring or early summer. To his dismay, she had not even survived until the minor New Year. Although he had faced severe beatings in his childhood, which had infuriated him at the time, he now recognized that his grandaunt had cared for him more than her own grandchildren. Yet, due to the constraints of his status, he seldom visited the Yongqing Marquise estate. Now, he regretted missing the final opportunity to see her. Zhu Houzhong's heart ached further at the thought that Zhang Yong would soon depart as well, intensifying his empathy for Li Qing. The pain of separation, indeed, was profoundly bitter. In the little courtyard, Li Qing entered to find Tang Bohu already returned. Surprised, Li Qing inquired, when did you come back? Tang Bohu paused, responding, when Lady Li summoned the younger members of the Li family, I prepared some food and drink. Please wait a moment, I shall heat it. Let me do it. Li Qing interjected, you cannot endure any more exertion. In this frigid weather, how can you run around and stay at Yongqing Marquise residence? Tang Bohu scratched his head, feeling an unsettling sense of unreality in Li Qing's demeanor. Was this not different from the time of the late Marquis? Or had he misinterpreted the situation, thinking that Lady Li was merely making arrangements in advance? Yet, it seemed contrary for Li Qing to leave the Marquis's residence at this time. Tang Bohu found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to address the situation, but was too hesitant to inquire further. Noticing his turmoil, Li Qing spoke, my dear niece has departed. Though it was within the realm of reason. Tang Bohu was still taken aback. You, what is it? Li Qing, surprised yet suddenly enlightened, reassured him, do not worry about me. I have grown accustomed to it. I am not so sentimental. There is nothing to fret about. Is it truly nothing? Tang Bohu felt increasingly anxious. Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. Do not concern yourself with me. It is far more important that you take care of yourself. Tang Bohu sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. A drunken stupor or even a good cry would be preferable. Your demeanor makes me even more uneasy. Li Qing, with a touch of resignation, replied, I assure you. It is not a facade. I am genuinely not as heartbroken as you might think. I merely feel a sense of emptiness, a formless longing, truly. Perhaps I have simply grown accustomed to it. Tang Bohu remained skeptical, yet considering Li Qing's experiences and age, it seemed somewhat reasonable. He raised his cup, declaring, to you. I drink. I shall remain casual. Li Qing clinked his cup against Tang Bohu's, downing the contents. I have just indulged in a drink at Weiwu Tower. Let us converse. Rather than drown our sorrows in wine. Tang Bohu responded with a hint of bitterness. Your current state worries me far more than any sorrowful lament. Do you wish for me to weep uncontrollably? If only that were possible. Li Qing pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I cannot cry. My state of mind is quite serene, not as you envision. Do not fret unnecessarily. Tang Bohu could discern no signs of distress in Li Qing. Yet, he attributed this to his own inability to perceive the truth, firmly doubting that Li Qing could genuinely maintain such tranquility. He was merely a person who no longer wished to live. After a simple meal, Li Qing retired early to bed. Tang Bohu, having eavesdropped for quite some time, heard nothing of significance. The following day, Li Qing rose early to procure breakfast. By the time Tang Bohu awoke, Li Qing was quietly consuming his meal. A novel lay before him, reading as he ate. You should hurry and wash up. The buns will soon go cold, Li Qing remarked without lifting his gaze. Observing this, Tang Bohu became increasingly concerned. Taking a seat directly across from Li Qing, he asked in a subdued tone, with the passing of the old lady, "Are you not going to pay your respects? After all, you were her attending physician. Even if you do not reveal your identity, you could remain in the Yongqing marquis residence." He aimed to provoke Li Qing, hoping to elicit an emotional response. Li Qing replied, "Is it customary for elders to mourn for their juniors?" With that single statement, Tang Bohu found himself at a loss for words. There is truly nothing amiss. Why do you find it hard to believe? Li Qing set down his book and met his gaze with calm eyes. Does crying serve any purpose? Does sorrow change anything? Those who have departed are gone. It is far better for the living to live well, is it not? But you were not accustomed to this before. Now you seem to have settled into it. Li Qing shot him a glance and resumed his meal, raising the half-eaten bun and propping up his novel to continue reading. Tang Bohu still harbored doubts about Li Qing's apparent tranquility, yet could devise no solution, so he momentarily conceded. In the days that followed, Li Qing continued as usual, exhibiting no signs of grief or deviation from his typical demeanor. He appeared utterly composed, a tranquility that seemed genuine rather than feigned. Chapter 208. Finding rest beneath the earth. In the bustling city of Jinling, households were preoccupied with the festivities of the new year, exuding an atmosphere of joy. Li Qing wandered through the streets, surrounded by vibrant red decorations. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in the alleyway leading to the Yongqing marquis residence, where many sedan chairs were stationed, and the bearers, in small groups, gazed up at the towering walls, whispering among themselves with evident envy. Li Qing caught the faint sounds of weeping from within, observing the white lanterns swaying gently in the breeze at the entrance of the marquis estate. He did not enter but passed by as a mere passerby, strolling leisurely without pausing or quickening his pace. With merely 2 days until the new year, the usually bustling streets felt unusually desolate. Restaurants, shops, and markets had closed their doors, and pedestrian traffic was scarce. The majestic Weiwu building remained open, yet no patrons were in sight. The staff seemed to be there solely for a solitary, homeless soul. Li Qing hesitated but ultimately decided against entering. After all, the new year was a time for families to celebrate joyfully. He did not wish to be the one to dampen their spirits. He did not linger long, and as noon approached, he returned to his small courtyard. After all, there was still one family member at home. Upon opening the door, he found Li Shuiru, pale-faced and red-eyed, a white mourning ribbon tied at her waist, engaged in conversation with Tang Bohu, undoubtedly inquiring about Li Qing's well-being. As he entered, Li Shuiru paused her conversation and slowly approached, explaining, "In the past few days, many guests have come to pay their respects. As a woman, I felt it inappropriate to venture into the front yard, and my elder brother forbade me from doing so. Thus, I could only keep vigil at night, which allowed me the opportunity to come here briefly and bring some vegetables." Li Qing nodded slightly and replied, "I am aware of that. There is no need for you to explain. I am not so demanding." Li Shuiru opened her mouth, but ultimately fell silent. How could she utter the words of consolation? "May you find peace?" She simply could not bring herself to speak, momentarily frozen in place. Li Qing broke the tense silence, his voice gentle as he inquired, "You must be quite exhausted after these few days. Fortunately, I do not have to entertain any guests. After the morning vigil, I can eat something and rest." Li Shuiru replied, her voice growing softer. She sniffed, then added, "Mother departed peacefully, having lived a long life. She would not want us to be sorrowful. Indeed, let us minimize our sadness," Li Qing said, gradually walking toward the east kitchen, his back to her. "Shall we dine here at noon? Of course, that is no trouble at all. It's merely a matter of extra chopsticks. Why not go to the parlor and play a game of chess with Tang Bohu? Do not linger outside in the cold," he continued, entering the east kitchen, the sound of knocking soon following. Li Shuiru hesitated, contemplating whether to assist. "Let us play chess instead," Tang Bohu suggested. Taking a breath, Li Shuiru nodded. "All right." The meal, consisting of 4 dishes and a soup. Was not extravagant, but sufficient for 3 people. Unlike usual, today they adhered to the custom of silence during meals, creating an atmosphere of desolation. After dining, Tang Bohu retired for an afternoon nap. Li Shuer hesitated several times before speaking. With mother gone, both my brother and I are deeply saddened. I know you are as well. Mourning for a loved one is not shameful. You need not suppress your emotions merely to uphold a promise. Li Qing gently shook his head, murmuring, I too believed I would be overwhelmed with grief, yet I am not. There is neither pretense nor suppression. After a long sigh, Li Qing regained his composure and earnestly said, Do not concern yourself with me. Your mother has passed, and that is an irrevocable truth. You both have your own matters to attend to. Speak with your brother and do not worry about me. I am not yet at the stage where I require care from the younger generation. Yet Li Xuan'er sighed inwardly, understanding. All right. Li Qing shifted closer to the stove, extending his palm to warm by the fire, the embers casting a rosy glow on his face, calm and serene, like a tranquil, unfathomable lake. Li Xuan'er felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. After a moment, she said, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Li Qing nodded, then asked, Have the burial arrangements been made? Not yet, Li Xuan'er replied with a slight shake of her head. In this era, it was common for ordinary families to keep the coffin for 7 days, while those with means might extend that duration. And noble families often adhered to the number of 39. However, there were no strict regulations. In unusual circumstances, it was not uncommon for a body to remain unburied for years. Must we report to the court? She inquired. Li Qing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There is no need. Your mother's identity cannot be disclosed. On the surface, she was merely a lady of title. Would it compel the emperor to halt court proceedings in mourning? Your mother would not have cared for such trivialities. Let her depart quietly. Very well, Li Xuan'er nodded, adding, I will ask my brother and inform you at the earliest opportunity once the date is set. Li Qing acknowledged with a sound, but offered no further comments. Li Xuan'er rose and departed. On New Year's Eve, it was much like the previous year. Li Qing and Tang Bohu kept vigil together. However, this year, the fireworks were omitted, and the red envelopes that Li Qing had meticulously prepared remained unused. Tang Bohu took a sip of wine and inquired, Have you been busy in recent years? Not particularly, Li Qing replied. Then after the new year, once the late Lady Li is laid to rest, shall we venture out? Li Qing retorted, Given your current state, you still wish to indulge in frivolities? Tang Bohu smiled wryly and shook his head, If not the sea, then at least in the Ming, in Jiangnan. I cannot simply spend my life in this small courtyard, can I? Li Qing paused. Are you considering a trip to Wuxian? Indeed, indeed, Tang Bohu sighed, downing the last of the wine he had been reluctant to finish. After all, fallen leaves must return to their roots, mustn't they? You haven't reached that point yet, at least not at present, Li Qing remarked. Tang Bohu nodded with a smile. Then let us delay, exploring Jiangnan a bit later. We need not travel far, perhaps just around Jiangsu and Zhujiang. We could also pay a visit to Bowen. By the way, the court is vigorously promoting a new whip law in Jiangsu and Zhujiang. You might as well learn about it. What do you think? My itinerary seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Li Qing contemplated for a moment before replying. Let us depart in late spring. You need to recuperate properly. Not a problem, Tang Bohu joked. Having spent several summers in Jiaoji, I have become quite accustomed to the heat. Now, on this New Year's Day, I shall have one more drink, just one. Li Qing smiled softly. Go ahead. Unable to withstand the fatigue, Tang Bohu fell asleep before midnight. Li Qing remained alone, listening to the sporadic sounds of firecrackers in contemplative silence. At dawn, Li Qing stepped out of the guest hall, leaping onto the rooftop, facing east to watch the sunrise. Ah, the morning sun of the 10th year of Jiajing is nothing remarkable, Li Qing thought, feeling a deep sense of disappointment as he descended from the roof to prepare breakfast. Later, Li Hao visited, informing him that the burial would take place on the 18th of the first month. Li Qing said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Li Hao lingered for a while before taking his leave. On the second day of the new year, Zhu Houzhong and Zhang Yong arrived at the small courtyard. This day was designated for visiting relatives, yet Zhu Houzhong had no close kin to visit. He had no legitimate reason to go to the Yong family estate, and aside from his great-aunt, distant uncles, and younger aunts, he felt little connection to others. Li Qing, however, was quite dear to him. Typically unruly, Zhu Houzhong today adopted a notably formal demeanor, mimicking the customs of ordinary families by bringing fruits, pastries, and pork as gifts, modest yet practical offerings. Li Qing graciously accepted them and set about preparing a lavish spread. With days of no snowfall and the sun shining warmly, the small courtyard began to feel a bit more inviting. Zhang Yong, breaking free from his usual rigid mindset, joined the table to share laughter, partake in the feast, and reminisce about the past. They spoke of the grand gestures during their initial encounters, the subsequent frictions, and the joys they had shared, deepening the smile lines on Zhang Yong's face. This grand eunuch, who had grown up alongside Zhu Houzhong, had engaged in fierce rivalries with Lu Jin, had ventured to Datong with Yang Yiqing to lend assistance, and had quelled the rebellion of the Ning Wang alongside Wang Shuren. Now found himself in the twilight of his years. He was unfortunate, unable to enjoy a peaceful old age like others, surrounded by grandchildren. Yet, he did not feel this way. He was content and satisfied. The eunuchs of the Ming dynasty, whether virtuous or vile, whether obedient or ambitious, were, on the whole, far from the ferocious beasts described by scholars. Li Qing, ultimately, did not fully assimilate and held no disdain for this group, especially for eunuchs like Zhang Yong. After sharing a meal and engaging in light-hearted conversation, he offered Zhang Yong a prescription based on careful observation and inquiry regarding his health. Zhang Yong, filled with gratitude and emotion, cherished the prescription, smiling with delight as he exclaimed, "With your prescription, I shall surely partake in the joyous festivities of the young lord." Zhu Houzhong, with a grand gesture, declared, "This is no challenge. After the new year, I shall arrange for Zhu Wei and Zhu Wu to serve as matchmakers." However, Tang Bohu interjected, "There is no need to rush." Li Qing concurred, and Zhu Houzhong, momentarily taken aback, then amended his words, "Indeed, there is no urgency, old Zhang. You need not hurry." Zhang Yong merely nodded with a smile. After their meal, the group settled beneath the eaves, basking in the sun while discussing light-hearted topics. The winter sun shone brightly, its warmth intensifying. Time continued to flow, and the shops along the street gradually opened, while the market bustled with activity. Before long, the day for eating Tangyuan arrived. The dumplings from Weiwu Tower were no less delightful than those made by Li Qing, soft, glutinous, and sweet. Li Qing savored a small bowl. 2 days later, the siblings visited together, their expressions gravely somber. This time, it was a true farewell. Li Qing understood their purpose, simply stating that it was time to return to the earth. When Li Shuer inquired if he wished to take part, Li Qing shook his head. Li Hao said nothing but assured that he would take good care of the family, assuring Qing Yi not to worry about the Li household, and encouraged him to take a moment for himself after their mother was laid to rest. Li Qing readily agreed. The following day, before dawn broke, the funeral procession set off early. The long line of bearers, musicians playing the suona, and those scattering paper money created a considerable spectacle. Yet, for a family of Li's stature, it appeared somewhat modest. Li Hao and his younger brothers supported the coffin, followed by a host of male relatives clad in mourning attire. Weeping along the way, the commander of the Jiangnan Navy, Li Exine, was absent, not due to any loss of affection from the emperor, but because he had led the navy to escort the court's merchant ships to the west the previous spring and had yet to return, a circumstance that could hardly be deemed unfilial. As the events unfolded, Chapter 209, growing ever more benevolent, Li Qing professed his reluctance to attend, yet when the moment arrived, how could he refrain? He lingered at a distance, silently following the procession to the ancestral grave of the Li family, watching from afar as everything proceeded without a hitch. The tomb had been prepared long ago, and thus everything went smoothly. Li Qing observed from a distance as the coffin containing his beloved niece was lowered into the tomb and disappeared from view, witnessing the heart-wrenching cries of Li Hao, whose hair had turned gray at the temples, and the sobs of the younger generation of the Li family. He watched as the earth was gradually piled upon the grave until it was filled to the brim. Li Qing felt an indescribable weight being buried alongside, leaving his heart increasingly hollow, neither sorrowful nor mournful, and no tears fell. He stood there, expressionless, like a statue, motionless as he beheld the proceedings until they reached their conclusion. As the sun reached its zenith and the evening shadows lengthened, night descended, but Li Qing remained still, merely observing. For a long time, a chilling breeze swept across the landscape, carrying dust that brushed against Li Qing's face, infusing a hint of vitality into his otherwise serene demeanor. He exhaled slowly, bent down to scoop a handful of earth, and ambled towards the cemetery, where he added to the graves of his godson and niece. He repeatedly wiped the tombstone with his sleeve, yearning to articulate something, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Finally, he softly murmured, "I am well here. And you are well there. Let us all be well." After sitting in silence for a considerable time, Li Qing departed at a measured pace. This time marked a true farewell. The significance of the couple in Li Qing's heart was unparalleled, far outweighing that of Li Hao and his siblings. And in the future, no one could ever compare. He had witnessed their growth, the establishment of their families, their aging, and ultimately, their passing. They had embodied so much of Li Qing's cherished memories. Reflecting on the moment he acknowledged Xiao Li Hong, he recalled the presence of Li Jinglong, and the days when Xiao Wanqing and his junior disciple were still alive, as well as the existence of his master. Back then, he had elders to look up to. Yet now, even those who had witnessed the presence of his elders had departed. Li Qing then traveled to Qixiao Mountain, followed by a visit to Zhongshan to see Li Jinglong, and also to pay respects to Lan Yu, but he refrained from visiting Zhu Yuanzhang. It was not due to any barriers, for with Li Qing's abilities, no one could impede him, nor would they even realize his presence. Li Qing simply felt a sudden vexation towards old Zhu. Perhaps it seemed unreasonable, but did old Zhu himself ever adhere to reason? After a night, Li Qing resumed his usual routine, cooking, dining, and moving about, while also fulfilling his duties as a physician. He tended to Tang Bohu's health without neglecting Zhang Yao. Life felt fulfilling, yet Li Qing could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, that much was lacking. On the second day of the second lunar month, as the dragon raised its head, the desolation vanished, and life surged forth. Li Qing and Tang Bohu strolled through the bustling streets, marveling at the vibrant fields. "Are you feeling better?" Tang Bohu inquired. Li Qing smiled and replied, "I've been quite well. It will eventually get better. Time is long and enduring. It may have wounded you, but it will also heal you," Tang Bohu said, gazing into the distance. "One day, you will truly let go." "Let go?" Li Qing shook his head, contemplated, and did not deny it, saying, "Perhaps when I reach your stage, I will." Tang Bohu fell silent, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As they walked, Li Qing continuously channeled his vital energy. Tang Bohu's condition was far from satisfactory, even verging on dire. Yet he remained indifferent, and Li Qing did not wish to impose. As a friend, he respected Tang Bohu's wishes. Later, "I will prepare a prescription for Zhang Yong and discuss a few matters with Xiao Hao and Li Shuer before we leave Jinling," Li Qing stated. "There's no need to rush. A little delay wouldn't hurt," Tang Bohu replied. Li Qing fixed him with a gaze and calmly remarked, "Are you aware that your time is running short?" "Is it?" Tang Bohu chuckled. "That is indeed regrettable." His words belied a lack of visible regret, yet a hint of melancholy lingered. "Sir, do you think my parents would be disappointed if they knew how I lived my life?" "Are you happy?" Li Qing asked, setting aside the burden of parental expectations. "Are you truly happy?" Tang Bohu was momentarily taken aback, nodding his head. "What joy it is to have encountered you, sir. Traveling to distant lands and the far-off west, upon reflection, my life has indeed been illustrious." "Illustrious?" "Not quite," he continued cheerfully. "To be brothers with the king of Jiaoji, to drink at the same table as Emperor Zhengde, to share a deep camaraderie with Duke Yongqing, and to count you, this extraordinary figure of the Ming dynasty, as a bosom friend. How can that not be considered illustrious?" Li Qing chuckled softly. "By such standards, it is indeed quite illustrious." However, after the laughter subsided, a hint of regret crept into Tang Bohu's demeanor. "Alas, I have still fallen short of my father's expectations." Li Qing fell silent, reminiscing about the time he had visited a tavern with Zhu Jianshan. He recalled the proud and beaming middle-aged man speaking of his son, a reflection of every parent's aspirations, simple, profound, and pure. As children, how could they act in self-indulgence? Even someone as carefree as Tang Bohu could not escape such conventions. Li Qing patted his shoulder and remarked, "In truth, parents desire not just for their children to achieve greatness, but to live joyfully. Is that so?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed. "I once spoke with your father about this. His wish for you to excel in the imperial examinations was solely to ensure a better life for you. Now that you are living well, he must surely be pleased." Tang Bohu momentarily lost his train of thought. After a long pause, he jested, "If my father scolds me in the future, I shall tell him it was your suggestion." "Haha, not a problem." They spent the better part of the day together and then went to Weiwu Tower, ordering a bowl of dragon whisker noodles. The staff, already aware of their close ties with the proprietor, showed no signs of discontent this time. even providing them with a pot of modest tea. With Zhu Houzhong absent from the tavern and Zhang Yong no longer the steward, they could not evade the bill this time. After their meal, they settled the account, and Li Qing escorted Tang Bohu back to his small courtyard. After freshening up, he proceeded to the Duke Yongqing's residence. In the library, Li Qing sat on one side, while Li Hao and Li Shuer occupied the opposite, their sibling spirits somewhat subdued, knowing he was about to embark on another journey. Master Qing, where are you headed this time? Not far, just around Jiangsu and Zhujiang, Li Qing sighed. I am to see Bohu off on his final journey. The siblings nodded in understanding. Li Qing spoke gently, from now on, whether I am traversing the common folk or residing in high office, I shall not be absent for years on end. I will return regularly, spending time here. If circumstances permit, I might stay for several months, perhaps even half a year. Is that true? The siblings were elated. With their parents gone, Li Qing was their only elder, and naturally, they wished to spend more time with him. In his presence, they could revert to being children. They had also noticed that Li Qing had become increasingly amiable, gentle, and even exceptionally indulgent toward them. Li Qing gazed at them kindly, saying, "You are my only grandchildren. How could I deceive you?" Li Hao's eyes glistened, and Li Shuer was on the verge of tears. "All right, now you are grown-ups. There's no need for tears," Li Qing said with a light chuckle, shaking his head. "Do you remember what your mother said before she left?" The two exchanged a glance, uncertain of what he meant. Balance your work and rest. There is a time to be busy and a time to be at ease. Li Qing did not allow them to guess, but directly revealed the answer. He remarked that given the current stature of the Li family, it was imperative to adhere to the principle of benefiting the world when one is prosperous. However, he continued, it is not necessary for you all to achieve grand accomplishments. Instead, focus on guiding the younger generation to refrain from reckless actions and to avoid earning ill-gotten gains. It suffices to do good deeds whenever possible. As for other matters, do not put too much pressure on yourselves. This burden I shall bear. You need not toil excessively. Li Qing made a gesture of expanding his chest and sighed, saying, as long as I am here, you need not charge to the forefront. Striving for excellence is commendable, but one must not neglect oneself, especially you, Xiao Hao. Li Qing murmured, let us not have the elder bury the younger too soon. Li Hao, with reddened eyes, nodded, rest assured, Elder Qing, I shall cherish myself. Li Shuer interjected, in the past, it was all on my elder brother's shoulders. Now that I am familiar with the Li family's enterprises, I will take on the responsibility. You, brother, should enjoy your life. Li Hao chuckled wryly. So, am I to be a mere ornament as the head of the Li family? Li Shuer teased, what? Are you afraid I will overshadow you? How audacious. Li Qing laughed heartily, content to see the harmonious bond between the siblings. I am reassured, and your parents will be too. All is well, and when the time comes, I shall return. My vacation is long. The siblings nodded in agreement. Li Hao said, Elder Qing, time is precious, so cherish the present and do not sorrow over what has not yet occurred. Li Shuer added, just as the illustrious Tang Bohu had no regrets, you need not impose anything upon yourself. He once told me that meeting you was his fortune. They have indeed matured, becoming adept at comforting others. Li Qing exhaled, rising to his feet. I shall go procure some items. I will not bid you farewell later. Take care, Elder Qing. They both replied. They escorted him to the door of the loft, pausing to watch him depart. Li Shuer said, brother, I am heading to the small courtyard. Li Hao reminded her, Elder Qing is going to procure items, not return to the small courtyard. I am going to find Bohu, Li Shuer clarified, to confirm some details. Li Hao, puzzled, asked what details. I will tell you later. Li Shuer hurried off. Li Hao scratched his head, smiling helplessly. In the small courtyard, Li Tang sat opposite Li Shuer. She asked, Bohu, are you certain those paintings will not fade with the passage of time? Those pigments are specially formulated. As long as you follow my preservation method, they will be fine. Tang Bohu nodded, though a shadow of concern passed over him. But can it truly be as you wish? Li Shuer replied confidently, I was taught by my mother herself and have learned much from him. I am confident in this matter. Chapter 210. Spring outing in Yangzhou. The beauty of Jiangnan is particularly pronounced in spring. In February, as spring arrives, all things begin to awaken. Tender buds appear on the branches, and wildflowers start to bloom. A gentle spring breeze sweeps through, refreshing the spirit with its essence. The wheels of the carriage turned in circles, leaving behind orderly parallel tracks, while the whip was wielded intermittently, causing the horse to merely flick its tail, moving leisurely and steadily. Li Qing squinted his eyes, savoring the fragrance and admiring the scenery, his countenance serene and tranquil. As the carriage curtain was lifted, Tang Bohu emerged, crouching slightly as he joined Li Qing, stretching with a contented sigh. Ah, this feels wonderful. Why are we up so early? Li Qing squinted slightly, gazing ahead. They had just exited the city of Jinling, and a considerable distance lay ahead, allowing for a bit more rest. Sleep well, he said. Tang Bohu adjusted himself comfortably, remarking that the essence of traveling was to relish the scenery along the way. What joy could there be in languishing within the confines of a carriage? The mountains, waters, flowers, and grasses of this journey were not to be missed. Li Qing smiled, noting that with the warming temperatures and clear skies, she was not concerned about Tang Bohu catching a chill. Tang Bohu yawned, feeling more invigorated. Surely, Yangzhou must be the place you've least visited. Compared to Suzhou and Hangzhou? Li Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems I have not made a special trip there. I often visited Suzhou and Hangzhou. After all, heaven is above, and below are Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yangzhou's fame is somewhat lesser. However, I imagine the beauty of Yangzhou in March, with its blooming flowers, must be exquisite. Indeed, Tang Bohu inhaled the spring breeze, exclaiming, Alas, we are no longer young. We can no longer ride horses leaning against the slanted bridge, with red sleeves beckoning from every floor. Li Qing chuckled. Your title as one of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan still holds relevance. It is of no use now. I am but an old bone, Tang Bohu replied with a wry smile, then gazed into the distance, softly reflecting, a romantic talent and a charming beauty. Time slips away in the blink of an eye, fleeting as a moment of bloom. Alas, I lament the brevity of time. 100 years would not suffice to assuage this longing. Li Qing nodded gently. Life is but a fleeting moment, akin to the withering of autumn leaves. Indeed, 100 years is hardly enough. She smiled, adding, 500 years. 500 years would be sufficient. 500 years. Tang Bohu's heart ached at the thought. If one cannot endure, it would be best to lie back. No one would blame you. Li Qing merely laughed. Having invested so much energy and emotion, how could one withdraw? How could one withdraw? A seasoned gambler will not cease until they have lost everything. While Li Qing was not a gambler, her essence mirrored that of one. Recognizing this, Tang Bohu understood that his words were futile, yet he felt no disappointment. If Li Qing were to heed advice, he would not be the one to offer it. Ah, the beauty of spring is truly delightful. Indeed, it is, Li Qing nodded. There will be more opportunities next year. Will there? Tang Bohu chuckled. Does this not equate to feasting from the bowl while gazing at the pot? Oh, haha, indeed, indeed. Their laughter harmonized with the spring breeze, resonating far and wide, ultimately becoming enshrined in this intoxicating season. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, perhaps the most fortunate among all the horses driven by Li Qing. The two did not rush, but rather strolled, admired, and enjoyed, indulging in leisurely pursuits, taking nearly half a month to traverse a distance of over 200 miles. Perhaps it was the novelty of it all, but Li Qing felt that the springtime beauty of Yangzhou surpassed that of Suzhou and Hangzhou. In the early spring months, the grass and water blended in color, the spring breeze returned to the willows, and every household echoed with the songs of spring birds. Compared to Suzhou and Hangzhou, Yangzhou was somewhat less bustling, yet it brimmed with vibrant charm, resembling a picturesque painting. The two ambled along, wandering wherever their whims led them, savoring the spring breeze and the liveliness of the season. Li Qing's heart was at peace, and her spirits soared. In the Ming dynasty, Yangzhou was renowned for its lively brothels and beautiful courtesans, yet it lacked the slender horses of Yangzhou. The disparities between wealth and poverty were evident. The affluent were undoubtedly plump and content, while the less fortunate still managed to find sustenance. To have enough food to eat, albeit of inferior quality, is a guarantee of survival. Under such circumstances, there will be no return of that morbid atmosphere. Who says that effort yields no reward? The diligence of Li Qing, influenced by the endeavors of the emperors of the Ming dynasty throughout the ages, has indeed borne fruit, both visibly and invisibly. The former manifests in taxation, border defense, and military strength. The latter reveals itself in societal structure and the daily lives of the common folk, as the court pays more attention to the former. Due to the eradication of numerous ill practices in their infancy, the experience of hardship has not left a significant mark. In truth, Li Qing was unaware of the emaciated horses of Yangzhou. He simply appreciated the scenic beauty, the well-being of the people, and the commendable social atmosphere, which seemed to show signs of gradual openness, with young women frequently seen shopping. The flourishing of commerce and industry, along with the rise of handicrafts, has afforded women the opportunity to realize their self-worth in areas such as embroidery, textiles, and cosmetics, where they often surpass their male counterparts. As women gradually acquire economic independence, the prevailing male-dominated era is becoming increasingly tolerant towards them, and traditional notions are beginning to loosen. Of course, this is primarily evident in affluent regions or areas where handicrafts thrive, and it has yet to blossom universally. Nevertheless, Li Qing is aware that this emerging trend is steadily spreading. Its pace may not be swift, but it has not faltered, leaving the rest to the passage of time. To alter concepts that have endured for millennia within a span of decades, or even centuries, is already a remarkable feat. Li Qing is quite content. The prosperity of Yangzhou, though slightly inferior to Suzhou and Hangzhou, and lacking the grandeur of Nanjing and southern Jiangsu, allows for a clearer reflection of the people's customs of the Ming dynasty. There are fewer constraints placed upon women, and the voices of pedantic scholars, who incessantly lament the state of women, are diminishing. In the theaters, instances of men cross-dressing have become rare, and occasionally, one might even witness women dressing as men. While Tang Bohu finds this novelty intriguing, Li Qing recognizes it as a sign of progress. Even in the Ming dynasty, where theatrical professions remain lowly regarded, male performers still dominate, even in makeshift troupes, with a greater proportion of men. Despite equivalent skill levels and portraying the same roles, female performers receive lower wages than their male counterparts. A single leaf heralds autumn. It is believed that in the future Ming dynasty, daughters-in-law will not need to endure hardship to become matriarchs, and they will enjoy better treatment. Li Qing is in high spirits, smiling broadly, relishing the gratifying feeling of reaping rewards for his efforts. The tide of change is irreversible. I shall commence with the minor, nurturing small forces into grand movements, initiating gradual transformations until even the highest bureaucrats and the emperor must yield to the momentum I cultivate. Until the end of their days. Tang Bohu, unaware of these deeper reflections and less affected, can still tangibly sense that the Ming is gradually improving, brimming with potential. The peaceful and prosperous era described by literati is stepping into reality, gradually elevating the standards of a flourishing age. Today, our Ming truly embodies a prosperous era, Tang Bohu exclaims, then humorously inquires how it compares to the illustrious era described by his mentor. Far too much difference, a chasm indeed. Tang Bohu is taken aback. Is such a phrase too harsh? Not in the least. Li Qing remarked, can the ordinary citizens of our Ming dynasty truly enjoy meat with every meal? Can they relish the coolness in the sweltering summer? Can every child receive an education? There is so much to say, it is beyond words. Tang Bohu was taken aback for a long moment and inquired, are you truly speaking of ordinary people? Indeed, just the most common of common folk. Li Qing replied, from the perspective of daily life experience, the people of my era lived more comfortably than even the emperors of our Ming dynasty. Tang Bohu chuckled self-deprecatingly. The limitations of my era have stifled my imagination. It is truly inconceivable. That is indeed the reality. Li Qing affirmed. Everyone enjoys such a good life. Though our vast land of Huaxia is abundant, how can it sustain such a lifestyle? Tang Bohu, filled with curiosity, found it difficult to comprehend how one could eat meat at every meal without wasting an immense amount of grain to raise livestock. Li Qing laughed. There was no shortage of grain for feeding livestock in my time. He continued, a young worker's monthly wages could purchase several thousand pounds of threshed wheat. At least 20 stones or more. 20 stones in a month? Tang Bohu was astounded. The county magistrate, who oversees all matters of the county, does not even earn such a salary in a month. It is unimaginable, truly beyond belief. Tang Bohu exclaimed, indeed, there remains a long journey ahead. However, one cannot impose the standards of your era upon the present Ming dynasty, nor should you burden yourself with excessive pressure. Li Qing smiled, taking it step by step. I possess confidence, patience, and most importantly, time. Your thoughts bring me relief. Tang Bohu stretched lazily, saying, one should eat one bite at a time. Tackle one task at a time. Living in the present is paramount, for excessive contemplation of the future may become a psychological burden. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Yet, Tang Bohu shifted the topic with a mischievous grin. So, shall we visit the pleasure quarters tonight? You think you can still manage that? Isn't it your domain? Li Qing, in a rare mood for jest, teased, "Are you watching me perform?" "That is quite the remark," Tang Bohu retorted with a scowl. Li Qing laughed heartily. "The subtle pleasures are acceptable, but do not expect anything more risque. If I inadvertently offend a lady, I would struggle to write my script later on. Is this about the fragrant autumn? Perhaps." Under the lingering rays of the setting sun, the two conversed and laughed, their shadows stretching longer. After a month of leisure in Yangzhou, their spirits invigorated, they set forth again in late March, proceeding directly to Shaoxing without further delay. As early summer approached, the two donned lighter garments. Tang Bohu, reminiscent of his youth, held a folding fan, gently fanning himself. Though aged, he still exuded an ethereal charm. Yet, he no longer attracted attention as he once did. The current Tang Bohu bore no resemblance to his former self. His once iconic white hair now appeared entirely natural, as no one associated him with the renowned Tang Bohu. This was not due to a decline in his fame, but rather the inevitability of aging. For white hair is indeed the mark of maturity, is it not? Chapter 211. The True Horror of Forgetfulness in the Academy. Wang Shoren had transitioned from standing lectures to seated ones, accompanied by assistants. The number of students had surged, crowding the space so densely that one could scarcely crouch. Despite the throngs, order prevailed. There was no clamor, and every gaze was filled with admiration, even fervor. Li Qing found himself amidst a throng of people, unable to squeeze in with Tang Bohu, so he decided to take a leap onto the wall. However, this action soon incited public outrage. Is this a display of utter disrespect? Do you treat this as a mere spectacle? Wang Shoren followed the gazes of the crowd towards the distant wall, where he discerned a youthful figure smiling gently at him. His vision, having waned with age, rendered the contours indistinct, yet he instinctively recognized it to be Li Qing. He hastily turned to the man beside him and said, "Inform them that today's lecture has concluded. There will be no further teachings for the next couple of days." "Do you recognize those two?" asked the man. "They are my friends," Wang Shoren replied, nodding. "Close friends." The man, suppressing his surprise, relayed the teacher's words loudly. The audience, though feeling somewhat unfulfilled, bore no resentment. They understood that Mr. Yang Ming's advanced age made his frequent lectures a rare privilege, and they could hardly impose further demands. It took a full quarter of an hour for the crowd to disperse entirely. The once crowded academy now appeared spacious and vacant. On the platform beneath the eaves stood one man, while another sat. At the wall, one was youthful and the other elderly, and they exchanged glances for a considerable time. The young man on the wall was the first to act. Grasping Tang Bohu's shoulder, he gracefully leapt down, landing with both agility and steadiness. Wang Shoren maintained his gaze, transfixed, until he could finally discern Li Qing's features clearly, confirming his identity beyond doubt. Only then did he spring to his feet and hasten down the steps. Suddenly recalling that his disciple was present, Wang Shoren thought it inappropriate to address Li Qing in such a manner, so he called out, "Li Qing, Brother Bohu." The man beside him seemed quite astonished. Why address him by name directly? Has this young man not taken a courtesy name yet? By rights, he should have reached that age. The man quickly descended the steps, positioning himself behind Wang Shoren and bowed, saying, "I have the honor of meeting the teacher's friend. Please." "No formalities," Wang Shoren replied, and the two exchanged bows. Li Qing then inquired, "Xiao Yun, is this your disciple?" Wang Shoren nodded with a smile. The man was even more astonished, realizing something and asking, "Might I inquire if this Brother Bohu is indeed the foremost of the 4 talents of Jiangnan? Tang Bohu?" "That is indeed me," Tang Bohu replied with a smile, nodding toward Li Qing. "See, I still maintain my reputation." Li Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. "I have only heard of your enduring charm." "Ah," Tang Bohu remarked. Wang Shoren laughed heartily, while the man observed, "This young man is rather irreverent. How can he display such a lack of decorum?" Not wishing to overstep, he refrained from further comment, and seeing that the teacher did not introduce him, he took his leave under the pretense of an excuse. As he departed, Li Qing turned to Wang Shoren and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" "Indeed, you witnessed it all," Wang Shoren replied with a wry smile. "The study of the mind has not unfolded as I anticipated." "And what of your disciple?" "He's doing reasonably well," Wang Shoren said. "At least he has learned something. It's just that his ambition is somewhat overbearing. I have kept him by my side to temper that ambition, but my time is limited, and I lack the energy to seek out another more suitable disciple for succession." Li Qing nodded gently and replied, "Having a strong ambition is not necessarily a flaw. I too harbor such aspirations. Wang Shoren shook his head and remarked, it is different. To speak rather bluntly, if one cannot attain longevity, it is unlikely one can possess such a transcendent mindset. Li Qing, somewhat disgruntled, scratched his head and then smiled. Let us not dwell on troubling matters. Since our last parting, have you prepared more of that exquisite daughter's red wine? Of course. Wang Shoren replied with a hearty laugh. There will be plenty. Alas, I cannot drink much, Tang Bohu said with a tinge of sarcasm, casting a knowing glance at Li Qing, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Li Qing feigned ignorance and cheerfully suggested, why not have some tea instead? This is excessive, Tang Bohu exclaimed. Visibly perturbed, Li and Wang burst into laughter. At the Wang residence, Wang Shoren and Tang Bohu sat across from each other, while Li Qing sat beside them. They all understood that it might be a while before they could gather again, so they chose to converse on light and joyful topics, steering clear of any troubling matters. The daughter's red wine was delightful, and in the spirit of friendship, Li Qing allowed Tang Bohu to indulge a bit more. Though his frail constitution could hardly withstand the revelry, before long, he began to nod off. Consequently, they had no choice but to conclude the drinking session and assist him to rest. Once he was settled, Li Qing and Wang Shoren retired to the adjoining room to reminisce. Sir, as for Bohu, time is limited, Li Qing said. His health is far weaker than yours, and as you know, the past has weighed heavily upon him. I am merely here to accompany him on his final journey. Wang Shoren sighed and offered. I can see that Bohu is quite perceptive. He does not seem overly concerned with life and death. Please do not be too sorrowful. Li Qing gently shook his head and replied, I believe I have truly grown accustomed to it. You may not know, but my eldest niece passed away last year. Wang Shoren was taken aback, but soon found solace in the understanding that it was not surprising. The venerable matriarch had lived a long life, surrounded by prosperous offspring, leaving little room for regret. Indeed, there is no regret, hence I do not feel sorrow, Li Qing spoke softly. Even now, when I mention her, I can do so with a tranquil heart. After a pause, he reflected, perhaps it is true that having endured so much, I have gradually adapted. Or perhaps I have simply become numb. With a faint smile, he added, in a way, that is quite good, though the smile bore a hint of unease. Wang Shoren felt a heaviness in his heart. Is it truly good? To be deeply scarred may not be preferable to numbness, at times. Even heart-wrenching pain is not a bad thing. Wang Shoren consoled him. Time is indeed a relentless force. Yet, I believe there are some things that time cannot erase, nor can it diminish. Your heart will remain fervent, never cold, nor will it forget. These words struck at the very core of Li Qing's fears. The feeling of emptiness was truly unsettling. It would be far better to experience profound sorrow than to become indifferent. He feared that he might truly become apathetic, losing the ability to remember those beautiful souls and cherished moments. He would rather be filled with pain than forget. Li Hao, Li Shuer. And even Zhu Wanqing believed that forgetting would offer Li Qing the greatest solace. Unaware that he did not fear heartbreak, he could endure the agony of separation. But forgetting was the true terror that lay deep within him. Wang Shoren, however, discerned the truth, recognizing that what seemed to prick at Li Qing's wounds was, in fact, the most profound comfort. This represented merely another layer of sorrow. The deeply etched memories, the indelible experiences, would keep him vibrantly alive. Li Qing's gaze dimmed, and with a bitter tone, he lamented, but I lack confidence. Over these past months, I have not truly felt sorrow, yet I remain engulfed in dread. Fear is the most formidable adversary. Indeed, Wang Shoren asserted resolutely, for we have lived vibrantly, regardless of whether a century or several centuries pass. As long as your heart continues to beat, you shall not be forgotten. Wang Shoren smiled gently, just like this daughter's red wine, the longer it matures, the richer it becomes. That is well, Li Qing responded, both relieved and apprehensive. These days, I have been submerged in fear. I truly dread the day when, upon speaking of you all, my heart remains untouched, akin to leafing through the pages of a history book, numb and indifferent. Before encountering Zhu Wanqing, he believed such a fate was implausible, yet now, after her, his conviction wavered. It was as if he could not muster sorrow, which terrified him. Wang Shoren chuckled lightly. In truth, at times you do not even comprehend yourself, leading to actions that may appear convoluted. Yet, inherently, humans are often complex. Trust that time, which cannot truly harm you, will not inflict real damage upon you. Li Qing. The bittersweet experiences merely intertwine, fermenting with the passage of time, ultimately crafting an exquisite wine, fragrant and inexhaustible. Wang Shoren continued with a warm smile. Your wife, your friends, your family. These are the beauties of life, truly worth cherishing, are they not? Indeed. They are beautiful and worthy, Li Qing replied, his eyes glistening with emotion, lost in thought for a considerable time. When he regained his senses, tears streamed down his face. Li Qing felt no shame, only gratitude and tranquility. Fortunately, I can still cry, still shed tears. Thank you, Xiaoyan. Do we truly need to say this between us? This time is different. I must express my gratitude. Thank you sincerely, Li Qing wept with a smile. Wang Shoren merely returned the smile, granting him ample time to release his emotions fully. After a long while, Li Qing exhaled deeply, his gaze gradually clearing, no longer dazed or fearful. Give me your hand. Wang Shoren extended his hand. Have you experienced any discomfort recently, perhaps in terms of diet or sleep? Li Qing inquired while examining his pulse. Wang Shoren answered each question in turn. As the hour of Shun approached, the inebriated Tang Bohu stirred awake, emerging from his chamber. Upon seeing Li Qing and Wang Shoren engaged in a lively game of chess, he joined them, eager to observe and converse, the atmosphere warm and inviting. For some reason, he felt that Li Qing had truly let go of his psychological burdens. It must be thanks to Bowen. The reputation of Master Yang Ming is not without merit. Tang Bohu mused with appreciation. While he marveled, a hint of regret lingered. The study of heart learning was indeed challenging. Yang Ming was formidable, and so was the doctrine. Yet it remained difficult to replicate. Chapter 212. 3 Youths. Wang Shoren resolved Li Qing's inner turmoil, yet Li Qing grappled with Wang Shoren's own dilemmas. Concerning the dissemination of heart learning, Li Qing had no substantial suggestions. It was exquisite, indeed, yet its perfection rendered its threshold exceedingly high, demanding much of the individual. However, to abandon it for this reason would be a travesty. Not only Wang Shoren, but Li Qing himself would deem it a waste. Perhaps, one could only place hope in the wisdom of future generations. On this matter, Li Qing remained optimistic. In the vastness of Huaxia, talent is never in short supply. Regarding Wang Shoren's scholarship, Li Qing felt powerless, yet when it came to his health, he had much to say. He expounded on various aspects such as diet, daily routine, and exercise, leaving no stone unturned. On the other hand, Tang Bohu found himself overwhelmed. Bowen, do you not find this bothersome? Not at all. Wang Shoren replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. The teacher means no harm. Tang Bohu remarked, of course, it is for your own good, but some things, though inherently beneficial, can be quite unenjoyable, like drinking or indulging in sensual pleasures. Li Qing shot him a knowing glance, urging him to comprehend. Tang Bohu awkwardly replied, indulgence in wine and beauty is indeed a great pleasure. I have not spoken wrongly. After a brief pause, he continued, if one must avoid delectable foods and refrain from joyous activities, while health may be preserved, what of happiness? Shall one live in perpetual melancholy? Wang Shoren smiled lightly. If a good deed feels unpleasant or instinctively repulsive, it merely indicates your lack of understanding. How does one come to know? Look within. Forget it, you are refined. I shall remain a simpleton. Tang Bohu retorted, feeling at a loss. I cannot grasp the unity of knowledge and action, nor do I have the time to learn. Why not pen a core treatise and have the teacher burn it for me later? That evening, the trio abstained from drinking. After a light conversation following dinner, they retired early. That night, Li Qing enjoyed an exceptionally deep slumber, not awakening until nearly noon the next day, when Tang Bohu called him. Did you sleep well? Tang Bohu inquired with a playful blink. Indeed, it was quite refreshing, Li Qing replied, sitting up, slipping on his shoes, and stretching his limbs. His bones cracking pleasantly as an unprecedented vitality coursed through him. Upon opening the window and glancing at the sun, he was astonished. Goodness, it's nearly noon. Indeed, Tang Bohu urged, hurry and wash up. I am eagerly awaiting that 2 tales of daughter read. Li Qing could not suppress a laugh. I shall go at once. At noon, while the gathering was no longer centered on drinking, Tang Bohu's 2 tales of fine wine still featured prominently, for otherwise, he would undoubtedly chatter at Li Qing all day. After the meal, Wang Shoren graciously took on the role of host, leading Li Qing and Tang Bohu through the streets. Introducing the local specialties. Yuyao, under the jurisdiction of Shaoxing, is a typical land of fish and rice. Although it cannot compare to the bustling metropolises of Jin, Yang, Su, and Heng, it certainly ranks among the top tier in the Jiangnan region. Throughout the day, they enjoyed tea, listened to stories, and admired the scenery, finding it all quite delightful. However, the constant interruptions from Wang Shoren's admirers somewhat dampened their spirits. With a hint of apology, Wang Shoren sighed. This title of Master Yangming has somewhat hindered our enjoyment. What of it? It is a good thing. Tang Bohe chuckled. Is it not satisfying to shine in public? Li Qing smiled. It is perhaps best not to shed the title. As the founder of Heart Learning, you require recognition. Indeed, this may bring certain inconveniences to your life. Yet it also facilitates the dissemination of Heart Learning, does it not? Pausing, he added, not only presently, but even a century or centuries later. Your fame will significantly influence the propagation of Heart Learning. There is truth in that, Tang Bohu concurred. When one gains notoriety, knowledge flourishes alongside it. Reputation holds considerable weight. Indeed, it is exceedingly important. Tang Bohu holds the most authoritative voice on this matter. After his fall from grace, a single painting could scarcely fetch 5 taels of silver. However, with the support of the Li family, its value skyrocketed by several hundredfold, leading to an overwhelming demand for his works. This phenomenon exemplifies the celebrity effect. Wang Shoren nodded gently, fully comprehending this principle. Otherwise, why would he not wish to shed this halo? The issue lies in the fact that some are now overshadowing the main event. Is this not entirely natural? Tang Bohu mused, recalling that during the lifetime of Confucius, it was no different. Wang Shoren smiled wryly, remarking, how could I possibly compare myself to the sage? Yet, Li Qing interjected, the underlying principle remains the same. Viewed from another perspective, if you could not attain the status of the center of attention during your lifetime, the future enthusiasts of Xinqiu would dwindle. Indeed, Wang Shoren chuckled. Then let us maintain this momentum. Such a disposition in Wang Shoren evoked admiration from both Li Qing and Tang Bohu. Truly, there are few who can rival such a mindset devoid of internal strife. Sir, I suggest you learn from Buan, in terms of attitude. He is more than qualified to be your mentor. Wang Shoren laughed. He is no ordinary man, and we cannot apply our standards to him. In truth, he does not require any change. I believe I am quite well as I am, Li Qing responded with a smile. Tang Bohu rolled his eyes. Can you two refrain from discussing such profound matters? Let us speak of more down-to-earth topics. Wang Shoren, amused, asked such as, which brothel songs are delightful, where one can find charm and grace? Wang Shoren's lips twitched. Li Qing chided playfully, that is hardly down-to-earth, it is utterly mundane. Oh, but great vulgarity is indeed great elegance, Tang Wu countered, disdainfully huffing. How can matters of romance be deemed vulgar? Li Qing rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. At this stage of life, still preoccupied with such matters? Is it true that a man remains a youth until death? Might that perspective be too harsh on the youth? Li Qing replied, half amused, half exasperated. What expression is that, sir? Contempt for you. Hey, Buan, weigh in on this. In my opinion, acting according to one's nature is commendable. But that is too general. Attempting to please both will only offend both. Both Li and Tang Bohu expressed their dissatisfaction. Wang Shoren remarked, oh, why does this concern me? Under the early summer sunset, the three engaged in light banter, brimming with youthful exuberance. In their present company, none exhibited any decorum. The playful talents, the esteemed Wang Yangming, and the long-living figure of the Ming dynasty all shared this carefree spirit. After 2 days of leisure, Wang Shoren resumed his lectures, while Li Qing and the others occasionally attended, spending the majority of their time immersing themselves in local culture. As the saying goes, a region's water and soil nurture its people. Though both Jiangnan, Yangzhou, and Jinling differ from one another, even Yuyao and Yangzhou possess their own distinctions. In fact, even the renowned Suzhou and Hangzhou, though celebrated together, still exhibit differences. One must remember that even within the Wu dialect, pronunciations vary. To fully relish their experience, the two rented a courtyard near the newly established Bufudi, which facilitated care for Xin and allowed for a more relaxed schedule. Wang Shoren felt no guilt over any perceived inadequacies in hospitality. Such formalities were of little concern to him. True friendship lies in the joy and ease of companionship. Whether friends prefer to stay at one's home or seek a more relaxed atmosphere, their wishes deserve respect. It is unreasonable to insist that a friend must reside at one's abode during a visit to honor the host's status or to fulfill the bonds of camaraderie. Both Yangzhou and Yuyao possess their unique charm, with splendid scenery and even more delightful people, particularly the daughter's red wine, which serves as a perfect companion for engaging conversations and cheerful banter, remains a cherished delight, allowing one to bask in the joyous springtime spirit. The character of Tang Bohu is not to be overlooked. He is more precious than Wang Shoren, though much of Li Qing's efforts are devoted to him. Regrettably, he proves to be somewhat inept. His constitution pales in comparison to Xiao Yun's, and his disobedience rivals that of Zhu Houzhong, often causing Li Qing considerable distress. Nevertheless, he revels in his merriment. Days flow swiftly, and before one realizes it, the vibrant summer of June has arrived. In the Wang residence, 3 individuals gather around a table, 2 engaged in toasting while one remains more relaxed, enjoying the animated conversation. Wang Shoren, taking the initiative, remarks, "With your expertise, my health has improved significantly. After exploring Yuyao thoroughly, why not venture to other locales?" Tang Bohu, valuing his time, cannot remain in one place indefinitely. Li Qing nods in agreement. "Very well. I shall refine the medicinal formula shortly." I have yet to tire of this daughter's red wine." "There is no rush," Tang Bohu responds, savoring the remnants of his drink. Given the heat of summer, traveling can be quite taxing. Wang Shoren chuckles. "I have heard that in Jiaoji and Malacca, the summer's heat surpasses that of our Ming dynasty. After spending years overseas, why would you still fear the swelter? Is it not that I am reluctant to part from you?" Wang Shoren laughs heartily. Tang Bohu scratches his head in contemplation. Wang Shoren, now more serious, states, "Your time is precious, and I have already taken up so much of it. I cannot bear to delay you further." Li Qing acknowledges. "We shall depart in a couple of days." "Very well then," Tang Bohu concedes, raising his glass. "Let us indulge a bit more today. Cheers." The 3 clink their glasses. Tang Bohu, shedding any frugality, downs an entire cup and exhales contentedly, his eyes closing in bliss. Delightful. He pours himself another drink. "Let us relish this once more." After a few indulgent rounds, Tang Bohu's head tilts, and he rests upon the table. Wang Shoren, both amused and concerned, inquires, "Is there any cause for alarm regarding Bohu?" "He is typically restrained. This occasional revelry is not excessive," Li Qing reassures with a smile. "At this hour, what more could there be to worry about?" Wang Shoren nods lightly. "Where shall our next destination be?" "Hangzhou," Li Qing replies quietly, "with Suzhou Wu County as our final stop." The carriage continues its leisurely journey, and Tang Bohu stirs from his slumber, now outside the city. Awake? Indeed, he exhales, lifting the curtain and sitting alongside Li Qing. "Didn't we agree on 2 days? Compared to Xiao Yun, your time is even more precious." Li Qing presented a water bottle, smiling as he remarked that there were jerky and dried fruits in the carriage, suggesting that they should hasten their journey this time. "Very well," Tang Bohu replied, taking a sip from the bottle and, feeling the summer breeze, gently mused, "I must be the first person deemed useless in the Ming dynasty, yet treated with such regard by you, my esteemed teacher." Li Qing chuckled. "Am I not allowed to have friends and family? Yet they are all individuals of worth." Tang Bohu, in self-deprecating humor, replied, "But I am indeed utterly useless. Who says you are without merit?" Li Qing countered. The flourishing Han culture in areas like Jiaoji and Malacca, along with the elite's admiration for the Ming dynasty, are all products of your influence. With a bitter smile, Tang Bohu responded, "Whether I am present or absent, these circumstances would inevitably arise. It is merely a matter of timing. For a nation, however, the difference between early and late can be monumental." Li Qing, laughing, retorted, "Even if we entertain your notion, does that mean we cannot be friends?" "I, Li Qing, do not judge my friendships based on the capabilities or contributions of others." Indeed," Tang Bohu chuckled, then softly added, "Without you, my teacher, I fear that Tang Yin would now be but a mere skeleton." "What has prompted this sudden sentimentality?" Li Qing asked, both amused and exasperated. "Do you think your end is nigh? Do you lack faith in me?" "It is not sentimentality, merely heartfelt reflections," Tang Bohu said, with a hint of melancholy. "Had it not been for you, I would have lived a life of aimless wandering, never to reach this point. When I reflect on it, my life has been quite worthwhile. I've even journeyed to the distant lands of the West, a privilege that many can only dream of." "Maintain your composure. Trust me. You have time yet. I certainly believe in your medical skills, but we must eventually confront parting," Tang Bohu said with a wry smile. "As for my affairs, I shall rely on you. Rest assured." Li Qing took a deep breath and then quipped, "In return, you must heed my advice as your physician." "Enough of that. At this moment, even if you were to prescribe medicine, It would likely be of little use, Tang Bohu replied. Li Qing continued. Yu Yao is not far from Hangzhou, and deliberately quickened their pace. In just 5 days, they arrived in Hangzhou, often heralded as a paradise on earth. The height of summer was an ideal time for water activities. Naturally, West Lake was indispensable. Li Qing rented a small boat, and the two often drifted upon its tranquil waters. Along the shores were restaurants, with attendants ready to deliver meals. With money in hand, the service was exceptionally attentive. After several days of leisurely drifting and resting on West Lake, they finally disembarked to explore the sights. Compared to the Hongwu era, contemporary Hangzhou was far more vibrant. When Li Qing had visited with Hong Xiu, Lian Xiang, and Wan Qing, the city was considerably less prosperous. With the ongoing expansion of maritime trade, Hangzhou's wealth, particularly in handicrafts, truly shone like a jewel atop a pinnacle. Here, women's economic power had reached a point where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with men, subtly surpassing them in certain respects when the official realm was set aside. Walking through the bustling streets of Hangzhou, one could easily spot elegantly adorned middle-aged women. Regardless of their age or social standing, they increasingly sought beauty. In varying degrees of extravagance or modesty, few ventured out without some form of adornment. Even their attire had become less conservative. In the sweltering summer heat, exposing a small portion of their arms had become commonplace, and no one would dare to cast judgment. The daughters of affluent families exhibit a remarkable boldness, particularly the younger ones. Their collars have shifted from being tightly fastened around their necks to a more relaxed fit, not quite reaching the chest, yet allowing glimpses of delicate collarbones accompanied by patches of fair skin. This scene, in this era, is almost beyond imagination. Tang Bohu exclaimed. Summer is splendid. I adore summer. Li Qing found this both amusing and indicative of his lack of ambition. This is hardly comparable to my time. In my era, slender arms and long legs were commonplace. If we were by the seaside, oh my. Li Qing teased. You, who frequently visits brothels, are you truly enamored by this? It's different. These are virtuous women, Tang Bohu replied with a chuckle, which makes it all the more exhilarating. Li Qing's expression darkened. It's fortunate you've aged. Otherwise, I suspect you might indulge in actions that defy the laws of the Ming dynasty. What nonsense is this? Tang Bohu retorted. I'm merely observing, not committing any crime. Is that even possible? Li Qing remained speechless. I see a heart inclined towards transgression in you. You are judging a gentleman's heart with the mindset of a rogue, Tang Bohu said, suddenly pointing. Look, that woman is nearly baring her chest. Where? Li Qing responded. Ah, you seem to enjoy this too? Tang Bohu winked. Isn't it thrilling? Are you unwell? Li Qing thought to herself that, had it not been for the consideration of his frailty, she might have given him a couple of punches. However, it did seem rather exhilarating. Li Qing reflected. Is there an inherent wickedness in men that drives them to lead virtuous women astray? In prosperous regions, with strong purchasing power, the standards of living naturally elevate across all facets of life, especially in culinary culture. Here, summer does not merely consist of sugary ice pops. Chilled fruit juices are the trend. Beyond the pursuit of material enjoyment, there is also a quest for spiritual satisfaction, keeping up with fashion and trends. Currently, the vogue is thick paper cups made from oiled paper, paired with reed straws for sipping on bayberry juice. On the streets, the sons and daughters of wealthy families hold cups of bayberry juice, sipping through straws while engaging in light-hearted banter, reminiscent of birds chirping. It seems as if consuming from a paper cup and using a straw enhances the flavor. Naturally, this indulgence is reserved for the affluent. Ordinary folk cannot afford such luxury. Observing this scene, Li Qing suddenly experienced a sense of déjà vu from a future era. She decided to join this trend, sharing a cup with Tang Bohu as they strolled, drank, and conversed. Indeed, it is somewhat different. Tang Bohu savored his sip, displaying a look of delight. Li Qing chuckled, saying, Let me be frank with you. Aside from the packaging, everything else is the same. It all comes from the same jar. Well, there are differences. What differences? The price. Li Qing laughed. The same juice, the same quantity, yet the paper cup with the straw costs 5 coins more. Such extortionate pricing? I wouldn't call it extortionate. After all, packaging incurs costs. Li Qing took a sip, revealing a look of enjoyment. The advantage of serving it in a paper cup is its convenience for carrying, especially while we are out shopping. It allows for leisurely sipping, avoiding the awkwardness of needing to rush to relieve oneself after finishing it all at once. Additionally, there is an element of vanity. After sharing her thoughts, Li Qing remarked, This is quite beneficial. The affluent are willing to spend, which is a good thing for the common people and will stimulate various industries. For instance, the production of this paper cup and the crafting of straws. Li Qing chuckled. Indeed, there is progress. One is influenced by their surroundings. Tang Bohu also found amusement in this, casting a glance at the bustling crowd, noting, there are indeed quite a few wealthy individuals here. Just look at those sipping on this bayberry juice, nearly 1 in 10 among them. Such a conclusion is rather hasty. Li Qing countered. Hangzhou is inherently a land of great wealth, and this beverage is not particularly expensive. The proportion is not astonishing, after all. The common folk of the Ming dynasty have only recently escaped hunger, and the climate continues to decline. One must not be blindly optimistic. You truly know how to dampen the mood, Tang Bohu retorted with annoyance. Can't you occasionally deceive yourself, allowing for a bit of comfort and joy? You fail to understand my good intentions. I have grown accustomed to it, Li Qing replied with a sheepish smile. My tendency to view matters pessimistically is unalterable. Tang Bohu, both amused and sympathetic, remarked, the overseas granaries have reached a considerable scale, and an agreement has been established with Jiaoji. Moreover, despite the current adverse climate, the Ming still possesses a surplus of grain. The granaries are full, and wealth is born from hardship, yet perishes in ease. There is truth in that. But you are bordering on being alarmist. I am fine, really. I feel little pressure, Li Qing said, taking another sip of the bayberry juice. It is truly sweet. The splendor and wealth of Hangzhou surpass even Jinling. Though Jinling is ultimately influenced by the direct rule, its customs not as open as here, hence it appears significantly inferior. The two enjoyed their travels for nearly a month, until Tang Bohu began to show signs of fatigue, prompting them to move on to their next destination, Suzhou, Tang Bohu's hometown. Their journey was filled with the purchase of numerous illustrated works, providing entertainment along the way, rendering the trip anything but dull. With time still on their side, they decided against heading directly to Wuxian, choosing instead to indulge in the vibrant world around them, savoring the myriad charms of life. After yet another delightful experience, they tacitly agreed that their next stop would be Hanshan Temple. Tang Bohu wished to come here to pray for his parents, wife, and children one last time while still in the mortal realm, seeking peace of mind and hoping for a reunion in the afterlife. Li Qing, on the other hand, came purely to accumulate merit for them. May the world truly possess deities. May all beings experience reincarnation. May they endure no suffering across lifetimes. And may they enjoy eternal health. Li Qing repeated prayers for his departed loved ones. For several consecutive days, aside from meals and rest, Li Qing devoted himself to praying for those benevolent souls, wishing for their well-being in this life and the next, free from suffering and eternally at peace. This scene, astonishing even to Tang Bohu, who understood the depths of Li Qing's heart, was equally striking to the temple's visitors and even its abbot. To claim he lacked devotion would be a misjudgment, as he prayed almost daily, generously offering the finest incense. Yet, to assert his sincerity would also be misleading, for he honored every deity, Sakyamuni, Guanyin, Ksitigarbha, and all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas without exception. Such a devotee could be likened to a scorpion defecating, truly one of a kind. It is apparent that he has only recently embraced Buddhism. However, given his wealth, the abbot would not deter him. The abbot's demeanor grew increasingly benevolent, often seeking opportunities to engage in heartfelt discussions with Li Qing, aiming to further solidify his inclination towards Buddhism. Li Qing, in turn, did not resist these conversations, and the harmonious atmosphere between the Taoist and the monk was indeed striking. Perhaps it was also due to the absence of Shaoyun. The abbot was undeniably skilled. The fact that Buddhist teachings could take root in the Central Plain speaks to their inherent value. Throughout their dialogues, Li Qing absorbed the essence, allowing for a refinement of his own state of mind. This time, he did not leave without recompense. This 1,000 taels of incense money, please accept it as my token of gratitude, he insisted. Amidst, well said, the abbot responded with a gentle smile, though his hands were not soft, accepting the offering wholeheartedly. Do you not realize the bond you share with the Buddha? He inquired. Li Qing shook his head slightly. My worldly desires remain unfulfilled. Amidst, the abbot replied, chuckling lightly. The Buddhist path also welcomes lay disciples. If you harbor such intentions, I would gladly accept you as my disciple. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline. Li Qing reiterated. Amidst, well said, the abbot sighed repeatedly, refraining from further persuasion. Was that Amidst a lament for what could have been? Meanwhile, Tang Bohu stifled a laugh, muttering quietly. His intention was not to mock the abbot, but the notion of a monk taking a Taoist as a disciple was inherently humorous, especially considering that the individual in question was the elder brother of the esteemed Wudong Mountain, who also held titles such as Duke Yongqing of the Ming dynasty and National Master. Under such circumstances, Tang Bohu could hardly contain his amusement. However, the old monk, despite his age, possessed keen insight and had fully grasped the underlying sentiments. What makes you say that? The abbot inquired. Tang Bohu, momentarily flustered, awkwardly attempted to clarify. My friend possesses a strong affinity for Buddhism, but he struggles to devote himself fully to it, which is quite unfortunate. Please do not misunderstand. The old monk was neither a Buddha nor a Bodhisattva, and Tang Bohu held no particular reverence for him, yet as the head of the temple, it was prudent not to offend him. Unlike Wang Shoren, he was not about to engage in a pointless confrontation with a monk. Li Qing, sensing Tang Bohu's discomfort, interjected to provide some relief. My friend. Well, you must have heard of him. I have indeed heard of him, the abbot replied. In the past, he was recognized as the foremost of the 4 talents of Wu. Tang Bohu. Indeed, that is I. Tang Bohu chuckled awkwardly while nodding. Amidst, the abbot repeated, offering a gentle smile and nod. This time, Tang Bohu dared not delve further into interpretation, understanding that the moment of jest had passed. The abbot joyfully remarked, So it is you, the great talent from Suzhou. Might you compose a poem for our temple? If it pleases you, I would be happy to oblige. Tang Bohu replied without hesitation. Well said. The abbot beamed, surveying the surroundings with indecision, pondering for a moment before stating, Please follow me, esteemed guests. The 2 guests followed their host leisurely out of the temple. Along the way, under the arrangement of the abbot, the news of Tang Bohu's visit to Hanshan Temple was incessantly spread by a few young monks. Although Tang Bohu was advanced in years, his fame remained intact. Especially since he was a local of Suzhou, the effect of celebrity was undoubtedly amplified by the support of his fellow townsmen. As Li Qing and his companion walked out of the temple alongside the abbot, they paused at the wall adjacent to the temple gate, where dozens of devotees had already rushed out, with more joining the throng. The abbot pointed to the lotus flowers depicted on the wall and suggested, Why not compose a poem inspired by the lotus, Master Tang? At that moment, a young monk approached with a brush and inkstone in hand. Tang Bohu took the brush, casting a glance at the ever-growing crowd of onlookers. A wave of anxiety washed over him, not merely due to the number of people, but because the poem he was about to inscribe would surely be scrutinized, discussed, and remembered long after he was gone. Even years from now, it would be a source of conversation, amplifying the pressure he felt. The weight of his reputation loomed large. If he succeeded, his name would endure alongside that of Hanshan Temple. But if he faltered, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. As the crowd's silent anticipation grew, it only intensified the pressure on Tang Bohu. Distracted and flustered, he found himself devoid of inspiration. He dipped the brush repeatedly, but struggled to produce even a single character. The more urgent he felt, the emptier his mind became. Unfortunately, Li Qing was not well versed in this art and could offer no assistance. Seeing Tang Bohu in such torment, he stepped forward and whispered, If you truly cannot compose anything, it is best to abandon the effort. I can run fast, they will not catch up. Tang Bohu, exasperated, retorted, Where can I run? This is not a foreign land, but my homeland in the Ming dynasty. To me, social embarrassment is far more terrifying than death. Li Qing rubbed his nose awkwardly and replied, You know, I am merely a military supervisor. I am no bard. If you cannot create, then you must fend for yourself. Has the great talent truly run dry? Someone in the crowd jested, which sparked a ripple of laughter. Tang Bohu's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he felt utterly defeated. While he was far more skilled in painting, writing poetry was also within his grasp, though today's circumstances were exceptional. With the weight of public scrutiny pressing down upon him, he felt completely drained of creativity. Seeing that the situation was affecting Tang Bohu's health, Li Qing quietly advised, Perhaps it is best to let it go. After all, you cannot foresee the future. Out of sight, out of mind. Has the great talent truly run dry? The crowd mocked again. Li Qing furrowed his brow, preparing to forcibly lead Tang Bohu away. Just as he was about to act, he noticed that Tang Bohu had finally put pen to paper. Simultaneously, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on him, eager to witness the prowess of the esteemed talent and not wishing to miss a moment of the spectacle. Beneath the weight of his reputation, amid the teasing, there remained an unspoken acknowledgement of Tang Bohu's extraordinary gift. Before long, an elegant character appeared prominently on the wall, as if it had opened the meridians of the illustrious Tang Bohu. Following this, the strokes flowed effortlessly, quickening with each flourish. In a moment, the image of a lotus flower monk emerged, accompanied by 7 grand characters that took form. The crowd fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation of what would come next. Suddenly, the flamboyant genius burst into laughter, tossed aside his brush, and declared with great satisfaction, "Talents emerge through the ages. The couplet shall be left for those destined." Having uttered these words, he paid no heed to Li Qing and strode away, embodying the very essence of a carefree spirit. The abbot was somewhat bewildered. He had expected a poem, yet received a couplet instead. It was one thing to compose a couplet, but to only provide the first line? Truly perplexing. The abbot gazed at the painting of the lotus monk, attempting to conjure a suitable response. Yet, no matter how he tried, it seemed to elude him by more than a margin. After a while, he was still at a loss. Among the crowd were those knowledgeable in the art, yet even they found the first line challenging. However, the allure of a challenge only stirred their desire to conquer it. Despite the multitude present, not a single person could aptly respond with a matching couplet, further underscoring the value of the initial line. Simultaneously, it ignited a fervent desire within the people to achieve mastery. Witnessing the rising intrigue, the abbot, no longer fixated on the matter of poetry, seized the opportunity to elevate the excitement by offering a personal blessing of a safety talisman to anyone who could elegantly complete the couplet. As they strolled down the street, Li Qing curiously inquired, "What prompted you to suddenly compose a couplet?" "How so?" Li Qing attempted to devise a response, but found himself equally stumped, admiring. To create a matching couplet at that level is no small feat. It is indeed impressive. "To be honest, I simply cannot compose poetry anymore." Tang Bohu confessed with a laugh. "I was quite flustered earlier. I owe it all to you." "Me? Just a fleeting thought," he replied. Tang Bohu chuckled. "There's a line about piercing through the intestines in it. That is how I found my way out." "Well then," Li Qing chuckled in disbelief. Yet Tang Bohu continued, "However, I am quite pleased with this first line. The more I ponder it, the more delighted I become. Hee, even I cannot produce a response to it. I suspect it will baffle many for years to come. Even if someone manages to respond, they will never surpass the grandeur of my line. Oh, I believe this will etch my name in the annals of Han's Han Temple." Li Qing found it amusing, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth in his words. "Indeed, it is rather remarkable." Tang Bohu nodded sagely. "This is what they call gaining from a loss. This first line surpasses a mere poem fitting the occasion." "Oh, have you forgotten the embarrassment of sweating in a moment of panic?" Li Qing teased. Tang Bohu feigned ignorance. "When did that happen?" "Shameless." They laughed together. After a bout of merriment, Li Qing asked, "Where to next?" Peach Blossom Temple. Chapter 215. Returning to Peach Blossom Temple in Wuxian. Upon entering Peach Blossom Temple, both Li Qing and Tang Bohu were momentarily struck dumb by the scene before them, astonished yet ultimately resigned. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, making it nearly impossible to find footing. The doors and windows lay in ruin, the roof had caved in, and even the 2 peach trees, neglected and depleted of nutrients by the encroaching weeds, were withering, much like Tang Bohu himself, resembling a dying tree. It was utterly uninhabitable. The two exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a considerable while, Tang Bohu suggested, "Shall we tidy up a bit? Just enough to make it habitable. After all, we shall not stay for long." "All right." Li Qing nodded in agreement. With a sigh of melancholy, Tang Bohu lamented, "Such a pity about these 2 peach trees." "Not necessarily," Li Qing replied. "With some fertilizer and care, they might yet revive." "That's good to hear." Tang Bohu exhaled softly, stepping cautiously through the weeds until he reached the entrance of the hall. He gently pushed the wooden door, which creaked and crashed down, sending a cloud of dust into the air that caused him to cough repeatedly. Li Qing approached and gently patted his back. Once Tang Bohu regained his composure, he bent down to wipe the threshold with his sleeve and, taking a seat, murmured, "Master, shall we not leave? Let us stay here, not go anywhere else." "Very well." Li Qing settled beside him and remarked, "Next year, the peach blossoms will undoubtedly be exquisite." "Indeed," Tang Bohu mused, envisioning the beauty but not daring to indulge in excessive hopes. After a lengthy pause, he softly inquired, "Master, are you truly untroubled?" "What do you mean?" "Time. Li Qing chuckled lightly. What is there to fret about? At this stage, I have done all that I can. The young emperor is far more astute and capable than you might imagine, so there is no cause for concern. But within the court, you could accomplish much more and do it better. Not necessarily. Too much involvement can be counterproductive, potentially sapping the emperor's ambition. A certain level of pressure and challenge is beneficial for him, Li Qing reassured. Even without you, I would not be in the court at this moment. Since my second return, I have not been the guiding hand for any emperor from beginning to end. Do not think I am indulging you, with or without you. I have no intention of re-entering the court in the coming years. Is that so? Certainly, Li Qing affirmed. Firstly, I am not indispensable in the current court. Secondly, I am but human, weary in my own right, and in need of rest and respite. Moreover, I have seldom taken the time to understand the sentiments of the populace. As we journeyed through Yangzhou, Shaoxing, and Hangzhou, I realized how much the Ming dynasty has transformed for the better. Of course, it has its shortcomings that require attention and change. I shall dedicate more focus to this aspect in the coming years, Li Qing smiled, adding, taking a break amidst the busyness is not something new for me. It has nothing to do with you. Tang Bohu, though somewhat skeptical, managed to appear relieved and asked, even during leisure, you still worry? Is it not exhausting? Can leisure be exhausting? Tang Bohu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Indeed. Thus, the two prepared to settle at the Peach Blossom Temple. However, as it was currently uninhabitable, they took temporary lodging at a nearby inn. Li Qing promptly hired a few masons to undertake simple repairs on the house. It did not need to be exquisite, merely livable, but the work needed to be swift. He offered a generous wage, ensuring high efficiency. In just 2 days, the weeds were completely cleared, and the soft ground was compacted. All that remained was to repair the house. The structure had not completely collapsed, and the roof could be mended within 10 days, allowing it to become habitable. During this time, Tang Bohu visited the graves of his parents to pay his respects, burned paper offerings for his wife and children, and also honored his old friend, Zhu Houzhong, at his gravesite. In bygone years, the 4 literary prodigies of Wu often gathered to engage in spirited discussions, reveling in camaraderie over cups of wine. However, as fate would have it, Tang Bohu faced misfortune, entangled in a scandal surrounding the imperial examination, which led to his disqualification from public service. Consequently, he and his 2 companions began to drift apart. Only Zhu Houzhong chose not to sever ties, offering assistance during Tang's most perilous times. Tang Bohu harbored deep gratitude for this gesture, yet, burdened by his tarnished reputation, he sought solitude outside the city, purchasing a dilapidated residence. Subsequently, his life became intertwined with Li Qing, embarking on numerous sea voyages, including a distant journey to the west, which diminished their correspondence to a mere 10 letters over the years. On his return journey, Tang Bohu lamented the capriciousness of life, recalling how he once yearned for death, while Zhu encouraged him to embrace life. Now he found himself alive, while Zhu. Li Qing, having heard of Zhu Houzhong, had no personal acquaintance with him and lacked a deeper understanding. His impression of Zhu was still rooted in the comedic character featured in Dian Xiaoxiang. Unaware of Zhu's true appearance, unsure of how to provide comfort, Li Qing remarked, he is quite renowned. Indeed, he plays a significant role in Dian Xiaoxiang, even overshadowing you. The protagonist. I assure you, I speak the truth. Li Qing's words were sincere. Although Zhu Houzhong was a humorous supporting character, he left a profound and positive impression on the audience. Is that so? That is splendid, Tang Bohu sighed in relief. The Peach Blossom Temple is restored. Shall we return there instead of the inn? Li Qing contemplated suggesting a leisurely stroll, but altered his response. Very well. As Tang Bohu tilted his face slightly to embrace the crisp autumn air, he remarked, what a delightful autumn it is. Li Qing chuckled, but after a brief silence, he interjected with a somber note. Are we truly not going back? I do not mean to the inn. Tang Bohu paused, then sighed, perhaps in a couple of days. We should return to take a look. Li Qing nodded, saying, blood ties are inescapable. You are ultimately a member of the Tang family. Someday, you must confront the family graves. I have long since come to terms with that. Tang Bohu chuckled, shaking his head. However, as for entering the Tang family tomb, I lack the dignity to do so. Do you still believe your parents would hold it against you? Tang Bohu shook his head, self-deprecatingly replying, without children, I am but a wandering soul. Li Qing frowned. Why harbor such thoughts? You may lack offspring, yet you have nephews. The mention of nephews inadvertently reminded Li Qing of the Zhu family and left him speechless. Tang Bohu, however, cheerfully responded, "As long as my brother's line continues, I am content. As one without heirs, I lack the right to partake in ancestral offerings. The old Tang family lineage persists, and I bear no guilt. Yet I must also reckon with my own reckless lifestyle, mustn't I?" Li Qing was about to speak, but Tang Bohu interjected, "With every gain, there is a loss. It is unreasonable to expect both. At worst, I may provide some funds to your brother's family. In the future, someone will remember me. Perhaps it is best to leave it be." Tang Bohu exhaled, laughing lightly. "With my abilities, even without offerings, I shall not go hungry." Li Qing, scratching his nose, found himself at a loss for words. Deep within his heart, he harbored doubts regarding the tales of the underworld. Yet he still wished for Tang Bohu to have descendants to honor him, even if they were not direct descendants. Tang Bohu, aware of his thoughts, chuckled and remarked, "I cherish my freedom. I relished it in life and shall continue to do so in death. When the time comes, please inter me at the Peach Blossom Temple." Li Qing sighed deeply and nodded in silence. The name Peach Blossom Temple was exquisite, yet apart from the two peach trees. The surroundings bore an air of poverty and decay, far from the image envisioned by future generations. It was indeed quite meager. Presently, even those two peach trees had lost their former vitality. Li Qing procured bedding, rice, flour, kitchen utensils, and seasonings, settling down with Tang Bohu. As Xian Qiji once penned, "Better to be idle than to be drunk, better to be drunk than to be foolish." Li Qing wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Life was leisurely, occasionally indulging in a few cups of wine, with the added pursuit of nurturing the peach trees, a delightful existence. It was simple yet profoundly comforting, devoid of scheming. A complete release. Loosening the soil, applying fertilizer, watering. The temperature in the Ming dynasty gradually dropped, yet the impact in Jiangnan was minimal. Under Li Qing and Tang Bohu's care, the two peach trees began to awaken from their slumber. Unlike Tang Bohu, their time was still ample. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Qing and Tang Bohu first visited a tavern, the very establishment where they had once witnessed Tang Bohu intoxicated by the spring breeze alongside Zhu Jianshun. On that day, Tang Bohu donned the garb of a top scholar, his visage radiant, lips crimson, teeth pearly white, exuding an aura of brilliance, truly the star of the show. Reflecting upon those times now feels as though it were merely yesterday, yet in reality, it feels like an era long gone. The extraordinarily talented and promising Tang Bohu ultimately succumbed to the whims of fate and the passage of time. "Waiter, bring the wine." As they entered the tavern, before even settling at a table, Tang Bohu called out, "What would you like to eat, esteemed guest?" The attendant greeted warmly. Tang Bohu, suddenly lost in thought, had tears welling in his eyes and murmured, "I want roasted duck, 2 of them." "Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on." The attendant noted this down and turned to Li Qing, inquiring, "Do you need anything else, esteemed guest?" "Another pot of wine. Today we shall feast solely on roasted duck." The attendant nodded and hurried off. The tavern's business was neither flourishing nor failing. It was rather ordinary, unremarkable in Wu County. Reminiscent of the days when Li Qing and Zhu Jianxin first arrived. Ah, how it pales in comparison to those times. Business was far better back then. Chapter 216. The tombs of the heroes of Wuling unseen. 2 roasted ducks and a pot of wine were soon served. As the attendant presented the dishes, Tang Bohu immediately picked up his chopsticks, as if he had not eaten in days. Li Qing joined in, savoring the signature dish. It was just as it had been before, the roasted duck sliced thinly, refreshingly cool, and utterly delectable. Years had passed, and Li Qing had forgotten the original taste. Observing Tang Bohu's manner of eating, it seemed not much had changed. Li Qing smiled faintly and poured a cup for Tang Bohu. Grabbing the wine cup, Tang Bohu swallowed down his food with a few sips of wine, then continued to devour the roasted duck. After some time, he finally set down his chopsticks and drank another cup, reminiscing, "Back then, I could eat 2 of these all by myself." Li Qing chuckled and replied, "If you enjoy it, you may indulge every day." Tang Bohu nodded with a wry smile. At present, he could hardly manage even a morsel, let alone 2 whole dishes. "Sir, do indulge a bit more. It would be a shame to let it go to waste." "Indeed," Li Qing responded, his pace of eating noticeably quickening. The roast duck was quite palatable, though it could not be deemed an exquisite delicacy. It was primarily the sentiment that elevated its appeal. Suddenly, Li Qing recalled the bearded man. Tang Bohu ceased to eat, occasionally pouring himself a drink, lost in thought as he gazed blankly at the tavern counter. Unbeknownst to him, more than half a pot of wine had already vanished into his belly. Perhaps the wine was diluted, for the earlier cups of daughter's red would have surely intoxicated him. Yet today he remained remarkably sober and clear-headed despite the quantity consumed. Li Qing's eating prowess was undeniable. The title of a dining expert was well earned, as few could rival him. Before long, he had polished off the roast duck. Wiping his mouth, he called to the attendant, "Time to settle the bill. That's 91. Ah, there's no need for change." Li Qing produced a small piece of silver, placing it in the attendant's palm, and casually inquired, "Does your master seldom visit this tavern?" Without much thought, the attendant replied, "He comes only 2 or 3 times a month. Our master runs a grand restaurant. His focus is not here." This humble tavern was inherited from the former owner, and thus it continues to operate, though he rarely graces us with his presence. "I see," Li Qing nodded. "You may return to your duties. Ah, esteemed guests, do visit us often when you have the time." Upon exiting the tavern, Li Qing proposed, "Shall we pay a visit to your home?" Tang Bohu hesitated momentarily, then agreed, "Very well." Tang residence. Announcing their names, the two were smoothly admitted. The Tang residence was not expansive, comprising only a front and back courtyard, yet it was quite refined. In the front courtyard's parlor, they encountered Tang Bohu's brother. His brother, now advanced in age, appeared little younger than Tang Bohu himself. He had fared reasonably well in business over the years, managing to amass a modest fortune through inheritance and diligent management. His eldest son, not yet 40, had achieved the status of a jiren, while his second son, having been slightly less fortunate, only attained the title of Shoucai at 30. Presently, several grandsons were diligently studying, rendering their lives seemingly complete. The two brothers shared no significant discord. Moreover, since Tang Bohu had almost bequeathed half of the family fortune to his brother, and now that they were both aging, there was no animosity to speak of. After a light conversation, Tang Bohu's feelings of guilt further dissipated. "You have fared much better than I, my dear brother. You have done well, and your 2 nephews are commendable as well. Father, if he were aware, would surely be pleased." Tang's brother felt somewhat abashed. Now in his twilight years, reflecting on the past, he realized he had perhaps been excessive. He sheepishly replied, "Elder brother, you flatter me. In terms of business, I cannot compare to father. In terms of scholarship, I fall short of you. Only your eldest nephew truly excels, but he cannot be compared to you." Indeed, there was no comparison. Tang Bohu had achieved the status of jiren in his 20s and was even a top scholar. "If it weren't for your sai, my dear brother, I might have been an assistant minister by now. What's done is done. Let us not dwell on the past." Tang Bohu chuckled and shook his head. "The Tang family is flourishing under your stewardship, and the younger generation is thriving. I am genuinely pleased." Tang's brother merely smiled sheepishly. Though the two brothers no longer dwell on the past, the years of separation have dulled their affection considerably, leaving them with little common ground for conversation. After exchanging trivialities about family matters, Tang Bohu rose and said, "Elder brother, I've come just to take a look. There's nothing pressing, so I shall take my leave." Tang Di stood up in response and inquired, "Elder brother, do you intend to return to Jinling?" Through Zhu Houzhong, he had learned that his elder brother resided long-term in Jinling, seemingly having a close relationship with the Li family there, hence his question. Li Qing remarked, "Why do you think he has returned in such a state? Do you not perceive it?" Mr. Tang Bohu raised his hand to indicate he would speak, candidly confessing to his brother, "Elder brother, I have returned this time to seek solace in my roots. I have already found a burial site, just outside the city at Taowan. Surely, you must know this." Upon hearing these words, Tang Di felt a deeper sense of shame and said, "Elder brother, you are our father's pride. When that day arrives, it is only fitting that you rest in the ancestral grave." "What pride have I to speak of?" Tang Bohu replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. "Seeing your family thrive, I have no cause for concern. Live well. I shall be on my way. Let us depart, sir." Indeed, Li Qing sighed and nodded. Tang Di escorted them to the door, lingering at the threshold to watch until the two figures vanished from his sight. Li Qing glanced back and said, "In years past, you forsook so much. Yet now he harbors a desire for recompense. Should you acquiesce, surely you could be interred in the ancestral grave and enjoy the veneration of future generations. Why would you choose to relinquish this opportunity?" With a hearty laugh, Tang Bohu responded, "One does not see the tombs of great heroes in Wuling without flowers or wine. Toiling in the fields, Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. Upon returning to Tao Wan, Tang Bohu shed his final reservations, feeling an unparalleled sense of relaxation. He immersed himself in reading, played chess, and enjoyed light banter with Li Qing, or tended to the two peach trees, indifferent to life and death, living leisurely. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, they savored mooncakes, roasted duck, and sipped wine. Li Qing no longer imposed strict limitations on him. At this final juncture, happiness was paramount. Of course, he still emphasized the importance of maintaining one's health, diligently attending to it each day. As autumn deepened and yellow flowers fell, Tang Bohu donned thicker garments well ahead of the common folk, though the weather was not yet particularly cold. With the arrival of early winter, he further wrapped himself in a cotton robe, rendering his figure rather cumbersome, no longer the elegant image he once was, often complaining to Li Qing. Li Qing, however, remained unfazed, even teasing him. In your current state, you wouldn't look like a prince even in a dragon robe. Tang Bohu found himself at a loss for words. During this time, the younger generation of the Tang family visited a few times, but his elder nephew felt little affection for this uncle. Each visit consisted of mere polite exchanges followed by the presentation of gifts before departing. Yet, Tang Bohu felt no sense of disappointment, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, ever smiling. In contrast, Li Qing was far from leisurely, devoting himself to the study of life-prolonging methods. In the past, Tang Bohu had struggled with his mindset, but now, with a clear heart, his body, however, could not endure, and no remedy seemed effective. This troubled Li Qing greatly. In truth, Li Qing desired little. He merely wished that after the new year, when spring blossomed in full, Tang Bohu could witness the peach blossoms bloom once more, their vibrant red. Under their diligent care, the two peach trees had nearly returned to life, and next spring, they would surely bear the most exquisite blossoms. The sensation of racing against time is indeed burdensome, surpassing even the intricate machinations of power struggles. It is truly exhausting. Tang Bohu observed this and advised, all is predestined. Why cling so tightly? If one cannot see, it is of little consequence. The sight of blooming peach blossoms is not unfamiliar to me. I have long grown weary of it. Li Qing simply remarked. The peach blossom immortal plants peach trees and plucks blossoms for wine money. Let us experience it once more. Tang Bohu paused, then smiled brightly, saying, let it be as it will. If I gain, I am fortunate. If I lose, it is my fate. I shall treat it with equanimity. And I hope you will too. He spoke earnestly. I no longer worry about the Tang family. I ask that you do not let me be troubled by you. Li Qing interrupted him, stating, the passing of a dear friend is indeed a sorrowful matter, yet the sky has not fallen. Having endured so much, I can fully bear it. Moreover, I am no longer the person I was last New Year. Has Bowen truly swayed you? Tang Bohu asked, his concern evident. Li Qing nodded, his deep gaze radiating confidence. As Xiao Yun said, since the river of time cannot affect me, it cannot truly harm me. Tang Bohu cast a skeptical glance at him and raised an eyebrow. Is that genuinely the case? Li Qing beamed, saying, what we call loss is merely a transformation of existence. Tang Bohu pondered this for quite a while, unable to find a precise term, finally saying, it carries that essence of Bowen. Li Qing could not suppress a smile. Well then, I shall heal diligently, and you shall live earnestly. Let us strive for another cup of peach blossom wine. Li Qing playfully asked, what do you think? Dare you accept this challenge? Tang Bohu laughed heartily. What is there to fear? As winter deepened and the solstice approached, he lamented, I fear I may not last until then. Lying on the bed, he expressed regret at no longer being filled with youthful vigor. Stay spirited. Do not lose face, Li Qing encouraged. Trust in my medical skills and in yourself. Tang Bohu forced a smile, saying, then let us do our best and leave the rest to fate. Whether we gain or lose, we shall face it with composure. Why all this fuss? Lie down. It is time for acupuncture, Li Qing said with a stern expression. It is still early for the peach blossoms to bloom. Have you already lost your fighting spirit? Tang Bohu had no retort, merely turning over with practiced ease, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. As the days passed, it was soon New Year's Eve. Li Qing had prepared fireworks early, and as night fell, he brought them all out, lighting several at once. The fireworks erupted, splintering the night sky with their brilliance, painting the dark canvas with vibrant colors, more exquisite than luxurious silk. Under the eaves, Tang Bohu cradled a hand warmer, curled up in his cloak, gazing dreamily at the spectacle. So beautiful, he mused. Chapter 217. Tang Jiuan. It was the 11th year of the Jiajing era. Li Qing had not slept all night, sitting on the rooftop facing the rising sun, watching the dawn break. This year's sunrise was as uninspiring as last year's, devoid of the festive spirit of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Li Qing stretched his limbs and then leaped down from the courtyard wall. Tang Bohu had already awakened, curled up in his blanket, leisurely flipping through an illustrated book. On such a frigid day, coupled with his frail body, it was certainly unwise to rise early. Hungry? Not yet. Then let us wait a while before making dumplings. Li Qing casually picked up an art album from the bedside table and settled down to pass the time. After flipping through it for a while, finding it rather uninspiring, he set it aside and inquired, "What have you been pondering lately?" "Nothing in particular," Tang Bohu replied nonchalantly. "Don't be coy. I know you too well," Li Qing sighed. "Before life and death, no one can remain entirely composed." "Do you think I am afraid of death?" Tang Bohu put down the book and chuckled. Li Qing scratched his head. "It doesn't seem so." "Then what occupies your thoughts?" "Naturally, I am contemplating matters beyond this life. With me here, you need not worry about that," Li Qing retorted, somewhat displeased. Tang Bohu shook his head with a wry smile. "It's not as you imagine." "Well, let us not dwell on such topics. After all, I am still alive, so let us discuss something more cheerful, especially with the new year approaching," Li Qing replied. "At this moment, simply declaring it's the new year does not alleviate sorrow. To not feel melancholic is the greatest restraint. How can one feel joy?" After a lengthy pause, Li Qing finally found a topic to broach. "You are aware that Xiao Shuer is planning something, correct?" "What do you mean?" "The gift." "Ah, that. Yes, I am aware. In fact, I am involved in it," Tang Bohu nodded. Li Qing, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" "Apologies, but I cannot disclose that," Tang Bohu chuckled. "You'll find out in due time." Li Qing, exasperated, thought, "So you feel invincible, do you?" "Indeed." Li Qing took a deep breath, exercising patience. "Come on. I've inquired several times, and she is reluctant to share. I hope it is not something excessively extravagant or overly complicated. You know I dislike such formalities." "Rest assured, it is definitely not that." Tang Bohu shook his head, contemplating before adding, "It may require some expenditure, but it is far from ostentatious." "You will see." Li Qing, slightly irritated, pressed, "When exactly is this in due time?" "It will be when it will be," Tang Bohu replied with a teasing expression, confident that Li Qing would not retaliate. He was correct. Li Qing, concerned for his well-being, would not dare strike him. "Surely you can divulge a hint?" Tang Bohu shook his head. "I will not reveal a single detail. However, I will share this. The gift is quite creative, and you are certain to appreciate it." "Am I certain to appreciate it?" "Indeed," Tang Bohu asserted with confidence. "You will find it immensely delightful." Li Qing scoffed. "Do you truly believe that, given my experiences, there is something that could delight me so?" Tang Bohu merely smiled. "Whether you find it enjoyable or not, you shall judge for yourself in due course. After all, I shall not witness it." Li Qing, who had previously been skeptical, grew increasingly curious after Tang Bohu's remarks, asking, "Is it a tangible object, or another form of gift?" "I really cannot say more," Tang Bohu lamented. "Otherwise, Miss Li might just despise me." "At this point, you still fear that?" "Aha. It's not about fear. I simply do not wish to disrupt her plans. In short, do not inquire further. I will not clarify, as I have my own intentions woven into it, which I intend to present to you." Li Qing sighed despondently. "When will you give it to me? Could you perhaps elaborate?" "It will take quite some time," came the response. "How long?" "A long time." After several deep breaths, Li Qing found it increasingly difficult to suppress his frustration and rose to leave. "Sir, please don't abandon me," Tang Bohu called out hurriedly. "I'm off to make dumplings." Li Qing replied without looking back. The steaming pork and scallion dumplings, accompanied by dipping sauce, were extraordinarily delicious. Yet, Tang Bohu could only manage 5 before he could eat no more. Setting down his chopsticks, he requested, "It's New Year's today. Can I have a cup of wine?" "You really shouldn't drink right now," Li Qing replied helplessly. "It's not that I am being harsh, but you would not find drinking enjoyable anymore. It would only cause discomfort. Just 1 cup, that would suffice." "Alas, very well." Li Qing stood to fetch the wine, poured hot water to warm it for a while, and then filled a cup, instructing him to sip slowly and savor the flavor, but Tang Bohu downed it in 1 gulp. Tang Bohu trembled as he accepted the cup, taking small sips and smacking his lips in delight. Li Qing could only smile bitterly, reminiscing about the naive times when, at the final moment, it was always like this. A true lover of wine would inevitably suffer from the inability to drink. Over the years, only one person had broken this norm, Duke Chao, Li Hao. Li Qing had limited interactions with the heroes of that era, having only met Li Hao and Su De. He was fortunate to serve as their attending physician. One met with failure, while the other found success. Su De lived several more years. The old general never tasted the famed roast goose from Emperor Hongwu. Is it snowing outside? Li Qing returned to his thoughts and chuckled. The sun is shining. How could it be? Peering through the window, he caught sight of snowflakes descending, prompting him to change his words. Indeed, it is snowing. Can we go out for a walk? Please, spare me the worry. Tang Bohu replied gloomily. All right then, we want to go. Li Qing felt a pang of guilt and retorted, I didn't mean it that way. Fine, just dress warmly. All right. Tang Bohu suddenly donned a playful grin, his mood shifting faster than earlier when he was flipping through the album. Li Qing was momentarily infuriated but refrained from expressing it. He helped him don layer upon layer of clothing, expending a significant amount of his vital energy until he approached the limit of what Tang Bohu could accept. No more than 30 minutes. Li Qing declared. 30 minutes it is, Tang Bohu agreed without haggling. The snowfall had intensified, blanketing the ground in a shallow layer, concealing the earth beneath. The snow fell gently, and thankfully, there was no wind, making it not overly cold, much better than in Shuntian. Let us just stroll in the courtyard. We want to go out. All right. Tang Bohu nodded, gazing at the two peach trees. Li Qing supported him as they walked towards them. The peach trees, yet to bud, were adorned with a delicate layer of snow, their branches looking splendidly white. These white peach blossoms are quite beautiful, Tang Bohu remarked dreamily. Look at how lush the branches are, how lovely. Li Qing understood his sentiment. The wine had been consumed, the peach blossoms had bloomed, and there were no regrets. But this was not truly peach blossoms. How could one not feel a sense of longing? One could observe Tang Bohu's serene expression. He hesitated to utter anything that might mar the beauty of the moment, and simply remarked, the new year has passed. How far can the spring be? Yet, I ultimately found myself unable to wait any longer. Tang Bohu inhaled the crisp air, trembling slightly as he raised his hand, cautiously reaching out as if fearing to disrupt the aesthetic before him. Li Qing lifted his hand, and without any apparent effort, he snapped off a branch adorned with blooming peach blossoms. He presented it to Tang Bohu, saying, when flowers are ripe for the picking, one must seize them. Do not wait until there are no flowers to pluck the branch. Tang Bohu paused, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he nodded. With such a mindset, I can find solace. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, after my demise, please inter me between these two peach trees. In the past, they provided me with wine in exchange for their blossoms, and now, I shall nourish them with my remnants. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Do not dwell on such trivialities, Tang Bohu said, regaining his composure and smiling at Li Qing. Even the finest coffin will eventually succumb to decay. If that is the case, why bother with a coffin? Li Qing took a deep breath and replied, I find it difficult to accept. This is my choice. I ask you to fulfill it for me one last time. Tang Bohu chuckled lightly. When the peach blossoms bloom again, I shall still be able to savor their fragrant aroma, shall I not? Li Qing fell silent for a moment before nodding in quiet agreement. Thank you, esteemed sir. Tang Bohu relaxed. A pang of sorrow pierced Li Qing's heart as he murmured, it is indeed possible that I may never witness the true blooming of the peach blossoms. If you intend to employ the same methods you used to treat Lord Li, Tang Yin shall die with his eyes unclosed, Tang Bohu stated. Li Qing felt a surge of frustration. Tang Bohu gazed at him calmly and inquired, is imperfect beauty not beauty at all? Without employing such methods, is it not possible? Sir, have you forgotten what Bowen said? Li Qing sighed heavily. I have not forgotten. Yet I still wish to share another cup of wine in exchange for the peach blossoms. How could I possibly drink without being beneath the peach blossoms? Li Qing fell silent again. After wandering for a while longer, the two returned indoors, and soon after, Tang Bohu laid down to rest. From that day forth, his body deteriorated at a visibly alarming rate, so rapid that Li Qing felt utterly powerless to intervene. He considered secretly administering the red elixirs, but feared that Tang Bohu might sense it, departing with unease. Thus, he resorted to continuous acupuncture, desperately infusing him with vital energy. Yet these efforts proved futile. They could neither halt nor even delay the progression of his illness. The reality was far worse than Li Qing had anticipated. By the 15th day of the first lunar month, Tang Bohu could scarcely eat, forcing himself to consume only 2 morsels. "Sir, on the bed." Tang Bohu's voice was faint as he inquired. "Did you not ask me what I have been contemplating of late?" Li Qing leaned closer. "In truth, I have been pondering what words to inscribe on my tombstone," Tang Bohu replied haltingly. Li Qing suggested softly, "How about inscribing the romantic talent, Tang Bohu?" "No, that won't do." "What about Tang Yin?" "That, too, is unsatisfactory," Tang Bohu responded, still discontented. "Then what do you suggest?" "I have thought long and hard, and I believe it should simply read Tang Jian." Tang Bohu's gaze became distant as he spoke dreamily. Chapter 218, Peach Blossoms in Abundance. Tang Bohu has departed. This renowned talent of Jiangnan has left this world with calmness and grace. He departed quietly, without any grandiosity. As he left, only the wind and snow lamented. Before his departure, he intermittently comforted Li Qing, saying, "Tang Yin is content. Had it not been for you, he would have perished on a night besieged by snow and wind, starving and freezing. Tang Yin harbors no regrets, nor should you." In his final moments, he concluded with a poem. "Life on earth has its farewells. Death in the underworld is no matter. Both realms are akin. One merely drifts in a foreign land." Li Qing gazed intently at the still figure of Tang Bohu for a long time. Eventually, he rose and walked to the window, slowly pushing it open to gaze outside. The vast expanse of sky and earth was shrouded in desolation. The piercing north wind howled, sweeping through the swirling snow like the mournful cries of a wild beast. Li Qing's face turned pale, illuminated by the snow, as his thick, inky hair danced chaotically in the blizzard, striking his cheeks, lips, and the corners of his eyes. The chill of this wintry day was bone deep, as if it sought to freeze the moisture in Li Qing's eyes into shards of ice, sharp and formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation. With a slight bend in his spine, Li Qing rested his pale hand on the windowsill, his eyelids drooping. He blinked, yet could not quell the fervor within, which remained ablaze. At dawn, the snow ceased, and the crimson sun ascended slowly, heralding a new day. Yet, some souls remain eternally anchored in the past. Li Qing emerged from the Peach Blossom Temple and ventured into the streets to procure a burial garment for Tang Bohu, cleansing his body and adorning him anew before proceeding to the Tang residence. The Tang family was aware of Tang Bohu's impending demise and were not particularly surprised. Upon hearing of his passing, they promptly commenced preparations, for death is of utmost significance, and brothers, though estranged, cannot remain indifferent in such times. By noon, the family gathered to arrange the mourning hall and wail. Initially, Tang's brother intended to invite some business associates to pay their respects, but Li Qing declined, stating, "Tang Bohu detests commotion. It suffices for those connected by blood to accompany him on his final journey." Tang's brother did not insist further, leading his son and grandson in their lamentation. That night, Tang Bohu's 2 elder nephews took turns guarding the vigil, maintaining their watch for 7 days, from the 16th to the 22nd of the first lunar month. On the 23rd of the first lunar month, Tang's brother returned to discuss matters concerning Tang Bohu's funeral. After all, he is a member of the Tang family. Should he not be interred in the ancestral grave? He suggested. Li Qing shook his head slightly, replying, "I have spoken more on this matter than you, yet he insisted on being buried here. Let us honor his wishes. When time permits, during festivals, you may come to pay your respects. You are blood relatives, after all. This request is not unreasonable, is it?" "Indeed, it is natural," Tang's brother nodded awkwardly, hesitating as he inquired, "And you, sir?" "My surname is Li, from the Li family of Jinling," Li Qing replied. "I shall take care of the burial arrangements. So you need not worry. Attend to your own matters." Tang's brother responded, "Even if I am busy, I can spare a day or 2. My surname is Li, from the Li family of Jinling," Li Qing reiterated in a tone that brooked no argument. "It is his desire that I handle these matters. Please show respect. If you truly care, come and pay your respects during the festivals." To be fair, Li Qing's actions were somewhat excessive, but he had never been one to adhere strictly to reason. Tang's brother felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet, mindful of the reputation of the esteemed Li family, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. After a moment of internal conflict, he conceded, "Then I shall trouble you, Master Li. I, as his brother, will prepare the coffin." "Enough. I shall take full charge." Li Qing gently shook his head and remarked, "Your elder brother does not wish to trouble you further, so please rest assured. Young Master Li has cared for my brother for such a long time. I, Tang, naturally believe you would not let him suffer." However, Tang added, as his younger brother. I cannot remain entirely idle. There are many ways to make amends, such as burning more paper money later, Li Qing suggested. Very well. Tang sighed heavily and clasped his hands in farewell. I take my leave. Indeed, no need to see me off, Li Qing replied, watching the family depart before he began to clear the snow from the courtyard. Perhaps due to the spring festival this year, as the new year approached, the wind and snow persisted, and the signs of spring remained elusive. After tidying up the courtyard, Li Qing locked the door and ventured into the streets to purchase incense, candles, and other funeral offerings. Once these tasks were completed, he refrained from going out again, spending his days at the peach blossom abode, where he diligently carved the 5 characters Tang Jiyuan's tomb. It took him a full 7 days to achieve a level of satisfaction. Gently caressing the engraved characters, Li Qing reflected on the life of Tang Bohu. He began his studies as a child, unaware of the streets beyond, yet one day, he would soar 1,000 miles. In his youth, he gained fame. Just before reaching adulthood, he married a virtuous wife, experiencing the pinnacle of life. However, misfortune soon followed, bringing sorrow as his parents and wife departed one after the other, the funeral car frequently carrying him into despair. Yet, he found the strength to rise again, ultimately achieving the highest scholarly honor. Li Qing sighed deeply, lamenting, the Ming dynasty has wronged this scholar. Perhaps, in the end, Tang Bohu never relinquished the expectations of his parents, or perhaps he still harbored a flicker of hope for fame and fortune. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, with the sun shining brightly and temperatures warming, Li Qing buried him between 2 peach trees, as per Tang Bohu's will. After that, he continued to reside in the peach blossom abode, choosing not to venture elsewhere, patiently awaiting the arrival of spring. He drank, slept, and conversed with himself, day after day, observing the peach trees sprouting vibrant green buds. By late March, at the height of spring, the peach blossoms finally bloomed, painting the branches in shades of pink, their fragrance intoxicating. Li Qing picked a portion of the blossoms to exchange for some rough wine. Amidst the blooming flowers, he squatted on the ground, taking sips and spilling some. If the flower wine were akin to carriages and horses, he would gallop while others languished. Though others laughed at his apparent madness, he found amusement in their inability to see through it. Li Qing drank and composed poetry, reciting Tang Bohu's poem Peach Blossom Abode, imagining the poet's state of mind when he wrote it, an acute awareness of worldly affairs, yet a profound suffering. The struggle between ideals and reality was a constant source of pain. Others mocked him for being too mad, jesting about their lack of insight. Yet, seeing through it all did not equate to joy or happiness. With the vibrant sight of peach blossoms and the sweet scent filling his mouth, he raised his cup time and again. All things have their conclusion. Wine eventually runs dry, and people must part ways. Slowly, Li Qing rose, gazing at Tang Jiyuan's tomb for a long while. Suddenly, a surge of true energy coursed through him, causing the peach trees to sway without wind, showering the ground with petals, intensifying the fragrance and deepening the hue of pink. Li Qing reached up to break off a branch laden with blossoms, gently placing it beneath the tombstone before standing upright and softly stating, I shall take my leave. In the capital, within the imperial palace, Zhu Houzhong stood beneath the eaves, the spring breeze caressing his face, yet showing no sign of enjoyment. He murmured, Huang Jin, how many years has it been? It has been 11 years in the Jiajing era, Huang Jin replied. Zhu Houzhong momentarily broke his composure, exclaiming, Is this what I inquired about? Huang Jin scratched his head, suddenly realizing, and awkwardly chuckled, Your Majesty, it is still early for the 10-year appointment. There is no need to rush. 10 years. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply, yet he could not suppress his vexation, retorting, How can I possibly wait a decade? Huang Jin, offering a forced smile, thought to himself, Your Majesty, being fierce with me is of no avail. If you cannot control him, what power do I possess? Go, summon Lu Bing. Yes. Huang Jin bowed and hurried away. Zhu Houzhong exhaled the weight of his discontent and turned toward the grand hall, murmuring to himself, Is there anyone besides Li Qing who can attain immortality in this world? 10 years felt interminable to Zhu Houzhong. He neither wished for nor accepted such a lengthy wait. As the emperor, the sovereign of the Ming dynasty, how could he be subjugated by another? While he esteemed Li Qing and acknowledged his contributions, it did not signify that he wished to be manipulated by him. If it were possible to bypass Li Qing and not be led around by the nose, it would undoubtedly be preferable. Nevertheless, Zhu Houzhong harbored little confidence. Although the Ming dynasty was vast, those who sought immortality were exceedingly rare. In the past, it seemed that Zhang Xianren had only one direct disciple. And although Zhang Xianren lived a long life, he had passed away during the Yongle era. Conversely, Li Qing, as a disciple, had surpassed his master, not only outshining him, but also defying the ravages of time. This was indeed remarkable. Seated upon his chair, Zhu Houzhong toyed with a green plum, lost in thought. Your Majesty, Liu Bing has arrived. Zhu Houzhong collected his thoughts, glanced at Huang Jin, and said, you may leave for now. Huang Jin was taken aback and somewhat hurt. Did his master no longer trust him? Zhu Houzhong did not lack trust in Huang Jin. Rather, he felt a sense of guilt in seeking others behind Li Qing's back. Of course, he was not concerned that Huang Jin would inform Li Qing of this matter due to their familiarity. It was simply an awkward situation. Attend to your duties. Return this afternoon to serve me, Zhu Houzhong stated impatiently. Huang Jin complied, exiting the grand hall with reluctance. Moments later, Liu Bing entered the hall, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to your Majesty. That will suffice. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand and inquired, have you tested the abilities of that Taoist? Liu Bing nodded. Certainly not as proficient as Master Li. Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong felt a twinge of disappointment, but still asked, what of the elixirs he concocted? Liu Bing produced a medicine box from his robes, presenting it with both hands. Zhu Houzhong accepted it, opened it to reveal a crimson pill, slightly smaller than those crafted by Li Qing. He held it up to his eyes for a closer inspection. Has anyone tested this medicine? Liu Bing clasped his hands in respect. It has already been administered. Zhu Houzhong, no longer hesitating, promptly placed the pill in his mouth, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. He noticed Liu Bing's astonished expression, as if he wished to say something yet held back. Seeing this, Zhu Houzhong's heart raced. Was there something amiss with this elixir? The pill is not poisonous, Liu Bing quickly reassured him, then awkwardly added, however, one of its ingredients. Speak. It contains a substance derived from a plant known as maiden's water, Liu Bing stammered. Zhu Houzhong. Oh, your Majesty. Liu Bing hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting his back, awkwardly attempting to salvage the situation. I was just about to say, your Majesty, you are too hasty. Zhu Houzhong felt intensely nauseated. Yet the elixir had already descended his esophagus and entered his stomach. How could he possibly expel it? You scoundrel. After retching for a considerable time, he could only produce some saliva, his heart boiling with fury. Go, give that dog of a Taoist 80 strokes of the cane. Chapter 219. The eloquent Taoist Liu Bing dared not delay, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. However, he heard the emperor call out behind him, wait a moment. Liu Bing halted and turned back, bowing. Your Majesty. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and declared, bring that Taoist to me. I wish to personally observe his skills. Understood. Zhu Houzhong exhaled deeply, suppressing his nausea, his gaze burning with intensity. Setting aside the ingredients of the elixir, its effects were indeed palpable. Far more pronounced than those of Li Qing's concoction, refreshing, invigorating, and soaring to the crown of his head. I hope you possess genuine abilities, otherwise, With the essence of the maiden's water as a guide, even Zhu Houzhong, steadfast in his convictions, could not help but feel a strong sense of resistance. This had breached the limits of what he could endure. After a brief interval, Liu Bing returned, accompanying the Taoist who bowed and addressed, Your Majesty. This is the Purple Extreme Taoist. The Purple Extreme Taoist appeared composed, showing no signs of trepidation or awkwardness before the emperor, exuding an air of tranquility. He simply performed a Taoist salute upon meeting the sovereign. Zhu Houzhong, unfazed, lightly tapped the imperial desk while scrutinizing the man before him. The Taoist appeared to be around 50 years of age, with a ruddy complexion and a modest stature, yet he emanated a refined aura in his well-fitted robe, truly resembling a figure of great wisdom. Zhu Houzhong scoffed, Is this purple truly something you can wield? Purple extreme? The Taoist smiled softly and replied, Even the most extreme purple is but purple. Your Majesty is the embodiment of the purple star, bestowing blessings upon the world, the very source of it all. Every household possesses some measure of purple energy. It is merely a distinction of abundance. Zhu Houzhong remained unmoved, his expression tranquil. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly smiled and remarked, Well said. Your Majesty flatters me, the Taoist replied, maintaining his composure, his tightly clenched fingers slowly relaxing. Zhu Houzhong, intrigued, inquired, What abilities do you possess? My skills are modest. However, I am confident I can assist your majesty, the Taoist said with a smile, continuing. Though you are exalted as the Son of Heaven, you lack a means to communicate with the divine. I, though unworthy, wish to serve as a bridge for your majesty. Communicate with the divine? Zhu Houzhong's eyes suddenly blazed with fervor, but after a brief moment, he quickly calmed himself and asked nonchalantly, I am the Son of Heaven, representing the will of the heavens. The Confucians have long proposed the theory of the resonance between heaven and man, yet it seems of little use. The purple extreme Taoist replied calmly, it is merely a ruse employed by a group of impoverished scholars to deceive emperors. Lu Bing's eyes narrowed. How audacious! Such words. Not only would he hesitate to utter, but few in the court would dare to say them either. Even the emperor would tread carefully. This Taoist was remarkably bold. Zhu Houzhong, somewhat surprised, pondered for a moment and casually asked, in the past, both Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu of Han sought the path and were served by countless alchemists. Were all those many practitioners merely charlatans? The purple extreme Taoist contemplated briefly and responded, not entirely. The greater issue lies with the emperor himself. Oh, how so? Emperor Qin was notoriously tyrannical, while Emperor Wu of Han was known for his military overreach, both actions contravening the natural order. In stark contrast, the current emperor embodies the principles of heavenly mandate, showing compassion toward his subjects. Having ruled for over a decade, he has ensured the well-being and prosperity of his people, a merit beyond the reach of Qin and Han. Flattery, however, often borders on absurdity. Even the emperor himself, despite his high self-regard, would not audaciously compare himself to the likes of Qin or Han, let alone surpass them. Emperor Zhu Houzhong remarked coolly, Qin unified the realms, earning the title of Ancestor Dragon, while Han Wu showcased the might of the Han. Commanding respect from the four corners of the earth, what monumental achievements they were. In response, the Taoist of the purple extremes countered, yet, did the common folk of the Qin and Han enjoy the tranquility and happiness that the subjects of the Jiajing era do? This left Zhu Houzhong momentarily speechless. The Taoist continued, though Qin and Han achieved greatness, without virtue, their legacies may not find favor with the heavens. Zhu Houzhong remained noncommittal, silently observing the Taoist. With a serene expression, the Taoist smiled and stated, Our meeting, dear Emperor, is a sign of fate. Please accept this modest token of esteem. With a graceful flick of his robe, he produced a jade-green wine cup, steady in his palm, filled with a liquid that shimmered with ripples. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, Zhu Houzhong leaned forward, captivated by the enticing scent, feeling an involuntary desire for the drink. What exquisite wine is this? He pondered, his curiosity piqued. It was not merely wine, it was sweet dew. The Taoist, with a satisfied smile, proclaimed, This is a rare treasure. A single cup to be savored. Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong, initially inclined to share the drink, reconsidered his intentions. Unbeknownst to him, in his cleverness, he was being led by the nose. Such folly often befalls those consumed by their desires. When one becomes overly engrossed in a singular pursuit, rational thought may elude them. Zhu Houzhong cast a glance at Lu Bing, who understood his cue and approached the Taoist, cautiously accepting the cup to present to the emperor. The liquid mirrored the cup's enchanting hue, fragrant upon inhalation. Though hesitant, Zhu Houzhong reasoned that the Taoist, clearly seeking wealth and honor, would have no motive to poison him. Thus, he resolved to partake. Exercising caution, he merely sipped delicately, the cool and sweet flavor delighting his palate. The Taoist felt a surge of triumph, knowing that once the emperor allowed himself to bend the rules, he would do so again and again. Meanwhile, Huang Jin returned to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, briefly attending to matters within his purview. Observing several diligent eunuchs performing admirably, he found little to offer in guidance and grew increasingly bored. After a while, estimating that the emperor's affairs must be concluded, he made his way back to the palace. As he approached the palace gates, Huang Jin suddenly spotted a familiar figure striding toward him, seemingly also intent on entering the palace. He squinted, recognizing the figure as Li Qing. With a burst of joy, Huang Jin hurriedly waddled over, his ample form jiggling with enthusiasm. At that moment, Li Qing, too, noticed Huang Jin from afar, resembling a hefty pig trotting toward him with a huff. Li Qing paused, waiting for him. Huang Jin, panting before uttering a word, finally exclaimed, It truly is you. Li Qing smiled and nodded, surveying him from head to toe, and remarked, You've made progress. Huang Jin, fully aware of Li Qing's teasing, took it lightly and chuckled. What can I say? The emperor dotes on our family. However, recalling the events of the day, Huang Jin smile dimmed slightly as he said, the emperor has missed you. Will you accompany me to the palace? Li Qing was already intending to enter the palace and graciously accepted. After you, Huang Gonggong. Ah, come now, why the formality? Huang Jin scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. I shall lead the way. At the palace gates. The brocade-clad officer was still in his attire and was taken aback upon seeing Li Qing again. On one hand, he was astonished that the national master had returned to court, and on the other hand, he was surprised that Li Qing appeared unchanged. Indeed, not a single change was evident. It felt as though he had left only yesterday, and now he was back, as if merely a day had passed, with no sign of time's passage. With his disguise intact and accompanied by Huang Jin, they bypassed the formalities and proceeded directly into the palace, making their way to the Qianqing Palace where the emperor resided. Within the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Houzhong listened intently as the Taoist spoke at length, occasionally sipping the nectar. And before he knew it, the cup was empty. When he raised it once more to his lips, he discovered it was entirely consumed, and he sheepishly set it down. This drink is delightful, though rather scant, Zhu Houzhong remarked. The Taoist paused, reiterating, Your Majesty, first and foremost, this is not wine. Secondly, it is indeed a rarity. Zhu Houzhong's eyes narrowed, hinting at growing displeasure. The Taoist felt a jolt of anxiety but persisted, striving to maintain his distinguished status as a venerable master. Ultimately, he succeeded, aided by Li Qing, who had heightened Zhu Houzhong's tolerance. Yet, it was predominantly Zhu Houzhong's own disposition. As long as he could seek longevity, he was willing to exercise a bit more patience. Well then, I shan't press the matter, Zhu Houzhong said, his demeanor shifting completely as he inquired amicably. What are the specific effects of this elixir? The Taoist, in his alchemical pursuits, sought nothing less than the attainment of immortality, though some claims were genuine while others were not. Your Majesty, with your discerning eye, I trust you can distinguish truth from falsehood, the Ziji Taoist replied with a smile. This sentiment struck a chord with Zhu Houzhong, instilling him with increased confidence in the Taoist. Yet, the thought of the elixir's ingredients stirred some discomfort within him. Is there a particular ingredient that could be substituted? The Ziji Taoist, fully aware of the implication, smiled gently and replied. This ingredient is derived from a maiden untouched by man, sustained solely by morning dew and untouched by grains. It is, in essence, pure. Is that so? Zhu Houzhong's brow furrowed slightly. Physiological aversion could not be easily dismissed with mere words, especially when it pertained to the path of immortality. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Houzhong asked, Is it irreplaceable? Absolutely not. The Taoist replied earnestly. Otherwise, the elixir's efficacy would be significantly compromised. Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong felt somewhat despondent. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Jin entered, his plump face radiating joy. Upon seeing the Taoist, he expressed surprise and curiously asked, Your Majesty, who is this? Zhu Houzhong could not help but feel a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Why have you returned once more? Huang Jin, disregarding the Taoist's identity, chuckled and replied, Your Majesty, Master Li has returned. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly sprang to his feet, asking, Is it true that he has returned? Indeed, Huang Jin joyfully affirmed, I would not dare deceive your Majesty. He is waiting outside. Zhu Houzhong nearly danced with delight, his heart brimming with joy. Just as he was about to utter the proclamation, he recalled the matter of seeking someone behind the Taoist's back and hastily told the Taoist, That will be all for now. Please excuse yourself. The Ziji Taoist appeared somewhat bewildered. What is wrong with this emperor? His demeanor is so erratic, he pondered. Master Li, surely, this cannot be the case. Isn't the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain surnamed Zhang? Chapter 220. Rivals in the same trade. The Taoist was perplexed, for the situation had not been like this moments ago. Zhu Houzhong, however, was swiftly connecting the dots and urgently asked, Huang Jin, where exactly is Master Li? At that moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and shortly thereafter, Li Qing entered with measured steps. Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss. Li Qing, akin to Huang Jin, immediately fixed his gaze upon the Ziji Taoist. Your Majesty, who is this? Zhu Houzhong felt a surge of panic. Overwhelmed by guilt, he could not bring himself to meet Li Qing's eyes, instead looking around anxiously. The Ziji Taoist brushed off his robe and calmly stated, I am but a wandering Taoist, known as Ziji, and I have come to pay my respects to Master Li. Having just asserted his authority over the emperor, he considered Li Qing beneath his notice. What fear could he harbor for a mere youth barely past his coming of age? Li Qing stared, casting an odd look at Zhu Houzhong. The emperor became increasingly flustered. Though Li Qing remained silent, the implication was clear. I have been gone merely a few years. And you have sought another? Ah, Mr. Li, allow me to explain, Zhu Houzhong stammered. The Ziji Taoist, you say? Li Qing interrupted Zhu Houzhong's explanation, leaving the latter too intimidated to utter a word. He awkwardly raised a jade-green wine cup, sipping at the air to alleviate his embarrassment. Master Li has heard of my humble self? The Taoist exclaimed in surprise. Not at all, Li Qing retorted. The Ziji Taoist, incensed, demanded. What do you mean by that? The emperor has never spoken to me in such a manner. Li Qing scoffed. To be candid, I too am a Taoist. Realizing he had encountered a fellow practitioner, the Ziji Taoist felt a sense of relief and understood why the other had been so confrontational. He lightly flicked his robe and, adopting a similar tone, calmly remarked, to be frank, until today, I was unaware that our Ming dynasty had a national master. Huh. If you claim I am a fraud, I fear you may be the one deceiving others. Is that so? How can that be? The Ziji Taoist sneered. Our Ming dynasty has never had a national master. If there were one, it would be the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Yet, my title as national master is conferred by none other than the emperor himself and acknowledged by all officials. With flowery words, you deceive the emperor. Such treachery deserves punishment. Meanwhile, Huang Jin's eyes widened in astonishment as she observed the exchange, popping a date from her pocket into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. They say rivals in the same trade are adversaries. How true that is. This is bound to be quite the spectacle, she mused. Li Qing, noting the audacity of the Taoist, curiously asked, are you truly unafraid of losing your head over this? What a ridiculous notion. The emperor possesses a keen insight, discerning who truly possesses skill and who merely postures. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Houzhong, who maintained an immovable demeanor, eyes fixed on his nose on his mouth, and mouth on his heart. What an ineffectual being, thought Li Qing, touching his nose, unperturbed by my status as the national master. You? The Taoist snorted, a mere child, what is there to fear? This was quite a formidable attack, leaving Li Qing momentarily bewildered. Huang Jin exclaimed in astonishment, while Lu Bing stared with wide eyes, acknowledging the Taoist's remarkable abilities, yet realizing he was not on the same plane as Master Li. This was a genuine immortal. Your Majesty, I, the poor Taoist, wish to compete with Master Li. Please grant me this opportunity. Are you not aware of what you are saying? Zhu Houzhong's anger flared, recognizing that he could no longer feign ignorance. Lu Bing, engrossed in gossip with Huang Jin, was momentarily at a loss. Your Majesty? Bang! Lu Bing jolted awake. What sort of nonsense have you brought me? Your Majesty, I, Lu Bing, am utterly astonished. This, they are battling, and yet you have come to me, admitting to having sought someone out? Li Qing scoffed. I, Zhu Houzhong, feel an overwhelming sense of shame, unable to meet Li Qing's gaze directly. Seeing Lu Bing still in a daze, he found a release for his frustration and shouted, Are you deaf? Why have you not dragged this pretentious charlatan away? 80 strokes of the cane, plus 20. Yes. Lu Bing dared not delay, turning and striding directly towards the Taoist. The purple extreme Taoist, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, felt the swift rise and fall of life catch him off guard. As Lu Bing approached with an air of menace, the Taoist finally panicked. Your Majesty, do not heed his one-sided words. He cried out. A mere child, what capabilities could he possibly have? I wish to compete with him. Grant me the opportunity to prove myself. From the moment I entered the palace until now, I have controlled the pace of this encounter, believing the situation firmly in my grasp. Yet unexpectedly, a challenger has emerged, toppling my carefully laid plans, a reality the purple extreme Taoist found exceedingly difficult to accept. Unacceptable. Fellow practitioners may be rivals, but this is truly excessive. The Taoist's eyes reddened, wishing to refine pills with Li Qing's blood. You are not convinced. Li Qing raised an eyebrow. The Taoist bellowed, I am not convinced. Seeing this, Lu Bing halted. Li Qing calmly stated, if you truly consider yourself to possess profound abilities, then why not contest with Lu Baihu and see if you are his match? I am now 1,000 households, Liu Bing inhaled deeply, adopting a stance of respectful challenge. The purple extreme Taoist, gazing at the robust and muscular Liu Bing, questioned whether he could truly be a match, snorting disdainfully. I wish to compete with you. The officer of the Jinyue he cannot defeat, but a delicate, young man may still hold promise. After all, as a Taoist, he had practiced the 5-animal play. Good. Come at me. Bang. The Taoist's reckless charge ended abruptly, not even nearing Li Qing, as an inexplicable force sent him flying Zhu Houzhong away, leaving him disoriented and unable to rise again. Remarkably, Li Qing had not even laid a finger on the purple extreme Taoist. The guards of the inner palace, hearing the commotion, rushed in and, upon seeing the emperor unharmed yet visibly distressed, felt a slight sense of relief. Your Majesty, withdraw. Yes, the guards, having arrived in haste, retreated even more swiftly, and soon the grand hall was enveloped in silence once more. Li Qing scoffed. It seems the emperor's discernment leaves much to be desired. A mere charlatan, Li Qing held no desire to engage in conflict with him. Rather, his intent was solely to humiliate Zhu Houzhong. Enraged and humiliated, Zhu Houzhong seethed with fury towards the Taoist priest, gritting his teeth and commanding, Liu Bing, at your service. 100 strokes of the court's cane, strike with intent. Understood. Liu Bing responded, bowing, and with a cruel smirk, he seized the priest as one would a chick, dragging him out. The Taoist priest, oblivious to the true gravity of the situation and unable to distinguish between the court's punishment and that of a county magistrate, was paralyzed with fear at the mere mention of the number 100. Your Majesty, I swear I still possess more of that wine. I have plenty left. Hearing this, Zhu Houzhong realized he had been deceived. The memory of the priest's concoction, laced with maiden sunflower water, only intensified his ire, prompting him to hurl a paperweight in rage. Liu Bing, focused on achieving the title of martial champion, was skilled in combat. As he noticed the emperor's throw miss its mark, he quickly adjusted, catching the Taoist priest instead. With a resounding thud, the paperweight struck the priest squarely on the forehead. The Taoist let out a cry of pain and promptly lost consciousness. Liu Bing then dragged him out of the grand hall. Despicable, utterly deserving of death, Zhu Houzhong muttered, still seething. To use maiden sunflower water as bait and then feed one merely morning dew. This wretched sorcerer. Li Qing remained unmoved. He felt no sympathy for the fate of this fellow traveler. How lamentable that one so audacious as to deceive the emperor could exist. What horrors might he inflict upon others if left alive? Disappointment clouded his view of Zhu Houzhong. The emperor's blind faith was truly disheartening. Had they not fortuitously crossed paths today, Li Qing had no doubt that Jia Jing would have been ensnared, perhaps even engaging in alchemy with maiden sunflower water. How could a mere charlatan bamboozle the emperor of the Ming? Was Jia Jing foolish? No. Yet, in the realm of Taoism, he was painfully misguided. Zhu Houzhong recognized that today's events had wounded Li Qing's heart. Awkwardly, he stammered, Sir, I did not believe him. You must trust me. How repugnant. Li Qing interrupted coldly. If Taizong and Xianzong were aware, they would surely rise from their graves in outrage. Zhu Houzhong faltered, increasingly ashamed and anxious, fearing he might lose Li Qing once more. This regret gnawed at him, wishing he could turn back time. He lamented that even though Li Qing had returned, he had endured for far too long. Why could he not hold on just a little longer, even for a single day? He cursed himself inwardly, almost striking his own face. If only he had acted a fraction sooner. This incident was my fault, Zhu Houzhong declared, his voice dry. I swear, there shall never be a next time. Apart from you, sir, I shall trust no one else. Li Qing's gaze was icy as he pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. As Emperor of the Ming, I have my preferences, some I admire, others I tolerate, and some I utterly despise. You have crossed the line. Zhu Houzhong was rendered speechless. I have never so deeply loathed anyone. You are the most repugnant emperor of the Ming, without exception. Li Qing delivered 3 swift strikes before departing, paying no heed to the pallor of Zhu Houzhong, who was consumed by trepidation. Your Majesty, do not heed his nonsensical words, Huang Jin implored, her heart heavy with concern. He speaks in anger. There is no need to dwell on it. In a few days, all will be well. Is that truly the case? Zhu Houzhong's complexion was ashen, his gaze filled with hope, akin to a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Huang Jin's confidence waned, but she refrained from expressing her despondency, merely nodding and assuring. I shall persuade him earnestly. Very well, Zhu Houzhong urged. You must pursue him and speak with him kindly. The Department of Rights should not intervene. Go swiftly. Your Majesty, it is of no concern to me. You must hurry. Ah, yes, Huang Jin sighed, hastening out of the grand hall. Outside the palace gates, she finally caught up with Li Qing, who had not hastened his pace. Breathless, she exclaimed, Master Li, please wait. Li Qing cast her a sidelong glance. Are you here to speak on behalf of your master again? He realizes his mistake, Huang Jin panted. Li Qing scoffed coldly. He merely comprehends that he is destined to be estranged from longevity. In chapter 221, the astute Huang Jin found herself in the quaint courtyard of the Li family, where the surroundings remained refreshingly vibrant, devoid of any lingering gloom from absence. The verdant bamboo and flourishing fruit trees were meticulously pruned. Seated across from each other at a stone table shaded by trees were Li Qing and Huang Jin. Huang Jin furrowed her brow, troubled and hesitant to speak. After several attempts, she finally asked, May I voice a few thoughts? If it is merely to speak sweetly of him or to counsel me to be magnanimous, it is perhaps best left unsaid. Is that so? Huang Jin scratched her head, momentarily at a loss for words. After much stammering, she found the courage to inquire. Is the emperor truly the worst of the Ming rulers? Is he even inferior to Jiangwen? Li Qing replied with fairness, If we judge by actions alone, he certainly surpasses Jiangwen. At present, that is the case. Is that not the crux of the matter? Huang Jin rejoiced, only to notice Li Qing regarding her with a bemused expression. Embarrassed, she pinched her nose and sheepishly remarked, You know I am rather slow-witted. Li Qing stated, Judging by actions alone may apply to a moment, but it cannot endure through time, especially for someone of your master's stature. When the heart falters, the actions will inevitably be profoundly affected, as is evident now. Yet things are quite satisfactory at present, Huang Jin weakly countered. The single whip policy is still in effect, along with the government-run fair-price warehouses. It is merely this affair with the sorcerer that the emperor neglected to contemplate. Merely? Li Qing laughed in disbelief. A wandering sorcerer with a few words, accompanied by some trivialities, can sway an emperor's thoughts and actions? How lamentable and tragic it is for the state and its people. Li Qing declared resolutely. Today he may consume elixirs refined from maidens' sunflower water, but tomorrow he may force young maidens to provide such water. What of the day after? And the days that follow? Such a ruler does a disservice to his ancestors and the populace. Tell me, how can he embody the essence of an emperor? Huang Jin felt a pang of hurt, but found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, her head bowed in silence. Jiangwen had his issues. His approach to reducing the feudal lords was indeed a poor strategy, yet the act of reducing their power was not inherently flawed. Li Qing remarked, You may call Jiangwen foolish or incompetent, yet he is not inherently malevolent. A man with a good heart cannot persist in wrongdoing throughout his life. However, if his heart turns corrupt, he exhaled deeply and continued, I do not deny that your master has, thus far, refrained from committing heinous acts. To be fair, he has performed reasonably well. Yet, one must understand that his actions are merely to please me. His ultimate desire is immortality. Should he believe that others can offer him this, as today SZG Daoren might, what then? He is a lucid, intelligent, and self-serving villain. Li Qing's gaze was icy. What fate awaits those governed by a ruler who prioritizes his own interests above all else? Huang Jin could find no grounds for rebuttal and could only sulk in sorrow. I know that, in truth, you have always been aiding the emperor, Huang Jin murmured. Li Qing sighed lightly, but he is beyond help. Yet it is possible, Huang Jin quietly countered. Li Qing offered a bitter smile. The issue lies in his cunning and capability. However, his heart is not in the right place. Huang Jin lamented, It is not that I favor him. You bear some responsibility as well. It was you who introduced him to the notion of immortality. That is indeed true, Li Qing admitted. But you must understand, my affairs and the existence of the Li family inevitably provoke speculation. If I do not speak of it, he will eventually discover the truth. Long before your master, even before your master's grandfather, they were already aware of my origins. Yet what has changed? They are all still solely focused on seeking immortality, regardless of the cost. Huang Jin was astonished. Did Xuanzong already know? In fact, it goes back even further. Li Qing sighed and confessed, to be candid, since the time of Xuanzong, Yingzong, Zhongzong, Xinzong, Xiaozong, and Wuzong, they all knew of my potential for immortality. Only Xiaozong was the last to learn. The others were aware during their peak governance. Even from the early stages, Huang Jin was left speechless. Did they not have any doubts? None, for they were more rational. Li Qing explained. Upon realizing my potential for immortality, they concurrently deduced that such a state cannot be replicated. He paused before continuing. Of course, there were instances where I revealed this myself. As with Zhu Houzhong, I disclosed my identity to gain the emperor's trust, thereby better assisting him and benefiting the great Ming dynasty. Huang Jin inquired, "Did you ever promise them the means to attain immortality?" Li Qing retorted, "When have I ever made such a promise to your master? I may have revealed my identity, but have I ever claimed that diligent cultivation would grant him immortality? I have always urged him to fulfill his role as emperor." Li Qing sighed. To be fair, I must accept a portion of the blame. Thus, though I do not favor him, I maintain a considerable level of tolerance. The records are there for you to see. You may observe that I have been quite lenient with him. I can even tolerate his pursuit of immortality, but there must be a clear distinction between priorities. For other emperors of the Ming dynasty, I was solely responsible for strategizing. Yet, for him, I not only strategize, but also concoct elixirs for him. Is that not sufficient? Li Qing expressed his frustration, yet, no sooner had I departed than he sought out a wandering sorcerer, who with a mere trick left him utterly bewildered. Tell me, does that not break my heart? Huang Jin grasped his hair in exasperation. Li Qing concluded, if he were to govern well as an emperor, would I not support him? I cannot extend his life by several decades, or even a century, but I can certainly ensure he lives a few more years. When I proclaim that being a diligent emperor contributes to longevity, it is not mere rhetoric. Alas, Huang Jin sighed, for the moment you reveal your identity, it is destined that the sovereign would respond thusly. Huang Jin remarked, I have grown up alongside His Majesty. Born of noble lineage, he is, by nature, destined for wealth and privilege. However, as a prince, you ought to know that lacking ambition is simply unacceptable. To speak candidly, a princess mentality is often one of lethargy and complacency. Despite possessing immense wealth and status, the princes are barred from the imperial examinations, even restricted from leaving their domains, confined to a small patch of land. What can they pursue daily, if not indulgence? Huang Jin spoke earnestly. It is not my intention to defend the sovereign, but were it another prince in his stead, the outcome would be identically bleak. This time, Li Qing did not contest his words. Huang Jin was speaking the truth. Since Zhu Di, the princes of the Ming dynasty have, in blunt terms, become mere instruments of waste. Noticing Li Qing's silence, Huang Jin's mind began to race with analysis. Is it truly hopeless for His Majesty? Not necessarily. At least he still values your counsel and listens to your advice. Is that not sufficient? Sufficient, is it not? You revealed your identity to gain influence and benefit the realm and its people. Did you not achieve that aim? Seemingly inspired, Huang Jin's words flowed more freely, his reasoning becoming increasingly coherent. Now, let us consider the worst-case scenario. If we were to install another prince as emperor, would you not have to traverse the same path anew, to earn the emperor's trust and wield influence? The outcome is evident. It would repeat itself. Moreover, adopting such an approach would likely lead to a miscarriage of governance and further turmoil in the court, resulting in a setback for the Ming dynasty of at least a decade. Please, allow me to finish, Huang Jin implored, fearing interruption would derail his thoughts. The emperor's flaws are shared by other princes, yet his virtues may not be found in them. Firstly, the emperor is young. Secondly, he possesses the capability to manage his ministers and navigate court affairs. Thirdly, when he commits to a task, he often excels in it. Surely, you can agree? Without waiting for Li Qing's response, Huang Jin provided his own affirmation. This is a fact. From your perspective, is it not enough to have an emperor who is vigorous, capable, and willing to heed your counsel? I understand that my words may sting and seem unfair to you, but is there truly a better alternative? Huang Jin lowered his head, unable to meet Li Qing's gaze, whispering, as the saying goes, one must choose the lesser of two evils. With the late emperor's demise and no heirs, as the princes have stated, His Majesty is indeed the best and most suitable emperor we have at present. Suddenly, Huang Jin clutched his head in anguish, his face pale. What troubles you? My head aches, Huang Jin gasped, struggling for breath. Perhaps I have overexerted my mind today, and it is unbearable. Li Qing responded, it pains me greatly. Huang Jin's lips trembled. Li Qing, smack. Huang Jin. Zzz, Li Qing sighed deeply. Change the emperor? The cost would be too great. As Huang Jin has articulated, replacing him with another prince would only exacerbate the situation. Certainly. Li Qing had never contemplated replacing the current emperor with another prince. Even if Jia Jing were indeed a hopeless case, the only recourse would be to hasten the ascension of the crown prince, allowing Jia Jing to assume the title of Grand Emperor, thereby mitigating the negative repercussions. As for Zheng Da, a universally acknowledged deceased emperor could not return, and his son would be universally disregarded. The lineage of the throne places utmost importance on bloodline, allowing for no margin of error. Regrettably, Jia Jing had yet to father a son, let alone a crown prince. Li Qing's heart was genuinely heavy, and his anger was palpable, yet he could not simply cast Jia Jing aside. Such impulsive actions would only serve to unleash a tempest of chaos without yielding any tangible benefits. After years of dedication, effort, and the endeavors of the Ming dynasty's emperors, how could one indulge in fleeting whims? Li Qing had long surpassed the age of impulsiveness. With a curse, he muttered under his breath, "Just wait. You had better keep one eye open while you sleep." When Huang Jin awoke, twilight had nearly descended. He spotted Li Qing in the guest hall, devouring meat and drinking wine heartily, grease adorning his mouth, which immediately made Huang Jin's stomach grumble, his mouth watering profusely. Swallowing hard, he thickened his skin and approached the guest hall. "What if I shared a meal with you?" "By all means, eat and drink as you please," Li Qing replied generously. Upon hearing this, Huang Jin finally felt at ease and sheepishly remarked, "You are too magnanimous, my lord. After all, you are the national master. So I shall not stand on ceremony. Indeed, no need for formality. Drink more." Chapter 222. A night of reckoning for Jia Jing. Huang Jin had an enormous appetite, yet his tolerance for liquor was meager. He became inebriated after only a few bowls, lamenting how Li Qing had pressured him to drink without satisfying his hunger. That night, Zhu Houzhong remained in the inner hall of Qinqing Palace, alone, with his hands clasped around his knees, lost in despondence. After waiting year upon year, he finally anticipated a visit, only to find that a fleeting moment of folly had thwarted him. Even an additional half-day would have sufficed. Consumed by regret, Zhu Houzhong wished to slap himself for his misjudgment. What was to be done? How could he rectify this? The azure plum in Zhu Houzhong's palm spun ever faster, a mix of frustration and urgency overwhelming him. After a prolonged moment, he slumped, shoulders drooping, and sighed deeply. Li Qing exhibited considerable patience towards Huang Jin. Persuading him was not an impossibility. "Yes, it is certainly achievable," Zhu Houzhong reassured himself, engaging in a form of self-hypnosis. He was utterly invested in the situation, otherwise, he would genuinely crumble under the weight of despair. Few could endure the torment of being so close to success, yet plunged into the depths of despair. As night deepened, Zhu Houzhong found himself wide awake. However, knowing he had to attend morning court the following day, he reluctantly laid down, forcing himself to sleep, yet tossing and turning in restlessness. Was he truly to lose him? Was it to end like this? Zhu Houzhong's mind was a chaotic tangle, a procession of negative thoughts swirling through his head, each one akin to a searing ember, igniting turmoil within him. These thoughts coalesced into vivid images, flickering like a slideshow in his mind, replaying endlessly. Minutes turned to hours, and gradually, fatigue began to envelop him. He slowly drifted into slumber. Yet, he was beset by troubling dreams. In his nightmare, Li Qing unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon him, delivering blows as if intent on ending his life to assuage his wrath. Zhu Houzhong rose quietly, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The flickering candlelight cast a large shadow over him, resembling an invisible net. Zhu Houzhong froze momentarily, then was taken aback as his head turned stiffly, revealing a fist the size of a sandbag, mere inches from his nose. Li Qing was equally bewildered, having been sound asleep. How had he awakened so abruptly? There had been no noise on his part. The cost of deposing the Emperor Jiajing was too steep for Li Qing to bear. Yet he felt that delivering a few blows to vent his frustration was permissible. He had always believed in settling scores without delay, and if he had to endure hardship, Zhu Houzhong would not be spared either. However, he did not anticipate that before he could strike, Zhu Houzhong would awaken. The two exchanged glances, a moment of mutual surprise lingering in the air. It was Zhu Houzhong who regained his composure first, managing a wry smile and self-deprecatingly saying, "How terrified I must be of you to dream such a dream within a dream. Alas, it matters little. I cannot defeat you anyway. If you wish to strike, then do so at your leisure." Seeing Li Qing in a daze, he jested, "Even when given the opportunity, you prove useless. Very well, I shall return to my slumber. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a stroke of fortune? Just as Zhu Houzhong was about to recline, Li Qing quickly transformed his fist into an open palm, raising him once more. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Ouch! That hurts! Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. This was no dream. Stammering, he could only utter 3 words, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. A comical sight. Li Qing sneered, this is what you asked for. Smack! That slap was in retribution for the founding emperor. Smack! This one was for the second emperor. Smack! And this was for the benevolent emperor. Perhaps due to the accumulated grievances, Zhu Houzhong found the last slap particularly excruciating. So much so that he could neither speak nor cry out in pain. Smack! 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 These were for the Xian and Zhong emperors. As Li Qing rained down blows with both hands, causing Zhu Houzhong to see stars, his face bruised and bleeding profusely. Finally, they reached the Wuzong. Amidst his sorrow and anger, Zhu Houzhong couldn't help but feel a moment of relief. He had endured this far. Yet, Li Qing's gaze grew colder. Fingers together as he delivered a punch to Zhu Houzhong's abdomen, declaring, this punch is for myself, and this one is also for myself. Thud, thud, thud. Zhu Houzhong fainted from the pain, only to be jolted awake by further torment, his body curling like a boiled shrimp, the dragon couch creaking beneath him. After a long while, just as Jiajing felt utterly drained and on the brink of death, Li Qing finally ceased his assault. Zhu Houzhong gasped for breath, nearly at death's door, unable even to move a finger. Li Qing rose and approached a nearby table, pouring himself a glass of fine wine. Savoring the imperial vintage while casting a cold glance in Zhu Houzhong's direction. What, are you dissatisfied? If so, endure it. Zhu Houzhong could only weakly retort, truly lacking the strength to argue. It took him a full quarter of an hour to muster the energy to rise. And his first instinct was to pull out a silk handkerchief to cover his nose, staring at Li Qing with an expression of disbelief. You should take better care of yourself. In truth, during the course of administering punishment, Li Qing subtly staunched his bleeding. After all, Li Qing had come to vent his frustrations, not to take a life. Upon hearing the mockery, Zhu Houzhong belatedly realized that the nosebleed had ceased, and he sheepishly lowered his head. Having been so thoroughly beaten, it was impossible for him not to feel anger, yet he lacked the courage to express it. Given Li Qing's earlier demeanor, there were unmistakable signs of lethal intent. Though the prospect of immortality still eluded him, he could not afford to gamble with his life. Li Qing's arrogance and unpredictability were daunting, had it not been for his need of Li Qing and the realization that he could not retaliate. Zhu Houzhong might have already entertained thoughts of murder. Alas, he could only endure. After a considerable time, Zhu Houzhong gestured towards his mouth, indicating his desire to speak. Li Qing flicked his fingers, effortlessly lifting the restrictions imposed upon Zhu Houzhong without any tangible aid. Zhu Houzhong felt a current of energy envelop him and attempted to part his lips. To his astonishment, he could indeed produce sound. This only deepened his amazement. Truly, this was the essence of a celestial being. To enter the imperial palace undetected, to silence a man with a mere gesture, and to effortlessly lift restrictions from afar. Zhu Houzhong licked his lips and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, Did you come tonight solely for this? Indeed, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. I simply found you displeasing and felt the urge to strike you. What of it? Zhu Houzhong, feeling a mix of frustration and self-deprecation, mused. What can I possibly do to you? It is my fault for seeking others behind your back. I accept that. With a resounding thud, Li Qing slammed his cup down, narrowing his eyes as he queried, Do you think I am here for only that? Then what else could it be? Zhu Houzhong asked, somewhat bewildered. Pray speak plainly. I ask you, are the skills of the street sorcerers truly commendable? Zhu Houzhong's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, In retrospect, they seem rather pathetic. Indeed, such pathetic methods that could deceive you. Do you not feel ashamed? Is it not disgraceful? And you even resorted to consuming pills concocted from the essences of women. Huh. Next time they might use dung in their concoction. Would you dare to consume that? Zhu Houzhong stammered. Would they even dare? Ah, you truly are deluding yourself. Li Qing shot him a fierce glare, exhibiting signs of ire once more. Why must you be so unreasonable? Zhu Houzhong protested, feeling both wronged and at a loss for words. This time, I admit my fault. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Now that you have struck me and vented your anger, you cannot remain angry with me any longer. At this, Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Not only that, but goosebumps also prickled his skin. Is there no sense of shame left? Compared to you, what is face worth? Zhu Houzhong exclaimed passionately. You must understand my feelings towards you. For your sake, silence. Li Qing interjected sharply. Spare me the flattery. I ask you, is the pursuit of immortality more important than the welfare of the state and its people? This question, nearly rhetorical, left Zhu Houzhong with no room for error. And he promptly declared, naturally, it is the latter. Yet you, in pursuit of the former, disregard the latter. I do not. Zhu Houzhong hastily countered. I have never neglected my duties. I review all proposals from the cabinet, and I have consistently kept a firm grasp on the political direction of the court, as well as the enforcement of new laws. With great fervor, Zhu Houzhong expounded upon his numerous responsibilities. At last, he spoke. Sir, you have achieved immortality. Thus, you can approach the world with a heart that transcends the mundane and embrace all humanity. Yet, he lowered his head, murmuring, if only I could attain longevity. I would likewise rise above trivial pursuits, but alas, that is not my fate. Li Qing interjected. Does the emperor know my secret? Yet, he seeks immortality? Zhu Houzhong hesitated, and then decided to lay everything bare. Indeed, I am but a common man. I am selfish and I desire to live forever. This I fully acknowledge. Zhu Houzhong declared, both indignant and aggrieved. You cannot impose the standards of an immortal upon a mere mortal like myself. True, this empire belongs to the Zhu family. I have labored for it, yet I have never claimed to shirk my duties, nor do I harbor thoughts of destroying the Ming dynasty. I simply wish for immortality. He turned away, muttering defiantly, I desire longevity. Even if you strike me down, I shall still demand it. Having just endured a near-fatal beating, Zhu Houzhong was nonetheless intimidated by Li Qing. Though he feigned bravado, he was deeply unsettled, casting sidelong glances at Li Qing's expression, fearful that he might erupt again. Li Qing sighed and asked, if you could not attain immortality, would you cease to fulfill your role as emperor? As long as you are willing to impart the secrets of longevity, I believe I can achieve it. Zhu Houzhong replied. Li Qing glared, demanding, answer my question directly. Zhu Houzhong, feeling despondent, retorted, am I not performing adequately as I am? I do not deny that. But you are already exhibiting a trend of prioritizing your own ascension over the welfare of the realm and its people. With Li Qing's gaze becoming perilous, Zhu Houzhong weakly replied, Sir, you once said that one could have both fish and bear's paw. Surely this can be achieved as well? Li Qing couldn't help but laugh in annoyance. Your resolve is truly remarkable. Which emperor has not sought longevity? Look at the likes of Qin Shi Huang, Han Wudi, and Tang Zong. They all pursued the same. I am not alone in this. Seeing that Li Qing was at a loss for words, Zhu Houzhong seized the opportunity to climb higher, expressing hope. Let us, as sovereign and subject, join forces to establish a legacy that endures through the ages, achieving longevity together. Shall we? Chapter 223. The deception continues. Li Qing regarded him silently. Zhu Houzhong's gaze burned with fervor. After a long moment, Li Qing gently sighed. The pursuit of immortality is too ethereal and elusive. Throughout history, the authenticity of figures like Peng Zhu has been shrouded in mystery, and Zhang Xianren has long passed. Why must you cling so tenaciously to this? At the very least, there stands one before me. Zhu Houzhong asserted, his expression unwavering and resolute. Li Qing fell silent, left without a retort. Pouring himself another drink, Li Qing stepped closer. What are you doing? Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, his heart racing at Li Qing's advancing presence. Hadn't they just fought? Why was it not over? He felt his defenses crumbling. He wanted to call for help, but feared escalating the situation to an unmanageable extent. Let us speak civilly. No need for violence, all right? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Zhu Houzhong found himself unable to continue speaking. This time, he could make a sound, but his mouth was covered by a hand. Initially, Zhu Houzhong instinctively struggled in a frenzy. But soon he felt a refreshing stream of air entering through the pores of his swollen cheeks, significantly alleviating his pain. No longer in a state of panic, he quietly accepted the benevolent gift from the eternal being of the Ming dynasty. After a considerable time, when Li Qing withdrew his hand, Zhu Houzhong's pig-like visage had nearly returned to its former self, appearing only slightly puffy. Anyone who beheld him would hardly suspect that the emperor had just endured a savage beating. Though he did not gaze into a mirror, he could surmise the extent of his recovery and felt a surge of joy within. He still cared for me. Sir, Li Qing remarked coldly, should there be another instance, I shall strike you once more, heal you, and repeat the cycle. Zhu Houzhong shivered at the thought, refraining from further speech. You shall attend the morning court as usual tomorrow, Li Qing stated. Zhu Houzhong replied earnestly, of course. Li Qing uttered no more, turning to leave. Zhu Houzhong, momentarily stunned, hastily donned his shoes and pursued him outside the inner hall. In the outer hall, a few waiting eunuchs were sound asleep, and Zhu Houzhong did not spare them a glance as he rushed out to the entrance. Under the eaves, he looked around, and aside from the grand lanterns of the Ming hall and the Tei wooden pillars, he was surrounded only by the vastness of the night. Zhu Houzhong stood in a daze for some time before letting out a long sigh. The sensation of being entirely out of control was truly dreadful. Meanwhile, Huang Jin awoke as the sun had already risen high, marking the end of the morning hour. Summer was just around the corner, and beneath the sunlight, a faint warmth began to permeate the air. He tugged at his collar, yawning as he made his way to the shade of a tree to sit opposite Li Qing. Noticing an oiled paper bag before Li Qing, he eagerly opened it, only to find two rather small buns, which left him feeling disappointed, hardly enough to fill his gaps. Nonetheless, he took one out to nibble on. Li Qing set aside his book, shooting him an annoyed glance. Have you washed up? He asked. I'll wash up after I eat, Huang Jin mumbled, his words unclear. I woke up hungry, as I didn't eat enough yesterday. Li Qing again shielded his face with the book to avoid any stray bun filling that might land on him. Once you've finished, return to your office in the Imperial Ceremonial Department. Huang Jin swallowed the food with difficulty and said, the Emperor instructed me to persuade you. This very place is my office. As if fearing Li Qing would misunderstand, he quickly added with a grin, rest assured, whether I'm present or not. The Imperial Ceremonial Department remains the same. Li Qing lowered his book in astonishment. You seem rather proud? Huang Jin scratched his head and retorted, should I be ashamed? Li Qing, uninterested in engaging with this simpleton, replied, you've done well in persuading, but refrain from doing so again. Your head, even when not swollen, resembles that of a pig. Huang Jin, feeling somewhat displeased, muttered, what is wrong with being plump? Nothing, Li Qing replied tersely. Now, go attend to your own matters. Huang Jin, taken aback, asked, what did you just say? Nothing of importance, Li Qing scoffed. I have merely returned to observe, not to re-enter the court. I have many matters yet to attend to, and your persuasion makes no difference. Huang Jin, captivated by this revelation, quickly urged, don't say that. Since you are back, you should stay in the capital. Even if you do not attend court or perform duties, it would be wonderful. In what way? Li Qing inquired. The emperor would be very pleased. Huang Jin replied. Li Qing chuckled, whether he is happy or not is of no concern to me. But you are the Grand Master of the Ming dynasty, came the retort. Spare me, who would care? Li Qing rolled his eyes and added, go back and tell your master to work diligently. Within a decade, I shall return, otherwise, we shall not meet again. Huang Jin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Suddenly struck by a thought, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, wait a moment, it's been several years already. Why still a decade? Is it truly 10 years after 10 years? Unlike you, we don't have many decades left. Li Qing rubbed his nose. 5 years. There are still 5 years to go? Huang, the portly fellow, mused, did I perhaps extend my smiles too liberally? Huang Jin lowered his head, tugging at his chubby cheeks. It's settled then, just 5 years. I keep my word, but only if your master does his part. Huang Jin nodded. I will relay your message to the emperor. Why not stay a couple more days before you leave? Why? 5 years is indeed a long time for us, Huang Jin replied. You should also consider the merits of the emperor. If you could extend him some understanding, you might discover that he is truly not so bad. I recall you mentioning that when one acquires wealth, they desire more, and when one becomes emperor, they aspire to immortality. Isn't this the way of the world? Empathy reveals that the emperor's wish for longevity is quite natural. He is not an outlier. Presently, his virtues outweigh his vices, do they not? Li Qing paused, contemplating. Before he said, should I perhaps reveal the truth to him? Please no. Do not even think about it. Huang Jin shook his head vigorously. Li Qing chuckled. You've used this as a threat against me before. Why now do you wish for me to continue deceiving him? Huang Jin replied earnestly, I may be foolish, but I understand the emperor better than you do. If you speak the truth, it would shatter him and disrupt the state affairs. Truly, let us keep deceiving him. At least in this way, he will live a happy life. That does hold some merit. Li Qing sighed lightly. You are quite devoted to him. Why do you say that? Huang Jin responded with an expression that suggested it was simply expected. Li Qing shook his head with a smile. Fine. Then I shall stay for 2 more days. Ah, splendid. Huang Jin exclaimed, his spirits lifted. I will return to inform the emperor of your wishes. And I shall come back shortly. Wait for me. As Huang Jin hurried away, Li Qing gazed up at the lush foliage, softly murmuring, speaking of which. Zhu Houzhong's character leaves much to be desired. However, he treats Huang Jin well, who is not without his merits. At the same time, Li Qing couldn't help but recall Zhang Yong from Jinling. In terms of compassion, Zhang Yong may not match Huang Jin, but in terms of accomplishments, Huang Jin does not surpass Zhang Yong. Yet, both share a common trait, unwavering loyalty. Reflecting further, it is not just these 2 loyal eunuchs. Even those who are less virtuous, or even nefarious, often exhibit a profound loyalty to the emperor. In this regard, many proper officials fall short. However, such is the nature of things. With greater power does not always come greater responsibility. Rather, with greater power comes an insatiable desire. As the sunlight dappled through the leaves, Li Qing, wearied from a sleepless night spent reprimanding Jiajing, succumbed to drowsiness, reclining and crossing his legs, sinking into a deep slumber in the lounge chair. As the afternoon drew to a close, Li Qing slowly opened his eyes, awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. Huang Jin was outside, though Li Qing sensed that there were likely others accompanying him. Upon opening the door, there stood the familiar entourage, Zhu Houzhong, Huang Jin, Lu Bing, and several esteemed palace guards. Sir, I have come uninvited. I hope I am not intruding? Li Qing remarked, having just resumed his slumber. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily rendered speechless. I have not uttered a word despite receiving blows. Yet you, the assailant, appear to have grounds for grievance. Furthermore, I have been occupied with morning court and reviewing memorials. Suppressing his indignation, Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly. Huang Jin mentioned that you will not be in the capital for long, so I thought to pay a visit. Very well. Do come in, Li Qing replied, stepping aside to allow him entry. Zhu Houzhong entered slowly, followed closely by Huang Jin, while Lu Bing turned back to offer a few words of caution before carrying a food box into the courtyard. Li Qing closed the door. Under the shade of the trees, a feast of wine and delicacies was laid out. Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong sat facing each other, with Huang Jin and Lu Bing positioned on either side, standing behind Zhu Houzhong. Zhu Houzhong poured a cup for Li Qing and inquired, when do you intend to depart? In a couple of days, Li Qing replied, selecting a piece of food with his chopsticks, followed by a sip of wine. You continue with your affairs. Do not concern yourself with me. When the time comes for my return, I shall naturally return. However, occurrences like this should not be repeated. This is not a warning. Zhu Houzhong, slightly embarrassed, nodded. Rest assured, sir. After a pause, he added, on my next visit to court, I shall not depart again, shall I? I cannot guarantee that. Li Qing shook his head. You know I am not one to remain idle. I have always been restless. The records are there for you to peruse. Both Huang Jin and Lu Bing were aware of Li Qing's circumstances, and Zhu Houzhong felt no need for discretion as he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I have indeed reviewed the records. However, I recall during the Hongwu era. What about the Hongwu era? What about it? Li Qing pressed, his voice growing louder. Sir, please do not be agitated, Zhu Houzhong stammered. Am I agitated? Li Qing retorted angrily. Which of your eyes perceives my agitation? Zhu Houzhong, along with Huang Jin and Lu Bing, fell silent, contemplating how this esteemed master Li had evidently endured considerable hardship during the Hongwu reign. Indeed, the founding emperor was a formidable figure, emerging from torrents of bloodshed, having executed countless corrupt officials. Surviving such a tumultuous time was no small feat, and enduring some grievances was entirely normal. Strangely, the thought of the once mighty Li Qing, now seemingly more arrogant than the emperor himself, having been a target of disdain in the Hongwu era, ignited an impulse to laugh within the 2 men. Yet, they merely entertained the notion, for they had received professional training and generally refrained from laughter. Chapter 224. Some thoughts are beautiful, just as they are. Li Qing regained his composure, resuming his meal and drink. Zhu Houzhong, wary of further provoking him, dared not express jealousy any longer, fearing that continuing the conversation might lead Li Qing to raise his voice in ire. I have come today merely to inquire whether your 5-year agreement still holds weight, Zhu Houzhong stated gravely, reaching the limits of his endurance. Li Qing took a sip of wine and replied nonchalantly, as long as you do not betray the Ming. I shall not betray you. Zhu Houzhong, with righteous fervor, asserted, I am the son of heaven. How could I betray the Ming? Li Qing smiled and said, during this period, I shall observe discreetly. You fulfill your promise, and I shall fulfill mine. A gentleman's word? Zhu Houzhong raised his hand. Li Qing did not reciprocate the gesture but continued to eat and drink, without lifting his gaze, stating, words without action are mere pretense. Diligent work will yield its rewards. Zhu Houzhong reluctantly withdrew his hand, nodding slightly. The gathering did not last long. Zhu Houzhong's repeated overtures were met with indifference from Li Qing, and one-sided enthusiasm is destined to be fleeting. However, Zhu Houzhong left Huang Jin behind, instructing him to keep Li Qing company for a couple of days. After the initial commotion subsided, Li Qing reclined against the chair's back, appearing rather bored. Don't just lie there. Prolonged idleness can lead to one's decline. Huang Jin remarked, patting his belly. I have public funds at my disposal. I shall cover all expenses. I am quite familiar with the capital and have no particular places in mind to visit. Li Qing lazily replied, if you have matters to attend to, then do so. If not, staying here is fine too. You see, Huang Jin said with a hint of exasperation, one must balance work and leisure, right? It's labor and leisure. Li Qing retorted, how did you even read that book? Huang Jin continued, for others, it is a balance of labor and leisure, but for you, it's more about worry. Just look at you. You're quite handsome, yet those furrowed brows do not do you justice. Li Qing, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, your playful banter is rather cheeky and infuriating. Just a jest. Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly, then tentatively suggested, shall we engage in some light conversation? Very well, Li Qing responded. In these past years, do you still have pressing matters to attend to? Huang Jin inquired. Indeed, but I cannot disclose them, Li Qing replied. Huang Jin scratched his face, awkwardly asking, is there anything you can share? Certainly. Li Qing seemed to recall something joyous and sat up straight, saying, during this period, I wish to travel extensively, to observe the changes that have transpired in the Ming dynasty over the past century and their impact on the lives of the people. I yearn to fully appreciate the diverse customs and traditions across various regions of the Ming. I wish to see what kind of talents such a Ming dynasty will foster. I also want to. Huang Jin listened in rapt attention, captivated by the beauty of these thoughts, and equally mesmerized by this newfound vigor in Li Qing. His brows were no longer furrowed, his gaze devoid of melancholy. He exuded youthful exuberance, embodying the spirit of a young man just past 20. Li Qing, unaware, spoke fervently for quite some time before pausing, smiling as he asked, isn't this plan quite splendid? Yes, indeed, Huang Jin stammered, nodding in agreement, feeling a surge of happiness. Suddenly, he felt that Li Qing truly deserved to unwind, yet he also thought 5 years wasn't such a long time after all. I am genuinely happy for you, Huang Jin said sincerely. Li Qing, taken aback for a moment, burst into hearty laughter, playfully pinching Huang Jin's chubby cheek. Hey! Huang Jin exclaimed. In the evening, Huang Jin returned with an abundance of delectable treats, but only a small flask of wine, justifying, drinking too much is unwise. It brings discomfort and nausea. It's better to indulge in good food. Li Qing had no objections, not wanting to intoxicate the jovial Huang Jin, for that would diminish the fun. Over the next 2 days, Li Qing did not venture anywhere, remaining in the small courtyard, enjoying food and drink with Huang Jin while discussing cheerful topics, which in turn lifted Huang Jin's spirits. Before long, 2 days had passed. Li Qing raised a cup for a farewell toast, saying, I am leaving now. Do remember to be punctual. Huang Jin called after him. Li Qing waved his hand in acknowledgement, understanding. He first traveled to Zhujiang to visit Yu Qian. Then he proceeded to Xiao Yun's residence for an in-depth conversation, attending to his well-being and savoring the renowned daughter's red wine. After that, he journeyed to Suzhou, in the Peach Blossom Temple. The tomb of Tang Jian lies adorned with the ashes of paper money, alongside offerings worn by the passage of time. Observing the Tang family still retains a semblance of conscience, Li Qing felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to Jinling, it was already the height of summer in June. The little courtyard remained unchanged, yet the absence of the white-haired Tang Bohu and his niece rendered it somewhat desolate. Nevertheless, it was not entirely devoid of life, as Li Hao, Li Shuer, and Zhu Houzhong were still present. After sharing a meal at the imposing tower, the courtyard soon buzzed with activity once more. Nowadays, there was no need for Li Qing to cook. Zhu Houzhong, who operated a tavern, never arrived empty-handed, unless Li Qing offered to take to the kitchen. In the sweltering heat of summer, one could indulge in melons or sip wine at will. Life was leisurely and serene. This morning, Zhu Houzhong arrived with Zhang Yong in tow. Li Qing, fully aware of Zhu Houzhong's intentions, refrained from letting him speak first. Instead, he checked Zhang Yong's pulse, prescribed medication, and shared some precautions. Zhang Yong appeared quite aged, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, his eyelids drooping to form slits. Even smaller than the eyes of the diminutive Huang Jin, his vitality had waned, and after just a few drinks, he became tipsy, his vision clouded. Zhu Houzhong assisted him to a side room to rest, and upon returning to the table, the usually carefree man exhibited an unexpected seriousness and tension. "Sir, how much longer does Zhang Yong have?" "I detest being asked such questions," Zhu Houzhong replied with a bitter smile. "I would rather remain ignorant. Yet I must have some awareness to ensure he departs without regrets." "Are you referring to your son's wedding?" "Indeed," Zhu Houzhong nodded. Both Zhu Wei and Zhu Wu were nearing 17. The family was not impoverished, and there was no urgency for early marriage. However, he feared missing the opportunity, yet was also apprehensive about marrying them off too soon, leaving old Zhang without hope. "Such considerations need not weigh heavily on your mind," Li Qing remarked. "When the time comes, let the matchmaker propose, and if marriage is in order, let them wed. It will not affect him adversely." Zhu Houzhong hesitated. "Once your son is married, he will likely want to assist in raising your grandson. He is not a fool. If you delay indefinitely, he will only grow restless." Having momentarily overlooked this aspect, Zhu Houzhong slowly nodded and shifted the conversation back, asking, "Under normal circumstances, how much time does he have left?" "The whims of fate are unpredictable. How could I possibly know?" Li Qing retorted. "Just take a guess, so I can have some idea, will you?" Zhu Houzhong implored. Li Qing paused, then replied, "Perhaps 3 to 5 years." "Very well," Zhu Houzhong merely nodded. After downing a few more drinks, he ventured, "Is it true that old Tang has truly departed?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied calmly. "He passed on the 15th of the first month, right after consuming 2 rice dumplings." Zhu Houzhong scratched his head, murmuring, "His life was truly heart-wrenching. I feel I have wronged him." "What does that have to do with you?" Li Qing scoffed. "The burdens of Hongji's reign are not yours to bear. I must shoulder the debts of my father," Zhu Houzhong sighed. "As a friend, I feel sympathy and guilt. But as a son and an emperor, I cannot help but think that my father was indeed in the wrong. Politics are rarely a matter of black and white, and the public sentiment at that time was overwhelming." Li Qing refrained from judgment, merely stating, "You have already expressed your apologies to him. He bore no grudge against you. Nor did he hold your father accountable." Li Qing sighed, lamenting that he only blamed his unfortunate fate. Understanding this, I felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Zhu Houzhong let out a heavy sigh and inquired, before he departed, "Did he express any last wishes?" After a prolonged silence, Li Qing replied, "On his tombstone. It is inscribed with Tang Jiyuan." Zhu Houzhong understood, feeling both remorseful and despondent. Ultimately, he found it impossible to let go. Indeed, how could one truly find peace? Li Qing placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not be overly harsh on yourself. The blame does not rest solely on your shoulders." "Do you hold your father accountable?" Li Qing empathized, sighing, "While it is tempting to assign blame, it is not entirely fair. Discomfort is real, yet as you said, the political arena is seldom black and white. More often, it resides in nuanced shades of gray. Your father may have erred, but he merely acted as a ruler ought to." Zhu Houzhong acknowledged this with a murmured agreement, sighing, "I shall visit Wuxian and properly apologize at his grave." Li Qing offered no opinion, instead revealing the location of Tang Bohu's resting place. With the topic concluded, they resumed their drinking. Zhu Houzhong, a fervent admirer of physical exercise, found himself invigorated by Li Qing's repeated alchemical enhancements. Even after consuming a jug of wine, he remained unsated and showed no signs of inebriation. As he reached for another jug, Li Qing interjected, "Good things take time. I am not departing immediately." Zhu Houzhong, taken aback, asked, "Are you leaving again?" "Surely, not so soon from Wudong. I wish to take a leisurely stroll and observe," Li Qing replied, "to reflect on the splendor of the present Ming dynasty and savor the moment." Seeing his reluctance, Li Qing chuckled, "It shan't be for long. In 2 years, I must journey to Jiaoji, and the matters of Wudong will need addressing." Zhu Houzhong nodded softly, musing, "It is indeed time to wander, to clear one's mind and witness the fruits of one's labor over the past century. It is wise to prepare for the future. Yet one should not succumb to despair. As the old adage goes, there will always be a way forward when the road seems blocked." Li Qing smiled and nodded. You need not counsel me. Xiao Yun possesses greater insight and depth than you. Zhu Houzhong, lost in thought, reminisced, what of old Wang? How is his health? Quite well. That is reassuring. Zhu Houzhong relaxed, smiling. He has fulfilled his dreams. The name of Master Yang Ming resonates throughout Jinling. Li Qing replied with a wry smile, alas. Despite the brilliance of Yang Ming's philosophy, its dissemination proves challenging due to its high barriers. That cannot be the case. In our Ming dynasty, we are blessed with talent and intellect. There are surely many who will master it, given time. Zhu Houzhong asserted confidently. Indeed, that sentiment rings true. Chapter 225. Li Hao's manifestation ability. At midday, Zhu Houzhong departed with a sober Zhang Yong. Li Qing had barely read a few pages of his novel when Li Hao arrived, bringing wine and delicacies. Li Hao sniffed the air and asked, Has Zhu Shou been here? He just left, Li Qing replied with a smile. It's nothing. Your current drinking capacity is not quite at his level. But I can share a few cups with you. Very well, Li Hao conceded, acknowledging that he could not compare himself to Zhu Houzhong any longer. In the parlor, the grandfather and grandson settled down. Li Hao poured a drink for Li Qing and asked, Qingyi, how much longer can you stay? I cannot remain for long. In 2 years, I must travel to Jiaoji and Wudong Mountain. While I have some free time now, I wish to explore. Li Hao was already aware of this and was not surprised. He merely stated, since it is a time to relax, let us truly unwind and not burden ourselves even while we play. Li Qing smiled and nodded. I shall return before the new year next year. In truth, there is no necessity to be in Jinling every year. As for my younger sister and my elder nephew, they are not a concern. I, too, am still in robust health, so there is no need for you to worry about us. Li Qing chuckled softly and then asked, Is Li Xian aware of your mother's situation? He is, Li Hao replied after taking a sip of wine. At present, the trade between the court and the West is thriving. That lad only hurried back for a few days in spring to pay respects at the ancestral grave. And now he is back at sea. After a brief pause, he added, he has been emotionally affected by the emperor. Li Qing raised his cup and took a drink, saying, that is for the best. If he were to observe mourning for 3 years, it would be a loss to both him and the Ming court. The Li family flourishes, and losing one member would not be significant. Li Hao remained silent. Well, your mother does not concern herself with this. She would surely be content with the emperor's arrangements. Li Qing reassured with a smile, then inquired, how much of the Li family business has Xiao Shui taken over? Nearly 40%, Li Hao responded. Li Qing expressed surprise. Is she so busy with merely 40%? Do you truly believe that steering the Li family is an effortless task? Li Hao suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and continued. This is still under the condition that I assist with the research management. Li Qing contemplated this, then sighed. This is indeed no simple endeavor. Indeed, Li Hao concurred. Then added, however, it is not as daunting as you might imagine. The reason my sister is so occupied is that she has only recently taken over and is still in the initial phase of proving herself. To put it bluntly, she is overexerting herself. With time, as she becomes accustomed to her responsibilities and gains understanding, things will naturally ease. Li Hao took another drink and remarked, if we account for the overseas enterprises, her jurisdiction has already surpassed mine. Moving forward, I will gradually allow her to take on new ventures while I assist in managing the ones she is familiar with. Once she has navigated through everything, she will no longer feel the need to overexert herself. Li Qing nodded gently. In essence, it is merely stage fright, which leads to her overexertion. Your insight is astute. Li Hao praised, giving a thumbs up. But do not worry, stage fright stems from insufficient understanding. Once she is well versed in all family enterprises, she will know how to apply her efforts appropriately. Just look at me. As the head of the Li family, I am busy. Yet I am not worn out like a beast of burden. Li Hao chuckled. Li Qing was speechless. Is it possible that you simply have a big heart? With time, she will also grow to have a broader perspective, Li Hao teased. You, dear Qing, are shouldering the welfare of the Ming subjects. If you were to fret over every detail and exert yourself in every matter, you would surely be overwhelmed and exhausted. How could you then find the time to appreciate the common folk? That is indeed true, Li Qing relaxed. By the way, there is something I wish to ask you. You are inquiring about the patent for the steam engine, aren't you? Yes, what is the status? Li Qing was particularly concerned about this, as it pertained to the capital's enthusiasm for new innovations. Although Zhu Houzhong had made efforts to remedy the situation, there were still certain side effects. If, Under such circumstances, the Li family could still turn a profit, then the negative impacts could truly be alleviated. Li Hao smiled proudly. Of course, it has been profitable, and the profits are quite substantial. Although the patent has been released freely, crafting steamships is no simple task. It's not as easy as merely following a template. A minor flaw in the process can significantly impact the outcome. Providing them with the blueprints does not guarantee they can replicate the design easily, let alone innovate further. Li Qing, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, so, despite the patent's release, it's not much different from it being unreleased? Not at all. Li Hao shook his head. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Those wealthy merchants understand the value of self-sufficiency. Who does not wish to be self-reliant? So, sell the technical expertise, Li Hao replied with a sense of pride. When it comes to steam engines, you, Qing, excel in creativity. And my sister shines in practical application, but if we are to discuss profit, that would be my forte. Li Qing did not deny this. Indeed, Li Hao possessed a remarkable ability to monetize ideas. Elaborate, please. To be precise, I am selling the entire production line, from the equipment and machinery for casting steamships to the training for specific trades. I have bundled it all for sale, Li Hao said with a satisfied smile. This is also the reason I took over the research base. Currently, I have already received a deposit of 280,000 taels of silver. Li Qing pondered for a moment before asking, aren't you worried that others will learn the process and replicate it? Of course, I have considered that. In fact, those wealthy merchants have thought of it as well. Which is why I have added altruistic conditions, Li Hao explained. If they cannot achieve self-sufficiency in producing steamships within 2 years, the Li family will sell them steamships at a price only 20% higher than what we supply to the court, at a rate of 1 ship per year, until they can manufacture their own. After a pause, he continued, moreover, the core of steam engine casting lies in the iron smelting process. And this patent has not been released. Currently, it is shared between our Li family and the court, allowing us to profit legitimately while being protected by patent law. Additionally, I have included a condition that any wealthy merchant purchasing the production line will enjoy a permanent 20% discount on the core metals required for the steam engines. Fearing that Li Qing might overthink it, Li Hao reassured him, rest assured, the profit margin in this area is only 30%, and that is not excessive. Li Qing nodded slightly, contemplating, and then asked, but I fear that the smelting process will also be learned by others in a few years. Haha, just 3 years. In merely 3 years, I will reap profits 3 to 5 times the total investment, Li Hao declared with great satisfaction. Just from selling the production line, the return on investment ratio can reach 12. Li Qing chuckled. I truly was worrying unnecessarily. Qing, don't you have any words of praise for me? Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Li Qing, amused yet exasperated, replied sincerely, you have done quite well. Indeed, you are very impressive. Isn't that so? I think so too. Li Hao responded with unabashed pride. Li Qing laughed, feeling quite content. On one hand, the Li family had not made sacrifices in vain. On the other, their ability to profit would significantly encourage capital investment in innovation, ensuring that the patent law did not become a mere formality due to the Li family's free patent release. You have truly excelled. Li Qing offered his praise generously, not fearing Li Hao's pride this time. Indeed, he deserved to be proud. Though Li Hao, the esteemed Yongqing Marquis, primarily assumes the role of a merchant, his contributions to the Ming dynasty are indeed significant, albeit not overtly apparent. Li Qing softly remarked, with you siblings in the Li family, I find little to fret over. I appreciate your efforts. My dear Qingya, you are being overly modest. As we enjoy the privileges of the Yongqing Marquis, a modicum of hardship is only natural. Besides, in light of such opulence, what is a little toil? Li Hao replied earnestly, you all are already quite burdened. Let us siblings manage this household. However, since I am in good spirits, I shall speak candidly. Alas, he continued, while our generation and the next may remain untroubled, the future is less certain. The Li family's influence is immense, at times even daunting to me. With a sigh, Li Hao lamented, were it not for you, Qingya, a Li family of this magnitude would not be tolerated by the emperor. He bitterly added, in the end, the burden will still fall upon you. Li Qing sighed softly, rest assured, I shall bear this responsibility. For both public and private matters, I will not allow the Li family to stray into darkness. Li Hao nodded in agreement. As for the other concerns, I harbor no further anxieties. He then returned to his usual demeanor, grinning. Do you have plans for the afternoon? Nothing in particular. Shall we listen to some music? Your aspirations are quite modest. Li Qing replied, bemused. With so many wives and concubines at home, you still yearn for simplicity. Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. One must cultivate one's sensibilities, after all. Raising an eyebrow, Li Qing retorted, and you seek to refine your sensibilities in a brothel? Since ancient times, has there been a scholar who did not frequent such establishments? Li Hao stated with utmost seriousness. Li Qing chose not to engage further, picking up a book to peruse while saying, tomorrow, all of you should come by. I will prepare a meal. Excellent. We shall have the pleasure of your culinary skills, Li Hao exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Qingye, are you leaving tomorrow? Li Qing nodded. I have returned for a while now, but in 2 years, I will be occupied again. Time is precious. Very well. Li Hao lost his enthusiasm for the brothel. I shall inform my younger sister. By the way, should I notify my nephew? Yes, do mention it, Li Qing replied calmly, turning a page in the book. At present, you few are my only kin. Li Hao fell silent, inhaled deeply, and nodded in agreement. On a sweltering summer day, Li Qing reclined beneath the shade of a tree, oblivious to the heat, listening to the cicadas while pondering where to go next. After much deliberation, he found no resolution and decided to cover his face with the book. Succumbing to drowsiness, the Ming dynasty was no longer what it once was. It seemed that any destination would suffice. Lost in thought, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 226. Li Shui's suggestion. The following day, Li Hao, Li Shui, and Zhu Houzhong arrived early. Li Qing was seated on a small stool, preparing vegetables. You all have arrived quite early. I have just returned from the market. Early arrivals can lend a hand, Li Shui replied, searching for a stool. Zhu Houzhong, with a glint in his eye, proposed, Uncle, how about a game of chess? That sounds splendid. Li Hao, seeking an escape from household chores, readily agreed. And the two began a game. Li Shui observed their antics and teased, what is this? Still adhering to the principle of a gentleman keeping away from the kitchen? You two hardly qualify as gentlemen. Zhu Houzhong, ever unperturbed, chuckled, little ant, you know me. I am rather lazy. What a coincidence, so am I, Li Hao chimed in. You should join us in some fun, Li Qing remarked with a smile. There's still plenty of time, no need to rush. Li Shui, casting a sidelong glance at the two who were relishing their comfort, huffed, I have no common topics with them. Then let us proceed as we please, Li Qing replied, unperturbed, as he continued to select vegetables. Seated opposite him, Li Shui inquired while she picked through the greens, where are we going this time? I haven't decided yet. We'll go wherever fate takes us, Li Qing mused. I think we should avoid bustling places this time, as this journey isn't merely for sightseeing. Let us venture into the remote countryside, Li Shui responded. The Ming dynasty is vast. Even the rural areas are plentiful. There are impoverished regions in Jiangsu and Zhejiang as well. Your suggestion is rather vague. Setting aside the vegetables he had gathered, Li Qing picked up another batch and casually remarked, then you help me deliberate. All right, Li Shui replied, her brow furrowing in contemplation, momentarily forsaking her task. Li Qing suspected that this little girl was also seeking to shirk her duties, albeit in a more subtle manner. Think carefully, no need to rush, he said, taking the vegetables from her hands. Li Shui obediently complied, resting her chin on her hand, her brows knitted in thought. Li Qing found her amusing, but chose not to call her out. After a considerable time, the vegetables were all prepared, and the meat was cleaned. Just as Li Qing was about to head to the east kitchen to cut the meat, Li Shui suddenly clapped her hands and declared, I've made up my mind. The uncle and nephew, synchronized in their surprise, turned to her, exclaiming, what have you decided? Seeing Li Qing's astonishment, Li Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment and shot a glare at the duo before saying to Li Qing, have you been to the northernmost region of Liaodong in the Ming dynasty? What about the southernmost area? Li Qing pondered for a moment and realized he had yet to venture there. Both the extreme north and south are rural, and it would be enriching to fill in this gap. Let us explore the southernmost region this time and experience the contrasts between the north and south, Li Shui suggested. Noticing Li Qing's surprised expression, she quickly added, of course, this is merely my suggestion. Ultimately, it is your decision where we go. After careful consideration, Li Qing nodded. I must admit, your suggestion is rather astute. I have been to Liaodong and the northern deserts, yet I have scarcely visited the south, having only passed through when I went to Jiaoji. Very well, it is settled. While Li Qing was swift in travel, experiencing local customs was not simply a matter of haste. With the new year approaching, he would return in a year and a half, While this was ample time, it was insufficient for him to traverse every impoverished corner of the Ming dynasty. Having a general direction was indeed quite necessary. Li Qing picked up the basket of vegetables, smiling as he said, "You have truly provided me with an excellent idea. I initially thought you were merely trying to evade work. Enough of that. You should rest." "I can manage on my own," Li Shuer replied. With that, Li Qing made his way directly to the east kitchen. Li Shuer did not insist further and went to the shade of a tree to watch the uncle and nephew play chess. "Why not play Go?" Zhu Houzhong asked. "You should inquire with your brother about that," came the reply. "Is this how you converse with your elders?" "Siblings share a common enmity," Zhu Houzhong retorted. Glancing at the east kitchen with a smirk, "It seems truly that in the absence of an elder tiger, the monkeys reign supreme." "Li Qing, aren't you going to intervene?" Zhu Houzhong shouted, clearly exasperated. Listening to the commotion outside, Li Qing found it amusing yet heartwarming, allowing them their revelry. By noon, the meal was prepared. The guests gathered in the main hall, with dishes and wine laid out, indulging in food and drink, enveloped in a jovial atmosphere. They had grown accustomed to Li Qing's departures. In their perception, he was never one to remain idle, always off to one place or another, hardly spending 5 years in any single location. The trio were neither overly sentimental nor pressed for time, and there was little sorrow at the dining table, just casual chatter before parting ways. On the contrary, it was Li Qing, like a concerned elder bidding farewell to younger kin, who took it upon himself to offer reminders and advice. He urged Zhu Houzhong to conduct his business diligently, cautioned Li Hao against indulgence in wine and women, and advised Li Shuer not to overly fret about matters of property, perhaps a bit tedious. Nevertheless, the three relished his ramblings. For them, having a loquacious elder was a source of happiness. Zhu Houzhong, with a boisterous spirit, drained his cup and laughed heartily. "Rest assured, Li Qing, you know me well. I am not one to chase after women, and currently, I have no appetite for frivolities. Life is quite comfortable." "Can you even call him Li Qing?" Li Hao seized the opportunity to utter his full name, finding it rather exhilarating. Li Qing, seeing through the jest, chose not to engage, replying gently, "I shall return for the new year and stay for a while. After that, I must head to Jiaoji, followed by Wudong, and I will not be residing in Jinling frequently." Zhu Houzhong inquired. "After completing these tasks, you will return to court, correct?" "Yes," Li Qing sighed, admitting, "Truth be told, I am not particularly fond of your cousin, yet he has not committed any grave misdeeds. Since his ascension, the emperor has accomplished notable feats. How can I, based solely on personal preference, allow him to stray into malevolence?" Li Shuer pondered for a moment and replied, "Dislike should not be forced. After all, your loyalty has always been to the Ming dynasty, not to the emperor personally. If the emperor is performing well, then assist him sincerely, devoid of personal sentiments." Her words struck the mark. Zhu Houzhong wholeheartedly agreed, grinning as he remarked, "Just think, when he eventually passes, won't you feel a sense of satisfaction? How delightful." Li Hao and his sister exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Such words could only come from Zhu Houzhong, who dared to voice them. After all, he was the emperor. And even if they dared to entertain such thoughts, they would not utter them aloud, for there existed an innate reverence for imperial authority, even with Li Qing as their formidable ally. Li Qing retorted with exasperation, "If he truly maintains such an attitude, why would I wish for his demise? The change of imperial power is most distressing. Do I have nothing better to do?" Zhu Houzhong replied, somewhat sulkily, "I was merely jesting, trying to lighten the mood." Li Qing was at a loss for words. "Be cautious. With the founding emperor residing in Jinling, your brotherly camaraderie might attract his attention." Zhu Houzhong was unperturbed, chuckling. "The founding emperor is too wise to seek me out. After all, the Zhengde era accomplished several significant feats, victories in Ningxiu, the establishment of the Zhonglu Yongyi, and the pacification of the Ning-Wang rebellion." As he continued, a tinge of guilt crept in. It wasn't he that he had erred in those matters, but rather, these actions had involved their own kin, which the founding emperor might not appreciate. Li Shuer teased, "Why the sudden silence?" "Humph, I am still better than your grandfather." Zhu Houzhong hastily defended himself. "Siblings. Moreover, even if the founding emperor were to bear a grudge, it would not concern me. The focus has always been on the likes of Jiang Wen and Taizong, who were the true beneficiaries of his care." At this point, Zhu Houzhong could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude and turned to Li Qing, inquiring, "You, who understand the founding emperor best, Do you think Taizong and Jiangwen will be punished in the afterlife? Li Qing was momentarily speechless. After some contemplation, he responded fairly. Jiangwen will undoubtedly face retribution. That is certain. What about Taizong? Zhu Houzhong pressed, as his siblings cast curious glances. Li Qing pondered for a moment. He too shall not escape punishment. This seemed rather unjust, for Taizong's reign was nothing short of illustrious. Zhu Houzhong felt a twinge of discontent. Despite the jest, Taizong was the progenitor of his lineage, both by blood and merit, a sentiment Zhu Houzhong held dear. His siblings too felt discomfort, for they were also descendants of the Yanhou Zhu Di and thus inherently biased. Yet, Li Qing remarked, Zhu Di will certainly face consequences, as he was not an exemplary uncle. However, from the perspective of a father and elder, the emperor would still acknowledge Zhu Di's contributions. Upon hearing this, the trio felt a significant relief, subsequently understanding that it aligned with the founding emperor's character. Zhu Houzhong took a sip of wine with delight, exclaiming, Jiangwen truly draws the short straw. Li Qing shot him a disapproving glare, admonishing, having usurped his throne, there is no need for further mockery. He was in the wrong first. Zhu Houzhong grumbled, is it wrong to celebrate his downfall? Among the emperors that followed Zhu Di, regardless of who they were, the mention of Zhu Yunwen was inevitably met with disdain and animosity, almost ingrained in their very essence. This was an unavoidable reality, for he had once dealt a ruthless blow to Yanhou. As a descendant of Yanhou, both publicly and privately, it was impossible to harbor any fondness for him. Li Qing sighed, stating, he made grave mistakes and has faced his due punishment. That should suffice. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head. Zhu Houzhong then recalled that Li Qing and Zhu Yunwen shared a brotherly bond and begrudgingly remarked, for your sake, I shall refrain from speaking ill of him in the future. Li Qing, though resigned, did not wish to argue further with Zhu Houzhong. Li Hao shifted the topic, asking, Qingya, shall we continue our overseas expansion? Li Qing pondered briefly before shaking his head. For now, it is unnecessary. One cannot be greedy. Without solidifying our hold on Malacca, further annexation will only lead to backlash. I shall visit again in due time. Indeed, Li Shuai affirmed. Li Qing instructed, remember to invite Zhu Yukai and inform him that I shall arrive as scheduled. Understood, she nodded in agreement. Zhu Houzhong cheerfully offered, Aunt, if you feel uneasy, shall your nephew bolster your presence? You? This is merely a matter of the power dynamic, which I am well aware of, Zhu Houzhong replied, adding that the journey would not take much time, as they were all family. Li Shuai glanced at Li Qing, seeking his opinion. Li Qing remained noncommittal. This decision is yours to make. Chapter 227. Experiencing the sufferings of the people, Li Qing set forth once more. Unlike previous journeys, this time he was devoid of any ulterior motives, nor was it merely for leisure. It was solely to immerse himself in the pulse of Ming society. Alone, he felt unburdened in both body and spirit. In the sweltering heat of summer, Li Qing felt refreshed in both body and spirit, his steps light as he journeyed southward. He admired the cornfields, inhaled the fragrance of rice blossoms, and savored the local customs of the Ming countryside. Without riding a horse or taking a boat, Li Qing relied solely on his own two legs, meandering leisurely, strolling, observing, and listening. He engaged in casual conversations with the farmers in the fields, fished with children, and shared in the mundane yet rich tapestry of life with the laundry women by the river. Li Qing, possessing both striking looks and a charming manner of speaking, exuded an aura that belied any notion of malevolence. His wealth was apparent, as he generously dispensed copper coins with ease. Such a figure naturally attracted attention, garnering the admiration of all, irrespective of age or gender. Whenever he encountered injustice, he addressed it with gentle resolve. When faced with the plight of the downtrodden, he offered modest assistance. In these impoverished rural areas, a few pieces of silver could afford a family a moment of respite, sometimes even salvaging a household from despair. In stark contrast to his previous visit to the opulent lands with Tang Bohu, Li Qing now witnessed the stark realities of the lower class. He no longer beheld women preening for beauty, young lovers chasing trends, or the leisurely pursuits of the middle-aged and elderly. Instead, he observed women laboring over laundry and meals, tending to children, while men toiled under the sun. Even children as young as 10 began contributing to the household, hoping to alleviate the burden of their families. The elderly carried water, watered the crops, and chopped wood, while the young men served as the pillars of their households. In poorer families, daughters married at increasingly tender ages, becoming wives and mothers before their youth could blossom, their lives filled with toil and hardship rather than the luxury of nurturing their spouses or children. Each individual seemed like a tightly wound spring, perpetually exerting energy without fatigue, their garments soaked with sweat and devoid of surplus. They lived in adversity, yet they remained oblivious to any discontent, accustomed to their existence, and even deriving satisfaction from it. The ability to provide sufficient meals for themselves and their families left little room for dissatisfaction. They bore a positive outlook, finding joy in a single piece of candy, a simple garment, or a bowl of dumplings. Li Qing felt a tumult of emotions within him. Given this, it was hard to believe that the Ming dynasty, after a century of ascendancy, had once been preceded by the Yuan dynasty, where the common folk endured even harsher realities. Of course, there existed some relatively affluent towns, yet the majority remained entrenched in poverty, sufficient to stave off hunger, but little more. Gradually, Li Qing tempered the aura of wealth that surrounded him, donning coarse garments and becoming increasingly unpretentious, resembling a wandering ascetic. He frequently spent a mere 10 or so copper coins on meals at peasant households, a sum insufficient to elevate their fare. He ate whatever the farmers consumed. As for the food, it was merely adequate. During this time, Li Qing discovered a beloved condiment among the populace, chili peppers. Regardless of age or gender, the locals embraced chili as a staple seasoning, which astonished him. One day, after dining at a household, he gave a few copper coins to a child to purchase candy, eliciting joy from both the child and the elderly. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing engaged the elder in conversation. "Old sir, it seems the people here have a penchant for spicy food, do they not?" Li Qing's dialect was somewhat non-standard, and it took 2 repetitions for the other party to comprehend. The old man revealed his sparse front teeth and grinned. "Well, we're farmers, that's how it is. We plant whatever yields abundantly, eat whatever we grow, and if we indulge too much, we grow weary of it. The little one craves, but we can't afford much, so we can only eat spicy food." Li Qing scratched his head, puzzled by the connection between the two. Noticing his confusion, the old man chuckled and explained, "One bite of chili, and the heat brings forth saliva. Eating becomes much more enjoyable. Over time, without a hint of spice, one truly loses their appetite. It's not just the children, adults are the same. Once accustomed, it becomes an unshakable habit. Indeed, chili is a splendid thing." Li Qing paused, a pang of sadness tugging at his heart. Regaining his composure, he inquired, "Is there a shortage of food at home?" "Not at all," the old man replied cheerfully. "We have enough to fill our bellies. Those yongle beans, the schwanda sweet potatoes, dried and ground into flour, as long as they stay dry and mold-free, can last a year or 2. Provided there are no plagues or disasters, even if we face droughts or floods, we can grit our teeth and endure." The elderly man, no longer able to perform heavy labor, had his son and daughter-in-law working in the fields while he stayed home to care for his grandson. It was rare to have someone to converse with, and he was quite talkative. In his youth, the old man had worked on a construction project in the county under the guidance of old Li from the east of the village. He recalled hearing the county magistrate say that such things were unknown in our Ming dynasty. It was a eunuch of the great Emperor Taizong who brought them back to us, along with those yongle beans and schwanda sweet potatoes, all valuable goods. With food at home, one feels particularly secure. "Indeed, they are excellent things," Li Qing echoed, asking, "Do you cultivate your own land?" This question seemed to strike a chord of sorrow within the old man, who lamented, "Not anymore. In my younger days, I was ambitious, striving to work harder for a better life. Who would have thought that a severe illness would leave me with nothing? Now, I cultivate the land of the landlord Zhou, and every year, I must pay rent. Alas, I regret it." Li Qing felt at a loss for words to comfort him. Fortunately, the old man quickly regained his cheerful demeanor. "At least my skills as a mason have been passed down to my son. When farming is slow, I can help others with repairs and earn a decent sum. Life is still manageable, and in the future, my grandson might even find a bride." Li Qing smiled and said, "Not only will he find a bride, but perhaps by the time he has a son, he might even learn to read and write." "Reading?" the old man murmured, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I dare not hope, dare not hope. You may not dare to hope, but your grandson will." Li Qing suddenly remembered something and asked, "How old are you this year, sir?" Li Qing found it curious. Typically, people here marry early and at the old man's age. He should have a great-grandson by now, not just a small grandson. However, the old man swiftly clarified, 52. He sighed, At my age, many have already become great-grandfathers. It can't be helped. Several of my early children passed away, and I fell partway through, so my youngest son married later. 50? Li Qing was somewhat astonished. Looking at the old man's features, he seemed to be nearing the age of 70. Who would have thought he had just crossed the threshold of knowing one's destiny? A weight settled in Li Qing's heart. At that moment, the elderly man's grandson returned, savoring the sweetness of the candy he had eaten. The old man, overjoyed, beamed as if he were tasting the treat himself, enveloped in a delightful camaraderie with his grandson. Observing this heartwarming scene, Li Qing decided it was time to take his leave. Before departing, he gently pulled the elder aside and, from his bosom, presented a substantial silver ingot, saying, "This is for your grandson when he weds." The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such a large and exquisite piece of silver. Though he hesitated to accept it, the reluctance to part with it compelled him to kneel before Li Qing. Li Qing supported him and, with a smile, said, "As a humble itinerant Taoist, I have little need for material wealth. There is no need for such reverence. You must stay for dinner tonight. I will help you prepare a chicken." With tears streaming down his face, the old man grasped Li Qing's hand, overwhelmed by emotion. 10 taels of silver. How many years would it take to amass such a fortune? No, I must continue to other places. Li Qing gently extricated his hand, smiling as he said, "Live well. Things will get better." With those words, he departed. The old man yearned to chase after him, yet found himself at a loss. Unsure where to place the precious silver, as if any spot would be unsafe, risking loss. In that moment of hesitation, Li Qing had already exited the courtyard. By the time the old man reached the gate, Li Qing had vanished from sight. The elder gazed in the direction he believed Li Qing had taken, his aged hands clenching the solid silver tightly, his back, which had been hunched for a lifetime, now straight and resolute. He dared to imagine that by the time his grandson had a son, the child might be able to read and write. Tears flowed freely as he muttered to himself, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Qing continued his journey southward, maintaining his earlier rhythm, immersing himself in the sufferings of the common folk. He encountered families facing extreme hardship and lent a helping hand whenever possible. Li Qing dispersed his wealth judiciously. At most, he would part with 10 taels, but typically, it was a modest sum of 2 or 3 taels. Yet, even this small amount could significantly alter the fate of a family. Throughout his endeavors, Li Qing remained focused on the bigger picture, fully aware that the majority of the populace in the Ming dynasty struggled merely to fill their bellies. However, it was only when he personally experienced their plight that he truly grasped the stark reality of hardship. He couldn't help but recall another term from the historical texts, starvation stretching 1,000 miles. What a harrowing fate that must be. The thought was too dreadful for Li Qing to entertain. Upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief that such a term had not surfaced in the Ming dynasty. Although much of the wealth had been progressively divided among the elite during the dynasty's rise over the past century, it still managed to benefit the common people at the grassroots level. At least, compared to the past, the citizens of the Ming dynasty were presently in a relatively better situation. Li Qing held faith that the future would bring even greater improvements. The issue of food scarcity no longer posed a severe threat, and the continuous advancement of industry and commerce would eventually yield widespread benefits for the populace. Perhaps the improvements would still be modest, yet they would undoubtedly enhance the lives of the common folk. With these thoughts, the weight on Li Qing's heart lightened considerably. While the situation was far from perfect and much work remained, it was nonetheless progressing in a positive direction, which sufficed. As for how far this progress would extend, he dared not make any guarantees or set grandiose ambitions. However, the notion of today being slightly better than yesterday, and tomorrow even better than today, was more than satisfactory. Despite the brilliance of that glorious era remaining elusive, autumn arrived, deepening into winter, with the climate gradually turning colder. Li Qing journeyed southward, yet he felt little change in temperature. He walked at a leisurely pace, even somewhat slowly, and only approached the southernmost reaches of the Ming territory in Hainan as the new year approached. Chapter 228. Better to be a farmer than a country fool. Li Qing continued his journey until the eve of the new year, at which point he finally paused. However, this brought certain inconveniences to his life. Every household was preparing for the new year, and even the inns had closed their doors, leaving Li Qing without a place to rest. During such festive times, it would be inappropriate to intrude upon others for a meal. Fortunately, Li Qing was not particularly concerned about food, which spared him from utter embarrassment. Ultimately, he found refuge in a somewhat dilapidated temple dedicated to the earth deity. Oh, this new year was indeed a unique experience. He decided to regard it as a tempering of his resolve. During the New Year festivities, the lives of the common folk were undoubtedly delightful. There was little to be said about that. Li Qing chose not to indulge in the pleasures of the populace, often wandering through the fields to observe the growth of crops. Compared to Jiangnan, the climate here was far warmer, only slightly less so than the small nations of Jiaoji and Malacca. However, it could not compare to the fertility of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Sustained by the warm climate, the crops thrived reasonably well. Li Qing's understanding of agriculture was rather superficial, and he was unaware if the new type of fertilizer developed by the Li family had made its way here after 12 years of the Jiajing era. Counting on his fingers, he realized he had 4 full years left of the holiday, and while he had ample time to observe the sentiments of the people in Jiaoji, he did not find himself wealthy. Seizing the opportunity of his temporary idleness, Li Qing reviewed the gains from his journey, extracting key insights to keep in mind for making future adjustments. In the blink of an eye, the festive season passed. Li Qing resumed his frugal travels and returned to the days of relying on the hospitality of others. The experience was quite rich in flavor. It must be said that this southernmost part of the Ming territory could truly be described as a remote and impoverished place. Not that the lives of the inhabitants were particularly arduous, but rather that the economy was overwhelmingly backward, lacking any substantial infrastructure, filled instead with raw nature. There were hardly any decent taverns, and few engaged in trade. The town offered only a handful of grain and oil shops, fabric stores, and small eateries, easily counted on both hands. What surprised Li Qing was that the local private school was quite commendable, at least maintaining a semblance of order. With the intention of savoring the myriad aspects of folk life, Li Qing entered the school to observe from outside the window. During the day, it was evident that he was not unnoticed. Someone reported his unseemly behavior to the teaching elder. However, upon seeing Li Qing's coarse linen shirt and dusty appearance, the elder assumed he was merely a student unable to pay tuition and chose to ignore him, continuing his lecture. Seeing such generosity, Li Qing contemplated providing some assistance later. With this thought, he felt even more justified in his eavesdropping. The students within the school varied in age. Some were merely 10 years old, while others approached 30, all sitting upright and attentive, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Li Qing could imagine their yearning for the imperial examinations and the pursuit of fame. As Confucius said, the country fool is a thief of virtue. The elderly gentleman spoke with profound emotion, remarking that such individuals are the epitome of treachery. The description of them as deceitful, yet seemingly loyal, is most fitting. When encountering the powerful, they will flatter and ingratiate themselves, and when faced with common folk, they can adopt an approachable demeanor. Yet, they never engage in meaningful work, preferring to muddle through and fearing to offend anyone. In the future, should you be fortunate enough to succeed in the imperial examinations and attain an official position, you must resolutely avoid becoming such a person. Well said, Li Qing quietly affirmed. In the Ming dynasty, there were numerous officials of this ilk, particularly among those in the capital. Over the past century, Li Qing had witnessed far too many officials who preferred to dither rather than act. I would rather be a farmer than a sycophant, a resonant voice declared. Li Qing glanced at the speaker, a young man who appeared no older than 20, yet exuded an air of maturity and stubbornness. As his words echoed, a chorus of agreement swiftly followed. Li Qing felt a sense of gratification, mingled with a tinge of melancholy. How many scholars, especially those from humble backgrounds, enter their studies or embark on their official careers with noble ideals and a heartfelt desire to serve their country and people. Yet, as time passes and they encounter the murky realities of the political arena, how many can maintain their original aspirations? This attitude, however, is commendable and worthy of acknowledgement. After listening for a while, Li Qing felt a pang of disappointment. It was not that the elderly gentleman's teachings were incorrect, nor could one claim they were poorly articulated. Rather, they were constrained by a limited perspective, and thus, not applicable to the imperial examinations. However, the academic atmosphere and the prevailing righteous spirit deeply moved Li Qing. No matter how beautifully written, a piece of literature pales in comparison to a heart devoted to serving the nation and its people. Conversely, if one's writing is subpar, it becomes exceedingly difficult to stand out and achieve recognition. Those who emerge from small locales possess a deeper understanding of the sufferings of the populace, Hence, their original intentions are often more steadfast. It seems imperative to place greater emphasis on the educational standards in such regions, Li Qing pondered. As the lecture concluded, the students gradually made their way home. Li Qing intended to take the opportunity to converse with the elderly gentleman to deepen their acquaintance. However, the young man who had earlier proclaimed, "I would rather be a farmer than a sycophant," was still engaged in posing questions to the teacher. It appeared that their discussion would not conclude anytime soon. Observing his words and actions, Li Qing felt a measure of trust in the integrity of this teacher-student duo, and thus stepped forward. "Forgive my intrusion," he said with a bow. The young man returned the gesture, stepping back 2 paces, while the elderly gentleman, recognizing that the newcomer was not one of his students, also bowed in surprise. "Your accent suggests you are not from around here," he noted. "I hail from Jinling," replied Li Qing. "Jinling?" The elderly gentleman's surprise deepened. "That is indeed a splendid place." He scrutinized Li Qing anew, despite his coarse hemp garments and somewhat disheveled appearance. A hint of nobility was discernible in his demeanor. "You haven't come wandering here, have you?" Li Qing smiled and nodded. "I simply wish to explore and witness the myriad facets of life. To read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. The latter is no less significant than the former," he continued. "Your ability to articulate such thoughts suggests you are indeed a scholar," the elderly gentleman remarked, his patience growing. "You are still young. While traversing the world, do not neglect to read extensively. Whether you can succeed in the imperial examinations and secure an official role ultimately hinges upon your studies." Li Qing humbly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the elderly gentleman's words. "Esteemed sir, I wish to contribute to the local educational resources," declared Li Qing, straightforwardly, with a smile. "Do not let my humble attire deceive you. I am, in fact, quite well off." The old gentleman was taken aback. The young man, too, found it somewhat incredulous, though he did not believe Li Qing possessed any significant wealth. He inquired, "What prompts such generosity from you, dear brother, in this chance encounter? Is it not natural for those in the same realm of the Ming dynasty to lend each other a hand?" Li Qing retorted. The young man inhaled deeply, instantly filled with respect, and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I am honored to learn from you, Master Hai Rui." "Ah, please, no need for such formality," Li Qing replied with a gentle wave of his hand. As Confucius said, "When one achieves success, one should help the world." Observing the educational desolation here has stirred my compassion, and I happen to have the means to assist. It is nothing extraordinary. Turning to the old gentleman, Li Qing inquired, "Pardon my boldness, but have you ever excelled in the imperial examinations?" The elder's face flushed with embarrassment, and he shook his head, saying, "Alas, I am merely a humble scholar." Hai Rui interjected, "Your knowledge surpasses that of many successful candidates. Do not judge a hero by their triumphs or failures." "Apologies. I have been occupied with trivial matters today and could not complete the 3,000 words. I shall make amends later. Dear friends, please refresh tomorrow to read the entirety." Chapter 229, Transforming Oneself. Li Qing, a man steeped in the intricacies of governance for over a century, found it effortless to engage with the 2 individuals whose life experiences were rather insipid. Noticing their speechlessness, he offered a gentle smile and said to Hai Rui, "Shall we?" "Me?" Hai Rui replied, surprised. "Who else?" Li Qing responded with a roll of his eyes. "The elder is of an age that surely should not require him to guide me." Hai Rui's face flushed with warmth. The elder, displaying remarkable openness, conceded, "Hai Rui, take this kind-hearted gentleman to exchange for some silver." "Very well." Hai Rui bowed, still bent low, when the elder continued, "And you shall be responsible for safeguarding the funds." "How could that be?" Hai Rui protested, shaking his head repeatedly. The elder insisted, "At my age, I lack the energy for such matters. Consider it a way to lighten your burden." Li Qing remarked, "Are you intimidated by 1,000 taels of silver? Once you succeed in the examinations and assume office, you will be tasked with overseeing many villagers. If you lack such resolve, how will you govern?" After a moment's hesitation, Hai Rui nodded, declaring, "Then I shall take on the responsibility." "Now that is the spirit," Li Qing responded with satisfaction. "Shall we proceed?" "I must first return home to explain the situation to my mother, lest you worry," Hai Rui said. "Of course, that is entirely reasonable," Li Qing agreed readily. Noticing it was nearly mealtime, he added, "How about I join you for dinner?" Hai Rui initially intended to agree, but then hesitated. Thinking that given Li Qing's ability to produce such a sum of money, he might not find their food satisfactory. Li Qing, perceiving his concern, chuckled warmly. I am not picky. I have hardly dined out on this journey, so I shall conserve and spend wisely. Seeing Li Qing's coarse, simple clothing, Hai Rui felt his respect deepen, and he nodded in agreement. The two departed the academy and made their way to Hai Rui's home. Along the route, they passed a tavern where Hai Rui purchased a small jar of wine and half a roasted chicken. Li Qing noticed him counting out copper coins and thought to suggest it was unnecessary, but then reconsidered, thinking that it was done, and he would find an opportunity to repay the kindness later. Had it not been for today's unexpected meal invitation, I would have been reluctant to purchase this roast chicken. The distance from the academy to Master Hai Rui's residence is quite considerable, spanning over 10 miles, and the path is rather arduous. However, Hai Rui walks with remarkable ease and speed, quickening his pace as he goes. Initially, his strides were not particularly swift, yet he soon realized that no matter how fast he moved, this young nobleman, who was merely a year or two his senior, could effortlessly keep up, even appearing more relaxed than he himself felt. Today, after discussing matters with his instructor and being delayed by Li Qing, he was concerned his mother might worry, prompting him to hasten his steps. The journey of over 10 miles took merely a quarter of an hour. Upon arriving at the Hai residence, Hai Rui finally spoke after a long silence, apologetically explaining, I hurried here as I feared my mother would be anxious. Li Qing chuckled. Having walked all the way from Jinling to here, I certainly cannot be fatigued by such a short distance. Typically serious, Hai Rui managed to smile before gently tapping the rusted door knocker. After a brief moment, the gate swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman who peered out, ready to inquire about her son's studies, but paused upon noticing the young man beside him. Mother, this is... Hai Rui suddenly recalled he had not asked for Li Qing's name and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Li Qing introduced himself. I am Li Qing. With the character Mu, and the name Qing. The woman seemed somewhat disapproving of her son befriending strangers, yet she refrained from voicing her concerns and, adhering to the principle of hospitality, invited Li Qing into their home, all the while expressing mild reproach for her son bringing a friend without prior notice. Li Qing, possessing a thick skin, felt no shame and was quite at ease. The Hai residence was a quintessential farmhouse, with a yard slightly larger than those of the surrounding homes, and constructed from materials of better quality than most in the village, though it still bore no resemblance to wealth. In the main hall, Hai Rui invited Li Qing to take a seat before heading to the eastern kitchen to fetch some food. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Li Qing engaged in polite conversation with Hai Rui's mother about mundane matters. As she observed his graceful demeanor and scholarly poise, her initial reservations began to dissipate, and her attitude softened, allowing for a more open dialogue. Young Li, are you from Jinling? She inquired. Indeed, Li Qing nodded, with leisure on my hands. I felt compelled to explore the splendid landscapes of the Ming dynasty. The journey has been immensely rewarding. Curious, Hai Mu asked, at your age, are you not preparing for the imperial examinations? Li Qing replied with a smile. Traveling 1,000 miles is akin to reading countless volumes. I have perused many texts, yet have scarcely experienced the hardships of the common folk. I wish to remedy that. He added, I am still young and in no rush. Hai Mu nodded gently, remarking, your family must be quite progressive. Understanding her implication, Li Qing chose not to disclose the full truth, simply stating, if one cannot comprehend the struggles of the populace, how can one hope to serve them well in the future? Your words are as precious as pearls, young Master Li. Hai Rui interjected as he entered with a plate of scrambled eggs and a dish of vegetables, placing them on the table. Seizing the moment, he added, Mother, this nobleman hails from a wealthy background and, upon passing through this town, has expressed his desire to donate 1,000 taels of silver to support our impoverished educational institution. How much? 1,000 taels? Hai Mu exclaimed in astonishment. It was not that she judged by appearances, but Li Qing's attire hardly suggested he could part with such a sum. 1,000 would have seemed more plausible. Indeed, 1,000 taels, Hai Rui confirmed. Li Qing chuckled lightly. My family is relatively affluent. For me, this is not a burden. With ample resources at home, it is only fitting to offer some assistance. However, the matron of the Hai family remained somewhat unsettled. It was not out of mere prattling. After all, would your family truly not mind? My family engages in maritime trade, which is quite lucrative, Li Qing clarified. Ah, I see. The matron sighed with slight relief. The Ming dynasty has been open to maritime commerce for over a century. and it is well known that it brings substantial profits. Nevertheless, such wealthy individuals are indeed a rarity. It turns out this young master is exceedingly prosperous. Observing Li Qing again. Despite his coarse linen garments and the dust on his face, his fair skin and handsome features could not be concealed. Particularly the aura of nobility that emanated from his brow. He unmistakably appeared to be a scion of a prestigious family. "My son, Hai Rui, has climbed high," she remarked. "Nonsense." Li Qing responded with a light laugh. "We are all subjects of the Ming. There is no need for such hierarchy." Noticing that Hai Rui intended to return to the kitchen, Li Qing interjected, "This is sufficient. It is far more sumptuous than the meals I have had on my journey. Do not trouble yourself further." "How can that be?" the matron replied earnestly. "Such benevolence from the young master cannot be received by the Hai family in this manner. Indeed, I must visit the town's money exchange this afternoon to convert some silver. I am unfamiliar with the route and require the assistance of Brother Hai. If we delay, I fear I may not return by tomorrow," Li Qing explained. "Throughout my travels, I have dined on simple fare, coarse grains and pickled vegetables, which I find quite satisfying. Anything more would indeed be wasteful." Hai Rui pondered for a moment, then smiled in understanding, addressing his mother. "Mother, given our family's circumstances, even a lavish meal is merely plain fare to young Master Li. There is no need for insistence." "Haha, that is quite true. I did not grow up in a honeyed environment," Li Qing responded with a smile directed at the matron. "I am truly hungry." At this, the matron relented. The meal consisted of a plate of greens, a dish of scrambled eggs, a serving of roasted chicken, and a plate of pickles, accompanied by rice, steamed buns, and a jug of wine. In comparison to Li Qing's previous meals, it was indeed quite lavish. During the meal, Li Qing also gleaned some insights into Hai Rui's family background. Their ancestors had held government positions, and they owned several dozen acres of arable land, which was commendable. However, the presence of Hai Father's spirit tablet on the central wall of the parlor diluted this good fortune significantly. While the widow and her son could sustain themselves, it barely sufficed for Hai Rui's education, and that was only just. Although several dozen acres appeared substantial, with Hai Rui's studies and his mother's lack of agricultural skills, reliance on rental income left little surplus. Moreover, with Hai Rui's aspirations for the imperial examination and marriage on the horizon, life would certainly be quite strained. After the meal and some light conversation with the matron, Li Qing and Hai Rui set off for the county town. Upon exiting, Hai Rui inquired, "Shall we hire a donkey cart?" "It is up to you. I have no preference," Li Qing replied. Being forthright, Hai Rui nodded. "If young Master Li does not mind the exertion, let us walk. We can hire a cart for the return journey." Li Qing acquiesced with a sound of agreement and curiously asked, "At your age, you should be participating in the provincial examinations to enter the county school. I noticed you diligently studying outside the academy. Your teacher appears quite pleased with you. What is the matter? Do you lack confidence?" "Sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. It is prudent to be well prepared," he added. Hai Rui sighed lightly, remarking that young Master Li should not underestimate this humble place, for even a county school presents its own challenges. It requires immense effort and unwavering assurance to succeed here. Li Qing raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the intricate social dynamics and covert dealings. Hai Rui, taken aback, after a long pause, managed a wry smile, expressing surprise that someone of Li Qing's age and background would possess such insight. He had underestimated the young man. Li Qing chuckled, asserting that the essence of both large and small locales is fundamentally the same. The court is not devoid of blemishes, in truth. Absolute brightness and fairness are illusions in this world. Pausing for a moment, he asked if the situation was severe. Hai Rui shook his head, softly stating that, as Li Qing had pointed out, absolute fairness does not exist, and such occurrences must be tolerated. He then brightened, saying that if one cannot change the prevailing winds, one should first transform oneself. Once one becomes exceptional and capable, only then can one attempt to alter the atmosphere. Well said, Li Qing praised enthusiastically. He then sighed again, adding that while there are many in the Ming dynasty who share Hai Rui's ideals, once they attain official positions, they often succumb to temptations of wealth, power, and allure, ultimately choosing to blend in with the status quo, becoming the very country bumpkins Hai Rui spoke of. Hai Rui nodded gently, stating that he is powerless to change these circumstances today, but if he is fortunate enough to become an official in the future, he will strive to make a difference, even if only slightly. This, he believed, would not render his years of scholarly pursuit in vain. His tone was calm, yet each word was laden with significance. Chapter 230. Wide-hearted. The journey from the village to the heart of the county city was not a daunting trek, yet it was far from effortless. The two traveled briskly, taking a full 2 hours to reach the city before nightfall, arriving near the bank just as darkness enveloped the sky. They took a room at a modest inn, with Hai Rui covering the cost and ordering a few simple dishes. Li Qing estimated that the expenses for lodging and meals could easily sustain Hai Rui and his mother for an entire month. Reluctantly, he acknowledged Hai Rui's stubbornness. It would be unseemly to simply knock him unconscious and take over, so he allowed the matter to unfold as it would. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, they made their way to the bank. Li Qing's silver note proved quite effective. After a careful examination by the attendant, the service was exemplary. In just 15 minutes, he received the full amount, even following Hai Rui's instructions to exchange it all in 5-tael denominations. After converting a 1,000-tael note, Li Qing also exchanged for a 100-tael note for his own expenditures. He bore the considerable burden of packages on his back, resembling a hunchbacked figure, each step accompanied by a delightful jingle. Hai Rui's brow furrowed in concern. Typically frugal, he felt it necessary to hire a vehicle for the journey, not out of pity for Li Qing, but because such a display was excessively conspicuous. Carrying so much money like this? He questioned. Young Master Li, are you not weary? Li Qing casually replied, it hardly weighs more than an adult. What could possibly tire me? Besides, there are no decent carriages in this county city, and the return journey is likely no better. It would probably take longer to ride than to walk. Hai Rui suggested, after walking for a while. I think we should hire a carriage. Though the funds were not his, he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity, as if at any moment someone might attempt to rob them. Li Qing removed a small item and handed it to you. Hai Rui, not particularly eloquent, merely repeated, shall we hire a carriage? Do you have money to burn? Li Qing rolled his eyes and replied, is this money truly necessary to spend? Hai Rui, who was always frugal, felt even more vexed upon hearing this. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly remarked, a common man is not at fault, yet his wealth invites envy. Why must one incite such covetousness? Li Qing chuckled, you are merely exhibiting a there's no silver here mentality. It is not 300 taels, but rather 1,000 taels, no. 1,100 taels, Hai Rui retorted in his mind, and then softly added, there's some commotion. Is commotion equivalent to money? You know, but others do not. With my appearance, do I resemble a wealthy person? Li Qing responded, I fear even the rich may not compare to me. Do you understand what reverse thinking means? Hai Rui tentatively suggested, darkness under the lamp? Well, the reasoning is somewhat close. Li Qing smiled, it's nothing significant. This is just a small sum. Once you become an official, even as a county magistrate, the encounters you will have will far exceed this. Your psychological resilience needs to be honed in advance. However, Hai Rui found this utterly incomprehensible, feeling it was too ostentatious. If you don't mention it, and I don't mention it, who would know? Li Qing jested. Do you truly resemble a wealthy person? As more and more pedestrians appeared along the road, Hai Rui hesitated to press the matter further, fearing that Li Qing might inadvertently reveal the discussion about money. His heart raced, feeling as though many eyes were upon the burden on his back. Fortunately, they safely exited the county town without incident. Once they reached a secluded area, Hai Rui finally let out a long sigh of relief, his tone tinged with reproach. Young Master Li, you truly have a carefree spirit. If I weren't carefree, I would have perished long ago. Li Qing sighed. Are you not tired now? What sort of burden is this? Li Qing laughed and shook his head. Never mind. Once you become an official, a high-ranking one at that, you will understand the deeper meaning of my words. Hai Rui was somewhat perplexed, assuming Li Qing was merely putting on a brave front, and said, let me carry it for a while. This journey is not short. Better not. You are so thin. If you strain yourself, it would only worry your mother and hinder your studies. Li Qing joked. As the saying goes, the impoverished excel in literature, while the wealthy excel in martial prowess. I, however, am a practitioner of the martial arts. Upon hearing this, Hai Rui felt a surge of irritation rising within him, yet seeing that Li Qing was entirely unfazed, as if carrying a bundle of cotton, with no sign of fatigue, he swallowed his retort. His face twisted in exasperation. Li Qing found the sight amusing but refrained from teasing him further, asking, I noticed the prices here seem quite reasonable. 10 taels a day, isn't that a bit high? Not just high, It's utterly absurd. Hai Rui seemed to have finally found an outlet for his frustrations. The usually reticent young man was now nearly loquacious. 10 taels a month is more than sufficient. 10 taels a month? Li Qing frowned. After all, they are scholars. If the amount is too little, the quality may indeed decline. It is often said, you get what you pay for. Missing a single county examination means waiting an additional 3 years. Time is as precious as gold. Li Qing continued, even at 10 taels a day, after 100 days, it would sufficiently prepare you for the county examination, as well as how to compose essays effectively to achieve results. In essence, this is more about enriching your experience. Hai Rui remarked, in the Ming dynasty. The qualifications for a jurin to hold office are evident, yet they pale in comparison to those of a jinshi. It may take several years, even a decade or more, before one can attain the position of a county magistrate. Furthermore, dedicating merely 2 of the 12 hours in a day to such endeavors is quite a considerable price. Surely, it will not compromise the quality of education? Certainly not, Hai Rui asserted with conviction. Observing this, Li Qing ceased to harbor any further doubts. Although their acquaintance was recent, his words and demeanor suggested he was not one to be dismissive. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing considered that if resources permitted, it would be prudent to invite a few more scholars. Securing the presence of a jinshi would be even more advantageous. There is no necessity to engage a jinshi, Hai Rui contended. Most of my classmates are not even Xingyu. Employing a jinshi would be a waste, providing little assistance. If you, young Master Li, insist on donating such a substantial amount, I believe it would be better spent on expanding the school. Funds should be allocated judiciously. He smiled, adding, the more individuals who can study, the greater the likelihood of success in the examinations. Thus, your generosity would not be in vain. Li Qing nodded, stating, I am almost entirely unfamiliar with the customs and culture of this region. You may proceed as you see fit regarding expenditures. Are you in a hurry to depart? Hai Rui inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Not at all, Li Qing replied. Having just celebrated the new year, this place is indeed my destination. I plan to remain until winter's arrival. That is reassuring, Hai Rui relaxed. With this arrangement, I can provide you with a detailed account of every expense and seek your counsel. There is no need for such formality. Li Qing shook his head. I trust in your integrity and believe in your commitment to educating students without yielding to local prejudices. Although you may perceive the amount as significant, to me, it is merely a trifling sum, not worthy of excessive concern. After a pause, he continued, while I will no longer journey southward, I shall not linger solely in this small area. I intend to explore other locations as well. I see, Hai Rui pondered for a moment. In that case, I shall keep a record of the expenses and present them to you when the time comes. There is no need for that, Li Qing insisted. It is necessary. Hai Rui replied earnestly. The funds are yours, and you have every right to know how they are spent. Unable to counter his resolve, Li Qing relented with a nod. Very well, let it be so. Hai Rui slowly acknowledged the agreement and asked, do you believe it best to expand the existing school? Or should we establish a new one in a different location? Whichever you deem fit, Li Qing responded. Given the advanced age of the teacher, the intensity of the teaching load is considerable. I propose we first hire an additional instructor, if that is agreeable. That is acceptable, Hai Rui replied. Li Qing, feeling bold, declared, consider the funds as yours. Allocate them wherever you find suitable. I trust your character. Besides, I tend to be rather lazy. And if you can alleviate some of my burdens, I would be most content. Very well, Hai Rui conceded, albeit reluctantly. After a brief silence, Hai Rui fell into a contemplative mood once more. Throughout their journey, aside from a few instances of offering to lighten Li Qing's load, he refrained from extraneous conversation until they arrived at the entrance of the Hai residence. Li Qing casually unburdened himself of his heavy pack, preparing for what lay ahead. What preparations are necessary? Hai Rui began to inquire, but before he could finish, Li Qing had already hoisted the heavy bundle filled with silver onto his shoulder, nearly causing Hai Rui to stumble. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Qing quipped, as a guest, it is only fitting that you, the host, take on the labor. Hai Rui was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the profound implications behind the words, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears, hesitating to speak. What are you looking at? Knock on the door. Ah, very well. Hai Rui rapped on the door knocker. His mother opened the door with remarkable speed, hurriedly ushering the two into the courtyard before promptly securing the door. Only then did she inquire, You didn't encounter any ill-intentioned individuals on the way, did you? I was worried about you. Hai Rui feigned nonchalance, responding, my son and young Master Li hardly appear wealthy. No one paid us any mind. That is reassuring. His mother said, visibly relieved. She then turned to Li Qing with a smile. It's quite a trek. Come inside quickly. I went to the market early this morning to buy provisions, ensuring a feast surpassing yesterday's. Li Qing cheerfully replied, then I am in for a treat. Oh, it's nothing. Hai Rui, keep young Master Li company while the meal is prepared. No need to head to the kitchen, his mother insisted, giving him a gentle push. Unable to resist his mother's wishes, Hai Rui complied. In the parlor, with a loud crash, the table shook 3 times as Hai Rui unwrapped his bundle and began to count the silver coins. His concern was not merely about losing any along the way, but also about the possibility of being shortchanged by the moneylender's clerk. Although they had previously reconciled the amounts, he remained uneasy. There is simply too much money. Throughout their journey, Li Qing had witnessed the hardships faced by the common folk and could empathize with Hai Rui's actions, choosing to observe quietly without interruption. When his mother entered with the dishes, she was taken aback by the sight of the table laden with gleaming silver ingots, their brilliance and quantity unparalleled in her experience. The dish she was holding nearly slipped from her grasp. Chapter 231. Zhu Houzhong begins to strategize. Li Qing was not surprised by Hai Mu's astonishment, nor did he harbor any concerns about her succumbing to avarice. A mother capable of raising such a virtuous son could hardly be one driven by greed. Hai Mu was genuinely taken aback. The stark contrast between 1,000 taels silver note and 1,000 taels of pure silver was overwhelming. So much so that when Li Qing took the dish from her hands, she hardly noticed. After a moment of bewilderment, she regained her composure and hastily warned Li Qing. With such a substantial sum, you must exercise caution. Li Qing smiled, explaining, indeed, I shall not remain here for long and will be traveling to other locations soon. It will be challenging to expend all this money in a short time, so I have entrusted Hai Rui to manage the expenses on my behalf. Hai Mu was astonished. You mean to say, this money will be kept in our home? Yes, but how shall we manage such a large amount? She exclaimed anxiously. What if something goes awry? We could never afford to compensate for any mishap. Not to worry, mother. You can relax. This money will be largely spent in no time. I estimate by the time young Master Li departs, most of it will have been utilized. Hai Rui reassured her, exchanging a knowing glance with Li Qing. Li Qing had no choice but to play along, indeed. At last, Hai Mu felt reassured and urged her son to hurry and count the silver. As dinner was nearly ready, Hai Rui complied, hastening his actions. Today's meal was exceptionally lavish, featuring 4 meat dishes alone, a spread that might surpass even their New Year celebrations. Li Qing, having not tasted such fine fare in quite some time, found his appetite awakened and polished off 2 substantial bowls of rice. After dinner, Hai Rui eagerly began to clear the dishes, while his mother moved to the adjacent room to weave. Li Qing and Hai Rui engaged in casual conversation. Hai Rui remarked, after all, this is your money. You must make your presence felt, lest it appear that I am overly cautious. With my family suddenly producing such a sum, it is bound to attract attention. Li Qing nodded in agreement. That is only natural. I will stay here for a while. Upon hearing this, Hai Rui felt reassured and pondered. In the coming days, I will take you around and explain the circumstances here. That sounds delightful, but won't it interfere with your studies? Li Qing inquired. Hai Rui replied, I can make up for it elsewhere. After a pause, he added, once I finish this important task, I will prepare for the imperial examination, as I am nearing the age of maturity and must get ready for the civil service. Li Qing responded thoughtfully, indeed, it is wise to accumulate knowledge. Yet one must not remain stagnant. It is often said that if one does not succeed by 30 or become wealthy by 40, life is too short. Before turning 30, it is best to attain a degree. Otherwise, when one's hair turns white, even if one can secure an official position, how long can one truly serve? Hai Rui smiled wryly. I haven't even become a scholar yet. How could I dare speak of officialdom? Do not underestimate yourself. Have more faith in your abilities. I firmly believe that diligence will be rewarded, Li Qing encouraged. With your dedication, you will surely achieve recognition. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words, young Master Li. Hai Rui chuckled and asked, have you participated in the provincial examination yet? Not yet, Li Qing replied sheepishly. This time, I shall strive for an entrance into the official realm. Unbeknownst to Hai Rui, Li Qing's pursuit of the official domain was not through study, but rather through direct engagement. Hai Rui nodded gently, saying, "With your travels and extensive reading, it is certain you will achieve success." Li Qing laughed heartily and suddenly inquired, "Is your funding for the examination sufficient?" "It is adequate, quite adequate." Hai Rui understood his implication and added, "Thanks to my ancestors' blessings and my mother's frugality. The expenses for studying and examinations are well covered." "Well, that is splendid," Li Qing said, dismissing the notion of financial assistance. "If you are not too weary, shall we take a stroll?" "Just a moment," Hai Rui replied, securing the silver and moving to the inner room to explain the situation to his mother before gesturing for Li Qing to proceed. Li Qing smiled slightly and led the way out of the guest hall. In the imperial capital, within the palace, after completing his official duties, Zhu Houzhong stepped out of the grand hall to stretch his limbs, practicing Tai Chi for relaxation. After a quarter of an hour, having finished slicing watermelon, he sighed, gazing at the sky, lamenting, "As the emperor, ruler of a nation, I possess only this small corner of the world. I cannot discern whether this is fortune or tragedy." Nearby, Huang Jin, with his small eyes darting, asked in surprise, "Does your majesty wish to venture south again?" "To where in the south?" Zhu Houzhong replied, rolling his eyes. "Though the whip policy in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces has been implemented, the grievances are considerable. Do you wish for me to tread into dangerous territory?" "I would not dare." Huang Jin chuckled nervously. "Your majesty, you are being overly cautious. Surely no one would dare to harbor ill intentions against you? Whether they dare or not, I cannot say. But I understand the principle that a gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall," Zhu Houzhong retorted. He then continued, "How many years has it been?" "Judging." Huang Jin scratched his head, awkwardly stating, "It has not even been a full year yet. Why the urgency, your majesty?" Zhu Houzhong, feeling a surge of frustration, exclaimed, "Can one not be impatient? In just a few years, I shall be 30. Even now, I surpass him. Is that not commendable?" "I refer to age." "I meant in terms of appearance," he clarified. "Indeed," Huang Jin nodded in agreement. "Get lost," Zhu Houzhong commanded. Understanding his master, Huang Jin merely shifted aside, knowing he would be summoned again shortly. True to form, within mere moments, Zhu Houzhong called for Huang Jin once more. Huang Jin hurried forward, "Your Majesty?" Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and stated, "It is better to rely on oneself than on others. Go, fetch me some Taoist texts, and you shall go alone." "How long will it take me, a mere servant, to accomplish this?" Huang Jin lamented. "Are you a fool?" Zhu Houzhong retorted angrily, "The Yongla de Dian. The Jiajing edition, do you understand?" "Oh, right. I had forgotten about that," Huang Jin exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I shall go at once." "Wait a moment." Huang Jin quickly halted, almost straining his back. Thankfully, his girth spared him from injury. "Your Majesty?" Zhu Houzhong pondered aloud. "You are most familiar with him. Do you think he would take offense if I merely wished to study the Taoist classics?" "Not at all." Huang Jin grinned, thumping his chest in assurance. "He is not that petty." Zhu Houzhong nodded in satisfaction, then shot a sidelong glance at Huang Jin. "What? Am I the petty one?" Huang Jin, feeling both troubled and perplexed, thought, "What did I say? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and go." Yes, Huang Jin replied, scurrying off. Zhu Houzhong sighed as he turned back towards the main hall, muttering to himself, "The continued enforcement of strict regulations has fostered resentment among many officials. Zhang Tsong and Gue Yi are still capable, yet they are aged. I must prepare for the future. It may be time to call for Yin Song's return. The incident with Yin Shifan has somewhat affected him. While Li Qing is forgiving, I must take a moment to consider." He had appointed him as the left Minister of Rights in Southern Zhili, but earlier this year, Zhu Houzhong had elevated him to the Minister of Rights. Zhu Houzhong held a fondness for Yin Song. His abilities in both writing and governance were commendable, and, most importantly, he was a person who could shoulder responsibilities. Compared to the likes of Yang Tingyi, Yin Song was immensely endearing in Zhu Houzhong's eyes. Summoning him back to the capital would not be difficult, but finding a suitable reason to retain him there was essential, especially since a new Minister of Rights had already been selected. The newly appointed minister, Xia Yan, was also to Zhu Houzhong's liking, being one of his intended candidates for the cabinet. This made it challenging to arrange for Yin Song. Assigning him to another ministry would not be wise, as it could incite unrest among the 6 ministries in the capital. After much contemplation, Zhu Houzhong concluded that it would be best to devise a pretext for Yin Song to remain in the capital as the Minister of Rights for Southern Zhili. Zhang and Gue would not last much longer, and aside from Xia Yan, None of the senior officials in the capital truly satisfied Zhu Houzhong. It would be preferable to allow Yin Song to await his succession. What rationale could suffice? Zhu Houzhong drummed his fingers on the armrest, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Huang Jin hurried back in, breathless, producing a volume of the Yongle de Dian from his bosom. Your Majesty, please peruse this while I seek out the rest. Zhu Houzhong caught sight of the Yongle encyclopedia and was suddenly inspired. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Let us compile a book." Compile again? Huang Jin hesitantly responded, "Isn't this quite good? What do you understand?" Zhu Houzhong glared, taking the Yongle encyclopedia and scoffing. Who said we are to revise the Yongle encyclopedia? I speak of the song history. Huang Jin fell silent, not daring to speak further. Zhu Houzhong commanded, "Go, send someone to Nanjili to summon Yin Song to the capital. Remember, do not make it known." "As you command," the servant replied. Huang Jin bowed slightly and departed. While perusing Taoist texts, Zhu Houzhong mused to himself that the next reshuffle of the court would not be far off, though by then, Li Qing should also have returned. Yes, provided he does not fail to keep his promise. As he spoke, he reached into a drawer, taking hold of 2 green plums, rolling them in his palm. It seemed as though by grasping these plums, he held Li Qing in his hand. "Ah, the era of my authority is not far off." Zhu Houzhong spoke to himself, his expression invigorated. In his pursuit of immortality through Taoism, he never neglected the consolidation of imperial power. He believed that both could be achieved. After more than half a month, with the help of Hai Rui, Li Qing had spent most of the 1,000 taels of silver, inviting a few Jinshe scholars and expanding the school gradually, everything progressing smoothly. "Now can I leave?" Li Qing inquired. Hai Rui pondered for a moment and said, "Before you depart Hainan, remember to return once. You must review the accounts." Li Qing chuckled. "Why do you care so much when I am not concerned?" Hai Rui replied, "There are few in this world as good-hearted as you. Every effort deserves a reward, and if one's benevolence goes unrewarded for too long, your goodwill may fade." Li Qing teasingly remarked, "You seem quite honest and understanding of human nature." Chapter 232. Are you from the Li family of Jinling? Li Qing commenced his wanderings. In the summer, relying on his faded memories and a silver tongue, he arrived in Sanya. At that time, Sanya was not the tourist haven of later years. It scarcely qualified as a large town. Of course, the place Li Qing visited was merely a small part of what would later be known as Sanya, referred to by locals as Sanya Village. Under the scorching sun, Li Qing fashioned a small table and chairs and fashioned a sunshade from tarpaulin. Were it not for the presence of locals gathering seafood, including many women, he would have thought to wear only a pair of shorts. Even so, his behavior appeared foolish in the eyes of the locals. Who would come to the beach on such a hot day to bask in the sun? Who would willingly endure such heat? Li Qing paid no mind, spending his days by the sea, watching the sunrise and sunset, the tides rolling in, while lamenting the absence of chilled beverages. The Ming dynasty had already begun to enjoy icy drinks, but Li Qing could not bring them to the shore. He recalled the abundance of white thighs and full bosoms in the past. Alas, the sea remained unchanged, with its clarity and murkiness, and the presence of shrimp and crabs. Li Qing bit down on a reed and sipped coconut water, feeling frustrated. Why does this taste like sweet potato tea? Is it because of a different variety? Having witnessed too much suffering on his journey, he felt somewhat weary, yet gazing at the sea while reflecting on his vague memories was not so bad. Li Qing spent nearly half a month in Sanya village, witnessing the sunrise and sunset, listening to the ebb and flow of the tides, and partaking in the delightful activity of catching shrimp and crabs by the shore. After such joyous experiences, he set off for other destinations. As late summer transitioned into early autumn, time seemed to race by. However, the subsequent explorations became rather monotonous, largely repetitive in nature, making it increasingly difficult to discover new insights. Consequently, Li Qing decided to forego the idea of frugal travel. Although the holiday was extensive, his available time was limited and could not be squandered. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Qing knocked on the door of the Hai family. The door was opened by Hai Mu, who was pleasantly surprised to see Li Qing and promptly invited him inside. In the living room, after a brief conversation about the places he had visited, Li Qing remarked, "Actually, I have come to bid farewell." "Are you leaving already?" she asked. "Yes, I am preparing to return to Jinling," Li Qing replied. "It's been over a year since I left, and now I can make it back in time for the new year." Hai Mu nodded gently, saying, "It is indeed time to return. It can be quite arduous here." "Arduous?" she continued, with a smile. For someone like you to come here, is it not a hardship? Li Qing chuckled and replied, actually, it's not so bad. I don't consider it a hardship. It's merely the food, lodging, and clothing that are lacking. The experiences I've gained along the way have been substantial and worthwhile. Hai Mu remarked, if only the esteemed officials of the Ming dynasty possessed your kind heart, the lives of ordinary folk would surely improve considerably. Li Qing smiled and nodded, softly responding, many matters cannot be rushed. Haste yields no benefit. A little improvement today and a little more tomorrow suffices. Over the past 150 years since the establishment of the Ming dynasty, things have gradually improved, and I firmly believe that the future holds even greater promise. You are destined to become a high-ranking official, Hai Mu sincerely asserted, adding that such words could not be uttered by minor officials. Li Qing stifled a laugh, intending to downplay her compliment, when suddenly the doorbell chimed. The door creaked open, revealing Hai Rui, who entered the courtyard with a look of surprise upon seeing Li Qing in the living room. Relieved, he hurried forward and bowed, saying, young Master Li, please, no formalities. I dislike such ostentation. Let us keep it simple. Li Qing returned the bow, smiling as he said, I have come to say goodbye. I am returning to Jinling. Hai Rui was astonished. Leaving in just 2 days? Li Qing chuckled. To be precise, I plan to enjoy one last meal before departing. With a mixture of amusement and resignation, Hai Rui replied, in that case, I shall go and organize the accounts. After dinner, I would like to invite you to the academy to see the results. Li Qing understood that declining would only leave Hai Rui feeling unsettled, so he nodded in agreement. Very well. Hai Rui, ever diligent, quickly organized the accounts and soon handed Li Qing a thick stack of records detailing expenditures ranging from a few coins to several taels, meticulously itemized in a small, dense script. The sheer volume of information made Li Qing's head spin. Reluctantly, he resorted to skimming through the pages. Looks good. Have you examined it closely? Hai Rui asked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although he meticulously recorded every expense, Li Qing's pace of review was akin to fanning a flame. It must be said, Li Qing did seem somewhat disrespectful of the fruits of another's labor. With a dry laugh, he replied, I have complete confidence in you. How much silver remains? 356 taels, 7 qian, and 51. Hai Rui remarked that they had nearly fulfilled Master Li's expectations, suggesting that the money should be taken back. Li Qing shook his head, asserting that once a promise is made, it cannot be taken back, just as spilled water cannot be gathered. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. You are placing me in a position of injustice. Hai Rui, bemused, countered that the situation was not the same. There's no difference, Li Qing insisted. The money has been spent, and I shall not reclaim it. The remainder is yours to manage as you see fit, for I am about to depart. Hai Rui replied, your departure will make our meeting unlikely. There is no need for accountability. I trust your character. Li Qing continued, if you find no place to spend it, keep it and hear me out. This money is not for your personal expenses, but rather for you to perform acts of kindness on my behalf. Is that agreeable? Hai Rui shook his head. How can I be so generous with another's means? Do not be so rigid, Li Qing urged. I understand your noble character, but in governance and action, one must also be adaptable. Your refusal may plunge those in dire need into deeper despair. Am I mistaken? Hai Rui paused, contemplating, before slowly nodding in agreement. With a sigh, he said, I am not an inflexible person, nor do I possess a moral obsession. I am not an elegant gentleman. Should I be fortunate enough to serve in an official capacity, I would not be so naive. Precisely. Li Qing commended him, then added, bring me paper and pen. I shall provide you with an address. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties in the future, write to me. Although I may not see it immediately, I will eventually receive it. Hai Rui shook his head. Your kindness is appreciated, but your refusal could cost the people a competent official in the future. Who loses more, yourself or the common folk? Hai Rui remained resolute, asserting that this was not merely a matter of sentiment. The court has its regulations, and success depends on individual merit. Even if I were to fail, I will not resort to underhanded tactics. I do not wish for you to be unscrupulous, but rather to have a safeguard in place. When you travel to the capital for the examination, I would at least ensure you experience fairness, Li Qing replied. Hai Rui smiled. This is truly unnecessary. I can manage minor issues, and for significant matters, I prefer not to trouble others. After a moment, he added, however, if you could leave an address. I could send you the account books, so you know how the money is spent. Li Qing responded, Here, this is the address, the Yongqing Marquis. Hai Rui was taken aback, almost in disbelief. Li Qing teased, surprised? You are from the Yongqing Marquis in Jinling? I have been rather busy lately, and 800 characters. I will update later. Please check back tomorrow for all the content. My apologies. Chapter 233. Are descendants named after their ancestors? After Hai Rui spoke, he noticed Li Qing looking at him in astonishment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why do you gaze at me so masterly? Did I say something wrong? Ah, no. Quite the contrary, Li Qing replied, collecting his astonished expression. I am merely surprised. I did not expect you to perceive things so deeply. Hai Rui chuckled. Did you think I would only immerse myself in the classics of the sages? Li Qing chuckled lightly and sincerely remarked, If in the future you find yourself unable to hold an official position, it would indeed be a significant loss for the Ming dynasty. You flatter me, masterly, replied Hai Rui modestly, then swiftly steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Given the content of the imperial edict, it is evident that His Majesty has recognized this aspect, which is why he has declared that the court will no longer accept patent donations. However, should such an event occur even once, it would inevitably lead to a crisis of trust. Pausing for a moment, he continued, If it is not too inconvenient, might I request a more in-depth discussion? There is no inconvenience at all, Li Qing responded with a light laugh, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question. If a trust crisis truly arises, do you believe the Li family's donation will be perceived as beneficial or detrimental? Hai Rui furrowed his brows in thought, and after some time, he concluded, If what you say holds true, and steamships can not only be deployed on a large scale but also venture overseas, then it is undoubtedly worthwhile, even if it dampens the innovative enthusiasm of the affluent. Li Qing smiled and nodded. It seems we share a common vision. After a brief pause, he added, The Emperor and the Li family have already anticipated your thoughts on this matter. Although the steam engine patent has been submitted to the court and subsequently released for free use, there are still avenues for profit. Profit, you say? Really? Hai Rui exclaimed, astonished. Of course. Li Qing briefly explained the monetization methods employed by his eldest grandson and then playfully inquired, What do you think? After digesting this information, Hai Rui could not help but feel genuinely impressed and sighed. The Yongqing Marquis is indeed a prodigy. His spirits lifted, he added, This truly allows for the best of both worlds. Suddenly, Hai Rui seemed to recall something, and his gaze toward Li Qing took on an odd quality. A mixture of suspicion and astonishment. What is it? Do you doubt my words? Li Qing asked. Hai Rui shook his head slightly, frowning as he replied, Are you truly a member of the Li family, the Yongqing Marquis? Li Qing chuckled, both amused and exasperated. Do you think I would deceive you? After a brief silence, Hai Rui, with an intense gaze, inquired, If I am not mistaken, the first Yongqing Marquis of Jinling was also named Li Qing, correct? Ah, yes, Li Qing replied sheepishly. Our family does not shy away from this. Hai Rui responded, How can you not shy away? This is not merely a matter of local customs. Throughout history, regardless of wealth or poverty, it has been uncommon for descendants to share the same name as their ancestors. To speak more severely, this is a profound impropriety. Li Qing cleared his throat and stated earnestly, During the Hongwu era, there was indeed another Yongqing Marquis named Li Qing, who, as I have heard, also held the title of nobility, though he left no heirs to inherit it. Logically, Emperor Zhongzong should not have conferred the title of Yongqing Marquis again. Yet he not only did so, but also designated the same residence. How do you account for that? Hai Rui found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It would hardly be appropriate to criticize a deceased emperor of the Ming dynasty, especially one who had made significant contributions to the state. Moreover, he was familiar with the Yongqing Marquis from the Hongwu period and had some knowledge of his history. What is it that you wish to convey, masterly? Hai Rui pondered aloud. Honestly, it is not such a complex matter, Li Qing replied with a cheerful demeanor. There are many individuals named Li Qing. It is not unusual to have namesakes. While having namesakes is indeed common, it is quite difficult to comprehend descendants sharing names with their ancestors, Hai Rui replied, still struggling to understand. Upon reflection, I realized that there was little of value for anyone to deceive me. Moreover, a swindler would hardly part with genuine wealth to make donations. Furthermore, if Li Qing were truly not a member of the Yongqing Ho family, how would he dare to impersonate them and even leave behind their address? After a prolonged silence, Hai Rui let out a wry smile and remarked, Is the atmosphere of the Ming dynasty truly so unconstrained? Oh, do not concern yourself with such trifles, Li Qing replied, preferring to steer the conversation elsewhere. Today's luncheon was rather unremarkable, as Li Qing's return had been unexpected, leaving Hai Mu unprepared. The meal consisted solely of a scrambled egg and 2 dishes of greens, which, for someone like Li Qing, accustomed to simple fare, was quite palatable. After the meal, Hai Rui cleared the table. With a hint of shyness, Hai Mu ventured. While I was cooking, I overheard your conversation. Is it true, Master Li, that you are indeed of the Yongqing Ho family? Li Qing nodded and smiled, inquiring. You are familiar with the Yongqing Ho? Yes, she replied. A classmate of Hai Rui's visited our home previously and often spoke of the Yongqing Ho. Hai Mu gazed out into the courtyard, her wrinkled hands unconsciously clutching her apron, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. She could hardly fathom that the esteemed young master of the Yongqing Ho family would visit their humble abode and find comfort in the food prepared by an elderly woman. You need not feel nervous. It is just as before, Li Qing reassured her with a smile. I have yet to express my gratitude for your hospitality. What hospitality is this? Hai Mu chuckled ruefully, shaking her head. After a moment's pause, she continued, the Hai family has but one child, and my husband passed away early. In my quest for the family to uphold its dignity, I have perhaps been overly strict with Hai Rui, causing him to develop a stubborn streak at times. What parent does not wish for their child to succeed? You have raised him well, Li Qing remarked. Hai Rui possesses a righteous heart, and those who harbor such ideals often have their own brand of obstinacy. With a sigh, Hai Mu confessed, before meeting Master Li. I did not perceive any fault in my ways. I even felt a touch of pride. I too can be obstinate, Li Qing admitted. But it is different in your case, Hai Mu responded. You conduct yourself in a manner that brings comfort to those around you. Of course, I recognize your good intentions and trust that your dedication to virtuous pursuits will be unwavering. However, you are neither rigid nor stubborn, which is a quality that Hai Rui lacks. When he becomes obstinate, not even 100 oxen could sway him. Li Qing appeared contemplative and inquired. Are you concerned about the challenges Hai Rui may face should he pursue a career in government? Hai Mu nodded. I had not dared to think too much about it until recently. Hai Rui mentioned preparing for the imperial examination, and it inevitably led me to ponder more deeply. With his father gone early and no relatives to rely on, we are but a solitary mother and son, and with dozens of acres of arable land. It is impossible not to attract envy. I can only hope that he possesses the fortitude, though I bear the responsibility for his character. Li Qing empathized with Hai Mu's predicament and understood her sentiments. In her quest to protect the family legacy and ensure her son's bright future, she had to adopt the role of a fierce matriarch. Life may have been arduous, yet it held promise and even small achievements. However, his presence had broadened her horizons, indirectly exposing her to the education of the affluent and offering her a glimpse into the upper echelons of society. Initially, she had not perceived any shortcomings, but the stark contrast now rendered the disparities painfully evident. This profound realization prompted her to reflect and feel a sense of self-reproach. A mother would never blame her child. She would only lament her own inadequacies. Li Qing had witnessed an abundance of the hardships endured by the common folk along his journey, and he could deeply empathize with Hai Mu's sentiments. However, he found himself at a loss for words of comfort. It was, in a sense, a predicament that could be perceived as speaking from a position of privilege, perhaps even exuding an air of superiority. Scratching his head, Li Qing opted for silence. After a considerable internal struggle, Hai Mu hesitantly spoke. I wish to request a favor from young Master Li. Please, go ahead, Li Qing replied. In the future, should Hai Rui be fortunate enough to attain an official position and encounter difficulties, it is understood that if he strays from the righteous path, you need not concern yourself with him, Hai Mu continued. However, if he should offend a powerful figure while acting in the interest of the people, and if you happen to learn of it without it affecting your own circumstances, might you lend a hand? That is only natural. Li Qing responded with a smile and a nod. Setting aside the warm hospitality of the Hai family, I can assure you that as long as one acts for the nation and its people, I shall never stand idly by. Just as I have provided assistance upon discovering the educational impoverishment in this town. Ah, thank you, young Master Li, Hai Mu said, her spirits lifting significantly. A prestigious family such as the Yongqing Ho should indeed remain esteemed. Li Qing shook his head with a wry smile. Even among royal families, it is difficult to ensure that a foolish ruler does not emerge during the process of succession. How can the Li family guarantee that its descendants do not stray into wickedness? One cannot make definitive judgments. Should one stray from the original intent of benefiting the world? Decline is inevitable. Hai Mu dared not comment on the first half of his statement, yet the latter half truly astonished her. As Hai Rui came in after tidying the dishes, he heard Li Qing's words and felt a surge of respect, stating earnestly, for young Master Li to express such thoughts. It indicates that the values of the Li family will remain steadfast for at least the next 50 years. Hai Rui, Hai Mu scolded. Hai Rui retracted his neck, awkwardly bowing. I apologize, young Master Li, for my inappropriate remarks. Li Qing laughed softly, saying, what offense is this? If a person can only hear flattering words, they are unlikely to achieve great success. Conversely, if one speaks only sweet words due to the prominence of the other party, they too will struggle to attain significant accomplishments. Hai Rui wholeheartedly agreed, yet out of respect for his mother, he refrained from expressing his thoughts more explicitly. Knowing her son's disposition well, Hai Mu sighed. Hai Rui, not everyone possesses the same character as young Master Li. Hai Rui chuckled and replied, do you wish for your son to be a mere sycophant? Li Qing earnestly stated, it is precisely such a character that will allow Hai Rui to journey far. Resolving issues amicably is the optimal approach. Hai Mu remarked, those who challenge entrenched interests seldom do so with a calm demeanor. Li Qing sighed inwardly and rose slowly, saying, let us go and observe the academy. Hai Rui nodded. Mother, I shall accompany young Master Li. Hai Mu shot her son a disapproving glance before reluctantly nodding. Very well, go. On their way, Li Qing remarked, this area is impoverished and backward, and your family circumstances are modest, limiting the educational resources available to you. Thus, achieving an outstanding ranking may prove challenging. However, the imperial examination is merely one pathway to an official position and does not necessarily reflect one's capability as a ruler. Hai Rui chuckled softly, I share your sentiment. If I fail the exam, I can accept a life of mediocrity. Yet if I succeed and am fortunate enough to serve as an official, I must not be idle. His eyes sparkled with ambition, and his heart brimmed with aspirations. Chapter 234. The imperative of officialdom. The academy has undergone a remarkable transformation, expanding to more than double its original size, complete with desks, benches, and a comprehensive collection of books. There is even a reading room available for students to borrow from. The changes since my arrival are nothing short of astonishing. Li Qing marveled sincerely, and then recalled that he had not yet exhausted the entire sum of 1,000 taels, with several hundred taels still remaining. This only deepened his admiration for Hai Rui's remarkable execution. Indeed, the local cost of living is modest, and labor expenses are low. Yet achieving such results with just over 600 taels speaks volumes about Hai Rui's meticulous financial management. It is one thing to articulate the notion of spending wisely, yet the execution is far more challenging. Hearing Li Qing's reflections, Hai Rui smiled and remarked, in this remote area, apart from the cost of books, everything else is quite affordable. Young Master Li, you cannot assess this place by the prices in Jinling. Why downplay your own contributions? Li Qing countered. While it is true that the low prices are a factor, your diligent efforts cannot be overlooked. One may adopt a modest demeanor in conduct, yet one must not remain unnoticed. You must understand that an individual's achievements are greatly influenced by their environment. Should you attain an official position in the future, such humility may not suffice. Li Qing stated earnestly, what belongs to others should not be coveted, and what is rightfully yours should be claimed without hesitation. There is no shame in being straightforward and honorable. Hai Rui nodded slightly. I am grateful for your guidance. Listening to the sounds of reading emanating from within, Li Qing squinted his eyes in enjoyment and remarked, the grand designs of the future begin with education. It is imperative that the court emphasizes the development of basic education moving forward. Hai Rui pondered for a moment and sighed. That may not be an easy task. Li Qing chuckled, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic, and instead said, you have worked diligently these past 6 months. Yet you seem to have enjoyed little of it. Your constant busyness has, to some extent, interfered with your studies, has it not? Fortunately, I am confident about the upcoming provincial examinations. Hai Rui, dismissing his own efforts, replied, to contribute to my hometown in any capacity brings me joy. Moreover, I have merely invested some energy. You, young Master Li, are the one providing substantial financial support. In comparison, my contributions are negligible. Li Qing could not help but express his genuine admiration once more, Your absence from officialdom is a loss for the Ming dynasty. Hai Rui sincerely replied, Young Master Li, you are truly the one destined for greatness. Oh, haha. Li Qing laughed heartily. If outsiders were to hear this, they might think we are merely engaging in mutual flattery. Hai Rui could not help but chuckle as well. Li Qing sighed. You must earn an official title, even if it is merely that of a jiren. In the Ming dynasty, a jiren can also serve in official capacities. One need not be a jinshi. However, those who rank lower as shouzai are unlikely to attain official positions. After speaking, Li Qing felt that such remarks might be disheartening and added, Still, it is essential to aim for the jinshi. This is only natural. Aim high to land in the middle, and aim for the middle to avoid falling short. Hai Rui nodded in agreement, showing no signs of displeasure. Li Qing glanced once more at the academy and said, Very well, you should return inside. I shall take my leave. His nonchalant attitude towards departing surprised Hai Rui, who felt a tinge of envy. Perhaps I should go in after all. They ought to know who provided the funding. Having only caught a fleeting glimpse before, they may have forgotten what you look like by now. Li Qing laughed heartily. Why should they remember? The teacher wishes to express his gratitude in person. Please convey my regards to him. Li Qing uttered a brief remark before turning to depart. Hai Rui hurriedly followed suit. I truly did not wish to feign indifference or intrude upon their studies. It was merely an unconsidered act, unworthy of such gravity. Having spent some time in each other's company, Hai Rui refrained from further persuasion, simply stating, I shall accompany you. Li Qing did not refuse again, and as they walked, he remarked, In the future, you must certainly become an official. Only as an official can one serve the nation and its people, and realize one's ambitions. No one pays heed to the words of a farmer. I shall do my utmost, Hai Rui replied with a smile. Li Qing nodded and added, To be an official, one must aspire to be a high-ranking one. Hai Rui, still smiling, responded, I shall endeavor to achieve this. However, whether I can meet your aspirations, I cannot guarantee. I believe you can, provided you desire it, Li Qing said leisurely, for in this world, nothing is insurmountable. Only those lacking determination. Upon reaching a corner, Li Qing halted and said, To send you off 1,000 miles ultimately leads to parting. Do not concern yourself with these trifles. Go forth and study diligently. Hasten to attain the title of scholar, for at the very least, it grants you a measure of distinction, marking you as a true scholar. Hai Rui glanced back at the school still within sight and said, Allow me to accompany you a while longer. No, return, Li Qing insisted. Then I shall see you off. Unable to resist him, Li Qing turned to proceed once more. After walking a considerable distance and nearing the next corner, Li Qing suddenly turned back and said, Remember, you must become an official. Though the distance was great, it resonated in Hai Rui's ears as if spoken face to face. Before he could express his astonishment, seizing the fleeting moment as Li Qing was about to turn again, he boldly declared, Certainly. Li Qing did not respond further and vanished from sight. Hai Rui stood in stunned silence for a long while before sighing. The character and integrity of Master Li truly render one self-conscious. In the next instant, a surge of ambition welled up within Hai Rui. The imperial examination, becoming an official, for the sovereign, the nation, and the people. Li Qing had limited time and had tasted the sentiments of the populace. He focused solely on his journey, moving at a swift pace. Ahead lay a year of relative ease, but soon he would be genuinely busy. After crossing Jiaozhi and Wudong, he would officially embark upon a new chapter. Engaging with both the court and the public was imperative. The management of capital could not be neglected either, and, oh yes, he must also indulge the young emperor, assisting him in alchemy and guiding him in the ways of Taoism. Merely contemplating this caused a headache. The multitude of tasks was overwhelming, rivaling the complexities faced during the Hongwu era. In truth, during the time of Zhu Houzhong, Li Qing had not labored excessively or worried much. He had merely been a brawny youth, relying on his physical strength, which was not particularly distressing, though he had endured his share of grievances. Reflecting upon it now, Li Qing felt a sense of frustration. It was akin to losing a quarrel, feeling one had not performed well, and growing increasingly irate with each recollection. Alas, wishing to retort was futile, as the opportunity had long since passed. It was solely due to youthful inexperience that he had been so easily intimidated by Zhu's cunning tactics. Were he to encounter Zhu now, Li Qing would certainly confront him with fervor, traversing several provinces without sustenance, under the stars and moon. It was not until reaching Jiangling that Li Qing allowed himself a brief respite, taking advantage of the mid-autumn festival to reward himself. Having purchased a fine garment, I found refuge in a delightful inn, where I ordered a sumptuous array of dishes. After indulging in a feast and enjoying a warm bath, I felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. After enduring hardships for over a year, such indulgence was nothing short of blissful. Cleansing away the dust and donning a pristine dark robe, Li Qing appeared increasingly graceful and striking. As he traversed the bustling streets, women of all ages cast lingering glances in his direction. On the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, with the crisp autumn air invigorating the spirit, the temple fair thrived. Li Qing, with his hands clasped behind his head, ambled along with a playful bounce, reminiscent of a certain legendary figure, adding a touch of mischief to his demeanor. To the men on the street, his posture was quite irksome. The temple fair was vibrant, filled with performers, vendors selling snacks, and lively riddles to solve. Li Qing, thoroughly entertained, relished a stick of candied hawthorn in his left hand while clutching a paper bag of pastries in his right. After enduring much hardship, it was only fitting that he savored some sweetness. At a riddle booth bustling with spectators, predominantly women, Li Qing joined the throng. The vendor held a beautifully crafted golden hairpin, inviting guesses for a mere 20 coins, a splendid opportunity not to be missed. After a lengthy call for challengers, no one seemed willing to partake, likely due to the many who had returned empty-handed, eroding confidence. Li Qing, embracing the idleness, jested, "Why don't you pose a riddle?" The vendor shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Dream on. Pay first." Momentarily taken aback, Li Qing soon realized that revealing the answer beforehand would dissuade those unable to guess from paying, which would be detrimental to the vendor. Having no shortage of coins, he extracted a small piece of silver, ready to make a wager, only to be preempted by a youthful voice. "I'll give it a try," chimed a slightly immature voice. Li Qing looked up to see a child of about 7 or 8 years, with delicate features and an aura of intelligence. The child's companion, a young man, readily paid the fee, seemingly confident in the child's abilities. With his own coins already in hand, Li Qing felt it inappropriate to withdraw. "Let us compete together. In the spirit of fairness," he suggested. The vendor welcomed the idea, and the child offered no objections. The young man, possessing a good-natured disposition, even smiled at Li Qing. "Young masters, please step forward," the vendor beckoned. Li Qing and the child approached together. The vendor retrieved a piece of paper from his drawer, inviting them to proceed. Li Qing merely glanced at it, choosing not to speak. It appeared he was adhering to the rules of the game, yet internally, he felt utterly at a loss. "Perhaps it would be wiser for me to abstain from such activities in the future," he mused, shedding any burden and transforming into an interested observer, curiously watching the child without urging him. After a brief moment, the child pondered aloud. "Is it wisdom for the character, what? Is that correct?" Li Qing inquired. The vendor replied, "This one is straightforward. It is the character for country. Go." The distant trees stand tall beside the mountains, while a single boat glides smoothly across the water. The merchant, feeling somewhat anxious, threw out a bold challenge, wearing a provocative expression. The child, undaunted and composed, pondered for a moment before slowly inquiring, "Is it not a single character?" The merchant's face flushed with embarrassment, and he replied, "Two characters," referring to an object. No sooner had he finished speaking than the child confidently exclaimed, "An oil lamp." Li Qing interjected, "Is that correct? Must one not only take a life, but also wound the heart?" The merchant nearly erupted with expletives, yet refrained. For Li Qing's remarkable demeanor and the child's scholarly parent warranted a more tempered response. "Here, take it. It's a small business. You may head next door." The item in question was of little monetary value, yet it surpassed the worth of the riddle, leaving the merchant at a loss, though not to the extent of bitterness. Li Qing sought merely amusement, harboring no intent to disrupt anyone's livelihood, and with a smile, he withdrew from the crowd. The child and the young man stepped forward, calling out to Li Qing, "Hey, your prize. It's all yours now." Without looking back, Li Qing replied as he continued to wander through the fair. In the next moment, his sleeve was tugged. Li Qing halted and turned to see the child, face raised earnestly stating, "You provided the funds, I put in the effort. We agreed upon this. I utilized my intellect, thus it is only fair that I receive a portion of the prize. If you take all, it becomes charity. And a gentleman does not partake in unsolicited gifts." At the tender age of 7 or 8, the child radiated vitality and charm. His remarkable intelligence at such a young age suggested great potential, and Li Qing could not help but feel a fondness for him. Very well, Li Qing consented, reaching into the child's possession to retrieve the smallest item, smiling as he said, "The remainder belongs to you. As per our agreement, I can take 3? The child asked. Of course, Li Qing chuckled. As an adult, would I dare to take advantage of a child? At that moment, the young man stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful greeting. I am Zhang, a scholar from Jiangling Prefecture. From your accent, you do not seem to hail from Jiangling. Li Qing returned the greeting, stating, My home is in Jiangling. I am merely passing through, and coincidentally, it is the Mid-Autumn Festival, with a fair to enjoy. Oh, I see. The young man nodded slightly, observing Li Qing's distinguished demeanor, surmising he must be a learned individual. I suppose so, Li Qing smiled, gracefully shifting the topic. Is this your son? This is my son, Zhang Baigui. Zhang Baigui? A white turtle? Well, in this era, turtles are considered auspicious. Li Qing remarked, albeit somewhat reluctantly, a splendid name. Li Qing turned to the child, encouraging, study diligently, and strive for a commendable position in the future. The child grinned, his face brimming with pride, as if he had already secured a place on the honor roll. My son must not be arrogant, the young man admonished. Have you not heard? The clever child may not necessarily grow into a great adult. Pride and complacency will ultimately lead to failure. Li Qing did not feel discomfort at witnessing the young man instruct his child. He intended to leave quietly. However, the young man continued. In years past, the foremost of the 4 talents of Wu, Tang Yin, rose to fame in his youth, excelling in the provincial examinations and achieving the highest honors. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, he might have triumphed in all 3 examinations. Yet, his subsequent fall from grace was due to his arrogance. The scandal surrounding the imperial examinations was notorious, and with Tang Yin's subsequent renown, this incident became widely known. Tang Bohu did not engage in any form of deceit, nor did the court impose any accusations of cheating upon him. Otherwise, how could he have returned to his hometown and still held the qualifications of a minor official? His only transgression was seeking advancement through connections. As the dust settled, the origins of the matter became evident, revealed to be mere drunken boasts. Ultimately, it was indeed his arrogance that brought about his downfall. Li Qing found it difficult to say that the young man of the Zhang surname was in the wrong. Yet having his friend used as a cautionary example left him somewhat uncomfortable. In defense of his friend, he remarked, Tang Yin was merely praised in jest during a banquet, leading to some indiscreet remarks. He is not truly arrogant. The young man, seeking to use Tang Bohu's example to educate his son, inquired with surprise. It seems you are acquainted with Master Tang? Li Qing replied, I consider him a friend across the ages. The Zhang youth, recalling that Tang Bohu had long resided in Jiangling and observing Li Qing's youth, recognized the plausibility of their friendship. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he bowed and awkwardly said, I beg your pardon, I did not intend to offend. Although his words were grounded in truth, having his friend's shortcomings exposed was somewhat uncomfortable. Having long admired Tang Bohu's exceptional talents in poetry, calligraphy, and painting, the young man awkwardly sought to make amends. I have heard much of Tang Bohu's talents. I wonder how he has been lately? Li Qing sighed softly, gazing skyward, and quietly replied, He has passed away. The young man was taken aback, his eyes widening with deep remorse, leaving him utterly dismayed. Father, he is no longer with us, Xiao Baigui murmured. Clutching his award and gazing in the direction Li Qing had departed, he truly was generous. Young master, please wait. Upon returning to the inn, Li Qing rested for another night before setting off once more the following morning. This time, he did not pause along the way. Upon his return to Jiangling, he coincidentally arrived during the persimmon harvest, ensuring that nothing was wasted. Since the departure of his niece, Li Qing had not revisited the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Nor did he wish to. He merely dined at Weiwu Tower. Once Zhu Houzhong learned of his return, it became common knowledge. In the afternoon, the 3 of them, uncle and nephews, arrived together. While making persimmon cakes, Li Qing shared tales of his experiences over the past year. The trio naturally rejoiced at Li Qing's early return, and with Zhu Houzhong's playful banter, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Though the weight of the common people's suffering lingered in their hearts, the Ming dynasty was experiencing robust development. However, at this stage, the benefits of the Yongle era's agricultural advancements had yet to reach the majority of the populace. The dividends of maritime trade had scarcely touched the common folk, particularly in impoverished rural areas, which remained quite destitute. Zhu Houzhong sighed. The road ahead is long and arduous. We must not only focus on the negative aspects. At least the people can now feed themselves. Li Shuer nodded slightly. Compared to previous dynasties, the lives of the people today have improved. While their current situation may not be ideal, it was far worse before. The vastness of the Ming dynasty and its numerous populace cannot be changed overnight. Li Hao shook his head. I do not share your perspective. The uncle and niece exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously remarked, Do you have a profound insight? What is with that look? Li Hao retorted, Do not underestimate the head of the Li family. TCH. The uncle and niece scoffed. You are merely showing off in front of the master. Li Hao. Li Qing is acutely aware of her grandson's capabilities, and she understands that despite his merchant facade, he holds considerable influence over the welfare of the Ming dynasty. There is no need to dwell on them. Let us discuss your perspective. Indeed, Master Qing possesses a discerning eye for talent, recognizing my potential. Li Hao smiled complacently, citing a proverb about the accumulation of strength leading to a sudden emergence. In my view, the complete ascendance of the Ming is not far off, at most 50 years, and at least 20 years before it materializes. Zhu Houzhong pondered. What leads you to this conclusion? It is due to the steamship, Li Hao proclaimed, the moment steamships set sail for the high seas. It will mark the era of the Ming's flourishing. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his thoughts before Master Qing, Li Hao elaborated. The Ming dynasty has been engaging in maritime trade since the Yongle reign, and it has now been over a century and several decades. Such a long accumulation has allowed the industrial and commercial systems, even the capital framework, to reach genuine maturity. Now, the Ming simply awaits a pivotal moment. With vibrant enthusiasm, Li Hao continued, This pivotal moment is the business opportunity. The advent of steamships and their subsequent widespread application will lead to a rapid surge in market demand. He explained, the reason for the gradual slowdown in the development of Ming's maritime ventures, even experiencing periods of stagnation, lies solely in insufficient market demand. This is vividly reflected in the opening of trade routes by Western merchants. As long as the market is sufficiently vast, small workshops throughout the Ming will spring up like mushrooms after rain, with wealth, labor, and related industrial chains robustly established. The larger the market, the larger the Ming's industrial and commercial sectors. Upon hearing this, not only the uncle and niece, but even Li Qing could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Li Shuer pondered, given the vastness of the Ming and its large population, even if the market were to expand several-fold, would it truly benefit the entire populace? Oh, dear aunt, you are mistaken, Zhu Houzhong replied. For instance, if you cultivate the land and I also cultivate the land, neither of us will prosper. However, if you farm and I engage in trade, the situation is entirely different. Though it may not directly benefit every citizen, it can indirectly enrich the majority. Li Shuer felt a flush of warmth on her face and retorted, Next time, refrain from using analogies. Zhu Houzhong. Li Qing inhaled deeply, expressing her agreement. Young Hao speaks wisely. After such a long period of accumulation, we are indeed approaching the moment of significant emergence. Therefore, the regulation of capital must formally commence. Taking a bite of a ripe, red tomato, Li Qing closed her eyes in contentment and cheerfully remarked, I can still enjoy another leisurely year, but soon, I too must get busy. Zhu Houzhong lamented, What a pity, I am currently bound by numerous constraints. Otherwise, how delightful it would be to join in. Li Shuer teased, You are no longer a young lad. You are well past the age of confusion. Women hold grudges, Zhu Houzhong mumbled. How outrageous. Li Shuer raised her eyebrows, questioning his manner of speaking to his elders. Zhu Houzhong fell silent, rolling his eyes in jest. Brother, look at him. Seek Master Qing. Li Hao disregarded him. Li Qing merely smiled. Chapter 236. Majestic marriage. As autumn's crispness filled the air, Li Qing threaded tomatoes into strings, hanging them under the eaves to dry, before heading out to pick pomegranates, resembling a joyful harvest farmer. On one side, the uncle and nephew ceased their quarrel and engaged in a game of chess, with one enthusiastically commenting on the match, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Qing maintained a regular routine, rising early to enjoy breakfast on the street, listening to stories at the tea house, and attending performances in the theater. Occasionally, he would indulge his curiosity by visiting the brothel to listen to songs. The trio of uncles and nephews often gathered, chatting for hours, eating and drinking, and creating a delightful ruckus that Li Qing found particularly comforting. During this period, he also attempted to restore Zhang Yong's health, though the results were modest, as Zhang Yong had aged considerably. In early winter, Zhu Wei and Zhu Wu both wed on the same day. The identical twin brothers bore a striking resemblance to one another. Yet their temperaments reflected more of their mother-esque qualities, reserved and composed, markedly superior to their father. Due to Zhu Houzhong's wife's influence, Li Qing opted to dress modestly before attending the wedding feast. Zhu Houzhong's character and intelligence ensured his success in any setting. The banquet was well attended by merchants, with 20 tables set, creating a lively scene. The restaurant was adorned in vibrant red, bustling with joy as couples bowed to heaven and earth and to their ancestors. A sight that uplifted the spirits. Typically unrestrained, Zhu Houzhong exhibited exceptional composure today, clad in a well-tailored official robe, his beard groomed to perfection, sitting upright and poised. As they sipped fresh tea and exchanged red envelopes, Li Qing and Zhang Yong sat at a private table by the window, basking in the warmth of the sun. Observing Zhu Houzhong, they felt a sense of pride in witnessing the young man finally mature. How wonderful, Zhang Yong mused, lost in thought. Li Qing took a sip of his drink, nodding gently in agreement. Indeed, it is. After a while, the newlyweds completed their bows, and the bride was escorted away from the banquet, followed by the grooms, offering toasts. Zhang Yong hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief, wiping his weathered face and adjusting his attire, striving to appear younger by widening his eyes. "Sir, do I look all right?" he asked. "Yes, quite well," Li Qing replied with a reassuring smile. "There's no need to be anxious." Zhang Yong placed his hands on the table, then on his lap, eagerly awaiting the brothers' approach. They did not keep him waiting long. After toasting Li Hao, they headed straight toward him. Zhang Yong rose, but Li Qing gently pressed his shoulder down, whispering, "Just enjoy the moment. They are merely Zhu Wei and Zhu Wu." Zhang Yong nodded, settling back into his seat. Moments later, the brothers approached, with Zhu Wei pouring from a kettle and Zhu Wu holding a cup, presenting a drink to Zhang Yong. "To you, Zhang Lao, for all your hard work over the years. You flatter me. It is my duty," Zhang Yong replied, his eyes glistening as he accepted the cup, savoring the exquisite taste. His previously wide eyes now narrowed in delight. "Drink slowly, no rush," Li Qing advised with a smile. The brothers then poured another cup for Li Qing, offering a toast. To Mr. Li, Li Qing accepted graciously, downing the drink and exclaiming, "With such esteemed guests, do not neglect your duties. Go on and enjoy." The brothers nodded, about to take their leave when one paused. "Oh, right," he said. "May you soon be blessed with children." "Thank you for your kind wishes," Li Qing responded, and the brothers smiled appreciatively before departing. As they gazed upon the two brothers, seemingly carved from the same mold, Li Qing couldn't help but mutter some unrefined thoughts. Today, the tavern was closed to the public, yet it buzzed with an extraordinary liveliness, adorned in vibrant red and filled with congratulatory phrases. The air was thick with the fragrance of wine and dishes, prompting Li Qing to reflect, "How wonderful it is to be young. Indeed, it is splendid." Zhang Yong chimed in, savoring his cup of celebratory wine with great reluctance, as if he wished to prolong each sip. Li Qing remarked, "There is plenty of celebratory wine left. Isn't there a smaller cup?" Zhang Yong squinted with a smile, shaking his head, unwilling to indulge further. "What is there to fear? Life is good. Besides, there is a moon festival for the child coming up," Li Qing reassured him. At their age, life was about maintaining a positive mindset. Focusing on joy would naturally lead to longevity. Zhang Yong nodded with a hearty laugh, saying, "Your mindset is indeed commendable. However, dear sir, you ought to cultivate more happiness and worry less." "Huh, I'm quite carefree," Li Qing responded, pouring wine and indulging in the feast. For some time after the wedding banquet, Li Qing paid special attention to Zhang Yong, who remained optimistic and engaged with life, undeterred by a single cup of celebratory wine. After all, as life improved, who would contemplate death? During the winter solstice, Li Qing prepared dumplings, and his familiar uncle and cousins did not miss the opportunity to join for a meal. The usually mischievous Zhu Houzhong was particularly industrious today, tying on an apron and rolling out dumpling skins. To his surprise, they were quite round and of even thickness. Li Qing recollected a time when someone had made dough, adding too much water, then too much flour, resulting in an overflow that filled the basin until it could hold no more. That individual had been quite aggrieved, claiming they were being unfairly treated. As the saying goes, comparison breeds discontent. In contrast, little Houzhong appeared particularly endearing. The siblings intended to assist, but lacking skill. They resorted to chatting about the past, reminiscing about their parents' childhoods, and inevitably, certain individuals came up in conversation. Zhu Houzhong inquired. When the Yongzong returned from beyond the borders, was Jiang Wen still alive? Yes, he was, Li Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong's interest piqued, prompting him to ask, did the two of them ever clash? The siblings perked up, brimming with curiosity. Given their familial ties, Zhu Houzhong felt a closer connection, being a more direct descendant. The thought of two former emperors bickering was both thrilling and exhilarating. Master Qing, since we have time to spare, do tell us, Li Hao urged, while instructing his sister. Go fetch some persimmons. Li Shuai shot her brother a disapproving glance and turned to Li Qing, saying, please wait a moment. Li Qing was momentarily speechless, unable to stifle a chuckle as he scolded. In our great Ming, we govern with filial piety. You truly excel at pushing the limits of devotion. Since there are no outsiders, let us share a laugh, Zhu Houzhong quipped, playfully winking. If we're to speak of our ancestors, the great ancestor was in Jinling. Truth be told, they were the ones lacking in filial respect. While we may not fulfill our duties perfectly, we certainly have our merits. Wouldn't you agree, dear cousin? Indeed. Indeed, Li Hao nodded vigorously, thinking to himself. If you, bearing the surname Zhu, are unreserved, then my surname Li bears even less concern. Li Qing, both exasperated and amused, lifted his hand to set a tray aside, then picked up the dumpling wrappers expertly prepared by Zhu Houzhong. While busily folding dumplings, he declared, just a moment. Li Shuai dashed in, cradling several persimmons in one arm and biting into one with the other, before settling onto a small stool. Let's begin, she announced. Li Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head as he recounted the comical rivalry between the two expired emperors. Truth be told, it was indeed amusing. Throughout his narration, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, especially considering that both his master and junior were present at that time. One mocked the other for losing his throne due to the reduction of his fief, while the other jeered at the one who had even given away his own people. Both held advantages internally and externally, yet ended up losing both the lady and the troops. It was likely neither of them anticipated that their antics would provide future generations with such delightful material. In the modest kitchen, the great Ming's Longsheng and the former emperor, along with the Duke of Yongqing, shared laughter while making dumplings. It was a scene of pure joy. Although it had been a while since Li Qing had cooked, his skills remained undiminished, as attested by the three who relished the meal. After indulging in food and merriment, Zhu Houzhong remarked, you will leave after the new year, correct? Yes. I'll head to Jiaoji after enjoying the Lantern Festival. Before you go, make sure to visit my home, Zhu Houzhong insisted, rubbing his hands together. Have a look at Zhang Yong and check on my two daughters-in-law as well. If either is with child, prescribe some herbs for a safe pregnancy. Oh dear, I hardly noticed, but I am about to become a grandfather. Why are you so diligent? Li Qing chuckled and nodded. No problem at all. Though the herbs may not be of great use, they can provide peace of mind, and I certainly don't mind the trouble. You know, soon to be a grandfather. You'd best temper your temperament and avoid being a constant source of chaos, Li Qing advised. I can't change my nature, but I can certainly rein it in. Zhu Houzhong replied with a chuckle. Strangely enough, seeing these two youngsters wed gives me a sense of paternal satisfaction. Ah, time waits for no one. Only in your 40s and already lamenting the passage of time? Li Qing retorted, unimpressed. Your life is quite comfortable, free from worries of statecraft. If you don't live to 80, you would be doing me a disservice. Li Hao interjected, and what do you call my situation? Zhu Houzhong laughed heartily. Then I shall penalize you with a cup of wine. Li Qing turned to Li Hao, warning, if you go out again, I shall break your legs. Why does this always come back to me? Li Hao grumbled, directing his displeasure at Zhu Houzhong. Look at the trouble you've caused. Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes and scoffed. Your lecherous tendencies are your own affair. Li Qing interjected. In this regard, you ought to take a lesson from your nephew. Look at him. He only married one and seldom visits the brothels. Take note. Zhu Houzhong mockingly echoed. Learn from him. Li Shuai chimed in. Brother, I will keep an eye on you. Should you continue to lack restraint, I will not be merciful. You all make me sound like some lecherous fiend. Am I truly that lascivious? Li Hao protested. Li Qing, with a serious tone, responded, you are no longer young. For the sake of the Li family and your sister, you must take better care of your health and not let her bear the burden of the Li family prematurely. And for my sake as well. Li Hao took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Chapter 237, The Rise and Fall of Hot Pot. It was snowing. The world outside was vast and desolate, as Li Qing nestled under the covers, perusing a novel while occasionally casting glances out the window. The kitchen was well stocked with vegetables, meats, wines, and an array of spices, ready at any moment to prepare a hot pot. Abstaining from alcohol is one thing, but I can still enjoy the vegetables and meats, Li Qing muttered in frustration, tossing aside the book, resting his hands behind his head, and staring vacantly at the ceiling. By noon, with no knocks on the door, Li Qing reluctantly rose and made his way to the kitchen. He drew a basin of cold water from the cistern, washing up before picking up the kitchen knife, only to set it down again. Donning a heavy cloak, he stepped outside. The streets were eerily quiet, and with each step, Li Qing crunched through the snow. He paused before the imposing restaurant, where the sounds of revelry echoed, making it easy to imagine the warmth and merriment within. The air was infused with the aromas of food and wine, providing a hint of warmth against the biting cold. After a moment, Li Qing continued on, not out of gloom or distress, but simply feeling out of place. Exiting the bustling area, he found even fewer souls about and decided to visit the ancestral grave of the Li family, exchanging a few words with his godson and niece. With time still on his side, he then set out for Qixiao Mountain. Finally, he managed to see the day through. The following day, the snow had ceased. Li Qing, as before, remained tucked in his bed, idly flipping through his book while occasionally gazing out the window. As the hour approached, a series of knocks echoed. "Here I come," Zhu Houzhong called, swallowing the words. "It's me, Zhu Shou," as he tucked his hands into his pockets, awaiting the door to open. The door swung open, and Li Qing peered out, scanning the surroundings. "Is it just you? What is up?" "Nothing much, just come in." Li Qing stepped aside and promptly closed the door behind them. In the guest hall, as soon as Zhu Houzhong settled into a chair, he wasted no time in stating, "I'm here today for no other reason than to mooch off a meal. Want to eat? Sure, get to work." "No problem," Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Today it's just the two of us, without our wine-challenged cousin or our seemingly clever yet truly foolish cousin. So let us enjoy a good drink and chat." Li Qing laughed in response. "You have the nerve to say that in front of them? Am I just sitting around doing nothing?" Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, asking, "What do you want me to do?" "Start the fire," Li Qing instructed. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. "Is it really that easy? If you want to plunge into icy water, I won't stop you." "Ah, come on, I'll start the fire." "There's no need to force it," Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Leave it to me." Li Qing selected and washed the vegetables, slicing the meat while Zhu Houzhong tended the fire and warmed the wine. Before long, the preparations for the hot pot were complete, and the two sat around the bubbling pot, waiting for the broth to boil. Zhu Houzhong, impatient by nature, poured himself a glass of warmed wine and took a sip. He glanced at Li Qing with a grin, pouring him a drink as well. Li Qing took a sip and inquired, "Is the restaurant particularly busy these days?" "It is satisfactory, neither lacking compared to the upper echelon nor excessive compared to the lower. However, in recent years, Zhang Yang's health has declined, leaving me to take the lead, as I harbor reservations about others. Well, having something to do is quite beneficial." Zhu Houzhong rambled for a while before shifting the conversation, inquiring, "When exactly will you enter the court?" "Circa the 16th year of the Jiajing era," replied Li Qing. "Well, that time frame is neither too short nor too long. It seems to fall within his acceptable range." Zhu Houzhong nodded gently. "By the way, what are your plans regarding Wudong? What do you wish to know?" "Is there anything you cannot know?" Zhu Houzhong retorted. "Are you still concerned about my return?" "That is indeed the case," Li Qing acknowledged with a slight nod. "You are worried about losing control, aren't you?" Zhu Houzhong responded with a hum, his expression serious. "Ultimately, this is a violent armed force. If such violence spirals out of control, the consequences would be dire, particularly with those carefully selected disciples of yours, each possessing exceptional skills. In such a scenario, a single misstep could lead to unimaginable repercussions. Lawless enforcement has already broken the rules. If the enforcers themselves disregard the regulations, the exquisite gray will devolve into pure black. I do not doubt your ability to command," Zhu Houzhong expressed. "I merely fear that desires may swell. After all, you are not an omniscient deity," he added. Li Qing took a sip of wine and nodded gently. "Previously, I harbored similar concerns. Yet, upon contemplating the potential for capital to run amok, I believe it is essential to establish a military force of my own. You must understand that when capital reaches a certain magnitude, imperial authority will inevitably face substantial challenges. Attempting to suppress it through the court is virtually impossible. Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long while before sighing. Even if you can manage the capital effectively, the imperial authority will undoubtedly be impacted, and not insignificantly. Li Qing fell silent. Zhu Houzhong's gaze sharpened as he solemnly asked, "What are your true thoughts? Can you not accept the erosion of imperial power? It is not a matter of inability to accept. Rather, the consequences of a weakened imperial authority are far too grave," Zhu Houzhong stated. "A certain degree of weakening may be bearable, but I fear it may snowball, ultimately triggering a chain reaction that leads to an avalanche." Li Qing replied, "I contemplated this long before capital was cultivated. Can it be resolved?" "I dare not claim absolute certainty, but I believe it is quite stable," Li Qing responded. Zhu Houzhong gave a wry smile and asked, "Is the erosion of the Ming dynasty's imperial power inevitable?" Li Qing sighed, "As the times advance and progress, if the Zhu and Ming do not strive for improvement and self-reform, they will inevitably repeat the mistakes of the previous dynasties." After another sip of wine, Li Qing remarked, "Before the Shang and Zhou dynasties, human lives were sacrificed to the heavens. Post-Shang and Zhou, this gradually shifted to livestock. Although the Qin unified the six kingdoms, they did not fully embrace slavery, and it was not until the Han dynasty that slavery was entirely abandoned. Throughout history, the era has continuously evolved and progressed. The Han dynasty opened paths for martial men to ascend, while the Tang dynasty paved the way for literati to rise. In essence, it boils down to a severe mismatch between productivity and status, which intensifies conflicts, compelling those in power to cede a portion of their rights and draw in a segment of the commoners to join the ruling faction. Li Qing remarked, "As time progresses, those in power must continually delegate their rights to solidify their positions. Yet, ultimately, they all, without exception, face desolation and demise. Consider the Zhou dynasty's inability to control the vassal states. Take, for instance, the likes of Yuan Shao and Dong Zhuo during the late Han period, or the eunuchs of the Tang dynasty. The bubbling hot pot, filled with swirling meat slices, exuded an increasingly rich aroma. Nevertheless, neither of the two picked up their chopsticks. One continued to speak while the other listened intently. Be they feudal lords, civil officials, military generals, or eunuchs, Li Qing continued. The group that truly ought to be granted rights is the common folk engaged in production. Zhu Houzhong pondered. With the rise of commerce and industry, productivity has made tremendous strides. Under such circumstances, it is indeed the common people who must be empowered. However, while this notion seems simple in theory, its execution is exceedingly challenging. Throughout thousands of years of rise and fall, countless heroes and luminaries, could they all truly be blind to this reality? The root of the problem lies in the reluctance of emperors and the inability of entrenched interest groups to accept change, Zhu Houzhong continued. If such measures were to be forcibly implemented, I fear it would lead to even swifter ruin. Thus, they all inexorably face slow extinction. Zhu Houzhong took a swig of wine, stating, "I do not believe they are entirely in the wrong. In a similar scenario, I would even consider that to be the optimal solution." Li Qing did not disagree and sighed. Indeed, even in this prosperous Ming dynasty, judged by the standards of that resplendent era, it too shall meet its end. One cannot assess history through the lens of the present. Zhu Houzhong, filled with sorrow and indignation, found himself at a loss for words, recalling Li Qing's previous depictions. As the meat cooked, they decided to eat first and speak later. Zhu Houzhong picked up his chopsticks, transforming his angst into appetite, while Li Qing smiled gently and began to partake in the meal. After some time, they entered a brief intermission. Zhu Houzhong then inquired, "The delegation of imperial power has historically never reached the hands of the common people. It has invariably been devoured by established interest groups. Are you truly confident in this?" Li Qing replied, "The ongoing expansion of maritime trade, coupled with the advent of the steam engine, will, in an intangible manner, enhance the voice of the common folk engaged in production, for capital does not produce. With the emergence of steamships, there will be a significant surge in overseas market share for quite some time, thereby intensifying the competitiveness of productivity. Under such circumstances, it is not overly difficult." Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow and slowly responded, "I must respectfully disagree. Share your insights." The principle of inevitable decline following periods of great prosperity is something you surely understand. A few years back, before engaging in trade with the Western powers, the market had even experienced a period of stagnation and decline. This illustrates that your theory lacks solidity. He paused and continued, Our population is far too vast. Before the benefits can be enjoyed by all, the market will inevitably stagnate once more. This is almost a certainty. Li Qing sincerely said, "You truly should return to the throne." Zhu Houzhong took a hearty gulp of wine and, dismissing the light-hearted banter, insisted, "Let us not stray from the topic. Please respond directly." Li Qing replied calmly, "You are correct, and I have stated my position. There is no such thing as absolute certainty, only a high degree of confidence. You need not regard me with such scrutiny." Li Qing continued, "In the future, the Ming dynasty must undergo reform. But how can reform occur without a hint of risk? The present circumstances present a remarkably low risk, while the potential rewards are unprecedentedly substantial. Why not take the chance? If we succeed, the Ming dynasty shall undoubtedly witness a second flourishing." Zhu Houzhong, "But what if you lose?" Li Qing, "I cannot afford to lose." Zhu Houzhong, taken aback, felt a shudder, then relief. Finally, he sighed deeply. "I wish you success." Li Qing, with a smile, responded affirmatively and raised his cup. Zhu Houzhong clinked his cup against Li Qing's, producing a crisp sound. The two drank heartily, reveling in the moment. Zhu Houzhong chuckled and said, "If you truly succeed, do not forget to send me a message. As the poem goes, at the family altar, do not forget to inform your ancestors." Li Qing, initially grinning, darkened at these words. "Are you seeking death? Look, I was once your sovereign, after all." Chapter 238. A surfeit of smiles after several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes. The two, sated and comfortable, leaned back in their chairs, displaying slight inebriation and expressions of enjoyment. Li Qing, tell me, if the founding emperor knew of your cunning plans to undermine imperial authority, would he not visit you in a dream at night, sword in hand, to strike you down? What is there to fear? His legs could barely carry him. Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes and retorted, "Where was your prowess back then? You were also subject to the small and large rods of punishment." "Ah, wait. Even the small rod was wielded against you." Li Qing chuckled, saying, "He may appear fierce, but in truth, he is rather compassionate. Do you harbor resentment towards him?" "I hold no grudges," Li Qing replied, shaking his head. "Although upon my arrival in the capital, he forced me to share a bed with the eunuchs, claiming that if he could not cure our sister, I would accompany her in death. He then frightened me, saying that if I tried to escape, I would be condemned to live in the deep mountains forever. Later, he made me join the Jinui, tasked with offending others. After a full quarter of an hour," Li Qing continued, "you know my character. I am magnanimous and humble, harboring no ill will." Li Qing sighed and said, "To be honest, I truly wish he would visit me in a dream. It has been over a century, and I genuinely miss him, indeed." Zhu Houzhong, he harbored grave doubts, considering that if the founding emperor were to truly visit this fellow in a dream, it was entirely possible that this man would audaciously strike him. After all, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the founding emperor. Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat and, with keen interest, asked, "Li Qing, when did you become so assertive?" "I have always been myself, never one to flatter the powerful nor fear imperial authority," Li Qing declared with pride. There are no outsiders here. I have read the historical records, so spare me the bravado." Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Of course, I understand that you do not seek to curry favor. I merely wish to converse, as we have the time." Li Qing cleared his throat twice and bashfully replied, "Perhaps after the early years of the Yongle reign." Zhu Houzhong, astonished, inquired, "The successful usurpation by the second emperor, on the surface, credited Li Jinglong with the greatest merit, yet behind the scenes, your contributions were monumental. Are you still afraid of him?" "Afraid of him? Nonsense. When he was the Prince of Yan, I did not hold back, provoking him to the point of frustration. Yet he could do nothing." Li Qing stated defiantly, "It was merely that the fourth brother is too unpredictable. I fear his recklessness." Bang! Zhu Houzhong slammed the table, exclaiming, "You admit to having control over the emperor of the Ming?" Li Qing felt a fleeting sense of apprehension. But then he thought, "How dare you, a mere fool, attempt to defy the heavens?" Li Qing grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, "You have truly been overly generous with your smiles, haven't you?" Alas, it was but a hair's breadth away. I nearly frightened him. Had I accomplished this feat, upon his descent to the underworld, who would not regard me with admiration? Zhu Houzhong lamented. "Look at you, making a jest," he exclaimed as he tumbled into the snow, rolling in its embrace, no longer daring to be mischievous. He brushed off the snow and offered a sheepish smile, resembling a bashful bride. The coarse Li Qing shuddered, nearly retching at the sight. If you keep this up, I shall ensure you cannot rise from your bed for 3 days, he declared, pondering whether such disgust counted as an offense. Scram, Zhu Houzhong retorted, drawing in his neck. Bashfully, he replied, I shall indeed depart, but do expect my return tomorrow. Li Qing found himself momentarily speechless. He desired to strike again, but could not suppress a laugh. Forcing back his amusement as he growled, I shall count to 3. Zhu Houzhong, aware that his next utterance would indeed be 3, hastily interjected, I have one final remark to make. Spit it out, Li Qing urged. Clearing his throat with a cough, Zhu Houzhong spoke with a facade of gravity. The power of life and death must never be entrusted to your disciples. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Li Qing retorted. Well aware of the implications, Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Indeed, I shall take my leave now. With that, he dashed away. Following Zhu Jianxin, Zhu Houzhong exhibited a remarkable lack of respect towards Li Qing, perhaps even surpassing the former, yet Li Qing harbored an unexpectedly favorable impression of both. This little rascal is simply too mischievous, Li Qing mused with a wry smile. Despite the scolding and reprimands, there was a warmth in their exchanges. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Houzhong's capriciousness was largely a result of Li Qing's indulgence. Zhu Houzhong had always been shameless. He possessed a remarkable ability to remember the pleasures but forget the reprimands. Although Li Qing would often express disdain, he had never allowed him to return home on an empty stomach. Conversely, the siblings, Li Hao and his sister, visited less frequently, appearing only every few days. As the year's end approached, the duo found themselves busier than ever, managing to squeeze in a visit amidst their overflowing schedules. Li Qing understood this well, yet he could not shake a sense of emptiness within. As the 12th month arrived, the siblings grew even more occupied, while Zhu Houzhong found himself entangled in year-end accounts. For many consecutive days, Li Qing sat alone beneath the eaves, gazing into the courtyard. Lost in thought for an entire day, a solitary existence hardly warrants the effort of cooking. It is better to be occupied, he would muse whenever he snapped out of his reverie. Soon, he too would need to immerse himself in work. Around the 16th year of the Jiajing reign, as he entered court, it would soon be the 13th year, leaving him with 3 years to muster a private armed force. I wonder if my actions will provoke my master's ire, Li Qing sighed deeply. Initially, he had sought to promote Wudong simply to preserve his master's teachings. Yet now he felt a twinge of guilt for employing Wudong for personal gain. 3 years may seem lengthy, but to Li Qing, especially as he became increasingly busy, it would pass in the blink of an eye. It was uncertain whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. After the latter part of the 12th month, the 3 busy relatives found themselves with some leisure as the new year approached. The accounts were settled, the workshops gradually ceased operations, and naturally, they found themselves with free time. Li Qing accepted an invitation to the Zhu residence, where he attended to Zhang Yong and his formidable wife. There were both challenges and blessings. Regrettably, Zhang Yong has grown increasingly frail, his condition deteriorating severely. However, on a brighter note, the 2 brothers have proven quite capable. Both daughters-in-law are expecting, with the eldest daughter-in-law carrying twins. Not merely any twins, but a pair of a dragon and a phoenix. Li Qing has prescribed a new remedy for Zhang Yong, and has also provided tranquilizers for the 2 daughters-in-law of Zhu Houzhong, resulting in great joy for the family, to the point where Zhang Yong can barely keep his eyes open. Li Qing has become quite busy, attending to diagnoses, rushing to the market, and preparing meals. The 3 of them, uncle and nephew, spend their days indulging in feasting and revelry, consuming fruits and vegetables at a swift pace, while Li Qing remains tirelessly occupied. On the eve of the new year, the 3 of them visited again, and Li Qing had already prepared a lavish feast, fitting for the New Year's dinner. Naturally, during the festive season, everyone returns to their own homes, a principle that Li Qing firmly upholds. Aware of his temperament, the 3 agreed to celebrate together in the small courtyard first before returning home for the new year. Li Qing had no objections to this and readily consented, preparing an exceptionally sumptuous meal. Indeed, it was splendid. Zhu Houzhong casually picked up a slice of cold pig's ear as a snack and remarked, "The flavor is delightful. I must have the recipe." Several braziers were lit in the room, creating a warmth reminiscent of spring, making the consumption of cold dishes quite acceptable. Li Shui'er playfully swatted his hand, saying, "Do you not understand the rules? Why the formality among family? We are young. What is wrong with being a little mischievous?" Zhu Houzhong, often reasonable, elicited an eye roll from his cousin, and then jested with his uncle. "I say, uncle, Is your abstinence from alcohol genuine or merely a facade? Li Hao smirked slightly and replied, to be candid, since the last occasion, I have not touched a drop of alcohol. Li Qing, taken aback, glanced at Li Shuer. At least, I have never witnessed him drinking, she asserted. Li Hao corrected her, I never drank in the first place. Li Qing smiled and said, today is the new year. I permit you to indulge in a couple of drinks. Not even a single drop. Li Hao replied, his gaze lingering longingly. Yet his demeanor remained quite proud. I have not only abstained from alcohol, but have also never set foot in a brothel. Uncle, are you contemplating a life of celibacy? Li Hao smiled proudly, responding nonchalantly, as a dignified marquis of Yongqing. How could I go back on my word? After a pause, he added, I have only encountered your aunt twice, just twice. Zhu Houzhong was somewhat taken aback by this statement. Uncle, while we are indeed family, you could at least maintain some sense of boundaries. We are not particularly interested in your private affairs. Li Qing recognized that Li Hao sought his praise and obliged him. Moderation in health is undoubtedly commendable, yet one need not overly suppress desires. Excessive restraint may adversely affect mental well-being. One should approach this with discernment, Li Qing advised. Adding thoughtfully, however, it is best to avoid the brothel altogether. Li Hao nodded in agreement. All right, let us eat. We can chat while we dine. Li Qing initiated the meal, and during this time, Li Hao indeed refrained from alcohol, despite Zhu Houzhong's several toasts failing to sway him. Li Qing, amidst his astonishment, felt a profound sense of joy. His eldest grandson's physique was rather commendable, far exceeding that of his peers. Should he manage to abstain from alcohol and regulate his indulgence in women, it would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits for him. Nevertheless, considering the potential for excess, Li Qing reminded him, on this New Year's Day, let us have just 2 drinks, merely 2. Li Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded, instructing his nephew to pour him some wine. Qing, after the new year, my sister will be going abroad again. Will you take her along? Of course. Li Qing replied with a smile, turning to Li Shuer. Has the issue with Malacca's annexation been effectively resolved? Li Shuer glanced at her nephew and replied somewhat reluctantly. I didn't contribute much. It was all him working hard, and he did quite well. Zhu Houzhong chuckled with satisfaction. Given that, shouldn't you raise a glass to me, aunt? After all, I am the elder. Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes, but then sighed. If it weren't for old Zhang's worsening health, I would have accompanied you this time to offer some counsel. It would be the same with or without you. Li Qing retorted, after all, I am here. Indeed. You are merely showing off, Zhu Houzhong teased. Aunt, you certainly did not have this attitude back in Malacca, did you? Li Shuer felt a flush of embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Houzhong addressed Li Qing. This time, when we go to Jiaoji, we should mention the coal supply needed for the steamship so that Zhu Yukai can prepare accordingly. Chapter 239. The unseen, the warmth of wine, the aroma of dishes, and the warmth of human connection enveloped the atmosphere. Discussions of politics, the rise and fall of fortunes, and strategic developments were conducted among those long accustomed to positions of power. Their vision and wisdom were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. After a delightful feast filled with laughter and conversation, the gathering dispersed. Li Qing tidied the cups and dishes, then began to drift into a state of boredom. On New Year's Eve, for paintings hung beneath the eaves, Li Qing lit firecrackers and set off fireworks, adorning the figures in the paintings with vibrant colors. Time flowed like a great river, relentless and unyielding. The first sun of the 13th year of Jiajing held no particular significance. In the blink of an eye, the day of eating Yuanshao arrived, marking yet another moment for travel. Before departing, Li Qing visited Zhang Yong once more, having gleaned a general understanding. Zhang Yong, too, was aware, saying nothing more than, safe travels. Subsequently, Li Qing and Li Shuer set sail. Unlike before, this time they boarded a steamship, where what was once only heard became a reality before their eyes. To encourage Zhu Yukai to develop the coal mining industry, the best approach was to transport the steamship there. However, due to the long journey and insufficient fuel supplies, after leaving the Ming dynasty, they replenished their fuel before reverting to traditional sailing methods. In the capital, at the martial arts arena, Zhu Houzhong was in good spirits. As it was nearing a year since Li Qing returned to the capital, the whip law continued to be implemented, and the construction of supporting affordable warehouses was proceeding smoothly, gradually easing the grievances of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. At present, Yan Song was overseeing the revision of the Song history, while Xia Yin managed the Ministry of Rights with great efficiency, causing the criticisms against him to diminish. Liu Bing had also won the top martial arts examination and was soon to be promoted to the town pacification envoy. With subsequent advancement to commandership merely a matter of time, he could easily find a suitable rationale, entirely within his control. Currently, military power was also gradually consolidating. Zhu Houzhong reveled in the feeling of wielding such immense authority, no longer the timid youth who first entered the capital. The anxious boy, who watched Yang Tingyi's expressions and sought to appease the Empress Dowager, had vanished without a trace. Beneath the warm sun, Zhu Houzhong, clad in armor and mounted on a magnificent steed, surveyed the neatly arranged ranks of Ming soldiers, their expressions reverent and solemn, their spirits elevated as they followed the movements of his warhorse. Zhu Houzhong's gaze swept across the scene, and within him surged a tide of pride. This was the essence of an emperor, the supreme ruler, the sovereign of the four seas, standing above myriad souls. Each exalted title crystallized in that moment. His heart swelled with fervor. Today, he savored the intoxicating essence of imperial supremacy. With a mere gesture, he could summon armies from thousands of miles away, a testament to the might of an emperor. Whenever he wished, he could wield this unparalleled instrument of violence to strike down, to obliterate anyone, any force, any nation. All conspiracies and schemes would crumble before such overwhelming power. Perhaps this was the very root of the madness that countless individuals had succumbed to throughout history. Regardless of the trials and tribulations, the allure was simply irresistible. The seductions of beauty and wealth paled in comparison to the unparalleled might of sovereignty. Possessing the latter inherently meant dominion over the former. In terms of charisma, the former could never rival the latter. In this present era, who could dare to obstruct my reign? Zhu Houzhong cast a disdainful glance. He gazed upon the imperial palace, then the capital, peering further into the distance for a prolonged moment. Return to the palace, he commanded. We bid farewell to your majesty. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonating through the air, a cacophony that soared to the heavens. A smile graced Zhu Houzhong's lips as he turned away, mounting the dragon carriage, his heart and visage radiating pure elation. After more than a decade, he had finally secured absolute control over the imperial power, transitioning the throne entirely into his grasp. The names Hongzhi and Zhengde would soon fade into obscurity, increasingly difficult to mention. The consolidation of imperial authority was nearly complete. Now, all that remained was longevity. He mused joyfully. In the courtyard, Yin Song entered, his face weary. Yin Shifan hurried to assist, taking his father's official hat and urging him to sit, offering a shoulder massage while awkwardly inquiring, "Father, can we finally establish our roots in the capital?" Upon hearing this, Yin Song's temper flared, retorting, "Do not stir trouble. How could the Minister of Rights fall into that scoundrel Xia Yan's hands?" Yin Shifan, disheartened, replied, "Who would have expected that wretched man?" Observing his father's visibly darkening expression, he quickly amended, "Master Li is too elusive. Had I known, I would never have." Feeling unjustly treated, he complained, "I committed no grave sin. Merely pinched a girl's cheek. It was nothing more than a jest, not undressing. Visiting a brothel does not violate Ming law, and I was even beaten for it. How can you say I am the one at fault? Me? You think you're unfortunate? I am the truly unfortunate one, having to endure such a son, which has surely cost me at least a decade of missteps." Yin Shifan, sensing his father's ire, quickly shifted the conversation, forcing a smile. "Father, the capital is filled with talented individuals, and among them are many well-educated scholars. The task of revising the Song history, logically, should not fall upon you. I believe the emperor wishes to cultivate you." He poured a cup of tea and presented it to his father. Zhang Gui, the two esteemed ministers, though still capable, are advanced in years and have but a few political years left. The emperor, in his prime, undoubtedly must strategize ahead, and it may well fall upon you after Zhang Gui. Yin Song took a sip of tea, lamenting, "One step slow, every step slow. This is the center of power. Who isn't striving fervently to ascend? In just 2 years, I've lagged significantly behind others. Alas, the political image I have painstakingly cultivated has been tarnished by your foolishness." He concluded with a sigh, devoid of spirit. Yin Shifan, in a state of alarm, slapped himself twice across the face and then grasped his father's shoulder, saying, "Father, at your age, you cannot be complacent." He still hoped for his father to rise to prominence and wield power. With a voice tinged with desperation, Yin Shifan continued, "I have already offended Master Li and thus severed my ties to an official career. The hopes of our Yin family rest solely upon your shoulders. How can you settle for mediocrity? Yin Song smiled bitterly and shook his head. My son, you must gather your wits and revitalize yourself. I assure you, I will no longer trouble you in the future. With a deep sigh, he added coldly, you have offended not only Master Li, but also the emperor, along with the subsequent upheaval in the capital due to your actions. Because of you, the hidden privileges of the gentry have been significantly diminished. How do you think the offspring of officials feel? What do my colleagues think? Even now, do you still believe you have merely offended Master Li? Yin Shifan fell silent, a rare expression of regret crossing his face. Seeing this, Yin Song softened his tone slightly and said, it is indeed challenging, yet not without opportunity. However, to befriend Zhang Gui? Yin Shifan asked sheepishly. Huh, Xia Yin? Yin Shifan scratched his head and replied, I am dull-witted. Please enlighten me, father. As you said, Zhang Gui's political life is also nearing its end. What use is it to cultivate such a relationship? Yin Song replied coolly, as for Xia Yin, simply avoid antagonizing him. Engaging with him is not worthwhile. Yin Shifan, intrigued, inquired, did you not say the emperor holds him in high regard? That no one in the 6 ministries can surpass him? Indeed, after Zhang Gui, Xia Yin's entry into the cabinet is a certainty. Yet, why? Yin Song chuckled lightly. This man possesses capability and knowledge, yet he has one fatal flaw, arrogance. Such individuals do not endure long. Furthermore, should I strive for the position of the prime minister, there will inevitably be a clash in the future. Today's camaraderie may lead to tomorrow's criticism. But Master Li is equally arrogant. Can he endure? Yin Shifan asked. Yin Song shook his head. Yin Shifan's spirits lifted, but he then heard his father add, yet, I find him inscrutable. Yin Shifan scratched his head. Father, your insight is unparalleled, even able to discern the emperor's thoughts. Cough, I misspoke. He halted, questioning, but what depth can a mere youth possess? What merits does he have that the emperor dotes on him so? Yin Song, with a sardonic smile, replied, ah, my son, even I cannot fathom that. Yin Shifan furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by an idea, his expression becoming peculiar. What do you wish to convey? As Yin Shifan hesitated to voice his thoughts directly, a sense of yearning compelled him to allude to the fact that Master Li was rather handsome. Yin Song, taken aback, soon erupted in anger, exclaiming, what nonsense! Are you seeking your own demise? What do you propose instead? It cannot possibly be this. Frustrated, Yin Song lamented that if such words were to circulate, the Yin family could forget about holding any official position. Even farming would seem a distant dream. Yin Shifan, attempting to placate his father, responded, surely not. Even a foolish son would not be so reckless. Such thoughts should not even cross your mind. Indeed, Yin Song acquiesced. Yin Shifan, eager to probe further, asked, Father, do you wish to cultivate a relationship with Master Li? What are your thoughts? The risks are substantial, yet so too are the potential rewards. Yin Shifan pondered aloud. Recalling that you mentioned he had returned once again, this suggests that Master Li is not as carefree as he appears. After all, who does not crave power? You, father, are a minister of rights. Although you belong to the southern capital, you still hold considerable influence. When he returns to the capital, if you extend a hand in friendship, he would have little reason to refuse. Yin Song sighed softly. That depends on when he returns. I am no longer young. I cannot wait indefinitely. Yin Shifan, taken aback, inquired, aside from Master Li, do you have other candidates? What absurdity! Who else could there be? The lice on a monk's head, it's quite obvious. Yin Shifan paused, realizing he was referring to the emperor. Indeed, Yin Song inhaled deeply. This is the most effective and feasible shortcut. Father, that is rather amusing. Which minister does not think in such terms? Yin Song replied with a cold smile. They are insufficient. Far from it. Chapter 240. Every heart has its scale. Yin Shifan stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before finally grasping his father's deeper intentions, exclaiming in alarm, Father, this is... What is it? Betrayal. Yin Shifan stated gravely. For a civil servant, this would be a complete and utter betrayal. The consequences cannot be taken lightly. Even Zhang Gui and others often put on a facade to showcase their integrity. If you... Yin Song raised his hand to silence him. Yin Shifan fell silent, only daring to gaze at his father with trepidation. Just moments ago, he had urged his father to be assertive. Now, however, he wished to counsel him to refrain from such fervent endeavors. Power has its limits. There is only so much to be had. When ministers grow powerful, The imperial authority wanes. Conversely, when the imperial authority is strong, the ministers are weakened. This has always been the case. It is no secret. Anyone who has spent time at the center of power, or even read a few books, would understand this truth. Times have changed, Yin Song remarked quietly. The current emperor is not Hongji. He is far more stable than Zhengde and possesses a deeper understanding of the art of power. At least, in the center of power. The emperor is the unequivocal sovereign, both overtly and covertly. Yin Song scoffed. It is pitiful that many still cling to illusions of the Hongji era, reveling in tales of Yang Tingyi monopolizing power and glorifying Yang Shun's noble sacrifice. Those who refuse to accept reality will never advance. You are perhaps too eager for progress. Yin Shifan replied in shock. Despite his hedonistic tendencies and flawed character, he was no fool. He understood the grave dangers at play. He still hoped that his father could rise to prominence while maintaining a semblance of harmony, thus enabling him to wield power and enjoy the pleasures of life. As long as my father can align himself with a group of interested colleagues, he becomes a tyrant, committing all manner of injustices, yet no one dares to criticize him. In fact, they even assist in concealing his misdeeds. Father, you are being rather extreme, Yin Shifan could not help but remark. Yin Song chuckled coldly and retorted. Long before the Zhengde era, I had already engaged in such practices, and not just once. Now that the emperor has fully grasped power, what is there for me to fear? If I do not take the chance now, my life shall be deemed wasted. Watching his father grow increasingly fervent and impassioned, Yin Shifan was left dumbfounded. Father, you were not like this just now. You mentioned that the rise of the Yin family hinges upon me. Yin Song took a deep breath. Zhang Fujing at my age remains obscure. How can I resign myself to old age? Yin Shifan was on the verge of tears. The rhetoric of his father's struggle was merely a guise for his own indulgent pursuits, wielding power through fear. If his father continued this path of striving, how could he, Yin Shifan, rely on his father's influence to assert his own authority? Would this not render his efforts futile? Unless he could rise to a position where he was truly above all others, with power so immense that none would dare oppose him, or where the imperial authority was entirely his own. Yet, such aspirations were dauntingly elusive. It was far more challenging than remaining steadfast and attaining the position of the prime minister. Father, think twice before acting. This is far too reckless, Yin Shifan implored earnestly. Yin Song, enraged, shouted, having suffered such a terrible betrayal, you dare to disturb my peace of mind? Oh dear father, spare me a kick, not as a punishment, but rather to redirect your anger, Yin Shifan cried out. In the Wenhua Hall, today's duty officer, Gui Yi, found Zhang Tsong still present. Seated across from each other at the desk, though they had yet to speak, they were acutely aware of each other's thoughts. Zisher, I am growing old, and your health is not what it used to be. We cannot continue this for much longer, Zhang Tsong sighed, his expression forlorn. After a moment, he smiled and jested. Are you feeling a bit resentful for not yet having attained the position of prime minister? To speak candidly, I relish the truth. It is not merely resentment. At times, I even ponder when you might fall gravely ill, never to rise again. Gui Yi laughed heartily. Zhang Tsong was taken aback, then joined in the laughter. After a while, he cleared his throat to regain composure. Zisher, how do you think future historians will record us, and how will posterity judge our actions? Gui Yi pondered and replied. Though I proposed the whip law, you contributed far more to this national policy, and as prime minister, you shall certainly be recognized before me. Still harboring grievances? Zhang Tsong chuckled. Surely you do not believe we will be immortalized in history? Gui Yi fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he sighed softly. I am not aggrieved. Rather, I mean that future records may suggest you have achieved more than I. What you have seized is not glory, but rather a heavy burden. Gui Yi continued. Initially, it was merely a surge of passion. Gradually, I came to understand the complexities involved. Reflecting on it now, it is astonishing. Those who seek change rarely succeed, and even those who do often meet a grim fate. In contrast, the fact that you and I can accomplish this task and likely emerge unscathed is indeed a rarity. Zhang Tsong paused momentarily, then chuckled. At least you have a conscience. What do you think the historical records will say? It certainly won't be very flattering, Gui Yi scoffed. You, Zhang Tsong, are autocratic, suppressive, domineering, and narrow-minded. Of course, I won't fare much better either. After all, we have disrupted their financial routes. After a brief pause, she added, however, certain truths are destined to be uncovered. Just like the cough of the king of Yin In the case of the Duke of Yongqing, Gui continued, the Duke of Yongqing is widely despised. During the Hongwu and Yongle reigns, he was exceedingly arrogant and nearly lawless. Yet, the historical records can only attack his character while downplaying his achievements. Nevertheless, the truth remains. And even if they assail his reputation or diminish his contributions, you and I, as well as the literati who peruse the annals of our dynasty, are not foolish. We are well aware of his contributions. Gui turned to Zhang Tsong, smiling. I believe that every heart possesses a scale of justice. Zhang Tsong's eyes glistened, and he sniffed, saying, indeed, every heart possesses a scale of justice. Whether it be the Duke of Yongqing from the Hongwu era or that of the Zhongtong era, everyone may speak their minds, but deep down, we all know the truth. It's merely an unspoken understanding. Zhang Tsong softly remarked now. Another individual with the surname Li has entered the center of power. If he can continue the legacy of the previous two Lis, no matter how much they suppress the three Li or extol the three Yang, the former will undoubtedly overshadow the latter. Gui nodded, speaking of which, our ability to achieve this is greatly due to his repeated assistance. Otherwise, I fear we would have been expelled from the capital long ago, living in despair. That's true, Zhang Tsong said with a bitter smile, recalling the most arduous moments when he felt utterly disheartened. Had I lost that last breath, I would most likely be nothing but a pile of bones now. Gui laughed brightly. We have endured. Let us not dwell on the past. I still believe that the future judgment of us will lean more positively than negatively. After a moment, with a playful smile, she added, as for the current Master Li, whether he can continue the legacy of the previous two Li lords, it seems rather unlikely. Zhang Tsong pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. To be fair, although my interactions have been limited, this Master Li does possess genuine talent. He is more than capable of being a prime minister, yet the previous two were exceptionally formidable. Almost absurdly so. It will be challenging for him to reach their level. Haha, Brother Bingyong, there's one objective factor we haven't mentioned. Oh, Zhang Tsong asked with curiosity. Gui laughed. It's because he is not named Li Qing. Zhang Tsong burst into laughter, unable to straighten his back, while playfully pounding the table. Compared to Li Qing, the name Li Zi hardly suggests a person of great stature. But I could transform from Zhang Tsong to Zhang Fujing. Perhaps he could also evolve from Li Zi to Li Qing. Even so, it remains difficult, Gui remarked. Zhang Tsong was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. Right, he still lacks a Duke of Yongqing. This will be tough. The Emperor surely cannot revoke the title of the Yongqing Duke from the Jinling Li family. As he spoke, his laughter abruptly ceased. What's wrong? It seems that the Duke of Yongqing from the Hongwu era was also a hereditary noble, wasn't he? Indeed, it is the esteemed Gui Yao, who slowly remarked. Not only that, but even the residence is the same. Logically speaking, we have already entered the reign of Jingtai, and the Yongqing Marquis of the Hongwu era has long since passed away, leaving no heirs. There is no need for further reckoning. Is there? Zhang Tsong shook his head. That is not my meaning. What I am suggesting is that the Jingtai Emperor's actions may be aimed at allowing Li Qing to seize the fortunes of another Li Qing, thereby facilitating better governance over the ministers and the realm. While the wise may refrain from discussing supernatural matters, it is rare to find one entirely devoid of superstition. Even those scholars, to some extent, harbor beliefs. Some have even relocated ancestral graves in hopes of securing a favorable feng shui site to enhance their own fortunes. Of course, such actions are not widespread. To say that is rather far-fetched, he continued. However, the Jingtai Emperor's intentions seem largely directed towards consolidating imperial power. Gui Yao smiled slightly and replied, let us not jest. On a more serious note, this Li Guoshi made a hurried visit some years ago and has since vanished without a trace. I fear that he is not enamored with the realm of power. He may even possess little ambition, Zhang Tsong countered. If he truly sought a life of pleasure and simplicity, he would not have ventured into this arena of power. If he genuinely wished to remain untroubled, he would not have incurred the wrath of others by assisting us in enforcing a singular policy. Gui Yao nodded slightly. That does hold some truth. This Li Guoshi is indeed difficult to fathom. I believe that in a few years, he shall certainly return to court, Zhang Tsong commented. The times have changed. It is increasingly difficult for the civil officials of the Ming dynasty to revert to the era of Hongji. Yet most remain unaware that many will soon pay a price for this. Is that connected to Li Guoshi's return? Absolutely, Zhang Tsong asserted. Once the emperor has firmly established his power, it is inevitable that he will develop a penchant for indulgence, something that Li Guoshi can surely foresee. Gui Ao nodded slowly, sighing, "It is a pity that you and I may not live to witness it." Chapter 241, a modicum of wit, yet not much. After a moment of silence, Zhang Tsung spoke. "Given the current situation, even if you and I were to withdraw, the singular policy would not be shelved. That is perhaps the only consolation we can find." Gui Ao nodded slightly, stating that as the singular policy was implemented across the provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, resistance would gradually diminish over time, leading to a natural acceptance. Gui Ao smiled. "Even if we depart, our successors will have no choice but to continue our principles, perpetuating the policy. The singular policy has matured like a developing infant. It will not meet an untimely demise." Zhang Tsung nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Zi sure, how much longer do you intend to remain?" "The emperor is already strategizing. It would not be prudent to await his summons." "Would it?" Gui Ao chuckled wryly. "Perhaps just a year or two?" After a pause, he asked, "And you?" "I shall wait until the weather warms," Zhang Tsung replied. Gui Ao was taken aback, exclaiming, "You plan to leave now?" "It is about time. I am utterly drained. I doubt there will be any unforeseen developments regarding the singular policy. In any case, my legacy shall not be overly favorable, so I might as well allow myself some time." Zhang Tsung nodded, then jested, "What sense is there in spending a lifetime as a mere assistant?" Gui Ao exclaimed in indignation, "What kind of talk is that?" "Haha, it was merely a jest. Do not take offense," Zhang Tsung replied, waving his hands. "I truly am fatigued. I have made a name for myself in this life, and I harbor no regrets." He leaned against the table, rising with a smile. "I shall leave the position of chief assistant to you. You will not be able to hold it for long. This is not an act of humility." "Very well, you take your post. I shall take my leave." Bing Yongxiong and Zhang Tsung paused, with their backs turned, and remarked, "The grand reshuffle is not far off. Within a year or two, it would be best to retire gracefully while the tide is still in your favor. You should have an inkling." Gui silently nodded in agreement. In Jiaoji, even before the onset of summer, the heat was already unbearable. In the fields, one could easily spot farmers laboring shirtless. Li Qing, Li Shuer, the disguised Emperor Zhu Yukai, along with the distant entourage of guards, traversed a narrow path, discussing the yield of crops under the influence of the Li family's innovative fertilizers. This time, Li Qing did not disguise himself at all, having severed ties with Zhu Qijin from the past. However, the traces he had left behind were deeply etched, and coupled with his connection to Li Shuer and their unchanged residence, it was difficult not to provoke speculation. Nevertheless, Li Qing was indifferent to such matters. After all, he had no intention of adopting a new persona again, nor did he plan to erase his past. Let them think as they please, it mattered little to him. "Is the land reclamation still ongoing?" Li Qing inquired. "It is indeed continuing, though the efficiency cannot compare to the time of my grandfather," Zhu Yukai replied. "Now, I invest as much as I earn. With such a substantial investment, why is the efficiency still low?" Li Shuer asked, astonished. Zhu Yukai sheepishly explained, "What I meant by earning is the profit from the reclaimed land. My investment is relatively modest." He further elaborated, "Unfortunately, over the years, we have already cultivated the more fertile lands, leaving only the less desirable patches. Hiring a large workforce for reclamation would only incur losses." "Well, I thought you were being quite generous," Li Shuer said, half amused. Zhu Yukai shrugged, helplessly stating, "The Ming dynasty is not lacking in grain. It is self-sufficient and even has a surplus. Under such circumstances, grain prices remain stagnant. Understand my position, will you?" Li Qing had no objections. Firstly, Zhu Yukai spoke the truth. The larger the investment, the greater the losses. He had been fair, and it was unreasonable to be dissatisfied. Secondly, the previous abundance enjoyed during the Manchuria campaign had made Li Qing rather indifferent to minor fluctuations. With a smile, Li Qing suggested, "What about trying out a steamship? Aren't you going to explore other options?" Zhu Yukai feigned nonchalance, but inwardly, he was excited and hopeful. Given Li Qing's connections with the Li family and the Ming dynasty, the future of steamship sales would undoubtedly see Jiaoji as the first to reap the rewards, provided the steamships truly possessed the qualities Li Qing and Li Shuer had described. In truth, he was still unaware of the actual appearance of the steamship. "Of course, it is convenient," Li Shuer chuckled lightly. "To be honest, this steamship is a gift for you." Zhu Yukai was taken aback, astonished and incredulous. A gift for me now? That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? The Li family steamship is certainly ours to bestow, Li Shuai reassured him. You may accept it without worry. Zhu Yukai turned his gaze to Li Qing, who nodded in affirmation. Is this conditional? Zhu Yukai cleared his throat and replied, maintaining a respectful yet firm tone. If I can assist, I certainly will. However, if it involves recreating my grandfather's reclamation efforts, that is simply not feasible. The investment is too great, and the returns are too meager. The low grain prices leave me without hope. No reclamation efforts are necessary, Li Qing stated. Then it is settled, Zhu Yukai responded, only to hear Li Qing add. It is mining that I am suggesting. What? Zhu Yukai was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Sir, Jiaoji is neither Japan nor a territory controlled by the Western Franks. There are not so many mines of gold and silver. Look at you, you're a Han king, and yet you possess such little courage? Li Shuai jested. We are not speaking of opening gold and silver mines, but rather of coal extraction, which would greatly benefit Jiaoji in the future. Zhu Yukai furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, is this for supplying steamships? Indeed, Li Qing replied with a smile. In the future, the steamships of the Ming dynasty will certainly be sold abroad, and an early investment in Jiaoji would yield significant advantages. Zhu Yukai took a deep breath and resolutely stated, in the presence of Ming officials, I shall not speak in veiled terms. I am concerned that in the future, Jiaoji may possess steamships, yet lack coal for their operation. Li Qing was taken aback. Zhu Yukai felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Having spoken his mind, there was no turning back, so he steeled himself. Haha. You possess some intellect, albeit limited, Li Qing remarked humorously. How much coal could steamships possibly consume? You have little understanding of the land beneath your feet. Zhu Yukai muttered. But what if the Ming were to provide coal for you? Li Qing countered. Really? Do you doubt my integrity? He asked, eyes wide. Li Shuai quickly turned her head away, unable to bear the tension. Zhu Yukai pondered for a moment before slowly replying. But we had an agreement, right? Li Qing, with an air of indifference, reassured him, rest assured to extract. The Ming will partake in the meat, while Jiaoji enjoys the broth. When have I ever deceived you? With your assurance, I can indeed rest easy. Zhu Yukai nodded in agreement. Observing this, Li Qing's expression softened as he added, subsequently, the Li family will send over some steam engines and vehicles to assist you in efficiently mining coal. Pausing, he continued, of course. Accompanying operators will also be sent to instruct you in their use for extraction. Zhu Yukai initially felt elated but then grew anxious, asking, currently, steamships are not widely used in the Ming. Will the emperor not be angered by your gifts of steamships and engines? What is there to be angry about? Li Shuai inquired, intrigued. Li Qing asked, are you worried that the emperor might think that Jiaoji has learned the steam technology of the Ming and become wary? Roughly speaking, yes, Zhu Yukai nodded. Li Qing chuckled. To be frank, even if the Ming has released the steam technology patents for free, no one can produce them independently. Li Shuai added, let alone produce them. If you can dismantle it and reassemble it, I would consider you impressive. Is that so? Zhu Yucai's expression turned awkward. The emperor wouldn't truly be angered? Not at all. Then there is no problem. Zhu Yukai sighed in relief, only to suddenly realize something. This gift is rather grand. How could it not be? Such cutting-edge technology, which the Ming has yet to fully grasp, is now possessed by Jiaoji. This signifies the Ming's high regard for Jiaoji. As long as the Ming court does not clarify this, Jiaoji's influence among neighboring small nations will rise significantly. To see this is not a sign of foolishness. Li Qing remarked, slightly exasperated. Rest easy. For your grandfather and great-grandfather, I would never betray you. Besides, what benefit would it bring me to harm you? Zhu Yukai chuckled and nodded, somewhat sheepishly remarking that he had misjudged the intentions of a gentleman, expressing his concern about disappointing the efforts of his esteemed grandfather. Li Qing merely smiled and refrained from further comment. The modest courtyard was not insignificant. Zhu Yukai, having acquainted himself with the dimensions of the steamship, busied himself with preparations. Such a remarkable opportunity warranted the maximization of benefits. It was essential to involve his civil and military subordinates and to promote the news vigorously, thereby uplifting morale and reinforcing authority. Years had passed, and the Zhu Gaoshu lineage had firmly established itself as the de facto rulers of Jiaoji. Yet they remained of the Zhu surname. Although Zhu Yukai had become increasingly localized, it did not alter the fact that the Han monarch was not a native-born figure. The arrival of the steamship, however, could transform a passive stance into an active one. For Zhu Yukai, the political significance of this steamship exceeded its intrinsic value by several magnitudes. Li Shuer poured tea for Li Qing, chuckling lightly. This Zhu Yukai, if one were to call him foolish, it would be an exaggeration, yet to claim he possesses exceptional talent would be an understatement. Li Qing responded, excessive cleverness is not necessarily a virtue. Feigning ignorance is not always an indication of foolishness. Fair enough, Li Shuer conceded, acknowledging her lack of authority in such matters. Even without Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong would easily overshadow her. Li Shuer inquired, how long shall we remain here? That depends on the smoothness of the coal mining operations. Li Qing stretched leisurely. I still have 3 years of vacation left. Time is ample, no need to rush. Li Shuer furrowed her brow, asking, have you considered how the young emperor might react if he discovered your formation of a secret armed force? Not at all. Li Qing sipped from his teacup lazily. What if he knows? You understand my intentions towards the Zhu family's dominion, and he does too. That alone suffices. Moreover, his obsession with longevity is profoundly deep. He would willingly pay any price for it. Why are you so optimistic this time? Li Shuer asked, intrigued. Because I understand the young emperor. Li Qing replied. What he truly cares about is the throne and longevity. As long as these two are assured, everything else can be overlooked. Chapter 242. The charm of Han culture on board the steamship. Zhu Yukai led a group of civil and military officials, thoroughly inspecting every nook and cranny. However, they were mere spectators, unable to grasp the marvels of the steamship, nor did they particularly care. Their primary concern was the stance of the Ming court regarding such advanced technology. The fact that the Ming court permitted Jiaoji to possess such an innovation, and so early on, attested to Jiaoji's standing in the Ming court's esteem. Clinging to this powerful ally, they felt no worries for the future, brimming with confidence in both the Han monarch and what lay ahead. Li Qing observed the expressions of these individuals, feeling a sense of delight. It appeared that the coal mining endeavor would encounter little resistance. Sir, may we commence? Certainly. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Merely speaking without action is mere pretense. This steamship is no decorative trinket. With that, he glanced at Li Shuer. Li Shuer understood immediately and went to inform the operators to prepare. Li Qingli stood at the forefront of the deck, alongside Zhu Yukai, while a group of dignitaries stood behind them, all gazing at the azure sea with eager anticipation. Suddenly, a heavy gasp broke the silence, causing everyone to turn in unison. A thick, impenetrable mist began to rise, carried by the wind, moist and warm. The steam dissipated quickly, and soon their vision cleared. Before long, they could feel the steamboat beneath their feet, slowly moving forward. Initially, it progressed at a sluggish pace, but gradually it began to quicken, moving faster and faster. In a mere quarter of an hour, it had caught up to the speed of a traditional cargo ship. And still, it was accelerating. Li Qing's expression remained calm, but the dignitaries from Jiaoji could hardly conceal their astonishment. A miracle. It was truly possible. It was beyond belief. Seeing it in person was far more impressive than merely hearing about it. No wonder it had flourished for thousands of years. A murmur of awe spread among the crowd. With the opening of maritime trade, information exchange had flourished, and the achievements of the Ming steamship were not entirely new to them. However, hearing about it was one thing. Witnessing it and experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Such a revolutionary invention appeared to them nothing short of miraculous. Li Shuer recalled her own first experience on a steamboat. She was no better than these onlookers, and amidst the humor, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Technological innovation was indeed the most effective means of national prosperity and stability. What of imperial power struggles or court intrigues? They paled in comparison. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped Li Shuer. It was utterly astonishing. Zhu Yukai exclaimed in wonder. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such an unassuming steam engine could possess such remarkable efficacy. The others were equally astonished, their faces alight with excitement. The thought that Jiaoji, and even their families, could one day own steamships set their hearts racing. This was not merely a steamboat, it was a vessel of silver. Li Qing smiled and remarked, currently, this steamboat is not yet perfected and cannot travel too far. At present, both the Li family and the court are diligently working to overcome challenges. I believe that in the near future, its range will surely improve, truly replacing traditional cargo ships. Zhu Yukai nodded with a smile and deliberately asked loudly, Jiaoji has always maintained a good relationship with the Ming. Surely, the Ming would not be stingy with the steamboat? Li Qing responded in kind. At this stage, the technology has yet to be widely adopted within the Ming itself. Thus, it hardly reflects the Ming's generosity towards Jiaoji. These words brought great joy to the audience. The Li family of Jinling was a commercial colossus, yet they were not mere merchants. Not to mention the esteemed Yongqing Marquis. The position of the Grand Admiral of the Navy was not to be underestimated, representing genuine military power closely tied to maritime trade. It was unlikely that anyone in the Ming court would dare to belittle the Jinling Li family. With wealth, status, and power backing their words, they carried significant weight. If spoken by another, it might have elicited mere laughter, but when a member of the Li family spoke, there was no room for doubt. It was no secret that the Ming emperor had traveled to the south specifically for patented technology, personally visiting the Li family, as had long been communicated through maritime merchants. The relationship between the Li family and the Ming emperor, as well as the court, could hardly be worse. In light of this, these individuals automatically conjured the notion that these sentiments reflected the will of the Ming court. Consequently, their gazes towards Li Qing grew increasingly fervent. The sea breeze blew gently. The azure waves surged, and as the crowd gazed upon the boundless ocean, they occasionally turned to glance at the steamship, their brows relaxing and spirits lifting. In a small courtyard shaded by trees, Li Qing and Zhu Yukai sat across from each other. "How are things?" "With united efforts, we stand strong," Zhu Yukai replied, his face alight with excitement. "It is far better than anticipated. Henceforth, my authority shall surpass that of my forefather, grandfather." Li Qing smiled and said, "The pupil surpasses the master. Should our ancestors know, they would surely take comfort in it." Zhu Yukai intended to be modest, but sensed a deeper meaning in Li Qing's words. Perhaps it was a subtle self-praise. So he accepted the compliment without hesitation. "We can commence coal mining at any time," Zhu Yukai stated straightforwardly, ever one to repay kindness. "What scale do you envision, sir?" Li Qing chuckled. "There is no set number. It depends on how much you can extract." "What do you mean, sir?" "Extract as much as you can. In any case, nothing should go to waste." Zhu Yukai pondered. "When will the Ming steamships be officially operational?" "Not too long from now," Li Qing replied. Traveling to the distant Western nations is indeed quite challenging at this stage, but reaching Jiaoji is not difficult. We merely need to establish fuel supply stations in closer regions. If Jiaoji can provide sufficient coal as fuel, then venturing to smaller nations like Malacca will soon follow naturally. Pausing briefly, he added, "Of course, the steam engine itself requires further refinement, but this is not insurmountable. After all, the Ming boasts a wealth of talent, and now the court is also involved. I believe it won't be long." Li Qing continued, "Once the coal is mined, whether for your future use or for sale to the Ming, it will be advantageous for you, will it not?" Zhu Yukai hesitated. "Should I then proceed with vigorous extraction?" "Rest assured and act boldly," Li Qing smiled and nodded. "You will not suffer losses. It is a matter of earning in proportion to effort." He added, "We are not engaged in a one-time transaction. I shall return every few years, and with the connections of your forefathers, what do you have to worry about? Dive into it wholeheartedly. If there are losses, the Li family will cover for you." Zhu Yukai chuckled awkwardly. "Your words make me seem petty. I will bear the risks of profit and loss myself." However, coal mining in the Ming has been in progress for many years, with advanced tools aiding the process, meaning my costs will undoubtedly be higher than those of the Ming. I cannot sell at the same price. But rest assured, as my subsequent costs decrease, I will also lower prices," Zhu Yukai assured. Li Qing smiled lightly and nodded. "Then let us settle this for now. We will assist with the mining." Zhu Yukai was taken aback. "Sir, do you understand this?" "Not particularly. But your cousin possesses some knowledge. She understands this as well. You will find out in due time." Li Qing stretched lazily. "You have yet to realize the value of the steamship. In the coming period, spread the word widely, instilling confidence in the wealthy about the future, which will bring you numerous benefits." Zhu Yukai scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Li Qing reluctantly explained, "Wealthy individuals dare to spend their money, enabling more people to prosper and consequently increasing tax revenues. Do you understand?" Zhu Yukai seemed to grasp the concept, albeit vaguely. "You will comprehend it in due time," Li Qing remarked, rolling her eyes. "Go prepare. There's no rush with the recuperation. The pressing matters take precedence. Now that I am here, I will not neglect you." "No need to hurry," Zhu Yukai responded with a grin. "I shall go prepare." Li Qing smiled and nodded, then reclined, crossing her legs and gently bouncing one leg. After a delightful afternoon nap, She awoke to find that Zhu Youcai's seat had been taken by Li Shuer. Clearing her throat, Li Qing said, "What shall we have for dinner?" "No cooking tonight. Let us dine out," Li Qing suggested, feeling quite cheerful. Having visited Jiaoji frequently, she had mostly roamed the fields and merchant service areas, but had not explored the more enjoyable locales. Now, with ample time at hand, she intended to take a leisurely tour in the days to come. Li Shuer looked surprised. "Aren't you busy?" "For the moment, I am not. Zhu Youcai will indeed be quite occupied, but we can discuss recuperation later," Li Qing replied, striding forward. Such rare leisure should not be squandered. Li Shuer followed, laughing. The trip to Wudong could be considered leisurely. Li Qing glanced at her and chuckled lightly. "I meant you." Li Shuer paused, taken aback, and after a moment, softly confessed, "I have been willful. Children are prone to such behavior. The fault does not lie with you," Li Qing reassured her. Lifting her face slightly and speaking in a playful tone, "It's not entirely a bad thing. Learning from mistakes is invaluable, and such incidents will not recur. There is no need for psychological burdens, no need for guilt, nor should you fear that I blame myself," Li Qing said lightly. "I am quite broad-minded." Jiaoji, influenced by the Ming dynasty's maritime trade for over a century, has developed a rich culinary culture that, while not comparable to Jin, Yang, Su, Hang, or Beijing, could still be considered on par with second-tier provincial capitals. Its customs, cuisine, and architecture mimic those of the Jiangnan region of the Ming. Even the novels and stories sold here serve a different purpose. Rather than mere entertainment, they assist in learning Han culture, adding a touch of enjoyment to the otherwise dull study. Here, there is no need to conform to local customs. Many on the streets speak in Han, and the restaurants serve Han cuisine. Even the styles of clothing bear little difference from those of the Ming. The allure of Han culture has deeply captivated the people here. Li Qing felt a surge of joy. Chapter 243. The weak learn from the strong in Jiaoji. Few areas are truly affluent. In just over a month, the two had explored nearly everything, sampling the food, drink, and entertainment available. It was quite similar to traveling in the Ming. The only difference was that the temperature here was genuinely high. Without their inner energy, they might have succumbed to heat exhaustion from such intense touring. They returned to the small courtyard, sitting under the shade of a tree. Li Shuer, still buzzing with excitement, remarked, "The Han lineage has indeed exerted considerable effort. If this continues, Jiaoji will remain Jiaoji, yet it will also embody the essence of the Ming." Li Qing remarked, "It is not merely Jiaoji. The advancement of Manlagia is also a matter of time. In the future, with the support of steamships, the dissemination of Han culture will be remarkably more efficient." Li Shuer furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Jiaoji can prompt the Han monarch to take initiative, and its proximity to the Ming dynasty is an advantage that its vassal states do not possess." "Indeed," Li Qing smiled, "yet it is human nature to admire the strong. As long as the Ming dynasty flourishes, Han culture will inevitably spread, albeit subtly." Li Shuer pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. "By the way, has the Han monarch's promotional affairs reached a conclusion? Perhaps we should pay a visit, for the matter at hand is of utmost importance." "Yes, let us go." At the Han monarch's residence, beneath the pavilion, a table was adorned with chilled fruits and fruit wine, a refreshing coolness emanating from the ice, creating a pleasant atmosphere. "Have you been enjoying yourself these days?" Li Qing inquired. "Quite well," he replied. "What of you? Have you completed your tasks?" "With favorable geography and harmonious relations. We are only awaiting the opportune moment," Zhu Youcai stated in an eloquent manner. Li Shuer paused, then chuckled. "So the mining area has been delineated and the workforce secured. We are merely awaiting an auspicious date, correct?" "Indeed," Zhu Youcai responded. "It feels akin to preparing for battle." Li Shuer chuckled. "When shall we commence?" "I can assist with that." Zhu Youcai pondered momentarily, then suddenly recalled something and asked Li Qing, "Sir, you are a Taoist, correct?" Understanding the implication, Li Qing pretended to calculate and declared, 3 days hence will be an auspicious day, suitable for breaking ground. Then let it be 3 days hence. I shall make the necessary arrangements. What is the extent of the mine, and how many workers will be involved? It spans over 100 acres, comprising 3 sites. Initially, I plan to deploy 10,000 soldiers, and once we are in full swing, we shall gradually introduce farmers, Zhu Youcai explained. Suddenly, a hint of worry crossed his face. Mining is akin to extracting precious stones. I cannot guarantee how much we will yield. In fact, I am uncertain whether Jiaoji possesses sufficient coal to supply the steamships. Li Qing chuckled. Let us proceed and see how it unfolds. After a pause, he inquired, "Do you have a plan for the extraction process?" "Primarily reliant on manpower, supplemented by gunpowder," Zhu Yukai replied. "The potency of Jiaoji's gunpowder pales in comparison to that of the Ming, and its cost is prohibitive. We cannot afford such extravagance." Turning to Li Shuer, he asked, "Miss Li, do you have any insights?" "Your arrangements are quite commendable," she responded. Li Qing clarified, "What she means by assistance does not pertain to this." Li Shuer interjected, "I refer to aiding you in planning the mining site to facilitate the future use of steam shovels and steam railcars. These two tools can significantly enhance the speed of coal extraction." Zhu Yukai, realizing the implications, felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. "I have already received the steamship. How could I possibly request steam shovels and steam railcars as well?" "Miss Li, please name a sum, and I shall procure them." "No need. The Li family is not lacking in such funds," Li Shuer replied with a smile. "Your assistance during the recent annexation of Manlagia was invaluable. Consider this a token of gratitude." Zhu Yukai scratched his head, no longer declining her offer. "Once my personnel are adept at using them, I will certainly acquire more steam shovels and steam railcars, provided the Ming dynasty permits." Li Qing smiled and said, "You need not worry about this matter. The efficient extraction of coal is indeed beneficial for the Ming dynasty. As for the issue of patent technology leakage, it is not as severe as you might think. I suspect there are already individuals in Jiaoji who have obtained the blueprints." "What? This is impossible!" Zhu Yukai exclaimed in astonishment. "Quite possible," Li Shuer interjected. "The court has released the steam patent for free, and nearly every wealthy individual in the Ming dynasty possesses a copy. Under such circumstances, it is only natural that some would harbor ulterior motives to profit from it." Zhu Yukai furrowed his brows and asked Li Qing, "Should I investigate this matter?" "No need," Li Qing replied, shaking his head. "Both parties in such transactions are undoubtedly cautious, making it difficult to trace, and it is unnecessary to pursue." Li Qing continued, "This is an unavoidable issue. However, not everything can be replicated flawlessly. While it may affect the Ming dynasty, it is manageable." Zhu Yukai pondered for a moment and said sheepishly, "Then the Ming is at a significant disadvantage, especially the Li family. After much effort to develop a groundbreaking innovation, others can acquire it so easily. It hardly seems fair." Li Qing sighed. "There's nothing to be done. It is instinct for the weak to learn from the strong. This phenomenon cannot be avoided or eradicated." Zhu Yukai mused, "I will pay close attention to matters concerning Jiaoji. If I discover any wrongdoing, I will impose severe penalties." Li Qing nodded and remarked, "However, there is no need for overly stringent investigations. Now that everyone has witnessed the prowess of steam ships, many will soon seek to acquire blueprints. We must avoid creating an atmosphere of unease, as it could jeopardize your status and authority." "Ah, well," Zhu Yukai replied begrudgingly. "I truly apologize. Both parties share responsibility. One cannot solely blame the other." Li Qing sighed gently. "Whenever there is a potential for profit, individuals will take risks. Moreover, this technology has already proliferated in the Ming dynasty, with minimal costs but substantial profits. How can we eliminate it?" Zhu Yukai contemplated this reasoning and sighed. If only the Li family had not submitted to the court, or if the court had not released it for free afterwards. We cannot let fear of potential pitfalls hinder progress," Li Qing smiled. "How can we refrain from advancing simply because others may replicate our work? Let them replicate it. After all, aren't silk and porcelain also subjects of imitation?" Zhu Yukai felt a flush of embarrassment, as he himself was among the most aggressive imitators in this regard. Li Qing did not dwell on this. In truth, it was beyond calculation. "If you are truly earnest, focus on mining, for it will only benefit you and your descendants. Rest assured, as long as Jiaoji possesses these resources, and as long as it does not affect the livelihoods of the common people, I shall not raise any objections." Zhu Yukai pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. "Indeed, you exhibit the spirit of your ancestors," Li Qing laughed heartily. 3 days later, Li Qing and Li Shuer accompanied Zhu Yukai to the coal mining site to assist in planning the extraction operations. This was primarily Li Shuer's endeavor. The steam excavators and steam railcars were specifically designed for the efficient extraction of coal. Although she had never visited a mine, the layout had been crafted by her team, and she was well versed in the process, merely needing to scale it up proportionally. Li Qing merely reveled in the spectacle. The sight of thousands engaged in this infrastructure project was exhilarating, especially as it served the greater good of the Ming dynasty. It was no less thrilling than a grand construction effort. For 2 consecutive months, 3 mining sites were meticulously planned with the assistance of Li Hao. Subsequently, they officially entered the extraction phase, relying primarily on manual labor, supplemented by explosives where human effort fell short. The efficiency of extraction was far from commendable, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Ming dynasty. However, given the nascent stage of operations and the absence of efficient tools, this could be somewhat excused. A month later, the quality across the 3 mining sites began to exhibit disparities. Li Qing personally conducted inspections to facilitate a comparison with the Ming's operations. Unbeknownst to them, autumn had arrived, yet the season in Jiaozhi bore little resemblance to the refreshing crispness typically associated with fall. With mining operations now on track, the trio found themselves with spare time. Li Qing thus devoted his efforts to rejuvenate Zhu Youcai's health, aiming to enhance his longevity, which held paramount importance, especially for Zhu Youcai. As a king, endowed with power and influence, he certainly wished for a prolonged life. Following a session of acupuncture and massage, Zhu Youcai rose from his bed, donned his garments, and while stretching his limbs, marveled, "Truly, your expertise is remarkable, master. After this treatment, I feel as if I have shed several pounds. What a delightful sensation. Do not indulge excessively, nor succumb to intoxication," Li Qing cautioned. Zhu Youcai inquired, "Is indulging daily considered excessive?" "Indeed. And what of indulging every other day? Engaging in intimacy once every 5 or 10 days is advisable. Frequency beyond that is detrimental." Li Qing elaborated, "If you wish to maintain vitality, avoid overexertion. As the saying goes, overwork leads to demise." Zhu Youcai nodded in resignation, musing, "Very well. Every 5 days it shall be." Li Qing found his response both amusing and exasperating. "Will you not spend the new year here this year?" "Let us see how circumstances unfold," Li Qing replied. "If the mining progresses smoothly and your health is restored, should the new year approach, spending it here may not be unwise. If time permits, I shall return. Are there further matters to attend to?" "Certainly." During the recuperation period, Li Qing instructed Li Hao to teach Zhu Youcai the usage and precautions of the steamship. Having gifted the vessel, it would be imprudent to leave it merely as an ornament. The group frequently sailed along the coastline aboard the steamship, and at times, Zhu Youcai would extend invitations to dignitaries for lavish banquets. One could indeed sense an ambience reminiscent of a yacht party. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, families gathered to admire the moon and savor mooncakes, a tradition upheld across all social strata. As winter approached, dumplings were consumed on the winter solstice. With Han attire donned and the Han language spoken, marking the celebration of traditional festivals, Jiaozhi was increasingly becoming infused with Ming characteristics. In a quaint courtyard, Li Qing and Zhu Youcai enjoyed tea and engaged in leisurely conversation. "With the mining operations firmly established and your recuperation nearing completion, I shall soon take my leave," Li Qing stated. "I have many obligations ahead, yet rest assured, I shall extend to you the same consideration I once afforded your grandfather. There will be no disparity in my treatment." Zhu Youcai, familiar with Li Qing's temperament, refrained from urging him to stay, simply asking, "Am I the only one privileged to such treatment?" Li Qing responded candidly, "You must understand, I am not at leisure." "Very well," Zhu Youcai lamented. Yet he comprehended that Li Qing's service was not a matter of personal allegiance. It was granted because he was the Han Wang, not solely due to his identity as Zhu Youcai. Li Qing, understanding his thoughts, remarked, "My intentions are for the greater good of the Ming dynasty, yet I am not devoid of sentiment. In truth, since the time of your great-grandfather, our interactions have not led to any significant losses for Jiaozhi, have they?" After a brief pause, he added, "Of course, should your family happen to fall ill, I would be willing to extend my medical services. Beyond that, I cannot offer more." Li Hao interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "You should be grateful. Even the emperor of the Ming might not receive such favorable treatment." Zhu Youcai fell silent. After a moment, he took a deep breath and stated earnestly, "The lineage of the Han prince does not engage in acts of treachery or revenge. You need not worry about this. That is for the best, as it ensures longevity in our dealings." Li Qing replied with a smile, "Let me share a heartfelt truth with you. When engaging with me, there is no need for cunning. Having witnessed 11 dynasties, I have encountered all manner of individuals. Those who attempt to deceive me not only gain nothing, but often suffer greatly. Furthermore, I must say, your Han lineage is not particularly astute." Zhu Youcai responded, "That is rather harsh, albeit true." He forced a smile and said, "Your insight is indeed sharp. and I am well aware of my own character. I have never entertained thoughts of deceit or greed. To be candid, when my grandfather passed, he specifically advised me to be sincere with you, assuring me that I would not incur losses. That is true wisdom, Li Qing acknowledged with a smile. I know your disposition well, which is why I have not led you astray thus far. My words carry no ulterior motives. They are merely to maintain your peace of mind and to preempt any potential discord. Zhu Yukai nodded with a wry smile. Let us focus on the mining operations, Li Qing suggested. While I cannot guarantee exactly when I will provide you with a steamship, I can assure you that you will have access to it during your tenure. Zhu Yukai exhaled, smiling with relief. With your assurance, what more can I say? Li Shuer added, next spring, I will bring along excavators, steam railway cars, and the necessary personnel to enhance your mining efficiency. Zhu Yukai, intrigued, asked, I recall you and the gentleman describing these items as substantial. Can they be transported by sea? They can be disassembled and reassembled upon arrival, Li Shuer explained. Ah, I see. Zhu Yukai nodded slowly, then assured, I will personally oversee the process to prevent any unauthorized learning. The patents for the steam excavators and railway cars have not been submitted to the court without blueprints. It matters not whether one examines them once or 100 times. Furthermore, the true barrier to entry lies in the iron smelting and casting techniques. Without meeting those standards, all else is moot. Li Shuer remained unperturbed by this, yet felt compelled to accept his kindness, replying, that would be most agreeable. Indeed, Zhu Yukai said, friendship is one matter, business another. I shall pay for them myself. The Yongqing Marquis's wealth is considerable, and our Han Prince family is also well off. So this is no burden. Li Qing chuckled. Once the items arrive and are proven useful, you may pay whenever you wish. Very well, Zhu Yukai replied, no longer feigning reluctance. Since you have other matters to attend to, please do so. The notion of stability is merely a means to placate my mind. It is unnecessary to go through such efforts. Li Qing was somewhat taken aback, reflecting that this aligned well with the characteristics of the Han lineage. The mute consumes dumplings. Fully aware of the situation, though not particularly astute, he is by no means foolish. Of course, the rebellion led by Zhu Gaoxiu remains an unresolved matter, but it is understandable. One can only blame Zhu Di, who, lacking in wisdom himself, misled others. Li Qing remarked, since you comprehend, I shall not be polite. Xiao Shui, prepare yourself. We shall depart at once. Very well, Li Shui responded, rising to gather her belongings. Zhu Yukai found the situation both amusing and perplexing. He had intended to share a few drinks with his mentor, but it seemed the port offered readily available ships, so he would make the necessary arrangements. You have ample time. There will be future opportunities. This sentiment brought Zhu Yukai a sense of relief. On the deck, Li Qing gazed back at Jiaoji, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and anticipation for the future. With Jiaoji as a supply station, the steamship only needed to enhance its range slightly to reach Siam, Malacca, Sumatra, and other Southeast Asian nations. Transport costs would decrease significantly, and the Ming dynasty had established a trading company, centrally coordinated by the court and in collaboration with the Li family, effectively curbing malicious price manipulation. Consequently, trade profits would soar. Simultaneously, the essential coal mining for steamships would gradually scale up, thereby invigorating an entire industry. As production expanded, coal prices would further decline, leading to an even greater reduction in transport costs and entering a virtuous cycle. Externally, profits would flourish, while internally, it would be feasible to allow affluent merchants to manipulate prices, thereby enhancing the populace's happiness quotient. Li Qing's spirits soared with these thoughts. There was indeed hope on the horizon. What are you pondering? Li Shui inquired. Naturally, it is a matter of joy. Li Qing cleared his throat and replied earnestly. In recent years, we have focused on developing the steam engine's range, not necessarily aiming for the distant west, but ensuring that the vassal states surrounding the Ming can travel freely. Pausing briefly, he asked, how long do you think this will take? Li Shui pondered and replied, with diligent effort, perhaps 3 to 5 years. So soon? Li Qing questioned. Well, it shouldn't exceed 10 years, she conservatively added. 10 years is quite acceptable, Li Qing said with a smile. Once we reach Ming territory, we shall disembark and take land routes. We might even arrive in time for the new year. The journey was not daunting for Li Shui, yet she wished for Li Qing to have an easier time. I shan't say more. You are in good health, and my nephew is still young. There is no need for you to return every year. Li Shui sighed, adding from now on, you must grasp both ends of the political sphere without concern for us. Though it sounds busy, it is not as overwhelming as you might think, Li Qing chuckled. Besides, we haven't even begun the busiest phase yet. Li Shui paused before asking, your happiest moments were during the Hongwu era, weren't they? Indeed, Li Qing sighed. Back then, I bore little burden. Although busy, I had no worries, and everyone was still present. After a brief silence, he smiled again. Even now, it is still good. For I have you all. What lies ahead for us? She inquired. There is still the Ming dynasty to consider, he replied. Li Shui hesitated, lacking the courage to press further. Li Qing fell silent as well. After a long while, he finally offered an answer. At that time, I shall return to my roots and become a Taoist. Li Shui hesitated, words unspoken. Li Qing added with a smile, and there will still be that splendid era, filled with promise. As he spoke, his heart brimmed with hope, softly murmuring, perhaps by then I shall be normal. Li Shui replied earnestly, I firmly believe in the existence of a next life. When that time comes, we shall reunite. The person I was before, and the person I shall be thereafter, will both appear before you. Do you believe it? Li Qing fell silent, and after a moment, he replied, I wish to believe. Surely it will be so. Li Shui, brimming with confidence, smiled brightly. I do not offer mere consolation. In due time, you shall discern the truth. Indeed, I believe. Li Qing inhaled deeply, then smiled. Enough of this idle chatter. It is rare to have leisure, so allow me to assist you in your cultivation. As the middle of December approached, gentle snowflakes began to fall in Jinling. Li Qing returned to the small courtyard to change his attire before venturing out once more. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, all fervently engaged in purchasing goods for the new year, their spirits undeterred by the biting cold. Clad in layers of thick clothing, they appeared quite bulky. While shopping, Li Qing immersed himself in the festive atmosphere, and his melancholic mood was swiftly lifted. Humming a cheerful tune, he returned home, where his uncle and nephew awaited him. Li Hao possessed the key to the courtyard. Otherwise, how would anyone manage it in Li Qing's absence? Of course we are eager. Your return means we shall enjoy a feast, Li Hao chuckled. We thought you might head straight to Wudong and not return for the new year. Li Qing set down the sack upon his shoulder, stretched his neck, and instructed everyone. Wait inside. It will only take a short while. With that, he entered the eastern kitchen to begin his preparations. Before long, Zhu Houzhong followed him in to assist with the vegetables. It has been a year, and you have become even more diligent. Well, I have little else to do. Zhu Houzhong smiled without offering any playful banter. Li Qing sensed something amiss and cautiously inquired, Zhang Yong? He has departed, Zhu Houzhong replied. His gaze lowered as he prepared the vegetables. He left peacefully after the mid-autumn festival. Li Qing paused, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, sighing. Do not grieve too deeply. It has been several months. I am not overly sorrowful, Zhu Houzhong murmured. It is merely an adjustment. Li Qing spoke softly, initially. It is always difficult, but in time, one becomes accustomed. Chapter 245. I seek longevity solely for the state, and its people once more. The new year approaches. How delightful. Zhu Houzhong, draped in a grand cloak, strolled through the snow while Huang Jin held an umbrella over him. Indeed, I too relish the new year, Huang Jin chuckled surely. There is no one in the world who does not adore this celebration. Zhu Houzhong cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, I am not like the rest of you. Of course you are different. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. Still playing coy, are we? Zhu Houzhong shot him a glare, muttering, do you think he will keep his promise? For a person of such low character, it is wise not to harbor excessive hope. Huang Jin coughed lightly. It is merely a matter of time. There is no need for your Majesty to be anxious. What nonsense is this? Zhu Houzhong became agitated. The 14th year of Jiajing is nearly upon us. I am already 29, approaching 30. How can I not be anxious? But the new year has not yet arrived, Your Majesty. You are only 28, Huang Jin replied. After walking a bit further, Zhu Houzhong asked again, do you think he will keep his promise? He will. Huang Jin reluctantly provided the answer her master wished to hear, yet she could not help but exclaim, Your Majesty, you are the Emperor. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Houzhong was momentarily engulfed in rage. However, the deep concern reflected in Huang Jin's clear eyes rendered him unable to remain angry. After a pause, he sighed. You believe I have forsaken everything in my pursuit of immortality, do you? I would not dare, Huang Jin replied, nodding. Zhu Houzhong let out a bitter chuckle, murmuring, this is indeed about seeking longevity, My actions are for the sake of the state and its people. Throughout history, the transition of imperial power has always been accompanied by the backlash of ministers. To illustrate, take our own dynasty for instance. Zhu Houzhong lamented. After the death of the founding emperor, the prominence of civil officials led to the unfortunate downfall of the rightful heir, the second emperor. Following him, though the benevolent emperor did not face the same usurpation as the usurper Jiang Wen, civil officials only grew in strength. The Xian emperor managed to regain some stability, but thereafter, the Ming emperor. Zhu Houzhong paused, redirecting his thoughts. After the Xian emperor, the Shao emperor ascended the throne, and civil officials reached their zenith. The Wu emperor had some capabilities, yet his frivolous nature proved detrimental. As for what came afterward, you are well aware. Zhu Houzhong spoke with indignation about Yang Tingyi's oppressive behavior, which Huang Jin understood all too well. Moreover, there's Yang Shen. Even to this day, civil officials relish their narratives about Yang Tingyi and his son, fantasizing about restoring the atmosphere of the Hongzhi era, their ambitions bordering on the treacherous. The harm inflicted upon Zhu Houzhong by Yang Tingyi and his son was profound. Even after all this time, merely recalling it stirred feelings of unresolved anger within him. After catching his breath, Zhu Houzhong remarked, "Such are the dire consequences of imperial transitions. Even though I now wield power, I must still bear the burdens of the past." Huang Jin scratched her head and comforted him. "Your Majesty has already restored imperial authority to the level of the Xian Emperor. In the future, it is merely a matter of time before you align with the founding and second emperors." Zhu Houzhong shook his head with a bitter smile. "Currently, my authority is still inferior to that of the Xian Emperor. While surpassing him may be feasible, returning to the era of the founding and second emperors is unattainable. Your Majesty is truly a man of great talent and vision. Please refrain from flattery." Zhu Houzhong replied wearily. "Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is simple, but the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Restoring the civil officials to their former status would lead to chaos, far more severe than Yang Shen's power grab. Furthermore, the political landscape has shifted. The current stability of the realm is indeed reliant on civil officials. If one were to forcibly allow military generals to dominate discourse, it would only destabilize the kingdom." Huang Jin, unable to comprehend these complexities, felt an unjust weight upon her master. Believing his quest for longevity was solely for the sake of the Ming state and its people, which filled her heart with guilt. "I have underestimated your intentions. It is good that you understand," Zhu Houzhong replied with a cold huff. "While Li Qing may maliciously speculate about me, it pains me to see you do the same." Huang Jin felt a surge of self-reproach, nearly brought to tears. "Enough, let this be the last time," Zhu Houzhong said, unable to be overly harsh. "If you truly care, be sure to advise Li Qing when the time comes." "Yes, of course." Huang Jin nodded earnestly, embodying a sense of responsibility. Yet, her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Although Li may lack propriety, his heart is genuinely compassionate, akin to that of a bodhisattva. His capabilities and cunning surpass even those of your Majesty. You understand the perils of shifting imperial power, and he certainly does too. However, why did the founding emperor and the second emperor not achieve longevity? If they could have, it would not have been your Majesty's turn. Huang Jin felt a deep melancholy. Unfortunately, such sentiments cannot be expressed. Uttering them would cause the master to crumble, leaving Huang Jin to bear his sorrow alone. Zhu Houzhong, unaware of the underlying meaning, assumed Huang Jin had spoken too harshly earlier. Thus he said, "Come, let us return to the palace and roast sweet potatoes." "All right," Huang Jin replied, wiping his nose. His mood slightly improved. In the Qinxing Palace, as Huang Jin's sweet potatoes began to roast, Liu Bing entered. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "No need for that." Zhu Houzhong waved his hand. "What news do you bring?" "Those qualified to join the cabinet are eager to do so," Liu Bing reported respectfully. "Numerous ministers and deputy ministers are privately discussing the restoration of the cabinet member count to that of the Rinxian era." Zhu Houzhong found this amusing. During the Rinxian period, cabinet members nearly reached 10, yet even with all 6 ministers present, they could not fill the positions. Their audacity is remarkable. The current cabinet bears no resemblance to that of Rinxian's time. Though the cabinet members then held the power to draft proposals, their status was far inferior to that of the ministers, a situation that persisted until the reign of Emperor Xiaozong. It was only then that the cabinet truly began to supersede the 6 ministries. Hence, since the Xiaozong era, the cabinet has been maintained at 3 members. Any more would disrupt the balance. Liu Bing dared not comment further and simply inquired, Your Majesty, should we continue to monitor the situation discreetly? No need. Zhu Houzhong replied languidly. Zhang Song has been gone for over half a year. I have taken advantage of their internal struggles to further solidify my power. This was decided before the new year to allow them to enjoy a peaceful holiday, free from anxiety. After a pause, he added, by the way, how has Xia Yan performed? Nothing particularly special. He is also eager to join the cabinet, Liu Bing answered. After a moment's thought, he added, Yin Song. The Minister of Rights from Nanzili shows some promise, though his intentions are not overtly apparent. Zhu Houzhong suddenly laughed, saying, good, very good. An official who does not wish to join the cabinet is not a good minister. Just as he was about to speak further, he noticed a young eunuch entering the hall and halted his words, asking, Who seeks an audience? Your Majesty, your keen insight is truly remarkable. The young eunuch flattered before respectfully reporting, Scholar Gui requests an audience. Guiao? Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. Admit him. The young eunuch complied and exited. Liu Bing hesitated before respectfully stating, Your Majesty, Scholar Gui may intend to submit his resignation. Currently, he oversees the inspection of officials and is well aware of the movements and daily matters of high-ranking officials, almost rivaling the knowledge of the Yongle and Hanwu eras. Achieving such in a short time surely involves some connections, yet Liu Bing's own efforts cannot be overlooked. Hearing of the resignation, Zhu Houzhong was quite surprised. The position of Prime Minister had not even warmed yet. Was he truly willing to part with it? Liu Bing clasped his hands and replied, As I understand it. Since Scholar Zhang's retirement, he has harbored thoughts of resignation. Moreover, his health has not improved as winter approaches. In this manner, Zhu Houzhong gently nodded, slowly leaning back against the chair, lost in contemplation. Before long, Gui entered the hall accompanied by the young eunuch. Without waiting to pay his respects, Zhu Houzhong, with considerate grace, waived the formalities and bestowed upon him a brocade cushion. My esteemed minister, on this snowy day, what brings you to the palace? Gui replied, Your Majesty. Since the onset of winter, my health has been steadily declining, rendering me incapable of serving the nation and alleviating your burdens. He spoke a few words of decorum, hoping for the emperor's benevolence to grant him permission to retire and return home. Oh dear, why did you not inform me of your ailment? Zhu Houzhong expressed concern for his minister. Bring the imperial physician at once. Your Majesty, I am not ill per se, merely of an age where I must consider retirement. One should treat illness when it arises and prevent it when one is well, Zhu Houzhong replied with a smile. You have made tremendous contributions to the state. How could I neglect such a loyal servant? Despite the friction during their time in the cabinet and the unsuccessful grand ceremony, Zhu Houzhong still held fondness for both Zhang Song and Gui. At least, with their assistance, they had quelled the arrogance of Empress Zhang, significantly aiding him in consolidating imperial power. Simultaneously, he had shed the prefix of his biological father. With deep emotion, Zhu Houzhong remarked, Zhang Qing has departed from me. I cannot afford to lose you as well, Gui Qing. Gui smiled wryly. To alleviate your worries, I dare not resign from my duties. Alas, my frail constitution does not permit me to continue serving you. Pausing briefly, he added, Your Majesty, as the current Prime Minister, my request to resign carries no ulterior motives. I merely wish for your grace to allow me to return to my roots. With that, he rose and bowed deeply. Huang Jin promptly assisted Gui to his feet, who was now on the verge of tears. I beseech your Majesty for your kindness. Zhu Houzhong fell into silence for a while before responding. Let us first have the physician examine you and restore your health. Should you still wish to retire when the time comes, I shall not compel you. Liu Bing, quick-witted, chimed in, Minister Gui, with the new year approaching, if you truly wish to return home, would it not be wise to wait for the spring blossoms? Does this mean your Majesty consents? Gui inquired excitedly. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply and nodded. You have sacrificed greatly for the nation and its people. How could I not feel compassion? However, I cannot permit your departure at this juncture, for the circumstances do not allow it. And I worry for your safety should you return home. I understand, your Majesty, Gui bowed again, expressing gratitude for the emperor's kindness. After a moment's pause, he boldly recommended a candidate for the cabinet. Zhu Houzhong nodded with a smile. Speak openly, my minister. I believe the current national master, Li Zi, would be well suited for the position of Prime Minister, Gui suggested. Zhu Houzhong responded, Chapter 246. Everyone is busy, yet all is well. Seeing his silence, Gui offered further counsel, even invoking the concept of fortune, citing the three Li's theory. Zhu Houzhong was not merely speechless. He was profoundly at a loss for words. Huang Jin and Liu Bing exchanged peculiar glances. Had it not been impossible, they might have suspected Gui was privy to the secrets of Master Li. Where did the three Li's theory come from? It has always been Li Qing, after all. Clearing his throat, Zhu Houzhong could no longer contain himself and scoffed. The national master is the national master, and the grand scholar is the grand scholar. Each has their own responsibilities. Surely, one cannot supervise oneself. Your Majesty, there is no need for words. Zhu Houzhong interrupted. I have my own arrangements. A sigh of regret escaped Gui's lips as he said, Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. It matters not that Master Li does not join the cabinet. However, when he returns next, I implore you to keep him by your side. Such a talent cast aside would be a tremendous loss to the country, the people, and to you, my sovereign. Do you believe I do not wish for him to be part of the cabinet? Do you think I do not desire to retain him? Zhu Houzhong felt a pang of frustration, yet he could not voice it. Taking several deep breaths, he replied sternly, Your advice, Gui Qing, shall be considered at my discretion. There is no need for concern. Gui refrained from further comment. At that moment, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted through the air, and Gui could not help but inhale deeply. Zhu Houzhong, noticing his subtle reaction, smiled and remarked, Though the Xuanda sweet potato is a humble fare when roasted over charcoal, its flavor is delightful. Especially on a cold day like this, it warms both body and spirit. Once it is ready, you ought to indulge. Gui felt a touch of embarrassment, but could not refuse, offering a dry laugh. I thank your Majesty for the gift of sweet potatoes. The eunuchs of the Jiajing era were not particularly renowned, fading into obscurity compared to the likes of Liu Jin from the Zhengde era or Wang Zhi from the Chenghua era. Consequently, the contemporary civil officials held a relatively favorable view of the eunuchs. In the absence of power struggles from the eunuchs, the officials naturally would not lower themselves. In such circumstances, Huang Jin, the carefree head of the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs, enjoyed a respectable reputation. Gui harbored no aversion to Huang Jin's roasted sweet potatoes, and the enticing aroma alone indicated their quality. The imperial physician was summoned to examine Gui, conducting a thorough diagnosis before issuing a medical decree. Esteemed Scholar Gui, it is unwise for you to overexert yourself. Zhu Houzhong readily agreed, instructing Gui to return home for proper recuperation, free from state affairs, with his salary remaining unchanged. Should his condition not improve by spring of the coming year, he would be allowed to retire to his hometown with the same benefits as Zhang Kong, overwhelmed with gratitude. Gui departed with the roasted sweet potato in hand, feeling warmth in his heart. Only the three swordsmen remained in the grand hall. Zhu Houzhong peeled back the skin of the sweet potato, taking a bite and chewing thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. Huang Jin, a cheerful soul, had long since recovered his spirits and was savoring the food with gusto. Liu Bing stood at attention, patiently awaiting the emperor's next command. However, as time passed, he found himself still waiting for the emperor's decree. Here, Huang Jin offered a piece of roasted sweet potato. Liu Bing shook his head with a wry smile. No? Thank you. Huang Jin returned to the hearth, continuing his meal. After a while, Liu Bing responded, I am here. Do you possess the confidence to serve as the commander of the Jinyue? Zhu Houzhong inquired calmly. Liu Bing was taken aback. While he had no doubts about his future, he had not expected such rapid advancement. He had assumed the emperor was deliberating on cabinet appointments, not realizing he was being elevated. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Huang Jin paused his consumption of the sweet potato and reiterated, The emperor is asking if you have the confidence to serve as the commander of the Jinyue? I am not deaf. Liu Bing took a deep breath, bowing low. I dare not decline your gracious offer, your Majesty. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Very well. Zhu Houzhong directed his gaze at Huang Jin. Draft an edict for Liu Bing to go to the commander's office. Yes. Huang Jin rose and bowed. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand dismissively. The servant humbly took his leave. The two exited the imperial palace and hastened toward the office of the Jinyue. On their way, Huang Jin chuckled. Congratulations, Vice Commander Liu. Are you not elated? Liu Bing, maintaining his composure, replied, With such imperial grace, what merit do I possess to feel joy? Huang Jin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh please, you weren't this reserved back at the Xinguang mansion. Why act like this with me? Liu Bing faltered for a moment. then managed a reluctant smile, admitting, "Well, a promotion is something to be happy about. That's more like it." Huang Jin teased, "At such a young age, why so serious?" Lu Bing sighed, "Huang Jin, sometimes I truly envy you." "Envy me? For what?" Huang Jin retorted, smirking, "Shall I speak to His Majesty and have you appointed to the Board of Rites? I could secure you a position as a eunuch in charge of the pen. How does that sound?" Lu Bing remarked, "At times, I genuinely wish to smack this fool." "Huang Jin, do you think Master Li will return to court as scheduled?" "Who can say? That fellow's reputation is not something to rely on," Huang Jin scoffed. "What can we expect from someone who can't even arrive on time for court?" Lu Bing's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but retort, "Huang Jin, I thought you were merely plump, but it seems your audacity is equally ample. If Master Li were to hear that, and what if he did?" Huang Jin replied, sulking, "Are we not allowed to speak the truth? The emperor is wholly devoted to the realm and its people." Yet, Huang Jin suddenly fell silent. Lu Bing, curious, inquired, "What is it?" Yet he repeatedly leaves the emperor waiting. "It's truly outrageous," Huang Jin exclaimed indignantly. "When he returns, I shall have a serious talk with him." Lu Bing remained speechless. "You complain about your weight, yet you still find energy to argue. Be careful, or Master Li may give you a good smack." "Not at all. He's quite amiable, really." Lu Bing wanted to counter, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately chuckling. "They say that fools enjoy a fool's fortune. I never believed it before, but now I do. You, Huang Jin, are indeed quite fortunate." Lu Bing expressed his envy. "I even think he treats you better than he does the emperor." "Is that so?" Huang Jin grinned, but then realized Lu Bing was implying he was foolish, causing him to narrow his eyes in annoyance. Lu Bing couldn't help but laugh heartily. Amidst the levity, he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, within this tumultuous realm of power, how many can remain as untainted as Huang Jin? Such a Huang Jin is surely a rarity to be cherished. "Huang Jin, please do not change," Lu Bing earnestly implored. Huang Jin, puzzled, asked, "Change what?" "Nothing," Lu Bing replied with a wry smile, thinking to himself how unnecessary such worries were. "By the way, do not let His Majesty hear what we discussed earlier. It might upset him." Lu Bing rolled his eyes. "Rest assured, I am not as foolish as you." "Ah, good. You just called me foolish again." Huang Jin glared. Lu Bing, unable to contain his amusement, responded earnestly, "Huang Jin, you needn't glare so." "Why not? You look like a green bean." Lu Bing's sentence trailed off as he made a hasty retreat. Huang Jin chased after him, puffing and panting. On the morning court session 2 days later, Xia Yan's summons to the court caused a stir. On what grounds? The court was rife with jealousy and discontent. Zhu Houzhong, however, was disinterested in bickering and, with a simple decree to disperse the court, effortlessly quelled the minister's grievances. He was no longer the naive young emperor of yore, no longer needing to tread cautiously. Certainly, even with authority, the court is not solely under his command. The reason for his autocratic governance is twofold. Firstly, with the new year approaching, a mere proclamation of festivities can mitigate a substantial portion of grievances. Secondly, it serves to desensitize the courtiers, or rather, he is conducting a test of obedience. Disobedience? No matter. The formidable and shrewd Lu Bing of the Jinyui, an absolute confidant, provides Zhu Houzhong ample margin for error, leaving him unfazed. The emperor's enforcers have always been the quintessential means to manage his ministers. Take, for instance, the Changhua era, where a single eunuch, Wang Ji, could bring untold misery to the court. How much more so can a martial champion like Lu Bing cause discomfort that Zhu Houzhong intends for them to endure? Nevertheless, Zhu Houzhong remains restrained, refraining from overt provocation while still offering compensation to the qualified officials entering the cabinet. Though insignificant, it at least conveys a gesture of goodwill. Yinsong's spirits were low. He had anticipated this outcome, yet when faced with reality, he found it difficult to remain composed. The position of Minister of Rites should have been his. He regretted bringing Yan Shifan to the capital. Had he not done so, this troublesome fellow would not have caused chaos and provoked Master Li. Without that provocation, he would not have been reassigned to Nanjing. The more Yinsong pondered, the angrier he became. He pushed open the door and strode directly to his son's chamber. Yan Shifan, engrossed in an illustrated book, was taken aback by his father's ominous entrance, and his expression swiftly changed. "Father, I have been quite well behaved lately, staying at home without stepping out." "You wretched scoundrel!" Yinsong erupted, taking several large strides forward. seizing Yin Shifan by the collar with one hand while delivering a resounding slap with the other. 2, 3. Yin Shifan felt wronged beyond measure, howling. I haven't even visited the brothels. I merely indulged in the art of spring, which is not against the laws of the Ming. Is there no justice? Amidst this turmoil, some rejoiced, others were envious, some were infuriated, and many endured beatings, all quite occupied. At last, the new year arrived once more. The emperor dismissed the court. The ministers fell silent, and the common folk enjoyed their dumplings. It was the 14th year of the Jiajing reign. Zhu Houzhong had truly turned 29. Approaching the age of maturity, he felt a twinge of anxiety. How much longer could he afford to wait? If Li Qing did not return soon, he would grow old. Year after year passed without joy, meals lost their flavor. While Huang Jing grew plump during the festivities, Zhu Houzhong, conversely, lost a few pounds. After 2.5 years, there was no word from Li Qing. Could Zhu Houzhong afford not to worry? He no longer dared to hope for Li Qing's early return. He would be grateful if he simply arrived on time. Huang Jing, do you think Li Qing will keep his promise? This question echoed in Huang Jing's ears from the 1st to the 15th day of the new year, until his ears were nearly calloused. Chapter 247. Jiajing is disturbed. In a small courtyard in Jinling, Li Qing pushed aside a small bowl, wiped his mouth, and remarked, "The tangyuan is quite delightful. We should have this again next year." The three of them, uncle and nephew, looked up in unison. "Are we leaving already?" "Yes. Time is of the essence," Li Qing replied. "You two have matters to attend to that are more pressing than mine. Do not be lax, but of course, do not tire yourselves out either. Balance is key." The siblings nodded in agreement. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, "What about me? And you?" Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance, replying, "As a merchant, your focus should be on your business and accumulating wealth. You underestimate me." Zhu Houzhong retorted, feeling displeased. Li Qing laughed in exasperation. "I would prefer to regard you highly, but do you even wish for that?" Zhu Houzhong fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and departed. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing mused to himself, "Everything is well. I will wait until the new year. Take care, my friend. May you have a smooth journey. Remember to bring me a few talismans blessed by the master of Wudong." In the distance, the snow-covered landscape revealed magnificent edifices, glaring under the sunlight. Li Qing stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing for a long while before taking the winding path upward. As before, he had disguised himself to maintain the guise of a middle-aged man. Upon reaching the summit, he greeted his fellow disciples, engaging in idle chatter, which delayed his meeting with the sect leader. After years apart, the sect leader appeared considerably aged, yet his spirit remained vibrant, still capable of managing Wudong affairs. In the quiet chamber, the two discussed Wudong and their spiritual practices, eventually turning to the topic of personnel selection. The sect leader presented a list, stating, "There are a total of 130 candidates, the oldest being 40 and the youngest just over 20. I trust my senior brother will make good use of them." Li Qing felt a twinge of guilt and sighed. "Wudong belongs to your ancestral lineage, not my personal possession. The current situation is born out of necessity. There is no need for such humility, my brother. The founder chose you as his direct disciple for a reason." The old sect leader smiled. "Wudong owes its present stature largely to your efforts, and I trust in your judgment. As Taoists, we descend the mountain in times of chaos and retreat in times of peace. This is an age-old tradition. Now that the Ming dynasty flourishes and the populace thrives. If you believe you can do better, then pursue it." Li Qing nodded in silence, resolved that one day he would shoulder his senior brother's responsibilities. The sect leader smiled and remarked, "I believe that day will come." Yet, he was destined not to witness it, nor were the disciples on the mountain. That day was bound to be distant. Both men understood this unspoken truth, yet they chose not to dwell on it further. The old sect leader shifted the conversation, asking, "Will you be leaving immediately with your companions, or will you observe for a while longer?" "I shall stay a while longer," Li Qing replied apologetically, "for it is only right that I fulfill my duties as your elder brother." "That would be splendid," the old sect leader responded joyfully. "The disciples will surely be delighted by your extended presence." Suddenly, he paused, realizing something. "What is it?" Li Qing inquired. "Your secret to immortality is known only to me, but the essence of it is widely recognized," the sect leader expressed with concern. "Given Wudong's deep ties to the court, I fear you may worry about it reaching the emperor's ears, which would bring you and Wudong great misfortune." Li Qing smiled faintly, assuring him, "You need not worry. Wudong will never be implicated." The old sect leader looked perplexed and then astonished. Does this mean the emperor is aware? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. I have been aware since the reign of Emperor Rinxian, and subsequent emperors are also informed. The old sect leader was taken aback, feeling a mixture of shock and incredulity. Throughout history, countless emperors have sought immortality, yet only Emperor Gaozu of Han and his son, Emperor Wan, appeared to regard life and death with indifference. My esteemed senior brother, a living testament stands before us. Can the emperors of the Ming truly maintain such equanimity? Li Qing offered a wry smile and shook his head, confessing that their high-mindedness was overstated. Rather, they understood, either passively or actively, that he was merely an anomaly, a manifestation of longevity that could not be replicated. Surely the current emperor is aware of this? The sect leader inquired with concern. Li Qing sighed softly and shook his head, revealing that the current emperor's yearning for eternal life was no less fervent than that of the ancient Qin emperor. To divulge the truth would be unwise. The sect leader, anxious, remarked that one cannot conceal fire with paper. What if the emperor were to uncover the reality? Li Qing reassured him, do not fret. Wudong will remain safe. The sect leader smiled bitterly, noting that the Central Plains have always held imperial power paramount. After Xuanzang's pilgrimage to the west during the Tang dynasty, Buddhism flourished. Yet even the compassionate Avalokiteshvara had to remove the worldly aspects of his name to avoid offending Emperor Taizong. A mere Wudong mountain, despite its ties to our dynasty, would not withstand the emperor's wrath if he were to be incensed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing stated, my surname is Li. I am Li Qing, residing in Jinling. The old sect leader was taken aback but soon grasped the implications, exclaiming, senior brother, it is good that you know. Do not speak of it. Li Qing smiled. It has been 11 dynasties. Trust in my capabilities. The old sect leader nodded slowly, taking time to process this significant revelation, gradually easing his worries. He mused, perhaps senior brother was indeed overthinking this matter. Curiously, the old sect leader asked, must it be this way, senior brother? Li Qing understood his intent, acknowledging that even Zhu Houzhong believed his pursuit of longevity was founded upon serving the nation and its people. He did not wish to appear overly noble and simply nodded, chuckling softly, this is my fate. No wonder the old sect leader felt relieved. He expressed gratitude to Li Qing for alleviating his worries, assuring him that what was spoken would remain confidential. Li Qing, sensing the sect leader's hurt, remarked, senior brother does not trust me. I could swear to our founder. No need. I believe you, the senior replied. Li Qing quietly mocked himself, realizing that one's own shortcomings often cloud one's judgment of others. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing said, you have toiled these years. Allow me to assist you in guiding your vital energy. Thank you, senior brother, the sect leader replied, feeling a bit too familiar with such gratitude. Thus began Li Qing's brief sojourn as a Taoist, rising early to preach and impart teachings, basking in a leisurely existence. During this time, he evaluated the disciples on the roster, ensuring that none were overlooked. The seasons transitioned. Spring brought blossoms, summer ushered in the incessant chirping of cicadas. Autumn's deepening hues witnessed falling leaves and flowers, and winter blanketed the earth in pristine snow. Li Qing kept his promise, returning to the Jinling courtyard before the new year to celebrate with his uncle and nephew, while also gathering intelligence on the court's affairs and the Li family's developments to remain aligned with the greater picture. All was well. Zhu Houzhong proved adept at ruling, maintaining stability in the court, and the implementation of the whip system had not diminished despite Zhang Gui's departure. The Li family's orderly operations, steam-powered railcars, thrived in Jiaoji, with extraction efficiencies soaring to new heights. Thus unfolded the 15th year of the Jiajing era, having consumed the same glutinous rice balls as last year. Li Qing returned to Wudong Mountain, where he simultaneously expounded teachings to his junior disciples while diligently nurturing the chosen ones. Amidst the tranquility, there was a busyness, a serene kind of engagement. While some reveled in joy, others were beset by concerns. In the capital, a certain individual was genuinely anxious. He was approaching 30, and not merely approaching, he had truly reached that age. No longer youthful, he could not bounce back from exhaustion with a mere night's rest. His once delicate features had matured, gradually conforming to the visage of a middle-aged man, still in his prime, yet already grappling with a midlife crisis. When would that rascal return? Zhu Houzhong's temper was becoming increasingly frayed. Having endured through 11 dynasties, Li Qing appeared younger than him, by a decade, no less, which stirred a profound sense of imbalance within him. Why was this so? After all, he was the emperor. This fellow must be doing it on purpose. Unable to bear the sight of another thriving. Beneath the eaves of the Qianqing palace, Zhu Houzhong squinted his eyes and coldly inquired, Huang Jin, how many years have passed? Your Majesty, Huang Jin nervously pulled back his non-existent neck, chuckling awkwardly. There's still 1 year until the deadline. 1 year is but 1 year. Zhu Houzhong huffed. Huang Jin, you have seen it. I have been fulfilling my promises. Should he fail to uphold his end, he cannot blame me. Huang Jin scratched his head, curious to ask, what does your Majesty intend to do? Zhu Houzhong hesitated, suddenly realizing that he might truly be at a loss. Could he assemble an army to eliminate Li Qing? That would be absurd. He might end up losing his own head before even locating the man. What about striking against the Li family in Jinling, setting aside the risk of losing his own life? The downfall of the Li family would also inflict significant financial damage to the court. Your Majesty? Huang Jin noticed the prolonged silence and probed further. You, Zhu Houzhong. He bellowed in frustration. Vent your anger upon me. Go ahead, you traitorous ingrate. Huang Jin nearly burst into tears from the injustice. What have I done? How am I a traitor? Still feeling wronged? Get out. Oh wait, come back. Huang Jin wiped his face, murmuring, Your Majesty? The same tone continued to infuriate Zhu Houzhong. Li Qing will honor his commitment, will he not? Yes, indeed. Huang Jin nodded vigorously. What kind of tone was this? The usually good-natured and loyal Huang Jin found his ruler increasingly unreasonable and expressed his grievances. Your Majesty, what do you wish for me to say? Zhu Houzhong was on the verge of exploding with rage, yet Huang Jin maintained an expression of innocence. In any case, he must not breach his promise. The typically wise and mature Zhu Houzhong, in a fit of childish defiance, thought to himself, if he breaks his promise, then so shall I. Huang Jin scratched his head and nodded again. All right, Zhu Houzhong, what have I done? Chapter 248, Descending the Mountain Wudong Mountain. After a lengthy year of assessments, the candidates dwindled from 132 to 100, then to 80, and finally to 50. Ultimately, Li Qing selected merely 36 individuals. This was a matter of great significance. He preferred quality over quantity. Li Qing was neither willing nor daring to take risks. He could only proceed with utmost caution. In the serene chamber, a gathering of individuals, aged between 20 and 35, exuded vitality and possessed physical prowess that surpassed that of ordinary folk. Their demeanor was tranquil and reserved, exhibiting a dispassionate attitude towards gains and losses. Even in the presence of Li Qing, their esteemed senior brother, they displayed no overwhelming enthusiasm. As dozens of curious eyes turned towards the sect leader and the senior brother, a moment of silent understanding passed between the two. Allow me to speak. Li Qing addressed his fellow disciples. You may have sensed that I have taken special care of you over the past year. The group nodded slowly, still somewhat bewildered. Li Qing continued, there is a purpose behind my actions. As cultivators, we do not simply seek personal enlightenment. The current prosperity of the Ming dynasty, though seemingly flourishing, conceals underlying calamities. I intend to lead you down the mountain to uphold justice. He paused, adding, ultimately, the decision to descend rests with you. Follow your true desires. With that, Li Qing fell silent. The sect leader interjected, it is imperative that you do not feel coerced. Descending the mountain is not a venture for mere enjoyment, and the senior brother shall not always accompany you. Those who wish to descend may step forward. Those who choose to remain may stay in place. The disciples exchanged glances, struggling to process the gravity of the moment. Li Qing remained unhurried, savoring his white tea with a calm and gentle demeanor. It soon became evident that his judgment was astute. None among the 36 chose to remain behind, each stepping forward. With a serious tone, Li Qing cautioned, take a moment to reflect. Do not act impulsively. After a prolonged silence, no one moved. Li Qing exhaled softly, setting down his teacup, and remarked, what you will witness next may be astonishing. Refrain from outbursts, and please do not disclose this to the other disciples afterward. The group nodded quietly, still uncertain. Li Qing wasted no time, raising his hand to remove his disguise. Confusion, astonishment, and trepidation swept across the faces of his disciples, their expressions shifting in a captivating display. Ultimately, they were left in shock. Eyes wide with disbelief, they gasped in unison, their minds grappling with the revelation. This is the true visage of your senior brother. Li Qing declared. The room fell silent. Unfazed by their astonishment, Li Qing inquired, "What? Do you not believe I am your senior brother?" How could they not believe? In the main temple of Wudong Mountain, beneath the embodiment of Emperor Zhenwu and beside the statue of Master Zhang, stood the likeness of the Wudong senior brother. Although there were variations, the overall silhouette remained unmistakably similar. Yet, it was precisely their belief that heightened their astonishment. They were well aware of the senior brother's longevity. He had visited Wudong even during the tenure of Master Yuzhen, bringing renown to the sect. But how many years had passed since then? They could accept the senior brother's longevity, as it was expected of Zhang's only direct disciple. However, this was utterly extraordinary. He not only lived long, but remained ageless. Even Master Zhang lacked such prowess. Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, "Senior brother, have you surpassed Master Zhang? Have you truly outshone your predecessor?" Li Qing, explaining it is indeed cumbersome. Traversing through such reflections is excessively abstract, and the younger disciples may not comprehend it. Thus, Li Qing opted for the most straightforward choice. Let us embrace the error. One might say so. Li Qing nodded. The temperature in the quiet chamber rose once more. Though it was still early in the lunar year, it already felt akin to the warmth of early spring. Li Qing calmly awaited as the younger disciples gradually regained their composure. After a considerable while, seeing their turbulent emotions had settled, Li Qing finally spoke. "Return and prepare. In a few days, we shall descend the mountain." Pausing for a moment, he added, "During this time, reflect well. Should you change your minds, simply inform me. It is of no consequence, provided you do not disclose today's matters." Understood. The younger disciples departed the quiet chamber one after another, and soon, tranquility was restored once more. "Senior brother, though our numbers are few, we have undoubtedly offended the Emperor's sensibilities. Is there truly no cause for concern?" At this critical juncture, the sect master still felt a twinge of unease. Li Qing smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I never undertake ventures without assurance." The sect master sighed softly. "The world below the mountain differs vastly from our own. It is a vibrant realm, fraught with the risk of moral decline. Senior brother, you must exercise caution to prevent the younger disciples from straying onto the wrong path. This is indeed a concern. I shall guide them diligently." Li Qing inhaled deeply, declaring, "For the coming year, I shall focus solely on this endeavor." "Very well, as long as you are aware, senior brother." The sect master sighed lightly. "When next you visit Wudong, I cannot predict the month or year. Life is unpredictable. At my age, I cannot be certain how much time remains. Perhaps, while you are still here, we should seek an heir for the leadership of the sect." Li Qing fell silent. "I seldom visit Wudong, and my understanding of the younger disciples pales in comparison to yours. It is better if you make the selection." The sect master pondered briefly. "How about this? Let the disciples choose, and you shall oversee." "That sounds agreeable." On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head, and the Taoist descends the mountain. Li Qing did not rush to mete out justice, but instead guided them through the majestic landscapes of the Ming dynasty, allowing them to experience the myriad facets of humanity. It could be said that he did nothing overt. He merely facilitated their gradual integration into the bustling world. As time flowed by, Li Qing remained unhurried, prioritizing the cultivation of their hearts. With the warmth of spring, the heat of summer, the coolness of autumn, and the chill of winter, Li Qing provided them with sumptuous garments and meals, exposed them to the rigors of life, and introduced them to the bustling ports of labor. He allowed them to taste the bittersweet flavors of the mortal realm, continually challenging their mental fortitude while simultaneously helping them stabilize their inner peace. What Li Qing sought to accomplish demanded a remarkably high standard of personal character. Only those who have endured hardship, savored the fruits of fortune, and emerged resilient after numerous trials could be entrusted with this armed force. Merely indulging in comfort leads to moral decay, while solely enduring hardship can render one susceptible to temptation. Both paths could lead to numbness and downfall. Only by maintaining a vibrant heart could one remain undisturbed, steadfast in their resolve. It was the 16th year of the Jiajing era. News of Li Qing remained elusive, and Zhu Houzhong grew increasingly irritable. A year prior, he had dispatched Liu Bing to Jinling to inquire about Li Qing's whereabouts from the Yongqing Marquis, but ultimately, he learned nothing of Li Qing's location, activities, or anticipated return to the court. Zhu Houzhong felt increasingly uncertain, spending his days seeking solace from Huang Jin. However, Huang Jin offered no comfort, only exacerbating his frustration. Is this a challenge to my authority? In the palace of heavenly purity, Zhu Houzhong's temper flared once more. Huang Jin, having been ensnared too many times, had learned his lesson and compiled his own wisdom. To speak more often invites mistakes, to speak less invites fewer mistakes, and to remain silent invites no mistakes at all. Quietly reminding himself, he resolutely chose not to utter a word. Cough, 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 cough. Speak. Your Majesty, did you call for me? Huang Jin had even mastered the art of feigning ignorance, his small eyes brimming with confusion. Zhu Houzhong, in a fit of anger, retorted, Is there anyone else here? Taking a deep breath, Huang Jin spoke with the rapidity of beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Master Li will return. He will surely return. Your Majesty, do not worry. It is not that he will not come, merely that the time has not yet arrived. Once the moment comes, the master will undoubtedly appear. Having said this in one breath, Huang Jin lapsed into silence once more, his head drooping, eyes fixed on his nose on his mouth, and his mouth on his heart, motionless as a mountain. In this state, he lacked the composure and reverence of Liu Bing, presenting only a comical sight. Zhu Houzhong, taken aback for a moment, felt an inexplicable discomfort. Have you grown impatient with me as well? Upon hearing this, Huang Jin could no longer pretend to be oblivious. He hurriedly shook his head. No, Your Majesty, you are overthinking. I truly did not mean that. However, he sighed heavily. Master Li is a person of great significance, and Your Majesty knows better than I, so I cannot presume to make decisions on his behalf. Zhu Houzhong fell silent, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. Indeed, if even he could do nothing to sway the master, then he ought not to burden Huang Jin with such concerns. Observing this, Huang Jin too felt a pang of sorrow, more disheartened than when his master sought to provoke him. Your Majesty, he will certainly return, Huang Jin reassured him. Master Li may be delayed, but he will not be absent. After all, it is still not yet the time. We have just partaken of the Lantern Festival. Let us wait a little longer. By late spring or early summer, he may very well return. Having waited for several years, a few more months are inconsequential. Huang Jin remarked that although Master Li's character was average, he harbored a deep sense of responsibility for the realm and would not abandon the emperor. You must know this as well, he added. Zhu Houzhong smiled bitterly. If I were like Hongji or Zhengde, he would naturally be unable to rest easy. But I am so exceptional, doing so well, whether he comes or not. What does it matter? Huang Jin scratched his head, realizing that no matter how he expressed it, it seemed incorrect. Perhaps it was best to simply agree. People often say that the child who cries will receive candy. This saying held true. As Zhu Houzhong began to wallow in self-pity, Huang Jin, unsure of how to comfort him, stood by. Huang Jin, he called. I am here, Huang Jin replied, stepping forward. Tell me, if he truly does not return, what should I do? The astute Zhu Houzhong, gazing at the simple-minded Huang Jin, wore an expression of helplessness. Huang Jin, in a moment of inspiration, declared, I can also refine elixirs. You can refine elixirs? If you dare to refine them, I would not dare to consume them. Zhu Houzhong replied, both exasperated and amused, yet his heart felt a warmth. At the very least, there was still Huang Jin. Huang Jin would never leave his side. Zhu Houzhong's feelings of loneliness diminished considerably. Go, roast a piece of Xuanda sweet potato, he instructed. Ah, certainly. Huang Jin exclaimed joyfully. This is something I can handle. Much simpler than refining elixirs. Zhu Houzhong cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed. So you know that refining elixirs is difficult? Ha ha ha. Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly. I shall go at once. As he departed, the vast hall once again fell silent, leaving Zhu Houzhong all alone, the warmth of the stove long extinguished. Zhu Houzhong tightened his robes, but still felt the chill. Alas, have I not done enough? Zhu Houzhong murmured to himself, steeped in self-pity and sorrow. Chapter 249. Have I ultimately misplaced my affections? In Yuyao, at the Yangming Academy, Li Qing returned to partake once more. This time, he was not alone in his endeavor. He brought along 36 disciples. Yet, Xiao Yun had ceased to lecture, leaving the instruction to his pupils, while he merely observed, occasionally offering a word of guidance. Despite this, the atmosphere remained fervent and vibrant. Li Qing did not expect his disciples to master Yangming's philosophy entirely. He merely sought to broaden their horizons and expand their knowledge. After all, with the current popularity of Yangming's teachings, familiarizing themselves could only yield benefits. As for straying from the path, Li Qing harbored no concerns. A year had passed. and his disciples' mental fortitude had been tempered to an unyielding strength, and moreover, Yao Ming's philosophy was far from a mere diversion. As class concluded and the crowd dispersed, Li Qing allowed his disciples to make their own arrangements, while he lingered at the entrance, patiently awaiting the ebb of the throng. Wang Shoren had aged, now relying on a cane for support. During the lecture, he had failed to notice Li Qing, only realizing his presence when they unexpectedly crossed paths. It had been several years since they last met, and Wang Shoren, filled with joy, could not help but reflect on the passage of time. Their next meeting, he pondered. Might not come. Li Qing glanced at his cane and chuckled ruefully. Have we truly reached this point? Time is relentless, is it not? Wang Shoren smiled. I have prepared some of my daughter's red wine. Come, let us return home. Ah, but wait a moment. I must make some arrangements to avoid arousing suspicion with your current state. Li Qing replied with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. Can we still indulge? Certainly not as we once did, but a couple of glasses should be manageable. Wang Shoren, with a smile, declared, I have been diligent in my self-care all these years. All for this day. Then let us drink to that. Li Qing jested. After all, you possess ample means. A few drinks will not impoverish you. Oh, do you still recall the amusing incidents of our youth? Li Qing laughed. I have a good memory for delightful things. In the newly built residence of the Bo family, the two men settled in the front hall. Wang Shoren had made arrangements in advance, ensuring that no servants were present, allowing their conversation to flow freely. Bo who has passed, Li Qing remarked, taking a sip of wine. After departing from you, we wandered about Hangzhou, then returned to Suzhou, Wuxian, and eventually resided in Taohua and until the Lantern Festival, where we took our leave. Wang Shoren nodded gently, sighing, for him, alas, life held little joy, and death no relief. Bo whose life was marked by tumult and upheaval, yet he was fortunate to have encountered a mentor like you, though filled with sorrow. It was nonetheless a life of significance. In truth, he was not without merit, rather. He played an invaluable role in promoting Han culture in smaller nations such as Jiaoji and Malacca, Li Qing remarked. The Ming dynasty has indeed failed this scholar. Wang Shoren sighed, then smiled again. In this way, he has left a legacy for his parents and family. Li Qing remembered how Tang Bohu had urged him to inscribe Tang Juan on his tombstone before his departure, and he could not help but feel a twinge of sadness. Some matters are indeed insurmountable obstacles in life. He did not appear as carefree as he seemed. In truth, he still cared deeply about fame and recognition. Wang Shoren was not surprised. He took a sip of wine and sighed. How many in this world can be like you, esteemed sir? If you were destined to live but a single life, it would be difficult to escape the constraints of worldly notions. It is not that Bo who lacks vision. Indeed, Li Qing wholeheartedly agreed. Observing his melancholic demeanor, Wang Shoren shifted the topic, inquiring, what of the armed forces you mentioned earlier? Has it commenced? Yes, it has begun. How many are there? Wang Shoren was particularly invested in this matter. Not many, merely 36, Li Qing replied. A wry smile crossed Wang Shoren's face. He had feared that the esteemed sir might undertake something grandiose, requiring considerable effort and resources. However, this smaller number would allow for easier governance. The mountain scenery was exquisite, while the tumult of the world below posed a significant test to one's character and state of mind. An excess of participants would detract from its beauty. After a brief pause, he asked, You are soon to return to court, are you not? Li Qing nodded. The appointed day approaches, and I shall return to court in a couple of months. And what of your junior disciples? It has been a full year. In this time, I have done nothing but refine their mental fortitude, Li Qing explained. I spent 1 year assessing them, and another honing their skills. Now, they no longer require my constant supervision. Wang Shoren pondered for a moment and inquired, Shall you have them commence their duties now? Not yet. The time is not ripe. Li Qing gently shook his head. They should remain in preparation for another year or two to solidify their foundation. This endeavor cannot afford carelessness. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Wang Shoren nodded in agreement, raising his cup to proclaim, with an esteemed sir such as yourself, who defies conventional wisdom, I firmly believe that the Ming dynasty will shatter the curse of dynastic fate. Li Qing clinked his cup against Wang Shoren's and drank deeply, stating, From now on, I shall not wander far. I will impart a few instructions to them, take some time to recuperate, and then journey to the capital. Wang Shoren also finished his drink, advising, You must still attend to your junior disciples. Do not neglect them entirely. Naturally, Li Qing chuckled. You know my character well, even without these disciples. I would not remain solely in the court. The realm belongs to the Zhu family, and while I may lend my assistance, it cannot all fall upon me, can it? Haha, you remain as unrestrained as ever. I have long since cast off all restraint. Do you still consider this the Hongwu era? Oh, ha ha ha, Wang Shuren chuckled. One can only imagine the tribulations you have faced under the great ancestor. Indeed, Li Qing raised his cup. Let us not delve into past grievances. I toast to you. You may drink as you wish. After years of separation, they sought to engage in joyous conversation. As spring approached, the warmth began to manifest, with branches turning green and flower buds blossoming red. Yet, Zhu Houzhong's heart felt somewhat cold. Is it time yet? Why have they not arrived? Zhu Houzhong grew increasingly anxious. Huang Jin, he called out. It is still early spring. Huang Jin hurriedly replied. Your Majesty, the deadline has not yet passed. We must wait a bit longer. They will come. He too felt urgency. If this continued, the sovereign would surely become nervous. Logically, they should have returned by now. The sovereign had been diligent over the years. Aside from the festivals and ancestral sacrifices, he had not missed a single court session. From trivial matters to significant affairs, he had not neglected any aspect, despite not being exhaustive in his approach. At present, even the whip law had begun to spread to Huguang, and the development of steamships and maritime trade was progressing vigorously. Although Huang Jin did not manage affairs directly, he was still the official in charge of the Department of Rights, and thus well informed about the court's significant matters. Setting aside personal feelings, Huang Jin also believes that the emperor, his master, is indeed quite commendable. Compared to the likes of Taizu and Taizong, he is certainly comparable to Xinzhong. Alas, Li, how tasteless you are. We merely jest, but do not truly lack taste. Huang Jin silently prayed, hoping that Li Qing would honor his word. In Yuyao? After Li Qing's care, Wang Shuren's vitality had improved somewhat, though not markedly so. Li Qing could not help but feel despondent. Wang Shuren reassured him. It is not that your medical skills have waned, but rather that you have proactively addressed what needed to be done, treating ailments early and nurturing health in advance. Otherwise, I might not even be here now. You possess a gift for comfort. Wang Shuren chuckled lightly, saying, I have always been frail, as you well know. To have lived to this age is indeed a rare blessing. One must embrace contentment and joy. Li Qing teased, after all, you are the founder of the school of the heart. Your words leave me speechless. Wang Shuren laughed heartily and inquired, what of your disciples? They have been arranged to depart in groups of 3 to explore different places. I have given them 2 years. And after 2 years, they will reconvene here. Wang Shuren smiled wryly. You need not trouble yourself for my sake. One must choose a location. It serves 2 purposes, and why not? Li Qing smiled, stating earnestly, I hope that when you next visit, you will join me for a couple of drinks. Indeed, I will take good care of myself. You need not worry. After a pause, the appointed time has arrived. You should hasten to your engagement. Wang Shuren said seriously, I understand that you hold some disdain for the current emperor, yet, to speak fairly, he has indeed performed admirably. He has advanced the reforms of the Zhengde era while maintaining the stability of the Hongzhi period. From the perspective of an emperor, there is little to criticize. Li Qing stretched lazily and sighed. While I do not favor him, I have been quite lenient. Previously, I did not indulge an emperor in the pursuit of transcendence. Wang Shuren jested. Surely, this is to ease your own burden? Which side are you on? Let us keep to the matter at hand. Wang Shuren remarked. Regardless, you serve the nation and the people, enticing the emperor with the prospect of longevity, thus guiding him towards the path of a wise sovereign. This is not unreasonable. There is a saying, whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Well then, I have become a cat. Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. Take good care. I shall not banter with you further. The young emperor does well. I shall not bully him. Just honor the agreement this once. You possess discernment. Wang Shuren imitated Li Qing's gesture of praise, giving a thumbs up, which earned him a roll of the eyes from Li Qing. Huang Jin, in the Qinqing Palace. Upon the imperial throne, Zhu Houzhong resembled a terminally ill elder, calling for his chief physician. Here we go again. Huang Jin's head felt even heavier now. The deadline has truly arrived. Your Majesty, the time has come. Where is he? If you ask me, whom shall I inquire of? Huang Jin, steeling himself, replied. He has broken his promise. However, I believe. How can he do this? Huang Jin swiftly closed his eyes, lest the spittle from his speech splatter onto his face. wearing an expression akin to that of a beleaguered individual. In truth, such caution was unnecessary. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Do not harm the imperial body, he reassured. The historical records indicate that Master Li's tardiness is not a slight aimed at you, Your Majesty. This behavior began during the reign of Emperor Taizong. Zhu Houzhong, taken aback and disheartened, sighed deeply. Alas, it has all been in vain. Chapter 250. The illness of longing for you. Zhu Houzhong was engulfed in a tumult of anger and sorrow, his heart racing with increasing anxiety. He was no longer the pliable youth he once was, yet he was not quite a youth anymore either. 16 years into the reign of Jiajing, the Ming dynasty had already witnessed 11 emperors, with the total duration of their reigns barely reaching 2 centuries, resulting in an average reign that was disappointingly short. The likes of Xuanzong, Zhongzong, Xiaozong, and Wuzong had not even reached their 40s. Zhu Houzhong was beset by a profound sense of insecurity. Moreover, he was not of a robust constitution, nor did he possess an abundance of vitality. His father, uncle, and cousin had all been short-lived. How could he not feel apprehensive? The more he pondered, the more his mind became a tangled mess, leading him to believe his days were numbered, resulting in an overwhelming sense of despair. Am I nearing death? Zhu Houzhong murmured, his eyes vacant and lost. Your Majesty, please refrain from uttering such ominous words, Huang Jin implored, his heart aching with concern. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Do not worry, I shall send someone to find him. I will personally lead them to you. Huang Jin, he replied. Am I a good emperor? Indeed, you are. Huang Jin nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Your Majesty is a remarkable ruler, exhibiting the grandeur of Emperor Taizong. But why must you treat me this way? Huang Jin found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Houzhong managed a bitter smile, weakly waving his hand. You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. Your Majesty, depart. Understood. Huang Jin bowed respectfully, reluctantly exiting the inner chamber. Yet he did not venture far, remaining in the outer hall to await his master's call, ensuring he could respond promptly. Several young attendants in the hall approached the eunuch, eager to engage in flattery. Quiet down, all of you. Go outside. Huang Jin snapped, irritable. Do not disturb the emperor's peace. Stand outside. Yes, the attendants, taken aback, bowed and retreated. Huang Jin's chubby face bore a deep frown, his heart heavy with unease, his thoughts a chaotic tangle. If Master Li failed to arrive soon, what would become of them? Typically, he was one to remember everything, yet now he felt as though he was being tormented. How old are you that you do not respect your elders? Bullying the young is hardly an admirable feat. Why did you not dare to act so in the time of Emperor Taizu? Did you not hear? The emperor requires tranquility, the eunuch reminded him, prompting Huang Jin to suddenly raise his voice even louder, only to then lower it in irritation. What is it? Speak. Master Li has returned to the capital and requests an audience with the emperor. Understood. The young attendant dared not linger, turning to leave. Wait. Huang Jin stepped forward, grabbing the young attendant and turning him around, exclaiming, Who has returned to the capital? The little yellow gatekeeper found his vision filled with a plump face, gazing at the usually amiable eunuch Huang. At this moment, his small eyes widened in terror, his expression almost grotesque, leaving him utterly frightened. Eunuch, is that Master Li, the national teacher? Li Qing coughed. Yes, it's what the Jinyui said. I'm merely relaying the message. The little yellow gatekeeper's legs trembled, nearly causing him to lose control. There was no other reason. The wrath of a usually docile person was far more terrifying. Huang Jing was momentarily taken aback before releasing his grip and vigorously patting his round belly, causing the soft flesh to jiggle in a most distracting manner, nearly causing the official robe to burst at the seams. Eunuch, ahaha! Huang Jing had completely lost himself, dancing and prancing away, forgetting to first report to the master. At the palace gates, Li Qing leisurely chatted with the captain of the Jinyui. The latter, however, did not share his relaxed demeanor. His gaze towards Li Qing filled with peculiarity. How many years had it been? He recalled the national teacher from years ago, slightly older than the emperor. Yet now he appeared significantly younger. He remembered himself as quite youthful back then. Yet how was it that this national teacher showed not a hint of change? It was not surprising that individuals of the same age could appear mature or youthful, but Li Qing's condition was utterly abnormal, astonishingly so. His visage seemed frozen in time, devoid of any sign of aging. National teacher, forgive my impertinence, but how do you maintain your youthful vigor? The captain could not suppress his curiosity, voicing the question. Li Qing smiled and replied, "Drink less alcohol, sleep more, exercise frequently, and conserve your inner energy." The captain scratched his head. What is inner energy? It's when one overthinks internally, unnecessarily depleting one's spirit. Ah, I see, the captain nodded, appearing to grasp the concept. Just as he was about to inquire further about the national teacher's secret to eternal youth, when he was interrupted by a voice. Li Qing turned to see a large, corpulent bear charging towards them at breakneck speed, each step accompanied by a comical jiggle of its blubber, both absurd and endearing. The captain stood dumbfounded. The palace had many rules. Such noise and reckless running were inappropriate. Oh, it was eunuch Huang. Then there was no cause for concern. Thud, thud, thud. Huang Jing raced over, nearly gasping for breath by the time he reached Li Qing, panting like a bellows. Is it really necessary? Li Qing chuckled, patting his belly. Oh, you've made some progress. Huang Jing was too preoccupied with formality to notice, urgently grasping his sleeve. Come on, hurry into the palace with me. The captain of the Jinui greeted eunuch Huang. Ah, you continue with your duties. Huang Jing replied dismissively, tugging at Li Qing to enter, his chubby hand gripping tightly, as if fearing Li Qing might sprout wings and fly away. Let go, let go. You're tearing my clothes. If they tear, I'll compensate you, Huang Jing insisted, refusing to release his hold. Li Qing, resigned, allowed himself to be pulled along. You've finally returned. The emperor has missed you dearly, Huang Jing exclaimed with enthusiasm. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Does he miss me, or does he wish for my demise? Look at you. Can't you distinguish between the two? Huang Jing shot him a glare, but soon his expression brightened, giving a thumbs up. This time, you truly have taste. I was complimenting you, Li Qing replied. Li Qing raised another hand, striking a pose as though to hammer someone. Huang Jing instinctively shrank his neck in fear, but still did not release his grip. Li Qing chuckled wryly. How terrified are you of my escape? Moreover, the emperor has been so troubled by thoughts of you that he has lost his appetite and is now on the verge of illness. Huang Jing retorted, mind your words. If you continue to be so overly sentimental, I might truly strike you. Li Qing's expression darkened. Huang Jing hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile. All right, let us not dwell on such matters. We must hurry to see the emperor. His current condition is exceptionally poor, and only you can heal him. Li Qing was taken aback. He is unwell? Huang Jing clarified. To be precise, it is an ailment of the heart. With a hint of bitterness, he added, it is your absence that troubles him. In the Qianxing Palace, within the inner hall, Zhu Houzhong was absently toying with a green plum. His expression distant and his heart forlorn. He could not comprehend why, despite his excellence and the commendable feats he had achieved, he still failed to garner favor. In matters of strategy, the emperor's heart and the governance of the people, where had he faltered? Throughout history, in every dynasty, when discussing national strength, the prosperity of the populace, and the riches of the treasury, who could rival the reign of Jiajing? Jia signifies beauty, while Jing conveys peace. The era of Jiajing represents the flourishing of rights and music, thriving amidst the tranquility of a well-ordered society. This had been his original intent in erasing the Shaoji era and designating Jiajing as the regnal title, embodying his aspirations for a prosperous and stable Ming. Now, he had accomplished it. The commerce and industry were booming, the people were well-fed and clothed, the court was stable, and the national treasury overflowed. Under his reign, the Ming was unparalleled in the world. Yet, he felt betrayed. He had given all he desired, but what did he receive in return? Zhu Houzhong let out a despondent sigh, leaning back against the broad chair, his face upturned and eyes vacant. Suddenly, two glistening green plums slipped from his palm, falling to the ground and colliding with the golden bricks, producing a series of crisp sounds. A bitter smile crept onto Zhu Houzhong's lips as he sighed. Am I truly unable to grasp it? At that moment, a voice full of surprise rang out. Your Majesty, look who has arrived. Zhu Houzhong erupted in fury, bellowing, who is it? Do you not know that I am in a moment of contemplation? Shall I take my leave then? The cool, melodious voice echoed in Zhu Houzhong's ears. He sprang up in anger, about to speak when Li Qing and Huang Jing entered together. Zhu Houzhong's reprimand lodged in his throat, leaving him utterly astonished. Shall I take my leave then? Li Qing repeated, raising an eyebrow. No. Zhu Houzhong hastily approached, quickly explaining. I have been troubled by state affairs lately, resulting in a rather poor mood. It is not directed at you, sir. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Huang Jing, hoping he would assist in clarifying. Unfortunately, Huang Jin was oblivious to the situation, proudly flaunting his rotund belly and holding his head high, reveling in the knowledge that the one the emperor longed for had been brought into the palace by him. "It's all thanks to me," Huang Jin boasted, puffing up his round face, oblivious to the world around him. Zhu Houzhong had no time to contend with Huang Jin. He quickly turned his attention to Li Qing, inquiring about his well-being. He bombarded him with questions like, "Where have you been all these years? Have you endured hardships?" Behaving like an eager sycophant. Once Li Qing had endured his flattery, he inquired, "Why have the two esteemed scholars, Zhang Gui, retired to their hometown? This cannot be blamed on me. They are of advanced age and in poor health. Thus they have wished to return to their roots. It is not that I urge them to leave." Huang Jin, you say?" Huang Jin then lowered his lofty head and nodded. "Zhang Gui and the two grand scholars are eager to return to their homeland, and despite the emperor's repeated entreaties, they could not be persuaded to stay." After a pause, he reflected on their age. Should the emperor insist on retaining them, it might lead to their demise while in office. Li Qing recalled the initial circumstances of the two men and considered the arduous nature of the single whip policy. Thus accepting this perspective, is the cabinet still comprised of 3 members? Indeed, presently, the cabinet wields considerable power, overshadowing the 6 ministries, unless under extraordinary circumstances. "It is preferable to maintain the count at 3, Zhu Houzhong remarked. Although Li Qing shared this sentiment, he believed that the authority of the single whip policy held greater significance in his heart. "Can the current cabinet of 3 manage adequately?" It's manageable," Zhu Houzhong replied awkwardly. "Zhai Luan is in mourning, leaving only Li Shi and Xia Yin in the cabinet. Just 2.